Chapter 1. The child who fought a wild dog for food. Yuguan. That child is quite intriguing. At the entrance of a narrow alley, a woman draped in a veil, possessing a graceful figure, spoke. Her voice, though cool and aloof, was melodious. Beside her stood a golden-haired man clad in golden armor. Together, they observed a child in the dim alley, struggling with a wild dog over scraps of food, pausing to take in the scene. The woman gazed at the child, who lay pinned beneath the wild dog, yet displayed no trace of fear, and a flicker of interest ignited in her eyes. Do you think this child will perish at the jaws of the wild dog? She regarded the unfolding drama without any intention of intervening, but instead turned to the golden-haired man standing beside her. Your Highness, such a young child could scarcely contend with a starving wild dog. Are you suggesting I should intervene to rescue this child? Upon hearing the man's words, the woman shook her head slightly, her gaze still fixed on the boy, who clutched the wild dog's neck with tenacity. I beg to differ. This child will certainly not die. If he survives, bring him back with us. And if he does not, we shall slay the wild dog, avenging him in the process. The man, undeterred by the woman's cold indifference, continued to watch the scene unfold alongside her. Arg! A chilling scream echoed through the alley. The child, who had been pinned beneath the wild dog, tightened his grip around the creature's throat, biding his time. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he seized the moment and sank his teeth into the wild dog's neck. The wild dog howled in agony, succumbing to madness, attempting to dislodge the child from its throat. Should it succeed, it would seize the opportunity to kill him. Yet, no matter how frantically the wild dog thrashed, the child clung steadfastly, entwining his arms and legs around the beast. Even as the wild dog leapt, using the child as a mere cushion, slamming him against the ground or crashing him into the alley walls, the boy refused to relent. It seemed as though it was not his body that bore the brunt of the impact. The child understood that if he let go, he would be doomed to perish at the wild dog's jaws. As time slipped away, within the span of a single tea ceremony, the once frenzied wild dog gradually lost its strength, collapsing heavily to the ground, blood pooling from its mouth. Your Highness, this child truly vanquished that beast, the golden-haired man exclaimed, witnessing the boy still clinging to the carcass of the wild dog, his grip unwavering. Indeed, I see it. This child's vigilance is commendable, the woman replied, slowly making her way toward the alley. This dog is dead. Now you may release your hold. The child, who was firmly entwined with the corpse of a wild dog, gradually released his grip upon hearing the voice, allowing his hands and legs to fall away. He then lay sprawled in the pool of blood that had seeped from the lifeless creature. The veiled woman observed the seemingly exhausted child, noting the blood that stained his body, and a flicker of intrigue passed through her eyes. This child was indeed remarkable. Even at this moment, he displayed an unwavering vigilance that surpassed that of most adults. The golden-haired man, known as Yuguan, trailed closely behind the woman as she entered the narrow alley. Just as he reached her side, the child, who had appeared to be lifeless in the blood, suddenly rolled over, attempting to flee. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he felt himself lifted off the ground by an unseen force, drawing him toward the man and woman. This mysterious power, which enveloped him and rendered him weightless, gently lowered him to the ground, positioning him before the two. What is your name? The woman inquired. Realizing escape was futile, the child chose to observe the unfolding events. He understood that these two could easily end his life should they desire. When he heard the woman ask for his name, he replied coldly, Su-E. The woman, upon hearing his name, gazed into Su-E's icy, emotionless eyes, causing a faint tremor in her otherwise unperturbed heart. How old could this child be? 4? Or perhaps 5? She had encountered many children who had suffered from war, famine, and the loss of parents, yet none possessed eyes as devoid of feeling as his. There was only an air of indifference. Those eyes, stripped of color, regarded her with a detachment that suggested nothing in this world could stir the soul of their owner. Even her own coldness and apathy paled in comparison to that of this child. Where are your parents? She asked, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed into his unfeeling eyes. They are dead, he replied flatly. The golden-haired man beside her, Yuguan, couldn't help but furrow his brow at the child's harsh response. Before he could react, the veiled woman gently addressed the child. Do you wish to come with me? Yes, came a succinct reply. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she heard Su-E's affirmation. Without a hint of disdain for the bloodied and disheveled child, she knelt down and took his small, blood-stained hand, leading him out of the alley. By the way, my name is Bibi Dong, she introduced herself. Perhaps it was Su-E's indifferent demeanor or the stark coldness of his gaze that resonated with her own character. She pondered what experiences could have led this child to become such a shadow of a person. However, despite the grotesque and dark experiences she has endured, she does not possess the indifferent and apathetic gaze of Su-E. Such eyes, when nurtured properly, could undoubtedly become her most trusted ally. As for whether this child will become a formidable force in the future, one who harbors such a terrifying gaze, coupled with an extraordinary vigilance and a fierce determination to battle against wild dogs and prevail, how could he not ascend to greatness? Perhaps this child is a gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. The moment she grasped a small hand, she felt an inexplicable connection. This child would be pivotal in whether she could truly command the spirit hall and, indeed, the vast world beyond. Chapter 2. The Cold Su-E. The Awakening of the Martial Spirit. Newcomers, please take care of me. As Su-E followed Bibi Dong and stepped out of the alley alongside the man beside her, he felt a fleeting blur before finding himself standing before a colossal edifice. The grand structure bore the inscription, Spirit Hall Branch. All right, Su-E, we have arrived. I hope your talent does not disappoint me, Bibi Dong gently remarked, pointing toward the building. Hearing Su-E's utterly indifferent response, Bibi Dong nodded. She found this child's demeanor quite appealing. She then turned to the man beside her and instructed, Yue Guan, take Su-E to cleanse himself. Also, find him a suitable outfit, and then come back to see me. Understood, Your Highness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's command, the man beside her led Su-E toward the Spirit Hall branch. Su-E followed silently behind him. Who goes there? As Yue Guan and Su entered the Spirit Hall branch, the guards of the hall immediately blocked their path upon seeing the two Dong. Yue Guan regarded the two guards in front of him and withdrew a black token from his robes. Upon seeing the token, the guards dropped to their knees before Yue Guan, respectfully stating, We were unaware of your esteemed presence, Elder. Please forgive us. Enough, you two. Lead me to a room where he can wash and prepare the bathing water. Yes. The two kneeling guards quickly rose and guided Yue Guan and Su-E deeper into the hall. They traversed a long corridor, eventually arriving at several rooms. One guard ushered Yue Guan and Su-E into one of the rooms, while the other went to prepare the bathing water. In less than a tea's worth of time, the bathing water for Su-E was ready. As the guards withdrew, Yue Guan turned to Su-E with a smile and said, All right, little one, you may cleanse yourself now. With a splash, Su-E leaped into the bathwater, scrubbing away the blood and grime from his body. As he washed, Yue Guan stepped outside. In less than a tea's worth of time, Yue Guan re-entered the room, carrying a set of black garments, which he placed on the edge of the bath. Little one, once you've finished bathing, put this on. Su-E, immersed in the bathwater, nodded in response to Yue Guan's words and continued to cleanse himself. After a while, Su-E emerged from the wooden tub. Yue Guan, who had been patiently waiting beside the tub, was momentarily struck dumb as he beheld the freshly washed Su-E. Goodness, he had been so encrusted with dirt and blood that it had gone unnoticed before. Now, after his cleansing, this child appeared strikingly delicate and charming that if he were to grow up with his face complemented by those cold, indifferent eyes, he would undoubtedly captivate countless young maidens. If he were to return to Wuhuan City in this state, would he not leave that little girl, Nana, utterly entranced? However, what astonished Yue Guan even more was the sight of the bruises adorning the child's body, along with a knife scar, several centimeters long, across his chest. It was unfathomable to consider the suffering this young boy had endured. The most remarkable aspect was that scar on his chest based on its appearance. It must have been inflicted 2 years prior. Even though he was now 6 or 7 years old, he would have been no more than 5 when he sustained such a grievous injury. How had this little one managed to survive such a severe wound? Pondering this, Yue Guan, unable to contain his curiosity, turned to Su-E, now dressed, and inquired, Little one, how did you acquire that scar on your chest? Su-E, hearing Yue Guan's question, replied nonchalantly, I was cut by someone. The moment the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the two. That's it? Just that? Who attacked you? Why would they do that? How old were you then? Tell me who it was, and I shall avenge you. Listening to Yue Guan's rapid-fire questions, Su-E calmly stated, I killed him. Yue Guan stared at the boy, whose expression remained impassive, seemingly reluctant to engage in further conversation, and felt his patience waning. Oh, my little ancestor, could you not elaborate a bit more? Is your speech so precious that every word costs a fortune? Or perhaps it demands a life? And you killed him? How did you manage that? Could you not provide a more detailed account? Now, curiosity, which had been piqued by this child, had transformed into an insatiable yearning for understanding. Without knowing the full story, the ensuing days would be unbearable. Being in the presence of the prince was already trying enough. Now, To contend with a more taciturn child as well, this thought, Yu Guan felt overwhelmed. Alas, gazing into So-Yi's cold, indifferent eyes, all of Yu Guan's questions and curiosity melted into a deep sigh of resignation. Come, I shall take you to meet the prince. With that, Yu Guan opened the door and stepped outside. The So-Yi followed silently behind Yu Guan, and within minutes, they arrived at a grand hall where two individuals awaited them. For So-Yi, the woman who had rescued him, Bibi Dong, sat gracefully upon a stone chair in the grand hall. Beneath her, an elderly man stood. Yu Guan, awaken the martial soul of this young lad. Let us see what martial spirit he can manifest, she commanded. Understood, Your Highness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Guan produced 6 black stones, which he deftly cast into the ground, forming a hexagon. Stand there and close your eyes, he instructed. Obeying Yu Guan's command, So-Yi promptly shut his eyes. As he did, the 6 stones surrounding him began to emit radiant golden light, which infused itself into his being. Extend your right hand. Listening to Yu Guan, So-Yi reached out his right hand. As he opened it, an ebony dragon head spear manifested within his grasp. At the very moment the spear appeared, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She could distinctly sense a terrifying aura of destruction emanating from the weapon. A weapon martial soul, a spear, and judging by the energy it radiated, this young lad's weapon soul might even surpass the legendary Haotian hammer, the finest of all weapon souls. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's face, concealed beneath her veil, as she mused about the Haotian clan and its famed hammer. Chapter 3. The dual spears emerge. Innate full soul power. Very well, young one. Please retract the spear for now. Place your hand upon this crystal ball to ascertain the extent of your soul power, Yu Guan instructed, eyeing the formidable black dragon head spear that emanated an unsettling energy. With a swift motion, the black spear vanished into thin air at Yu Guan's command. Standing before So-Yi, Yu Guan raised an eyebrow, noting that he had not instructed the boy on how to retract his martial soul. While he had anticipated that the boy would inquire about it, So-Yi had managed to do so effortlessly. Reflecting on his own experience awakening his martial soul, he realized that even he and Nana had needed guidance to understand the process of retraction. As Yu Guan pondered these thoughts, So-Yi placed his small hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, the blue crystal erupted in a dazzling display of azure light. Witnessing this spectacle, Bibi Dong rose to her feet, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Innate full soul power. Not only did the elderly man beside her gasp in astonishment, but even Yu Guan was taken aback by the brilliant light radiating from the crystal ball. Child, you surely possess more than just this one martial soul, do you not? Bibi Dong inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon So-Yi. Indeed. Responding to Bibi Dong's question, So-Yi extended his left hand, revealing a sleek, black Barrett sniper rifle that materialized in his grasp. Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and the elderly man regarded the weapon with curiosity, pondering its identity and capabilities. Instead, So-Yi, gazing at the Barrett that had materialized in his left hand, exhibited no signs of disturbance. His eyes, akin to a stagnant pool, unexpectedly revealed a flicker of excitement and exhilaration. So-Yi never anticipated that the so-called second martial soul he possessed would manifest as this. This, indeed, was the sole object that could validate his rebirth in this world. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, who had been observing So-Yi intently, also noticed the thrill and fervor that flickered in his eyes, deepening her curiosity about the weapon in So-Yi's grasp. What is this? Bibi Dong inquired as she approached So-Yi. A gun? A gun? Both Bibi Dong and Yu Guan were taken aback upon hearing So-Yi's words. This object was, without a doubt, a gun. Yet, devoid of a bullet, how could it possibly inflict harm? Although the method of attack remains unknown, So-Yi's martial spirit subtly emanates a sense of threat to Bibi Dong. The peculiar weapon instills a more profound sense of danger than the black iron spear previously wielded by So-Yi. Thus, Bibi Dong is utterly convinced that this weapon is anything but ordinary. What are the names of your 2 martial spirits? Inquired Yu Guan, standing beside So-Yi, his curiosity evident. Chaos Supreme Spear, Celestial Annihilation Spear. After So-Yi finished speaking, he swiftly retracted the Barrett in his hand. The Chaos Supreme Gun and the Heavenly Transformation Annihilation Gun, based solely on the sensations these 2 weapon souls imparted to me. As well as their illustrious names, these weapon souls of yours undoubtedly rank among the most formidable in the realm of soul masters. Listening to So-Yi's indifferent tone, Bibi Dong gently spoke. Then, gazing at So-Yi, she inquired, I wish to accept you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, So-Yi fell into a contemplative silence, lost in thought. In contrast, Yu Guan, standing beside Sui, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes at Bibi Dong's statement, which was soon replaced by a look of relief. Indeed, it was a prodigious talent, possessing dual martial souls with innate full spirit power. It would be rather peculiar if His Highness did not take such a genius as a disciple. Observing Suyi's silence in front of Bibi Dong, Yu Guan hastily interjected. Young one, why do you not express your gratitude to His Highness? You must realize how many soul masters aspire to become His Highness's disciples, yet are unable to achieve such a privilege. Upon hearing the words of Yu Guan, Sui nodded slightly and coldly addressed Bibi Dong, expressing his willingness. Although he had yet to fully comprehend this world, the irresistible aura emanating from the two before him, along with Yu Guan's mention of the Spirit Master realm, indicated that their standing in this realm was undoubtedly significant. Furthermore, the manner in which Yu Guan referred to Bibi Dong as Your Highness suggested that her authority in this world was indeed formidable. It was these two individuals who had brought him here, awakening within him the so-called martial soul. Given their backgrounds, Sui felt that his situation was far from disadvantageous. Upon hearing his declaration, a smile graced Bibi Dong's face. Well then, Yu Guan, what a delightful surprise it is to have gained such an exceptional disciple during our travels. Now, we should set off and return to the Spirit City. Yes, Your Highness. Yu Guan replied respectfully to Bibi Dong's words. Come along, little one. Yu Guan observed Sui's indifferent demeanor, and a sense of exasperation welled up within him. He wondered whether this little fellow would be able to coexist harmoniously with Nana once they returned to the Spirit City. While Yu Guan pondered the future interactions of this young man in the Spirit City, Bibi Dong and the others had already reached the entrance of the Spirit Hall's branch. As Sui gazed upon the carriage that had suddenly appeared at the entrance, along with the figure cloaked in black, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this individual had been shadowing them all along, yet he had remained oblivious to their presence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the carriage to materialize just after Bibi Dong uttered those words. Go Douluo, we shall return. Bibi Dong grasped Suyi's small hand and effortlessly lifted him into the carriage. Despite the chill in his demeanor, the freshly cleaned Sui possessed an undeniable charm, resembling a delightful little boy next door. His captivating visage was akin to a potent elixir for women, although Bibi Dong harbored a strong aversion to men. The sight of Sui's adorable countenance stirred a profound affection within her. Moreover, in that fleeting moment when she cradled him into the carriage, she discerned something intriguing. As she embraced Sui, she could distinctly feel his body stiffen, while his expression remained inscrutable, revealing no sign of shyness. The rigidity of his form conveyed otherwise. It appeared this child was not merely a cold, unfeeling weapon. As the two entered the carriage, Yu Guan also leapt aboard, taking a seat beside the driver, watching the ebb and flow of pedestrians on the street. Sui sat quietly in the carriage alongside Bibi Dong, as they gradually made their way out of the city. Throughout the journey, neither Bibi Dong nor Sui uttered a word. Sui sat quietly, his gaze directed inward, embodying a tranquil composure. The previous embrace from the woman had left him in a state of bewilderment, for throughout his past life, where he undertook various missions, he had never encountered physical contact with a woman. This recent interaction had rendered him somewhat uneasy. Across from him, Bibi Dong observed Sui with keen interest, noting his outward calmness that belied an underlying restlessness. A subtle smile played upon her lips as she regarded the boy, who possessed innate full soul power. Now, with two martial souls ready to receive soul rings, she was curious about which soul he would choose to enhance first. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong addressed Sui. Inquiring, young one, you are now capable of attaching a soul ring. Which martial soul do you wish to enhance first? Soul ring? What is that? Sui responded, prompting Bibi Dong to gently elucidate. In the Douluo continent, those who awaken a martial soul are referred to as soul masters. Those who have yet to reach the 10th level to attach a soul ring are known as soul warriors. The hierarchy of soul masters begins with soul warriors, advancing through soul master, great soul master, soul venerable, soul sovereign, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, and ultimately, titled Douluo. Upon reaching a cultivation bottleneck, one must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings in order to progress further. Thus, it is imperative that you acquire a soul ring. With a knowing smile, Bibi Dong continued, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Your first soul ring should be attached to the weaker of your two martial souls, as this will provide a more advantageous foundation. The optimal configuration for soul rings among soul masters is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. The yellow ring signifies 100 years, the purple signifies 1,000 years, and the black signifies 10,000 years. The red ring, however, represents a soul ring of 100,000 years, which is exceedingly rare and difficult to attain. As for the white 10-year soul ring, one affiliated with my martial soul hall need not consider it. Upon your ascendance to title Douluo, it is likely that the soul rings acquired for your second martial soul will all be of the 100,000 years or above caliber. At that point, few across the continent would stand as your equals, rendering you virtually invincible. Sui sat opposite Bibi Dong, absorbing her words as his mind raced with thoughts. To continue growing stronger, he needed to acquire a soul ring. As someone who possessed 2 soul weapons, he could first saturate the weaker one, subsequently enabling the second soul weapon to be adorned with more advanced soul rings. The higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the inherent strength it conferred. With this realization, Sui had already made a decision in his heart. I shall augment my first soul weapon, the chaotic supreme spear, with a soul ring. Bibi Dong, upon hearing his declaration, contemplated inwardly, as expected. This young lad's second soul weapon, though peculiar in appearance, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yueguan, we shall proceed to the soul beast forest to procure a soul ring for this child, preferably one that enhances strength. Certainly, Your Highness, Yueguan replied from outside the carriage, where he sat alongside Ghost Douluo. Throughout the journey, Bibi Dong observed the silent child opposite her, pondering what thoughts occupied his young mind. As the day passed, Yueguan and Ghost Douluo maneuvered the carriage, guiding Bibi Dong and Sui into a vast expanse of the Soul Beast Forest. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Soul Beast Forest, Yueguan announced from outside the carriage. Acknowledging this, Bibi Dong responded, understood. Young one, let us disembark. With that, she intended to lift Sui from the carriage, concerned for the child's safety given the height of the vehicle. Sui observed as Bibi Dong approached, promptly emerging from the carriage and leaping down. The sight elicited a chuckle from Bibi Dong, who had yet to disembark. All right, Yueguan. Let us procure a soul beast of at least 500 years in power, preferably around 700 years. Yes, Your Highness. However, Your Highness, isn't the maximum bearing capacity for the first soul ring 400 years? Can this little one withstand a 700-year-old beast? Just as Yueguan was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to Bibi Dong with curiosity. Rest assured, Yueguan, when I held this child, I sensed that his physical resilience is extraordinary. His innate talent and physical prowess even evoke a twinge of envy in me. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yueguan vanished alongside the taciturn Ghost Douluo, who had been driving the carriage, only to reappear before Sui and Bibi Dong in the blink of an eye. This time, however, Ghost Douluo bore with him a mammoth on the brink of death. Standing beside Bibi Dong, Sui marveled at Ghost Douluo's ability to drag the colossal creature, measuring several meters in size. A tumult of astonishment surged within him. Is this truly the strength of a human? As a modern-day assassin, devoid of exposure to any novels or anime, he found it unfathomable that human strength could be so formidable. Your Highness, we are uncertain of the name of this soul beast, but we know it is merely 700 years old, yet it surpasses many in the 1,000-year category in power. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are formidable, Yueguan explained, gesturing towards the mammoth soul beast before Bibi Dong. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, nodding in satisfaction at Yueguan's words. Little one, slay this soul beast, and the soul ring shall manifest. At that point, simply absorb the soul ring. As Sui listened to Bibi Dong's words, a black dragon-headed spear materialized in his hand. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the skull of the formidable mammoth soul beast, and a yellow soul ring gradually emerged above its lifeless body. Closing his eyes in concentration, he mobilized his soul power to attract the soul ring. Bibi Dong observed Sui's decisive demeanor, and upon witnessing the appearance of the soul ring, she promptly offered him a reminder. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui immediately sat down on the ground, closing his eyes in deep concentration. The century-old soul ring, floating above the corpse of the mammoth soul beast, gradually drifted towards Sui, ultimately settling upon him. Before long, as the soul ring fused with his essence, Sui's level ascended directly to 11. Indeed, the progress was remarkably swift. Now, let us rise and return to the Spirit City. Observing Sui stand up, Bibi Dong turned and entered the carriage. Sui entered the carriage alongside Bibi Dong, as Yueguan and Ghost Douluo expertly maneuvered the vehicle away from the Soul Beast Forest. Little one, how fares your first soul skill? Bibi Dong inquired, her gaze fixed upon Sui within the carriage. My first soul skill is Unstoppable Force. It augments the weight of the Chaos Supreme Spear by 1,000 pounds, allowing me to charge forth with an unyielding body, impervious to control. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a remarkable technique. It appears to be a single skill, yet it embodies two distinct facets. The ability to increase the spear's weight by 1,000 pounds means that even an average soul master would hesitate to confront it head-on. Chapter 5. The Little Fox in Soul Master City. After several days of travel, Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo brought Bibi Dong and Sui to a magnificent and grandiose city. Through the carriage window, Sui beheld the imposing character's Soul Master City emblazoned above the gates. Little one, from this day forth, this shall be your home, Bibi Dong remarked with a gentle smile, gesturing towards Soul Master City as she glanced at the young Sui seated in the carriage. Indeed, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui remained unperturbed. Devoid of any excitement or hesitation, his expression as indifferent as ever. Bibi Dong, noticing this, was no longer surprised. After all, this young lad's heart was exceedingly cold. So cold that it could disregard everything, even his own life. She found herself pondering the experiences that shaped him. Despite enduring such trials herself, she had chosen to survive, motivated by her desire to protect that individual. Yet, this young boy, what conviction sustained him in his heart? Contemplating this, Bibi Dong gazed at the young Sui seated across from her, a glimmer of cunning suddenly appearing in her eyes. What are you up to? Sui gazed as Bibi Dong suddenly enveloped him in her embrace, tenderly ruffling his hair while emitting a sound of displeasure. Little one, are you upset? Bibi Dong observed the boy nestled in her arms, who usually maintained an unruffled demeanor even in the face of adversity, yet now, his cheeks bore a faint blush. And his words were laced with dissatisfaction, tinged with an unmistakable unease. Bibi Dong herself was taken aback by this audacious decision she had made. To be candid, she had grown weary of this adorable child's perpetually stoic expression, one that was more rigid than a lifeless visage. Thus, she felt compelled to tease him. Aren't you the epitome of tranquility? Aren't you indifferent to the world's tribulations? Consequently, this scene unfolded before her. As Bibi Dong held Sui, an indescribable sensation welled up within her. Even her beloved disciple, Nana, had never received such tender treatment from her. She was perplexed, as if enchanted, and found herself reaching out to this little one. Had it not been for the boy's palpable discomfort in his words and the adorable flush grazing his cheeks, Bibi Dong might have succumbed to her own embarrassment. However, witnessing Suyi's charming demeanor prompted her to make a silent resolution. Moreover, as she held the small figure of Sui, thoughts of her delightful disciple, Nana, flitted through her mind. She pondered what sparks might ignite when these two eventually met. With Suyi's charming appearance, he would undoubtedly capture Nana's heart, a feat even she could not resist. While Bibi Dong mused over these chaotic thoughts, the carriage had already entered the Soul Master City, arriving at the Papal Palace. All right, little one, we have arrived. Bibi Dong heard Yue Guan announce from outside. Addressing her as Your Highness, she gently spoke to the little Sui in her arms and then gracefully lifted him down from the carriage. Teacher, you have finally returned. As Bibi Dong descended the carriage with Sui cradled in her arms, a melodious and exuberant voice rang out. With a sudden thud, the girl leapt onto Bibi Dong, creating a challenging predicament for Sui, who was already ensconced in Bibi Dong's embrace. Now, he found himself caught between the two formidable figures, the larger and the smaller, suffering in silence. Most notably, the girl who had leapt onto Bibi Dong had not anticipated that she would be sharing her embrace with the child. Nana, come down quickly. Can't you see the little one in your teacher's arms is about to be squashed? Bibi Dong gazed at the little Sui, who was being playfully squeezed by Hulaina, his eyes rolling in exasperation, yet a hint of amusement flickered in her gaze. It was only upon hearing Bibi Dong's words that Hulaina, who was draped over Bibi Dong, noticed Sui nestled in her embrace. A blush crept onto her face, and feeling a bit bashful, she promptly leaped off Bibi Dong. Teacher, I had no idea anyone would. Observing Hulaina's flustered demeanor, Bibi Dong smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Hulaina's hair affectionately. All right, you're not a child anymore. She continued, Laina, this is Sui, my newly accepted disciple. Henceforth, he shall be your little junior brother. As Bibi Dong spoke, she set Sui down. Hulaina, intrigued by her new junior brother, was eager to learn more, for it was indeed a rare honor for anyone to be taken under the teacher's wing. Upon catching sight of the diminutive Sui standing before her, her alluring eyes sparkled with delight, forming heart shapes of affection. Oh, what an adorable little brother! Hulaina exclaimed as she lunged towards him with unrestrained enthusiasm. As Sui observed the girl rushing towards him, he swiftly retreated a few steps and then darted behind Bibi Dong. This maneuver caused Hulaina to miss her target entirely. Master, What is the name of this little junior brother? He seems rather shy. Hulaina inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on the small Sui standing behind Bibi Dong. This little fellow is called Sui, and he is quite the prodigy. As for your mention of shyness, Bibi Dong replied, glancing at the coldly gazing Sui behind her. She couldn't help but think, Nana, is this what you call shyness? This little guy is clearly disdainful. Hulaina followed Bibi Dong's gaze towards Sui, whose icy eyes gradually narrowed as they met her alluring gaze. Now a great spirit master. She was on the verge of breaking through to spirit ancestor. Due to the nature of her martial spirit, she exuded an innate charm that captivated any man, unless they were significantly more powerful than she. Yet, the new little junior brother exhibited no sign of admiration or affection in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with coldness and indifference, indicating he was entirely impervious to her allure. Hulaina observed Sui standing behind her teacher, his expression reminiscent of a cunning little fox fixated on its prey. Little brother, call me sister and let me hear it, she exclaimed, disregarding Suyi's frosty stare as she approached him, squatting down to reach out and ruffle his hair. Trying to evade me? Hulaina remarked, watching Sui attempt to slip away. As a level 27 great spirit master, she was not about to let this little fellow escape her grasp. She swiftly pulled him back and playfully tousled his hair, unfazed by the increasingly frigid look he directed at her. Chapter 6. Little Sui has his weaknesses. After several days of exploration, Sui has begun to grasp the essence of the continent into which he has been reborn. This realm is known as Douluo continent, where individuals possessing the ability to awaken their martial souls and subsequently enhance them with soul rings are collectively referred to as soul masters. Among these soul masters, the most formidable are the titled Douluo. It is said that many aspire to reach the level of soul Douluo, yet few achieve it throughout their lifetimes. Those who attain the rank of titled Douluo are unparalleled powerhouses, rare geniuses among countless individuals. On Douluo continent, there exist two great empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. The vast majority of soul masters reside within these two dominions, with the most powerful faction being the Spirit Hall, the very place where Sui currently finds himself. The Spirit Hall operates independently, neither belonging to the Heaven Do Empire nor the Star Luo Empire. Additionally, there are the three upper sects and the four lower sects. The Haotian sect, known for possessing the strongest weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, renowned for its unparalleled beast martial soul, and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, famed for its supreme auxiliary martial soul. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower comprise the upper sects. The lower sects include the White Tiger sect, the Wind Sword sect, and the Fire Leopard sect from the Star Luo Empire, with the last being the Elephant Armor sect located in the Heaven Do Empire. The reason for Suyi's limited knowledge about the lower sects is that Bibi Dong did not elaborate on them, merely advising him to pay closer attention to the upper sects, deeming the lower sects unworthy of concern. Little brother, I have come to find you. Just as Sui was organizing the information he had gathered over the past few days, a sultry voice, laden with charm, echoed from outside the door. Were it anyone else, the alluring tone would surely ignite excitement. However, upon hearing this voice, Suyi's eyes turned icy, becoming even more frigid. Ah, little brother. Are you training? What fun is training compared to spending time with your sister? Come, today I shall take you on a tour of our spirit city. As Huoli entered Suyi's room, it was as if she had stepped into her own abode, effortlessly pulling him up and leading him outside. I wish to train, he asserted. Sui gazed at Hulaina, who was pulling him forward, and coldly remarked, Oh, training, all you know is to train. Day after day, at such a tender age, you might just end up damaging your own mind. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Hulaina turned to face him and squatted down in front of him. She met his icy gaze without a hint of fear, maintaining eye contact. The two held their stare for more than a minute. Ultimately, it was Sui who faltered first, averting his gaze. Witnessing this, Hulaina's lips curled into a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox celebrating a successful scheme. Ever since she had uncovered this little one's weakness a couple of days prior, this tactic had proven to be unfailingly effective. She recalled the night before last, when she intended to play a prank on him while he slept. To her surprise, although he appeared to be in slumber as she approached his bedside, the seemingly dormant Sui suddenly rose, brandishing a dagger that he pressed against her throat. Had he not recognized her, the dagger would have penetrated her flesh within a mere inch. At that moment, Hulaina was left utterly stunned, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at him intently. Sui, with the dagger poised at her throat, exuded a chilling ruthlessness while she appeared vulnerable. like a frightened little creature. They maintained their gaze for a full minute, yet it was Sui who broke first, diverting his eyes and retracting the dagger. Next time this happens, do not blame me if something unfortunate occurs. Sui coldly finished his words, promptly covering himself with the blanket and turning away from Hulaina to fall asleep. In that moment, as Hulaina observed him shift his gaze, she noticed a fleeting moment of evasion in his eyes, a stark contrast to their earlier connection. The tears that had gathered in her eyes began to dissipate as she gazed at Suyi's back, a smile akin to that of a little fox gracing her features. It turned out that this seemingly frigid individual possessed vulnerabilities as well. From that night onward, each time Hulaina sought out Sui, she would meet his icy, indifferent gaze. Their eye contact, never exceeding a minute, would invariably result in his defeat. This became a delightful routine for Hulaina, one she cherished daily. Now, having once again succeeded in her playful scheming, a sly smile adorned her lips as she turned to joyfully pull the reluctant Sui from the Pope's chamber. Your Highness, the Saintess. As Hulaina led Sui out of the Pope's hall, the guards they passed bowed respectfully to her. Good morning, Hulaina cheerfully replied. Did you see the little boy the Saintess is holding? One guard remarked. Are we blind? Such a lively child, who could miss him? Another retorted. I heard he is a new disciple of His Holiness. Indeed. After Hulaina and little Sui had walked away, the guards whispered among themselves. It was a rare sight to see the Saintess holding a boy's hand. Just look at how adorable that child is. If it were me, I would hold his hand too. Meanwhile, standing at a distance was a young man clad in red armor, his expression darkening as he listened to their chatter. His hands clenched tightly. At that moment, Hulaina was wandering through the spirit city, still holding Suyi's hand. Little brother, shall we eat that? It looks delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she spotted a stall nearby grilling fish balls. Without waiting for Suyi's agreement, she eagerly pulled him towards the vendor. Grandma, we'll take 2 servings. How much? The elderly woman, tending to the grill, smiled warmly at the pair. Here you go, dear. This is for you and your brother, 4 copper soul coins in total. Hulaina paid the kind woman, and upon hearing her refer to Sui as her brother, she cast a joyful glance at him before politely thanking the vendor. Thank you, Grandma. With that, she handed a skewer of fish balls to Sui. Let us go. Brother. With a meatball in her left hand and holding Suyi's hand with her right, Hulaina joyfully strolled through the spirit city. Chapter 7. I cannot fight. I can only kill. The sweet and tantalizing candied hawthorn caught Hulaina's attention as she observed a vendor in the distance selling them, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. Without hesitation, she tugged Sui along, racing towards the stall. Hello, I would like 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, she called out to the vendor. Upon hearing her request, the vendor retrieved 2 vibrant and luscious candied hawthorns from the rack and presented them to Hulaina. That will be 4 copper soul coins, he said. After completing the transaction, Hulaina handed 1 skewer to Sui, her beautiful eyes twinkling with joy as she urged him, hurry and eat. These candied hawthorns are absolutely delicious. They are my favorite treat, and when Master took us in, this was the first gift he bestowed upon us, these delightful candied hawthorns. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed in reminiscence, seemingly lost in the cherished memories of that initial moment. Sui listened to Hulaina's words in silence, quietly savoring the candied hawthorn on a stick in his hand. Our spirit city is truly splendid and delightful. Later, I shall take you for a stroll around the Spirit Academy, where you will find many children of your age. Hulaina, nibbling on her own candied hawthorn, glanced down at Sui. I heard from the teacher that when you first met, you were busy competing for food with a wild dog. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Sui maintained a stoic expression and nodded slightly. After all, one tends to feel indebted when receiving kindness from others. In truth, when my brother and I were taken in by our teacher, we had to scavenge for food alongside the stray dogs in order to survive. During that time, I was frail and defenseless, cowering in a corner, overwhelmed by fear as I encountered those ferocious canines. Had it not been for my brother, who bravely struck down one of those wild dogs with a wooden stick, we would likely have succumbed to starvation. As Hulaina spoke, she seemed to drift into memories, and observing the cold demeanor of young Sui, her eyes narrowed slightly. With evident dissatisfaction, she exclaimed, Hey, you insufferable little brother, upon hearing such words, shouldn't you, as a young man, offer me some comfort? Can't you see that I am feeling sorrowful? Sui gazed at the pitiful Hulaina, letting out a cold snort, entirely indifferent to her plight. Hulaina, observing the frigid expression on Suyi's face, pouted in frustration. Had it been anyone else, they would have embraced her tenderly, offering solace at the sight of her distress. Even a child, confronted with her woeful demeanor, would have uttered comforting words, urging her not to be upset. Yet, in the presence of this little rascal, there was not a shred of compassion. Instead, he responded with a dismissive huff. The more she contemplated this, the angrier Hulaina became, leading Sui by the hand into a narrow alleyway. There, she knelt before him, cradling his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. "Rascal, what are you doing?" Sui gazed at Hulaina, whose delicate hands cradled his small face. His originally furious words, combined with his expression of pouting lips due to her gentle grasp, appeared irresistibly adorable in her eyes. Sui shook his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of the individual before him. To his surprise, Hulaina's grip was quite strong, rendering him unable to break free, forcing him to confront her enchanting fox-like eyes. Neither of them realized that this scene had caught the attention of a young boy clad in red armor. From the boy's perspective, as Hulaina had her back turned to him, he could only see her hands cradling Suyi's face. Due to the angle, the moment they locked eyes appeared to the boy as if Hulaina was initiating a kiss upon Sui. Upon witnessing this, the boy's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot with fury. His clenched fists were trembling with rage, causing his nails to dig painfully into his palms. In that instant, the boy could no longer contain himself and charged forward. "You wretch, what are you doing to Laina?" Hulaina, initially focused on Sui, was taken aback by the sudden outburst. Just when she thought victory was within her grasp, the unexpected interruption shattered her success, releasing Sui. Her beautiful eyes flared with anger as she turned to confront this unwelcome intruder. "Yans, what is the meaning of this?" The boy, seething with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Sui and exclaimed, "Laina, this brat is clearly kissing you. What do you think I am doing? Are you not aware that I have feelings for you?" Upon hearing Yan's words, Sui felt an overwhelming sense of silence within. Meanwhile, Hulaina, upon realizing that the boy had indeed been speaking of kissing her, felt her enchanting visage flush with a deep crimson. To her astonishment, she had been misunderstood. Kiss him? This little rascal could shatter his icy demeanor with just a minute of eye contact. What transformation might occur if she were to bestow a kiss upon him? As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled how just moments ago, she had cradled Suyi's delicate face in her hands. The way he pouted was undeniably adorable. It was indeed an intriguing notion, one worth exploring. Observing Hulaina's silence, Yin assumed her acquiescence, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Sui and proclaimed, "You brat, I care not who you are. I challenge you to a duel. You are utterly insufferable." Sui, listening to Yan's words, coldly gazed at him and retorted, "Which of your eyes saw me kissing that scoundrel? How dare you call Nana a bastard? You fool, you are courting death." Upon hearing Suyi's response, Yin charged forward, only to be immediately rebuffed by Hulaina. "Yin, what are you doing? Stand down," she commanded, "and remember to address me as Sister Nana, or just Nana." As Hulaina spoke, she playfully tapped Suyi's head with her small fist. "You may also call me sister. However, if you dare to call me a bastard again, I shall make you pay." Witnessing this scene, Yin could no longer contain the fury building within him. "You coward, do you hide behind women? I challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing Yan's words, Sui fixed him with a cold gaze, the sleek black barret materializing in his grasp, its barrel aimed squarely at Yin. "I do not engage in mere brawls. I am a harbinger of death. If you are prepared to embrace your demise, then approach." With that, Sui steadied the weapon, its muzzle locking onto Yan's head. In that moment, Yin was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of mortality, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Observing this tense standoff, Hulaina, standing beside Sui, swiftly intervened, raising her hand to halt him. "Sui, you cannot take Yan's life. He is also a cherished pupil of our teacher, significant to him. Should you end his life, it would incite the teacher's wrath." Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Sui sheathed the Tianyin destroying soul gun and walked past her, coldly stating, "I understand. However, should you dare to provoke me again, no one shall prevent your demise." With that, Sui proceeded towards the direction of the papal palace. Chapter 8. The overly dramatic inner thoughts of Hulaina. Newcomers, please lend your support. For Sui, it was a relief to finally rid himself of that bothersome scoundrel. Spending time wandering the streets instead of cultivating his strength felt like a grievous waste of time and life itself. After Suyi's indifferent departure, Yin stood frozen, thoroughly intimidated by the chilling demeanor he had just witnessed. When that peculiar black weapon was aimed at him, he had already envisioned his own death, unable to muster even a thought of escape. In contrast, Hulaina, watching Sui walk away, felt a flicker of panic. She believed that her intervention had caused Sui to misinterpret her intentions, thinking she sided with Yin rather than assisting him. convinced that he was angered by this misconception. She pondered his coldness as he departed. Hulaina's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Even if Yin had not appeared, Sui would have sought a way to return. Meandering through the streets with him was undeniably a diversion from his training. This scene stirred a multitude of reflections within Hulaina. Ultimately, she cast a fierce glare at the stunned Yin before turning to pursue Sui. How could she possibly mend the rift with this irritable individual? With others, a softer tone or a hint of charm would suffice, but with him, such gestures held no significance in his eyes. This man possessed not a trace of humor. After managing to cultivate a closer rapport with him over the past few days, she found it disheartening that Yan's foolishness had once again created distance between them. Cursing Yin as a simpleton in her heart, Hulaina grappled with her emotions, which were entirely of her own making. To Sui, Hulaina was merely an irritating presence, a nuisance to his training. Upon returning to his quarters in the papal palace, Sui locked the door firmly, determined to prevent Hulaina from seeking him out. Upon returning to his residence, Sui had barely begun his cultivation when Hulaina chased after him. As she attempted to push open the door to seek an explanation from Sui, she discovered, to her dismay, that the door was locked, glaring at the secured entrance. Hulaina's mind was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. This rascal was indeed upset. He had locked the door in a fit of anger. You little scoundrel, Sui. Open the door. I need to explain. Before Hulaina could finish her plea, Sui, who had just entered a meditative state, was disturbed by her commotion. A flicker of irritation flashed in his eyes as he snapped, Go away, I need to cultivate. Hearing his words, Hulaina stood frozen outside the door. Yet, her intentions had been solely for his benefit. Why would Ti listen to her explanation? Humph. Regaining her composure, she huffed and turned away. As the saintess of the spirit hall, she was accustomed to being revered, with everyone revolving around her. If you refuse to acknowledge me, then I shall ignore you as well. With that thought, Hulaina left, her lips pouting in indignation. At this moment, Sui could finally settle down and resume his cultivation. Meanwhile, upon returning to her own quarters, Hulaina felt increasingly aggrieved, ultimately shedding tears as she sought comfort from her mentor, Bibi Dong. Nana, who has wronged you? Bibi Dong asked compassionately upon seeing Hulaina's tear-streaked face. It's all that rascal Sui's fault, Hulaina exclaimed, launching into an account of the incident. Listening to her tale, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. Nana, tell me the truth. Have you developed feelings for that young man? What? No, I absolutely have not, Hulaina replied, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly attempted to clarify. However, as she recalled the scene in the alley, her words stumbled. Nana, you're overthinking it, Bibi Dong said, gently patting Hulaina on the head. That boy is unlikely to hold a grudge over something so trivial. He is simply that way by nature, even with me. He maintains a notable distance. Has T truly been angry with you? As for shutting the door, it was likely to avoid being disturbed during his cultivation. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's reassurances, Hulaina's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Observing her expression, Bibi Dong smiled softly. I assure you, I wonder what experiences have forged such a cold demeanor in him. I have yet to see anything in this world that he truly cares about. If you genuinely have feelings for that young man, it brings me great joy. After all, you are the saintess of our spirit hall, and he is destined to become our saint's son. He possesses innate full spirit power and dual spirit souls. If the two of you truly come together, it would be the most splendid union, Bibi Dong remarked, gently stroking Hulaina's small head. Teacher, is that fellow truly not angry with me? Upon hearing this, Hulaina began to entertain a flicker of belief. It seemed that perhaps she had overthought the matter. Why was she so consumed with thoughts? Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for this little one? Yet, they had barely spent a week together. Moreover, that fellow was as cold as ice, lacking any tenderness or consideration. However, perhaps it was precisely this demeanor that piqued her interest. This individual was completely immune to the allure of her spirit, offering her a sensation that was distinct and unparalleled. Perhaps it was this very quality that captivated her. Furthermore, Sui represented an enigma for Hulaina, prompting her to endlessly seek to unravel the mysteries surrounding him, pondering what experiences had forged his frosty exterior. Yet, contemplating how that fellow had not been angry with her at all, and had the audacity to treat her in such a manner, was bewildering. In the vast spirit city, no one had ever dared to neglect her in such a way. With this thought in mind, Hulaina performed a slight bow to Bibi Dong and turned to dash outside. As she watched Hulaina leave, a flicker of tenderness crossed Bibi Dong's gaze. Perhaps it was essential for Laina to melt that young man's heart, their union would be the most harmonious. Reflecting on them, Bibi Dong recalled her own past, filled with similar innocence and romance. Yet, the warmth in her eyes swiftly transformed into a sharp intensity, her expression darkening. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Sui from his meditation. As he beheld Hulaina entering through the broken window, his eyes gleamed with a chilling light and hostility. In response, Hulaina narrowed her beautiful eyes at Sui's frosty gaze. I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to give me that look? A surge of resentment welled up within her. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will never comprehend my strength. With that thought, Hulaina approached Sui, cupping his face in her hands and locking eyes with him. The distance between them diminished to a mere centimeter. Chapter 9. Scoundrel. You are doomed. Gazing into Sui's cold eyes, Hulaina's own beautiful eyes narrowed once more. I have yet to address how you treated me earlier, and you now have the audacity to scowl at me. If I do not show you my prowess, you will never grasp the extent of my capabilities. The distinction between the two of them, who was truly superior, was increasingly blurred. Aren't you heartless? Today, let us see if you can truly bring me to my end. Upon this thought, Hulaina's heart brimmed with malice as she approached Sui directly. This time, she felt no fear, nor did she concern herself with Sui's thoughts. With both hands cradling his delicate face, she locked eyes with him. The distance between them was reduced to a mere centimeter, almost touching. Release me. Sui gazed intently at the nearby Hulaina, inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from her. I won't, Hulaina replied, her voice laced with defiance as she met Sui's cold gaze. Their intense eye contact lingered for several minutes, with Sui resolutely holding his ground. Meanwhile, Hulaina, captivated by the sight of Sui's pouting lips, a result of her playful gesture, found herself inexplicably drawn to him. In a moment of impulse, she pressed her lips against his. Hulaina watched in astonishment as the icy demeanor in Sui's eyes gradually morphed, revealing an expression of shock, an unprecedented sight for her, as it was the first time she beheld a different emotion flickering within his gaze. You scoundrel! After a few moments of stunned silence, Sui summoned his soul power and forcefully pushed Hulaina away from him. What are you doing? Sui touched his lips, his breath heavy with indignation. His eyes fiercely fixated on Hulaina, whom he had just forcefully pushed aside. Hulaina, taken aback by the sudden action, wore a dazed expression. Not only was she bewildered, but inexplicably, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly alluring, inciting an overwhelming urge to take a bite. Observing Sui's fury, akin to that of a small lion, Hulaina placed her right hand over her chest, gazing at him in a stupor. The sensation from moments prior was rather pleasant. Moreover, this fellow had dared to touch me there. Now, Hulaina's mind was entirely consumed by the audacity of her actions, and the moment Sui had pushed her away, oblivious to his wrath. You. Feeling a slight ache in her chest, Hulaina pointed at Sui, trembling as she attempted to articulate her thoughts. You? Still you? Sui gazed at Hulaina, his chest heaving with anger as he breathed heavily. You scoundrel! You are doomed. Sui gazed at the blushing beauty before him, pointing a finger menacingly at Hulaina. Just as Sui rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on Hulaina with a fierce intensity. He approached her step by step, enveloped in a dark aura. Suddenly, Sui felt an emptiness within his body, his legs flailing aimlessly in the air. Let go of me. Sui felt himself being lifted by another, and turning to glance at Bibi Dong, who had hoisted him, he gasped, Release me. I shall slay this scoundrel. Bibi Dong, observing Sui's predicament, chuckled. What's this? Even you, little one, have a day of indignation? Let me go? He demanded. Since the unexpected attack by Hulaina, Sui could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. Although he vocally declared his intention to eliminate Hulaina, one could not help but wonder if he truly possessed the resolve to act should Bibi Dong grant him the opportunity. To Bibi Dong, Sui's current state appeared akin to that of an irate child, lost and unsure of how to proceed. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Nana's audacious display. She had never anticipated such boldness from her. Reflecting on the past, she realized that Nana had exhibited a level of courage previously unseen, despite her innate charm and allure. While her martial spirit allowed her to enchant others and command their allegiance, her heart remained guarded. Even in her own fervent affections, she had never shown such daring as Nana did now. As Bibi Dong contemplated this, her grip on Sui tightened, her expression clouded with melancholy. Teacher, what brings you here? Hulaina exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld Bibi Dong suspending Sui in midair. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. If her teacher was present, Then the venerable ghost Douluo must also be watching over her. The implications of her recent actions towards Sui filled her with dread. Had her teacher and ghost grandpa witnessed everything? Her face flushed crimson. She covered it with her hands and fled in embarrassment, muttering, "You scoundrel, come back. I shall slay you." Sui, still held aloft by Bibi Dong, could only watch as Hulaina dashed away, his indignation manifesting in futile threats. "Now that she has fled, do you genuinely believe you could slay Nana?" Bibi Dong remarked, releasing Sui and observing the mixture of shame and fury etched across his youthful visage. Beneath his apparent anger lay a hint of confusion, uncertainty, and a touch of bashfulness. It seemed evident that this young lad was not as cold-hearted as he pretended. His emotional detachment was merely a facade for self-preservation. "I came to assess your recent progress in cultivation," Bibi Dong continued, her tone softening as she noted his improvement. "Remarkably, you have reached the 12th level." She regarded him earnestly. "In the coming days, I shall enroll you in the Martial Spirit Academy for further training. In 3 years, I aspire to see you attain the rank of a 20th level Soul Master and successfully graduate from the Death Group." "I will," Sui replied resolutely. As Sui listened to Bibi Dong's words, his once tumultuous heart gradually found its calm. "Are you familiar with the Death Group?" Bibi Dong inquired, observing Suyi's cold response of "I am aware." "No," he replied. Bibi Dong smiled faintly at Suyi's answer and continued. "The Death Group at the Martial Soul Academy consists of a class known as the Zero Class. This Zero Class will be established 1 year after your enrollment, and your sole task will be to eliminate all individuals except for yourself, regardless of how many are in that class, in order to graduate." "Understood." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Suyi's gaze remained unwavering, and he coldly responded. Observing Suyi's demeanor, Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh. "I hope the class I have specially established for you will facilitate your swift growth. Once you successfully graduate from that deadly class, the position of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall will be yours." After casting a glance at Sui, Bibi Dong turned and departed. Chapter 10. Entering the Spirit Hall Academy. Newcomers, please lend your support. When Hulaina returned to her quarters, her mind was consumed by the memory of her kiss with Sui. The image lingered, refusing to fade. The more she contemplated it, the redder her cheeks became. As she silently admonished herself for her audacity, how could she have lost control and kissed that fellow? How would she face him from now on? While Hulaina tossed and turned in her bed, Sui, after Bibi Dong's departure, took a deep breath and settled onto his bed to resume his cultivation. With his soul power currently at level 12, breaking through to level 20, the rank of Great Soul Master, within 3 years seemed like a trivial task. Given his current rate of cultivation, he anticipated achieving the Great Soul Master realm in less than a year. It appeared that the most formidable challenge upon entering the Spirit Hall Academy lay in graduating from the Zero Class, the so-called Death Group mentioned by Bibi Dong. To survive, one's own strength must be formidable. Otherwise, if he were to face a group of Great Soul Masters all above level 20 attacking him simultaneously, he would find himself outmatched. Unless he revealed his second martial soul in advance, there was no other recourse. For Sui, maintaining a hidden trump card was essential. Especially in Ace, it represented a golden opportunity for resurgence. It was prudent to keep his hidden prowess concealed for as long as possible. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sui officially delved into his cultivation. "Little one, His Majesty has instructed me to escort you to the Spirit Hall Academy." As dawn broke, a golden-haired Yuguan materialized in Suyi's room, observing him as he continued his training, and spoke softly. Sui observed the entrance of Yuguan into the room, his hand resting lightly on his calf, twitching slightly, before he leapt down from the bed. Yuguan regarded Sui, whose expression bore an air of indifference, and a multitude of curiosities stirred within him. Could it truly be that this little fellow was kissed by that girl Nana yesterday? Old Ghost had recounted how, in a fit of embarrassment, Sui had been lifted into the air by His Holiness the Pope, all the while flailing his arms at the astonished Nana. Upon hearing this tale, Yuguan inwardly lamented his absence at such a momentous occasion, having foolishly preoccupied himself with trivial matters and thus missing out on such a spectacle. Consequently, upon learning of this news, he took the initiative to request a change from Bibi Dong, swapping the original arrangement of Old Ghost escorting Sui to the Martial Soul Academy with himself. Thus, at the crack of dawn, long before the designated reporting time at the academy, he found himself at Suyi's side, eager to witness any transformation in this lad after his recent experience. However, upon arrival, he was met with a scene of solitude. The young man remained as cold and unyielding as ever. As he watched Sui approach the door, Yu Guan seemed to recall something, his eyes narrowing slightly, and a mischievous smile graced his lips. Little fellow, I hear that Nana kissed you yesterday? Upon hearing this remark from Yu Guan, Sui, with his back turned to her, slightly narrowed his eyes. After Sui finished speaking, he strode out. However, upon hearing this exceedingly indifferent response, Yu Guan's face revealed a triumphant smile, as if his cunning scheme had succeeded. This little fellow has become rather intriguing. Although Suyi's tone remained unchanged from before, Yu Guan, who had been observing him closely, noticed that after uttering those words, the young man trembled slightly, his breath faltering for a moment. Watching Suyi's retreating figure, Yu Guan's smile grew ever more radiant. The fact that this young man could be riled up brought great joy to Yu Guan's heart. Do you know where the Martial Soul Academy is? Yu Guan inquired, having already appeared beside Sui. I don't know, but you will take me there, Sui replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan felt the pleasant mood that had just blossomed dissipate once more. However, recalling the young man's suppressed anger, Yu Guan's spirits lifted again. I, as a person of stature, am magnanimous and will not hold a grudge against you, little one, Yu Guan reassured himself as he gazed at Sui. Let us go. With this declaration, Yu Guan promptly lifted Sui into the air, soaring toward the outskirts of the Martial Soul City. After approximately half an hour of travel westward, they arrived at a remote mountain. To their astonishment, within this secluded area stood a vast academy spanning several thousand meters, encircled by imposing black walls, resembling a small city. The words Martial Soul Academy were inscribed upon the entrance in grand characters, exuding an aura of majesty. As Yu Guan descended with Sui before the gates of the Martial Soul Academy, guards swiftly emerged from within and knelt before Yu Guan, proclaiming, "Welcome, Elder. Rise." Yu Guan commanded, observing the four kneeling figures. He waved his hand and instructed, "Take me to Mars." "Yes, esteemed Elder." The four guards clad in black armor, upon hearing Yu Guan's words, respectfully led him and Sui deeper into the Martial Soul Academy. Throughout the journey, Sui remained silent, quietly observing the interior of the academy. From the outside, the colossal Martial Soul Academy resembled a fortress of steel. Upon entering, they encountered 3 stone towers within the academy. Each tower stood 5 stories tall, marked as the primary student tower, intermediate student tower, and advanced student tower respectively. After passing these student towers, a more exquisite pavilion appeared, labeled as the Dean's Faculty Tower. Along the way, Sui noticed numerous children of similar age. Some were soul masters, while others had yet to acquire their first soul ring. Among them were several older adolescents, exuding a more potent aura, suggesting they were likely great soul masters. While Sui pondered these matters, the guards had already brought Yu Guan and him to the entrance of the Dean's Faculty Tower. "Lord Yu Guan, we have arrived at the Dean's office. He is on the 3rd floor. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my post," said the guard. "Very well. You may go," Yu Guan replied with a nod. As soon as his words fell, the guard swiftly departed to resume his duties. "Marcel, there is a child I need to bring to you," Yu Guan said as he ascended to the 3rd floor, approaching the door marked Dean's office. He pushed the door open, revealing an elderly man with white hair seated in a chair. Yu Guan gestured towards Sui and spoke. The old man, upon noticing Yu Guan's arrival, remained seated and said, "I am aware. His Holiness the Pope informed me of this child's circumstances yesterday." "Good, since you are already informed. I shall take my leave," Yu Guan replied. Turning to Sui, he continued, "For what comes next, you need only listen to him." With that, Yu Guan vanished from the room. Chapter 11. A Born Killer. Please collect and recommend. "Little one, your name is Sui, correct?" the elderly man inquired, raising his gaze to the indifferent Sui standing at the door. "Indeed. Let me test your knowledge. There are 2 types of martial souls that a soul master can awaken. One is the weapon soul, and the other is the beast soul. Now, do you know how soul masters are classified?" Upon hearing Mars's inquiry, Sui coldly replied, "Soul masters are categorized into 6 distinct series: the assault type, control type, support type, food type, agility type, and defense type. Such elementary questions pose no challenge for me. After all, during our journey in the carriage, Bibi Dong imparted these foundational concepts to me. Every detail she shared has been meticulously etched in my memory." The esteemed dean of the Martial Soul Academy, Mars, listened to Suyi's response with a warm smile, undeterred by the boy's frigid demeanor. In fact, he found himself increasingly enamored with this young lad. As the disciple of the pontiff, he was aware of Suyi's remarkable innate soul power and formidable martial spirit, as well as the pontiff's assurance that upon his graduation from the academy, Su-yi would emerge as the soul saint son of their martial soul hall. Mars could sense the boy's soul power fluctuating at the 12th level. Perhaps the only flaw he perceived was the child's icy disposition. Observing Su-yi standing there, his gaze devoid of warmth, Mars rose and approached him with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Come, allow me to escort you to your class. Subsequently, someone will inform you of your accommodation." Meanwhile, Hulaina, still ruminating over the events of the previous day, had spent a sleepless night replaying the moment she kissed Su-yi. Each recollection sent a pang of discomfort through her chest, a sensation that left her trembling. By midday, she resolved to seek out this impudent boy. "Is anyone here?" Hulaina pushed open the door to Su-yi's room, only to find it empty. Ordinarily, he would be diligently cultivating within his quarters. Aside from the rare occasions when she dragged him out for leisure, he was a true fanatic for training. Not finding Su-yi, she hurried to Bibi Dong's cathedral. "Teacher, where's Su-yi?" Bibi Dong regarded Hulaina with gentle warmth. "The child has been sent to the Martial Soul Academy." "What?" Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. "He has been sent to the academy so soon?" "Well, it makes sense, as both my brother and Yin entered the academy at the tender age of 6 or 7. Realizing that once he entered the academy, it might be a year before she could see him again, her enthusiasm waned, and a hint of despondency flickered in her eyes. "Nana," Bibi Dong continued, "you must focus on your training. Otherwise, that young rascal will surpass you." Bibi Dong observed the flicker of disappointment in Hulaina's eyes. Approaching her, she gently placed her hand upon the young girl's head and affectionately tousled her hair. "That little one's talent for cultivation is truly formidable. Do not allow yourself to be surpassed by him." "Yes, teacher, I understand. I will dedicate myself to my training and ensure that he does not catch up to me." Hulaina replied, her spirits lifted by Bibi Dong's words. The thought of that individual training tirelessly spurred her on, if she did not give her all. She might indeed find herself overtaken. With this resolve, Hulaina bid farewell to Bibi Dong and hurried back to her quarters to commence her training. "Little one, this is your class." The dean of the Martial Soul Academy, Mars, announced as he guided Su-yi into the building for junior students. Stopping before the door of class 1 on the first floor, he gestured towards the classroom as he spoke. "Understood," Su-yi responded, prompting Mars to knock on the door. "Dean, what brings you here?" A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, emerged from the classroom upon hearing the knock. He looked momentarily startled upon seeing Mars and Su-yi standing outside. "Imoku, this child is a disciple recently accepted by His Holiness the Pope. He will stay with you for a year, after which he will enter Class 0. Class 0. Imoku's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Su-yi. The boy appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old. In a year, he would be at most 8. A child of that age possessing a spirit power of level 16 would be considered a genius. However, in Class 0, every child was at least 12 years old and possessed strength surpassing that of great soul masters. Was it not tantamount to sending this child to his demise by placing him in Class 0? Why would His Holiness send his disciple to train among those destined for death? Did the Pope intend to cultivate this disciple as an assassin? Imoku's thoughts were colored by the expression in Su-yi's eyes, emotionless and distant, far from those of an ordinary child. The chilling aura emanating from Su-yi made Imoku ponder. This child is inherently a killer. "Very well, Dean. I shall take good care of this child." "Excellent. I leave him in your hands. I must take my leave." Mars heard Moko's response, glanced at the young Su-yi, and turned to depart. As Mars left, Moko observed the cold expression on Su-yi's face as he stood by the door, and he couldn't help but feel a slight headache. This little fellow was nothing short of a nuisance to him. He truly wondered what unfortunate events might unfold now that this child had entered his class. With this thought in mind, Moko looked at Su-yi, contemplating reaching out to gently pat his little head. Su-yi observed the hand reaching towards him from across the room, his gaze directed at Imoku, growing increasingly frigid. Imoku, taken aback by the icy stare emanating from Su-yi's eyes, halted, his hand suspended in midair, and offered an awkward smile as he regarded the young boy before him. What is your name, little one?" "Su-yi," came the chilling reply, amplifying Imoku's unease. The boy's gaze was so frigid, and his words even colder. Could this child truly interact harmoniously with his classmates? The thought lingered in Imoku's mind. Chapter 12. The Emergence of the God of Death. "Children, quiet down. Today, we welcome a new student to our class," Imoku announced as he escorted Su-yi into the classroom. Standing before the group of children, he rapped his knuckles against the desk. Upon hearing Imoku's declaration, The already chaotic atmosphere in the room erupted further. Wow, he is so handsome. Indeed, though he seems a bit cold. Still, that does not detract from his charm. The three young girls, aged 6 or 7, seated at the front, gazed at Sue-yi standing beside Imoku with hearts in their eyes. Meanwhile, the boys regarded the aloof Sue-yi with curiosity. Damn this kid, stealing the spotlight right away. A burly boy at the back of the room clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritting as he listened to the girls' praises. That's right, boss. This kid comes in and immediately catches Fei-Fei's attention. Fei-Fei is destined to be our future sister-in-law. We must show this guy his place. Observing the boy's demeanor, a slender lad seated beside him chimed in. Exactly. Rat. After class, we should teach this kid a lesson so he knows who the real boss is in our junior class 1. The stout boy, fueled by the slender boy's words, glared at Sue-yi and spoke menacingly. Imoku, witnessing the chaos his announcement had incited, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, evident from the dark lines forming on his forehead. You little rascals, do you not realize how embarrassing this is for me? In front of a newcomer. You leave me utterly humiliated. Am I not human? Do I not deserve some dignity? Determined to showcase his authority as a teacher to the young boy standing beside him, Imoku, veins bulging in his forehead, bellowed, "Everyone, quiet down at once." Indeed, as the crowd beheld Imoku's fury, an immediate silence enveloped them. Observing this, Imoku could not help but feel a surge of pride within. Truly, when the tiger refrains from asserting its might, you all regard me as a mere sickly cat. Ahem. Imoku lightly clenched his right hand into a fist, placing it before his mouth to clear his throat. With his gaze sweeping over the surrounding students, he began to speak. This is our class's newest member, Sue-yi. Now, let us invite Sue-yi to greet everyone. Upon concluding his words, Imoku extended his hand towards Sue-yi. Sue-yi gazed at Imoku, standing beside him, and coldly uttered, "Sue-yi." Following this declaration, the classroom fell into a profound silence that lingered for 5 or 6 breaths. Imoku, standing next to Sue-yi, widened his eyes in astonishment, observing the silence that enveloped Sue-yi after uttering his name. His brows quivered slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. Is this truly the end? Upon hearing Imoku's words, Sue-yi did not respond. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Where is my seat?" Caught off guard by Sue-yi's remark, Imoku found himself momentarily astonished. This young lad was not merely reserved. The situation appeared far more serious. Gazing into Sue-yi's frosty eyes and observing the awkward smiles of the over 10 students below, Imoku stammered, "Ahem. Well, our new student is a bit introverted and prefers not to speak much. Nevertheless, let us extend a warm welcome to our class's new student, Sue-yi." With the conclusion of Imoku's announcement, he began to applaud. Following his lead, the 3 little girls seated at the front clapped joyously, while the male students situated at the back and in the middle clapped in a rather disorganized manner. "Sue-yi, you may take a seat at the back," Imoku said, pointing to a robust young man seated behind. All right. Sue-yi cast a glance in the direction indicated by Imoku, fixing his gaze upon the fierce-looking youth seated at the back. From the moment he entered this room, that individual had been glaring at him with an intense malice. Though his heart was cold and he harbored a disdain for social niceties, it did not imply that Sue-yi was utterly oblivious to the underlying dynamics. He understood precisely why this youth scrutinized him so intently. It stemmed from the moment he joined the class, when the trio of girls at the front began to whisper about him, inciting the animosity of this boy. "You dare to follow me to the grove behind after class?" The burly youth sneered, eyeing Sue-yi with a menacing glare. However, Sue-yi paid him no heed and instead focused intently on Imoku as he elucidated the methods of cultivation and the fundamentals of soul weapon utilization. Humph. The youth's irritation simmered as he observed Sue-yi's indifference, his eyes ablaze with fury. Among soul masters, there exist 6 distinct factions: the assault-type soul masters, the control-type soul masters, the agility-type soul masters, the support-type soul masters, the defense-type soul masters, and the food-type soul masters. In the future, upon advancing to higher ranks, each of you will form your own soul master teams, typically consisting of 7 members. These teams are comprised of the aforementioned soul masters, with the assault-type soul masters renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities. The presence of a powerful assault-type soul master significantly enhances a team's effectiveness, as they generally serve as the backbone of any soul master squad. As for the control-type soul masters, the lecture extended for over an hour, during which many of the students succumbed to drowsiness, yet Sue-yi remained steadfast, diligently absorbing the foundational knowledge imparted by Imoku. Once class concluded and Imoku exited the classroom, the robust youth beside Sui swiftly reached out, attempting to seize him by the collar. However, Sui deftly evaded, lifting his leg, resulting in a resounding thud. With a swift kick, Sui shattered the arm of the youth who attempted to seize him, eliciting a piercing scream from the boy as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Writhing on the ground, he clutched his broken limb, while the child beside him, known for his penchant for mischief, stood frozen in sheer terror. It was not just him. The entire class of students was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, each pair of eyes fixated on Sui, brimming with fear. Even the three young girls who had previously harbored infatuations for him now gazed at him with expressions of sheer dread. Next time, death. Sui regarded the youth on the ground, who was rolling about clutching his severed arm, with an air of indifference, uttering cold words. The students present in the room, upon hearing Sui's proclamation of death, were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure whether they were experiencing an illusion or something else entirely. The temperature within the room seemed to plummet significantly. In particular, the student closest to Sui, known as the rat, who had initially been rendered speechless by fear, felt a chilling wave wash over him upon hearing Sui's declaration, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Sui regarded the individuals within the room, their eyes betraying a palpable fear, yet he paid them no heed as he turned and exited. Chapter 13. The Intimidation of Sui. Second update. Dean, I implore you, could you possibly transfer that little prodigy to another class? Imoku lamented woefully before Mars, his expression one of despair. This little prodigy has only just arrived, and already. During the break, I turned away for a moment, and he proceeded to break the arm of his companion, Telly. Now that child dares not return to class. If it were just one student, it might be manageable. However, now, with that little prodigy attending, none of the 12 children in the class are willing to enter the classroom. How am I supposed to manage the class under these circumstances? Mars, observing Imoku's incessant complaints, felt a considerable headache. He was aware of Sui's actions regarding the child named Telly. At that time, he had sought assistance to treat the boy, had he not procured the services of a level 75 healing soul sage. The young Telly might have faced a lifetime of disability. The coldness in the boy's gaze had indicated a deep-seated sorrow. Yet Mars had never anticipated the depths of darkness and chill within him. Truly, it confirmed the old adage, those who are ruthless speak little. Very well, I understand. We shall establish a separate class for that child, and he will enter Class 0 after a year, Mars declared, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he regarded Imoku. Thank you, Dean. Imoku's face lit up with joy as he departed, satisfied. Your Holiness. News has arrived from the Soul Master Academy. Yuguan approached Bibi Dong, holding a slip of paper. Is it news about that little fellow? Bibi Dong inquired languidly from the throne of the papal chamber. Indeed, Your Holiness. Yuguan, glancing at the note, continued. The Academy's Dean, Mars, reports that on Sui's first day of school, he directly broke the arm of his companion. Oh, Bibi Dong's interest piqued. She asked, did the individual perish? No. Yuguan replied. Then why bother with such trivialities? Bibi Dong asserted, exuding an air of authority. Even if someone were to die, as long as that little fellow remains unharmed, it is of no consequence. Remember, he is my disciple. Even if that child were to ignite the Soul Master Academy, I expect the Dean to endure it. I, Bibi Dong, am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of his ties to Douluo, he must recognize his place. In this Spirit Hall, my word is law. Yuguan, hearing her declaration, responded with utmost respect. Yes, Your Holiness. As soon as the words fell, Yuguan vanished within the Pope's palace. Watching Moko depart, Mars gazed solemnly at the creed in his hand. It bore merely 6 words. He has no issues, you have none. The weight of these words darkened Mars' expression. He could fathom the hidden implications behind that phrase. He has matters. Your entire Spirit Soul Academy shall accompany him to ruin. Could it be that Bibi Dong had taken this child as her disciple, allowing him to join the 0 class? If this child were to perish within that class, it would serve as Bibi Dong's means of striking at Mars, ensuring that even if the Grand Elder appeared, she could declare that her disciple had perished within the Spirit Soul Academy, thereby condemning the entire institution to destruction. In this manner, she would directly sever the last vestige of power remaining outside the Hall of Spirits held by the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder and his council cared little for such authority, Mars, as the most loyal subordinate of the Grand Elder Douluo, would always stand by his side. While the Grand Elder would not employ them, in Bibi Dong's eyes, the Spirit Soul Academy, more precisely, Mars himself, was nothing but a thorn in her side. Contemplating this, Mars's eyes gradually narrowed. Had Yuegwan been privy to Mars's thoughts, he would have found it amusing. Did he truly believe himself to be significant, a mere spirit Douluo? Bibi Dong regarded him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. The implication was clear. No matter what outrageous deeds that little rascal Su-yi committed within the Spirit Soul Academy, there would be no repercussions. There was no need to incessantly report trivial matters to test the Pope's disposition. Meanwhile, upon returning, Moko observed the 12 students trembling in fear. Huddled at the front of the class, hardly daring to breathe. In stark contrast, Su-yi, the little progenitor, sat coldly at the back, isolating himself from the others. Moko felt a tinge of helplessness. Su-yi. Hearing Moko call his name, Su-yi cast a frigid glance in his direction. Under the weight of Su-yi's gaze, Moko involuntarily swallowed. Due to your unique circumstances, the dean has specially arranged a class for you. You may now proceed to the playground and await your new instructor. Upon hearing Imoka's words, Su-yi remained silent and rose abruptly, making his way towards the door. In that very moment, the students who had been crowded at the front hastily retreated behind Imoku, clustering together, eager to distance themselves from Su-yi. Without casting a glance their way, Su-yi exited, heading towards the training ground. It was only after a considerable time had passed since Su-yi's departure that those trembling students, who had sought refuge behind Imoku in fear, dared to exhale. Observing Su-yi's prolonged absence, they collectively sighed in relief, gradually returning to their original seats. Yet, even after resuming their places, they frequently glanced towards the entrance, apprehensive of the return of the creature that had instilled such terror in their hearts. Meanwhile, Imoku, who stood before the class, preparing to commence the lesson, let out a resigned sigh upon witnessing the state of his students. It seemed that today's lesson would remain unheld. Upon arriving at the playground, Su-yi observed a woman standing there. Are you Su-yi? As Su-yi approached the woman, now 20 meters away, she slowly turned around, gazing into the emotionless eyes of Su-yi, and spoke, Yes. Very well, I am your teacher, Yudonger. Upon hearing the masked woman before him introduce herself, Su-yi spoke with a detached demeanor. Teacher, though your voice has altered and your visage is concealed, I can still recognize you. Bibi Dong, my teacher. The masked Bibi Dong, standing before Su-yi, was taken aback by his words. Her astonishment did not stem from his ability to identify her, but rather from the fact that he managed to articulate so many words in one breath. Since the day this little fellow accompanied her back to Wuhuan City, no. Ever since their first meeting, he had never uttered more than a handful of words. The sheer volume of his speech this time left Bibi Dong utterly amazed. Chapter 14. Disciple. Teacher. Bibi Dong. How did you recognize me, little one? Bibi Dong inquired, gazing at Su-yi as she removed the mask from her face, revealing her unparalleled beauty. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su-yi responded with a calm demeanor, stating, Though your voice may have transformed and your appearance concealed, your figure remains unchanged. Moreover, the most significant aspect is your hair color. The aura you exude and the gaze in your eyes are elements that cannot be altered or hidden. By synthesizing these details, discerning your identity is not a daunting task. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Su-yi's astuteness. This young lad was truly remarkable. From their initial encounter, she had sensed his extraordinary vigilance. Now, through his words and analysis, she discovered that he possessed a meticulousness and depth of thought that was unexpected. His intelligence bore a striking resemblance to that of another individual. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong gazed into Su-yi's eyes, feeling a renewed warmth within her. As she looked into his eyes, she mused that he was both similar to and entirely different from that person. The only shared trait between the two was their exceptional intellect. Had that individual possessed the same attention to detail as this child, circumstances might have unfolded differently. With that thought, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. So, little one, what prompts you to speak so much today? She inquired, moving closer to Su-yi and gently ruffling his hair with her delicate hand. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, you wield power above all others, a position of unrivaled supremacy. Yet, with great power comes even greater responsibility. As Pope, many matters within the Spirit Hall require your attention. Your appearance here, concealing your identity to personally instruct me, signifies that you hold me, or perhaps my potential, in high regard. Furthermore, my ability to awaken my martial spirit and grow stronger is attributable to you. While I cannot offer you any guarantees, I assure you that as long as you do not harm me, I will never act against your interests once my strength reaches its zenith. Should you wish to eliminate anyone, simply inform me, and I shall assist you. Bibi Dong, listening to Su Yi's words, found herself momentarily stunned as she continued to caress his head. Reflecting on the cold demeanor of Su Yi, she recalled how she had hurried to the Spirit Academy upon receiving reports from Yu Guan regarding Su Yi. She had personally sought out Mars to inform him that she would be the one to teach Su Yi. After her conversation with Yu Guan, she remembered that Mars belonged to the Qian Daolu faction. Regarding that old man, she had no desire to act against him. After all, he was merely a soul Douluo and posed no significant threat. Moreover, despite his association with Qian Daolu, that old fellow remained ensconced in the Elder Hall. Unless she personally annihilated the Spirit Hall, he would not be a concern. Otherwise, the old man and several elders of the Elder Hall will remain ensconced within its confines, indifferent to the affairs of the world. However, one must be cautious. It is better to fear the unlikely than to dismiss it entirely. Should that old man, Mars, discern something unusual about Su Yi and relay the information to Qian Daolu, the latter would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extract the child from the Elder Hall. If such a scenario were to unfold, Bibi Dong would be profoundly distressed. Given the child's extraordinary talent and his dual martial spirits, he would undoubtedly become her most formidable ally in the future. Bibi Dong firmly believes that once this child ascends to the rank of title Douluo, even Tang Hao would pale in comparison. To lose such a powerful child to Qian Daolu would be a significant blow. Moreover, Bibi Dong finds herself quite fond of Su Yi's gaze, which is imbued with an icy indifference that dismisses all else. It was this fierce determination she perceived in him that inspired her to consider taking him under her wing. Coupled with the semblance she felt between them, she developed a sense of closeness to him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Bibi Dong made her way to the Martial Soul Academy to personally mentor this child. For she is, after all, his teacher. As an educator, she had merely introduced him to the foundational knowledge of the Douluo continent. She had yet to guide him through the intricacies of cultivation. However, Bibi Dong did not anticipate that, despite her attempts at disguise, this little fellow would see through her ruse with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, his words upon recognizing her deception endeared him to her even more. This child is undoubtedly a divine gift, destined to be her most capable assistant in her quest to unify the Martial Soul Hall and, ultimately, the entire Douluo continent. Yet, what surprised Bibi Dong most was the impact of his subsequent words, which, though laced with coldness, filled her heart with warmth. If there is someone you wish to kill, tell me, and I shall assist you. This was the most delightful phrase Bibi Dong had ever heard. From that moment on, she gazed at the seemingly frigid Su Yi with newfound tenderness. No longer merely viewing him as a gifted and promising ally, she now regarded him as her disciple. Equally as important as Na in her heart. For her, everything in this world, apart from Na and that man, could serve as tools in her hands. Now, however, her heart had expanded to include another individual. Reflecting on this, a rare and genuine smile graced Bibi Dong's face. Gently ruffling Su Yi's small head, she softly remarked, "If there is anyone I wish to eliminate, there will be no need for your involvement. Your sole duty is to cultivate diligently, just as Na does, and strengthen yourself. Even if you face adversity and are bullied during your future endeavors, remember that behind you stands your mentor, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. As your formidable support, you are neither my tool nor my pawn. You, Su Yi, are my cherished disciple." Upon hearing such tender words from Bibi Dong, Su Yi gazed at her with his cold, icy eyes. He could distinctly perceive the transformation in Bibi Dong's demeanor. Her gaze upon him was gentle, a tenderness reminiscent of a teacher's concern for their disciple. It was indeed a warmth that enveloped him. "I shall not be victimized. Instead, I would eliminate my adversary." Su Yi felt a profound discomfort under Bibi Dong's gentle gaze, turning his head away and coldly replying. Bibi Dong observed Su Yi's demeanor and smiled faintly. Chapter 15, Instinct. Limit Breakthrough. Little Yi, are you familiar with the Zero class that you will join in a year? Bibi Dong inquired softly, gazing at Su Yi standing before her. "I am not familiar. But I know that within the Zero class, I alone shall prevail, eliminating all others to achieve mere qualification." Su Yi's icy words prompted Bibi Dong to nod. And she continued, "The Zero class is also known as the Death class. In this class, aside from you, all others are heinous soul masters captured by our Spirit Hall from across the continent, including the most terrifying and dreadful of them all, the Evil Soul Masters. Evil Soul Masters practice methods that are exceedingly sinister and brutal, and their strength surpasses that of ordinary Soul Masters. The reason we have captured them instead of executing them is to form the death group, the Zero class. The purpose is to allow the younger generation of the Spirit Hall to better experience the rules of this world, survival of the fittest, where the victor reigns supreme. This world is far from the idyllic image people often conjure. You have long been aware of this and have already experienced it. At this point, Bibi Dong instinctively reached out to ruffle Su Yi's hair, gently saying, "In you, I see a reflection of myself. You possess innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, much like your teacher, coupled with your temperament, akin to the time you broke another child's arm. The ordinary curriculum in the academy is utterly unsuitable for you. The death trial is what suits you best. Upon your successful graduation, when you become even stronger, I shall send you to a place I once visited. It is a realm devoid of rules, one that is far more terrifying than this death group. Enabling you to enter the Zero class is to help you acclimate in advance. When you eventually emerge from that place, your combat prowess will ascend to new heights. There, you will also acquire a formidable power." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's narration, Sui refrained from inquiring about the name or location of that place. For even if he were to learn of it now, his current prowess would not suffice to meet the requirements for reaching it. When the time comes for him to venture there, his mentor, Bibi Dong, would undoubtedly reveal the details to him. "Little one, from this moment forth, without employing any of your soul power, commence running around this playground. 100 laps," Bibi Dong declared, raising her right hand, forming a fist, and extending her index finger to signify one. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui did not counter but instead began to run laps. In his previous life as an assassin, he had often engaged in such physical training whenever he was not on a mission. While running, he synchronized his breath with the movements of his body, allowing him not only to conserve energy but also to attain a state of emptiness conducive to surpassing his physical limits. Bibi Dong stood at the center of the playground, observing Su Yi as he circled the track. She had already noted his unique rhythmic breathing and felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched him. As time passed, from the moment Sui commenced his run at noon until the sun began its descent, he had completed 99 laps. His body was drenched in sweat, and now he struggled to regulate his breath, controlling his faltering body as he mechanically advanced step by step. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong did not display any pity. Rather, her expression was filled with mirth. She understood that to become a formidable individual, one must possess unwavering willpower. What he was enduring now was merely a small trial. This child's determination surpassed that of anyone else, perhaps even more than her own. He was far superior to Nana, both in intellect and will, as well as in innate talent. She recalled how, during their first attempt, Nana, Xiaoyu, and Yin had only managed to persist for 50 laps before collapsing. Yet this child had run for an entire afternoon, nearing the completion of his 100 laps. In the final lap of 400 meters, Su Yi took nearly the duration of an incense stick to stagger to the finish. Upon completion, Bibi Dong instantly appeared before him. She had intended to extend a hand to support him, but silently withdrew it just as it was reaching out. After finishing the 100 laps, Su Yi stood there, on the verge of collapse. However, upon her arrival, he instinctively straightened his posture. His damp hair clung to his forehead, and his icy gaze met Bibi Dong's as he instinctively inquired, "I have completed it. What is the next training?" Bibi Dong regarded the young boy before her, his clothes clinging to him due to sweat. Despite his precarious state, he managed to stand upright, demonstrating remarkable self-control. She was astonished that he could still ask about the next training session. Yet, she sensed that the boy, who stood there with open eyes and inquired about the subsequent task, had already lost consciousness and succumbed to a faint before she had even appeared in front of him. That question was merely an instinctive response. What had this child truly endured? Even in a state of unconsciousness, he would utter such words. Standing before her, at this moment, Bibi Dong gazed at the young figure before her, a flicker of compassion appearing in her eyes. She reached out to lift the unconscious Sui, who had succumbed to his slumber, and flew towards the Soul Academy. In that instant, as Bibi Dong cradled Sui, his once upright form instantly softened and surrendered within her embrace. His eyes, which were previously open, gradually closed, resembling a child who had grown weary from play and succumbed to a peaceful sleep. Observing this serene and endearing little one, Bibi Dong tightened her hold on Sui. He had completed 100 laps of training, and during this ordeal, he had nearly fallen 4 times. Yet, just as he was about to tumble, he resolutely straightened himself and surged forward with renewed vigor. In merely one afternoon, this young boy had transcended his limits 4 times. Even the likes of Nana, who had once run 50 laps, had only surpassed their limits on one occasion. These 4 breakthroughs had further enhanced the soul power within him, perhaps due to prior accumulation. Sui, originally at the 12th level of soul power, had now ascended to the 13th. This child is destined to ascend to greatness throughout the entire Douluo continent. Even she, in due time, would not stand as his equal. As Sui gradually emerged from his unconscious state, he gazed up at the starry sky. The voice of Bibi Dong resonating in his ears. What is the next training session? Upon hearing her words, Sui struggled to sit up. Bibi Dong, seated beside him, slightly furrowed her brows at his response. Observing him now upright, she extended her delicate hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck the top of his head. The next session, do you wish to train yourself to death? What about your body? Her tone was laced with anger. Yet Sui could discern the concern underlying her words. However, he found himself at a loss for a response. After a moment's reflection, he replied, if we do not proceed to the next training, what else is there to do? As Bibi Dong absorbed his words, for the first time, she noticed a hint of confusion in Suyi's cold eyes. Observing the bewilderment therein, she frowned slightly. What have you truly experienced in the past? Upon hearing this, Sui lapsed into silence. The past? This thought transported him back to a dark and dismal cave housing over 100 children. He was one among them. Each day revolved around relentless training, a grueling regimen where dozens of children perished under the strain of such extreme exercises. Gradually, those who failed to meet the required standards faced elimination. Elimination equated to death. Following the completion of the fundamental physical training, the once numerous children dwindled to merely 30 or so. Each of these survivors, barely in their teens, possessed the capability to effortlessly subdue 5 or 6 formidable opponents. With the cessation of physical training, the remaining children commenced their education in various assassination techniques and weaponry. 3 years later, these 30-plus children, aged around 14 or 15, had transformed into proficient and ruthless assassins. Upon completing their theoretical lessons, their already formidable skills surged further. Their final course entailed placing each individual among 100 prisoners. To succeed, they had to eliminate all those captives. Failing to do so would cost them their own lives. After this final lesson, only 32 remained, with 2 losing their lives in the process, 5 sustaining disabilities, and 3 severely injured. These 8 were deemed devoid of any further value and were promptly executed. Ultimately, only 22 young survivors remained, having passed a test meant only for elite assassins. Just when Sui believed everything had concluded, their gold medal assassin instructor stood before them, coldly declaring, "Congratulations, you have graduated. However, this will be the final lesson of your lives." Indeed, among this group, only one individual could emerge from this place. As the instructor's words fell into silence, the exhausted combatants, having endured a fierce battle, turned their fury upon the person beside them. These 22 individuals were devoid of weapons, engaging in a brutal contest with nothing but their bare hands. To them, their bodies served as their arsenal. Elbows, knees, fists, palms, feet, and heads all were instruments of assault. They possessed an intimate knowledge of the body's fatal vulnerabilities, directing every strike towards these critical points. A failure to defend oneself would result in the ultimate price, death. After a savage struggle reminiscent of nurturing venomous creatures, Sui emerged victorious. He was, after all, the most formidable among them. In the final moments, only 5 remained. The other 4 joined forces to attack him, yet he deftly aligned his 4 fingers to evade the first assailant's strike. With a swift motion, his fingers pierced the man's throat. Upon withdrawal, an instinctive reaction compelled Sui to seize the throat of another who sought to ambush him from behind. With a fierce grip, he crushed it, and the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless as a rag doll. However, Sui was not unscathed. One of his adversaries landed a punch on his arm, shattering his left limb and sending him sprawling. The attacker had aimed to deliver a lethal blow to Suyi's back, but, regrettably for him, Suyi's reflexes were too swift, allowing him to block the fatal strike with his injured arm. The last opponent charged at him, and Sui, having just hit the ground, utilized the momentum to execute a somersault, advancing rather than retreating, and lunged at the man. With a vicious bite, he sank his teeth into the opponent's throat, blood splattering across his face. Discarding the nearly lifeless figure, Sui engaged in combat with the final remaining adversary. Sui and his opponent simultaneously struck each other's heart with clenched fists, resulting in both of their ribs breaking in 2 places from the force of the blows. Despite sustaining such a fatal injury, a sinister smile crept across Suyi's face, for he had emerged victorious. The individual standing before him collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The broken ribs had punctured his heart, sealing his fate. Sui, too, had been struck in the area of his left chest. Yet the fractured ribs had only grazed his lung. This was due to his inherent uniqueness, a rarity among thousands. His heart was not situated on the left side, but rather on the right, which ultimately spared his life and allowed him to survive. As the esteemed instructor observed the final clash between Sui and the child, disappointment filled his eyes, but upon witnessing Sui's survival as he approached, disbelief and admiration illuminated his gaze. Handing Sui a dagger, the instructor declared, "Kill me, and this will be your final lesson. Press this, and someone will come for you." Sui took the dagger, decisively ending the life of the instructor who had taught them for 3 years, a man whose name remained unknown to them. The blade pierced the instructor's heart, and he collapsed feebly before Sui, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As blood spilled from his lips, he gazed at Sui with an intense passion, proclaiming, "The God of Death project has succeeded." After being retrieved by others, he became the sole god of death within the ordained destiny. Much later, Sui sealed that memory away once more and replied coldly, "Survival of the fittest." In just 4 words, Bibi Dong could fathom the cruelty of the boy's past experiences. Otherwise, a mere child could not possess such a ruthless heart or push himself to the brink of unconsciousness while pondering the next training regimen. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong gently patted Sui's small head and spoke softly, "Now, all you need to do is rest well. Here, there is no survival of the fittest. You are my disciple, and I am your teacher." Sui gazed into the tender yet slightly pained eyes of Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 17. Disheveled in the Wind, Bibi Dong. After more than 10 days of training under Bibi Dong, Sui's strength had undergone remarkable advancement. His spirit power, initially at level 13, had now ascended to level 15. In the brief span of 10 days, Sui had elevated himself by 2 levels. Much to Bibi Dong's satisfaction, who had been diligently guiding him. Had it not been for the foundational work laid for this child's physique, with his remarkable training pace, he might have ascended yet another level. Even achieving 2 levels was enough to leave Bibi Dong in silent admiration of Sui's innate talent for cultivation, a rarity she had never encountered before. Now that the foundational work had been established, we can officially commence the next phase of training, Bibi Dong remarked, her gaze fixed upon Sui. Sui remained as aloof as ever. However, through the passage of time spent together, Bibi Dong had begun to occupy a significant place in his heart. The tenderness and concern he had never before experienced were palpable during their interactions. Although Sui's tone remained perpetually cold, his gaze toward Bibi Dong no longer bore that frigid demeanor. Furthermore, he found himself less resistant to her gentle gestures of affection, such as her pat on the head. In the past, he had not opposed her touch, for he understood that he was no match for her, even in defiance. He lacked the strength to resist. Now, while he still did not possess that power, his heart no longer harbored the same instinctive aversion to her actions. This change was not lost on Bibi Dong, who recalled how, in earlier days, his icy stare would grow even more frigid when she touched him. Yet now, as she caressed him, his expression remained utterly tranquil, devoid of any discernible reaction. Observing the young Sui before her, Bibi Dong offered a subtle smile. "From this moment forth, I shall restrain my own strength to the soul master level to engage you in combat. If you can endure for an hour in my presence, you shall be deemed worthy. Teacher, I do not engage in battle, I only take lives." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui raised his gaze to meet her eyes and replied with an expression of indifference. Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback by Sui's response, observed the seriousness and detachment in his eyes before articulating, "Very well. Utilize your method of killing and attack me with all your might." With that, as soon as Bibi Dong's words fell, Sui, who stood before her, suddenly sprang into action. His right hand, poised like a blade, lunged directly toward her throat. Fortunately, as a titled Douluo, Bibi Dong quickly retreated in response to Sui's sudden assault. "You possess quite the ferocity, little one," she remarked while swiftly distancing herself. Sui gazed at Bibi Dong, who had retreated over 50 meters away, and with an impassive expression remarked, "Is this the prowess of a soul master?" Upon hearing Sui's words, Bibi Dong lightly coughed and replied, "Given your formidable demeanor, I shall overlook the previous stipulation. What you must do now is unleash your full might upon me, for this time I shall not evade." As she spoke, Bibi Dong propelled herself towards Sui, engaging him without employing any soul techniques, relying solely on her soul power to assault him. Furthermore, She had deliberately constrained her own strength to that of a soul sage. Feeling the force of Bibi Dong's strike, Sui realized that if it were to land upon him, it would undoubtedly inflict grievous injury. However, that was contingent upon its successful connection. As he observed the pristine, white leg aimed directly at his chest, Suyi's eyes bore no trace of malevolence. He lowered his stance, moving closer to Bibi Dong along the path of her leg. His right hand transformed into a blade, aiming directly at the center of her thigh's root. Upon witnessing Suyi's assault, Bibi Dong's complexion flushed, and her soul power erupted, propelling Sui away with force. "Humph! You little rascal, who taught you such audacity?" Bibi Dong exclaimed in a mix of indignation and embarrassment, glaring at Sui as he rose from the ground. Appearing utterly bewildered. That is a most critical weakness in a person. Bibi Dong regarded Sui, who remained calm, his eyes devoid of any wicked intent, maintaining his usual nonchalance. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her lips twitched. How could this mischievous boy speak so calmly? Did he truly possess no understanding of such matters? No. If he were genuinely ignorant, how could he have reacted so intensely when that girl, Nana, kissed him? As this realization dawned upon her, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, pondering. Why did you react so strongly when Nana kissed you? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui replied nonchalantly. Someone once told me that kissing a woman would lead her to conceive. If that woman were to become pregnant and bear my child, I would find myself entangled. A man with such ties possesses vulnerabilities, and with vulnerabilities, he becomes weaker. Only by shedding these ties can one continuously grow stronger. That scoundrel's actions are clearly aimed at hindering my ascent. As Sui spoke, Bibi Dong gazed at his serious countenance and the earnestness in his eyes. For a moment, she stood there, bewildered by the wind. After a prolonged silence, she looked at Sui with a grave expression and inquired, I wish to know, which fellow imparted such wisdom to you? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's remark, Sui replied with a calm demeanor, that fellow has perished. Perished? Bibi Dong raised her delicate brows once more at Sui's words. That individual should truly count himself fortunate to be deceased. Otherwise, should he fall into her grasp, she would ensure that the one who misguided little Sui would suffer a fate worse than death. What nonsense is this notion that a mere kiss leads to pregnancy? Or that bonds render one weaker? Such absurd and illogical beliefs are utterly incomprehensible. Are we still to engage in battle, teacher? As Sui gazed at Bibi Dong, who stood lost in thought, he inquired, battle? Upon hearing Sui's words, Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, fixing her calm and seemingly innocent gaze upon him. A surge of irritation coursed through her as she silently gritted her teeth. You little rascal, if it had been anyone else, they would have been utterly vanquished by such an attack. It is imperative that I teach you a proper lesson. Fortunately, Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo had not accompanied her. Had they witnessed her earlier embarrassing predicament, her authority would have been irrevocably tarnished. With this thought, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed as she regarded Sui. In contrast, Sui, standing opposite her, sensed a palpable malevolence emanating from her gradually narrowing eyes. No, it was not just a hint, but an overwhelming wave of hostility. Chapter 18, The Terrifying Instinct for Battle. Wishing all a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. Additional updates. Battle? Bibi Dong's lips curled into a sly smile as she retorted. You little brat, that method of attack is strictly forbidden against me. Now, the battle truly begins. With that declaration, she instantly appeared before Sui. Her right fist poised to strike directly at his face. Swish. Observing Bibi Dong's assault, Sui crouched down. That same evasion will not work here, Bibi Dong declared, redirecting her previously missed punch to come crashing down. With his right index and middle fingers aligned, while the other three fingers clasped together, Sui formed a pointed gesture akin to a sword, aimed directly at the joint of Bibi Dong's alabaster arm. Before Bibi Dong could retaliate against Sui, his pointed fingers had already struck her arm's joint. In that instant, Bibi Dong felt a slight numbness coursing through her entire arm. Despite the protective barrier of soul power, Sui's thrust caused her arm to bend uncontrollably backward. Before Bibi Dong could react further, Sui transformed into a predatory leopard, swiftly dropping to the ground and exerting force with both hands and feet. With a resounding thud, he vanished before Bibi Dong's very eyes. In less than half a breath, he had already positioned himself behind her. Utilizing the strength from his left foot anchored to the ground, Sui propelled himself, channeling energy from his waist. Previously crouched behind Bibi Dong with both hands and feet gripping the earth, he now elevated his legs into the air. The explosive force from his left foot and waist converged into his right leg, sweeping towards the bend of Bibi Dong's exquisite, ivory-like long leg. with a loud impact. Even with her soul power shielding her, Bibi Dong was nearly forced to one knee by Suyi's strike. However, just as her body tilted, her soul power erupted in full force. Stabilizing herself while simultaneously leaping, she sent Su-yi, who had attempted to attack her rear, flying away with a direct blast of her soul power. Turning to gaze at Su-yi, who had just landed, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with astonishment. This child seemed to defy the very existence within this world. The power of soul masters stemmed entirely from their martial souls. And Bibi Dong was convinced that even without a martial soul, this child's lethal attacks could effortlessly slay a great soul master. Moreover, aside from the 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, even a soul ring of a mere 1,000 years only granted one soul skill. Yet, each of this child's strikes bore the potential to vanquish his foes, proving far more effective than typical soul skills. Not to mention, even opponents a rank higher than him would find themselves at a dire disadvantage in close quarters. As Bibi Dong observed Su-yi, he narrowed his gaze upon her. The soul power emanating from his teacher was overwhelmingly potent, akin to the force that had recently sent him soaring. Had she not exercised restraint, that full-force blast of soul power could have gravely injured him. Fortunately, during combat, unless confronted with a lethal threat, his teacher would refrain from unleashing her full strength. With this thought in mind, Su-yi charged towards Bibi Dong once more. With a resounding strike, his punch aimed at her face was deftly blocked by her. Yet, following that, a torrent of relentless attacks ensued. His left hand formed a fist and aimed for the temple of Bibi Dong. She crouched to evade this blow. However, as she ducked to avoid Su-yi's attack, his right elbow surged upward, striking forcefully towards her delicate face from below. This little fellow certainly possesses a fierce tenacity. As the imminent attack loomed before her, Bibi Dong suddenly bent backward with great force, executing a flawless bridge maneuver that allowed her to evade the devastating strike that would have marred her visage. In that moment, Su-yi, suspended in midair, found himself bereft of leverage and descended onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Dong performed a graceful backflip, effortlessly distancing herself from Su-yi. Just as Su-yi regained his footing, he surged forward once more, aiming a powerful strike at a point 3 inches below Bibi Dong's navel. However, Bibi Dong reacted with remarkable swiftness, deflecting Su-yi's blow with her right hand, and then, with her left hand clenched into a fist, she delivered a fierce punch aimed squarely at Su-yi's face. As Su-yi tilted his head, he grasped Bibi Dong's delicate hand with his left, with his right foot firmly planted on the ground. He utilized Bibi Dong's left hand as leverage, executing a swift motion to deliver a powerful kick aimed at her temple. "Futile, little rascal," Bibi Dong remarked, effortlessly seizing Su-yi's incoming kick with her right hand. In that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su-yi's eyes. Forming his right hand into a pointed gesture, he lunged toward Bibi Dong's face. Just as his fingers were a mere 10 centimeters from her visage, the originally aligned index and middle fingers suddenly spread apart, aiming directly at her eyes. In a heartbeat, Bibi Dong's left hand appeared before her, forming a vertical blade to intercept Su-yi's 2 fingers, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "You little scoundrel!" A piercing scream of indignation erupted from the mountaintop, and with that cry, Su-yi was forcefully propelled away by the immense soul power released by Bibi Dong. It turned out that as Bibi Dong adeptly blocked Su-yi's malicious attack, his other hand had formed a fist, aimed squarely at her heart. Had his opponent been a man, such a strike would have been tantamount to a fatal blow. A perfectly reasonable action. However, Bibi Dong was a woman, and her heart lay protected within her chest, shielded by a pair of formidable, alluring assets. Su-yi's fist struck forcefully upon the imposing weapon. Before Su-yi could fully comprehend the extraordinary sensation emanating from the punch, he was forcefully propelled backward by an overwhelming surge of soul power. As Su-yi rose to his feet, he beheld the flushed and nearly crimson visage of Bibi Dong. He pondered that, logically, given his strength, he should not have been able to inflict any harm upon his teacher. Thus, he had unleashed his attacks without restraint. Yet, gazing at Bibi Dong's current state, confusion filled his eyes. Bibi Dong, her face suffused with a mixture of shame and indignation, glared at the perplexed Su-yi standing before her. The redness of her cheeks was so pronounced it seemed as if they might bleed. The peculiar pain and tingling sensation where Su-yi had struck her now morphed into an intense, fiery heat, making her feel as though she were ensconced in a furnace. Even during her time with that man, they had never progressed beyond holding hands, let alone such a tumultuous encounter. As she experienced this unfamiliar sensation in her chest and regarded the innocently bewildered Su-yi in the distance, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anger. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Initially, she had been astonished by this little rascal's formidable combat instinct. However, now he appeared nothing short of a scoundrel. Chapter 19. Binding? Humiliation of Sui. Bibi Dong, observing the composed demeanor of Sui, could no longer contain her ire. This insufferable boy remained so unfazed. Did he truly possess no knowledge whatsoever regarding matters of the opposite sex? As this thought crossed her mind, she glared at Sui, who stood at a distance. Indifferent and serene, and her fury ignited like a blazing fire. Little rascal, do you not relish a head-on confrontation? Very well, I shall indulge you. With Bibi Dong's declaration, Sui lunged forward with the agility of a leopard, swiftly closing the distance between them. As he charged at her, Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, determined to teach this impudent boy a lesson. With this resolve, she deftly intercepted Sui's hand as he aimed for her throat, effortlessly grasping his attacking hand. Sui had anticipated being caught by Bibi Dong with ease. I've got you now, little rascal. Bibi Dong gazed at the captured Sui, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing her words, Sui paid no heed. Suspended in midair, he leveraged her grip on his hand as a fulcrum, executing a swift rotation before delivering a downward kick, a move reminiscent of an inverted hook aimed directly at Bibi Dong's face. With a resounding thud, his right leg was seized by her other hand. In that moment, both his right hand and leg were firmly held, rendering him entirely under her control in the air. Before Bibi Dong could utter another word, she flung Sui away with a decisive motion. Though his right hand and leg were captured, his left hand was freed, and he thrust it towards her throat with precision. Simultaneously, his left foot targeted her abdomen, though the true intent lay in a strike between her legs. You little brat. This is excessive, Bibi Dong exclaimed, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. As a distinguished titled Douluo, she found herself repeatedly cornered by a mere spirit master, a situation that was both infuriating and humiliating. Furthermore, this audacious youth had dared to undertake actions that many would not even contemplate throughout their lives. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong watched as Sui charged at her once more. A yellow soul ring materialized beneath her feet as she activated her soul skill. First soul skill, Spider Silk Bind. As the original work does not specify the first 2 or 5 soul skills of Bibi Dong's first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, I have taken the liberty to supplement this. Dear readers, please bear with me. With a wave of her hand, dozens of purple spider silks erupted from her delicate, jade-like fingers, hurtling towards Sui. As Sui summoned his martial spirit, the moment the yellow soul ring illuminated beneath Bibi Dong, he unleashed his first soul skill, Unstoppable Force. With a powerful surge, Sui propelled himself and his spear towards Bibi Dong, enveloped in a swirling white vortex of soul power. Before Bibi Dong's silk threads could even make contact with the spear, they were obliterated by the fierce winds of soul energy surrounding it. In response, Bibi Dong activated her 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. As the imminent threat approached, 3 soul rings, purple, black, and violet, flared beneath her feet. The black soul ring glowed, and a layer of purple, spiked armor enveloped her. Adorned in this formidable armor, Bibi Dong appeared strikingly alluring yet imposing. With a clang, Sui's spear struck the armor encasing Bibi Dong. Little brat, with your current strength, you can't hope to breach this armor. Why don't we refrain from using soul skills and simply engage in a contest of strength? Very well. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's proposition, Sui withdrew his Chaos Supreme Spear. A glint of cunning flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she observed Sui's decision to retract his martial spirit. First soul skill, Silk Binding. As Bibi Dong's words fell, she deftly manipulated the silk in her grasp, extracting all toxins, leaving only pure, white threads that swiftly ensnared Sui. His body was bound, leaving only his neck and head exposed, with his rear and the only part not captured. Despite being unexpectedly ambushed by Bibi Dong, Sui displayed no hint of alarm. After all, she was his teacher, the first and only person in this world who had truly entered his heart and held significance for him. Moreover, if the individual before him truly intended to harm him, she could have done so without any elaborate schemes. Even those who once accompanied her could effortlessly eliminate him without breaking a sweat, let alone Bibi Dong, who was far stronger than them. You little rascal, as your teacher, I shall impart a valuable lesson today. No matter who they are, never trust them blindly. Do you understand? Bibi Dong gazed at the restrained Sui, her eyes crescent-shaped, adopting a didactic tone. You little rascal, what kind of look is that? Bibi Dong had anticipated that, after her admonition, Sui would express agreement. However, after a prolonged silence, The young lad neither spoke nor even nodded in acknowledgement. Instead, his previously placid gaze now regarded her as though she were a fool, conveying the sentiment, "Do you think I am unaware of what you just said?" Bibi Dong gazed at Sui with an intensity that she could no longer contain. The grievances she had previously endured at the hands of this little rascal could not be left unaddressed. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong perched herself upon a massive rock. Observing Sui standing there, motionless, she enveloped him in her soul power, positioning him across her jade-like legs. With a resounding smack, the sound of her palm striking his rear echoed in the ears of both. Sui felt a sharp pain on his backside, akin to a playful slap from Bibi Dong, leaving him momentarily dazed and lost in thought. Following her playful strike, Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised by the soft resilience of Sui's rear, finding the sensation rather enjoyable. This delightful feeling ignited a spark in her eyes, reminiscent of a young girl discovering an amusing new toy, prompting her to deliver another firm smack upon Sui, with a series of 2 resounding slaps. Sui was jolted back to reality, his face flushed crimson as he turned to look at Bibi Dong, his eyes brimming with shame and indignation. Bibi Dong, now thoroughly entertained, continued her playful assault, the sound of her palm meeting his backside echoing in the air. Witnessing Sui's mortified expression only spurred her on, as she reveled in the sight of the little rascal's embarrassment. This is what you get for your earlier mischief, she thought gleefully, savoring the poetic justice unfolding before her eyes. Just as Bibi Dong was caught up in her fun, Sui decided to retaliate. With a determined twist of his body, he aimed to bite her hand that was delivering the playful smacks. Bibi Dong, observing Sui's seemingly fierce yet genuinely embarrassed counterattack, raised her hand high. "Oh, little rascal, you think you can bite?" she teased. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and an enticing sound escaped her lips, causing her to swallow back the words she was about to utter. The embarrassment that had just begun to fade now enveloped Bibi Dong entirely. Even when Sui playfully struck her, she felt her cheeks flush. This time, however, the redness spread throughout her entire being, transforming her once porcelain skin into a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of a perfectly steamed shrimp. As if she were about to burst from the heat of her own flustered state, Sui and Bibi Dong exchanged glances. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff as the atmosphere around them grew palpably still. In a moment of impulsive mischief, Sui turned, intending to playfully bite Bibi Dong on the backside with his delicate hand. However, Bibi Dong, aware of his intention, swiftly raised her hand high. This motion caused her body to lean slightly forward, and in that fleeting moment, Sui, with his mouth agape, inadvertently sank his teeth into Bibi Dong's formidable asset through the fabric of her clothing. The impact of this unexpected act was profound. Even without a comprehensive understanding of the complexities of male-female interactions, Sui found himself ensnared in a chilling silence with Bibi Dong, as an unsettling tension enveloped them. Within the depths of Sui's mind, he recalled the individual who once educated him on matters concerning women. This person had ominously stated that this particular area was of utmost significance to a woman. The consequences of neglecting this wisdom could range from incapacitation to far graver outcomes. Should the woman become enraged, the threat to one's life would be palpable. Conversely, if one refrained from inflicting harm, the risk remained that she could turn against him. Yet, if neither party harbored intentions of violence, the ramifications could indeed be dire, as it might lead to an inescapable entanglement, culminating in marriage and offspring. Such commitments would render her a vulnerability, a chink in his armor, which adversaries would exploit, ultimately transforming this weakness into a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw equates to death. Thus, he pondered, was he now on the precipice of demise? As he clung tightly, his thoughts echoed the admonitions of that long-ago mentor. While he quietly observed the blushing and dazed Bibi Dong, his teacher, a figure of formidable presence, exuded an aura that demanded respect and warned of her fierce nature. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she was indeed experiencing a mild state of incapacitation rather than a lethal rage, since she was not inclined to kill him. And without her fury, the third scenario lingered. Sui gazed into Bibi Dong's eyes, pondering inwardly. Surely, the teacher cannot be that kind of person? With this thought, Sui finally relaxed his lips. As he did so, Bibi Dong emitted that peculiar sound once more, akin to the arrival of spring, reminiscent of a cat's meow. Until Sui relaxed his mouth, Bibi Dong remained in a daze, staring blankly at him, her mind seemingly a blank slate, lost in thought. Even as the silken threads binding Sui unwound themselves, Bibi Dong sat there, unresponsive. Observing this, Sui sensed the gravity of the situation. "Teacher, Could she truly be in a stupor? Watching Bibi Dong, who remained silent and dazed, Sui calmly waved in front of her. Teacher? At the sound of his call, Bibi Dong's eyes gradually regained focus. Upon seeing Sui standing before her, she abruptly seized him by the neck, lifting him into the air. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Sui, declaring, "I shall kill you," despite the lethal intent in her words and the strength of her grip. Sui displayed no struggle, nor did pain flicker across his face. Instead, he regarded Bibi Dong with a calm and indifferent gaze, as if he were not the one ensnared. Bibi Dong, observing the tranquil indifference reflected in Sui's eyes, slowly emerged from her rage. As she beheld Sui's flushed face, she unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. Fixating on his cold, unyielding gaze, she coldly inquired, "Why do you not resist? I command you to speak. Tell me, why do you not fight back?" After her words hung in the air, Bibi Dong watched Sui rise and silently regard her without a response. She pressed on, "Your life, it is saved." Bibi Dong, taken aback by this statement, retorted icily, "I did not save your life. I merely brought you back." "Your life, it is saved," Sui repeated expressionlessly, meeting her frigid stare. "You," Bibi Dong, confronted with Sui's calm and detached demeanor, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The silence enveloped them both until, after a considerable pause, Bibi Dong coldly remarked, "Do you not know where a woman cannot be touched?" "I do not know," Sui replied. Bibi Dong scoffed, "Are you unaware of the differences between men and women?" "I do not know." "Then what do you know?" Gazing upon Sui's serene and indifferent visage, Bibi Dong felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. This little rascal dared to subject her to such a life-threatening ordeal. Though it transpired as an accident, the very fact that he remained so composed afterward was utterly infuriating. As if he had merely engaged in an inconsequential triviality unworthy of concern, even when he had taken advantage of her in a moment of unconsciousness. The peculiar sensation stirred within her, disrupting her previously calm demeanor, transforming it into tumultuous waves of emotion. Her heart was unable to settle. While this instigator wore an expression of innocence, seemingly oblivious, which only fueled her wrath further. Initially, her instinct was to eliminate him upon realizing the incident. Yet upon meeting his placid gaze, she recognized that this little scoundrel's character was inherently oblivious to the intricacies of male-female relations. This realization only exacerbated her irritation. The contrast between the living and the dead was stark. Observing Bibi Dong's fury, Sui responded with utmost honesty. It was best if no one else learned of this matter. At these words, Bibi Dong nearly fainted from rage. With a cold remark, she vanished before him. Left alone, Sui settled onto the ground to commence his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong, having concealed herself, intended to ascertain his reaction, whether he was feigning ignorance or genuinely oblivious. However, upon witnessing his utterly unfazed demeanor, her teeth clenched in frustration, the sound echoing in the silence. This rascal was cultivating with a mind completely untroubled, as if nothing had transpired. She could no longer remain in the same space without losing her sanity. As Bibi Dong completely withdrew, Sui sensed that his strength was on the verge of another breakthrough. Chapter 21. A Fearsome Woman. Bibi Dong. Over 2,000 collections for an update. After Bibi Dong's departure, she returned directly to the Pope's Hall in Spirit City, settling into the Pope's chair. Her expression was one of fierce displeasure. "Yu Guan," she called out sharply, and suddenly, a golden-haired man materialized in the previously empty hall. "Your Holiness," Yu Guan greeted. Noting Bibi Dong's fury, bowing slightly while his heart raced with anxiety. Cautiously, he inquired, "What has caused your Holiness such ire?" "Ire? Am I angry? Do I appear to be enraged?" Upon hearing the words of Yu Guan, Bibi Dong's mind immediately conjured images of a previous scene featuring the composed Sui, causing her voice to rise several degrees. Yu Guan, observing Bibi Dong's sudden fury, instinctively swallowed hard, standing cautiously to the side, hesitant to utter a sound. In that moment of silence, was he rendered mute? Bibi Dong, gazing at the apprehensive Yu Guan, erupted once more in anger. Hearing her words, Yu Guan felt utterly helpless. His heart ached, yet he remained silent. Who had he offended? Who could provoke such wrath from His Holiness the Pope, reducing him to a mere outlet for her fury? Just as these thoughts crossed Yu Guan's mind, Bibi Dong unwittingly validated his feelings. With a surge of power, her martial spirit erupted behind her, summoning 9 soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. Yu Guan, Witnessing the sudden emergence of soul rings beneath Bibi Dong, was struck with terror, stammering, "Your Holiness, what? What are you doing?" What was she doing? Bibi Dong, observing Yueguan's expression, allowed a cold smirk to grace her lips. Eighth soul skill, Spider Emperor's clone. With a sharp command, an identical clone of Bibi Dong emerged behind her. Although the clone possessed the same power as Bibi Dong, its eyes were devoid of life, appearing as a soulless shell. Third soul skill, Spider Web. With a declaration, numerous massive purple webs surged toward Yueguan. Rooted in place, he dared not resist, fully aware that any struggle would likely result in even greater suffering. As the webs enveloped him, Yueguan found himself bound tightly, resembling a large purple dumpling. Bibi Dong, controlling her clone, approached the ensnared Yueguan, relentlessly venting her pent-up rage. Kicking and striking mercilessly, she unleashed her fury upon him, leaving him in a state of utter despair. This harrowing scene, witnessed by the hidden ghost Douluo, who had been silently safeguarding Bibi Dong, sent a shiver down his spine. Goodness, how wretched Yueguan was. Who could have provoked such immense anger from Her Holiness the Pope? Forcing Yueguan to bear the brunt of it? It was truly a tragic spectacle. Fortunately, they were both on duty in the Pope's palace today. Had Yueguan not been present, he himself would have been the target of her wrath. Upon contemplating the possibility that individual might be him, the hidden ghost Douluo could not help but shudder involuntarily. In his heart, he silently lamented, "Old you have suffered. A dead comrade is more precious than a living one. May your journey be smooth." It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but within the Pope's chamber, the initial harrowing cries have given way to an eerie silence, pierced only by the sounds of Bibi Dong striking Yueguan. Ghost Douluo. At these words from Bibi Dong, the concealed ghost Douluo swallowed hard, steeling himself to step forth before her, offering a slight bow. "Your Holiness, take Chu Douluo below to rest. Afterward, you shall proceed to the Martial Soul Academy. Until Sui joins Class 0, you will be responsible for his instruction. There are numerous matters requiring my attention within the Martial Soul Hall." As Bibi Dong spoke, she unraveled the webs binding Zhu Yueguan and simultaneously purged the toxins from his body. "Yes, Your Holiness." Upon hearing her words, the ghost Douluo, who had been tense, gradually relaxed. He gazed at the crumpled figure of Zhu Yueguan, lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and twitching, transformed by the beating he had endured, and cold sweat streamed down his brow. Just as the ghost Douluo prepared to carry Yueguan out, Bibi Dong's voice echoed once more. "Have you discovered the whereabouts of Tang Hao?" With his back turned to Bibi Dong, the ghost Douluo felt his heart skip a beat at her question and cautiously replied, "Reporting to Your Holiness, we have yet to uncover any news regarding Tang Hao. However, we shall expedite our efforts. Immediately increase the manpower searching for Tang Hao. I demand retribution for his blood," Bibi Dong declared, her presence radiating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. As this malevolent energy surged forth, the ghost Douluo found himself drenched in cold sweat. "Yes, Your Holiness." Until Bibi Dong retracted the murderous aura emanating from her being, the ghost Douluo, who had turned his back to her, dared to turn around and respond. He then cautiously carried the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan, out of the Hall of Popes, departing swiftly. After the ghost Douluo had left with the chrysanthemum Douluo, Bibi Dong, seated upon the Pope's throne, suddenly let out a chilling laugh filled with malice. It was unclear what thoughts crossed her mind, but a wave of murderous intent continued to radiate from her, her hands clenched into fists. Following this, with a cold smile, Bibi Dong gazed at the area over her heart, momentarily lost in thought. She softly muttered curses, referring to someone as a little rascal or a brat. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, her eyes filled with intense malice as she whispered ominously the names Tang Hao, Hao Tian Clan, and Qian Douluo, accompanied by a curse. As she continued, her persona seemed to transform entirely, staring blankly ahead and murmuring, "Shao Gang, where are you? Why don't you come back?" At this moment, Bibi Dong, seated in the Pope's chair, appeared almost deranged, mumbling a plethora of unrelated thoughts, her face and eyes shifting constantly. Fortunately, at this moment, the Hall of Popes was devoid of anyone else. Otherwise, witnesses would surely believe their esteemed Pope had descended into madness. Moreover, this version of Bibi Dong was exceptionally fearsome. If Sui were present, he would undoubtedly perceive her as a person suffering from a split personality. Eventually, Bibi Dong's eyes filled with an icy coldness, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. It was only at this moment that silence fell upon the Hall of Popes. "Little one, because of you, I almost lost control. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong regained her former noble, elegant, and serene demeanor as the beautiful Pope. She looked down at her chest, and then at her slightly trembling jade-like hand, murmuring in relief. Chapter 22. The Silent God of Death, Su-yi. Young man. Her Holiness the Pope still has matters to attend to within the Spirit Hall, so she summoned me to teach you cultivation. Since the day Bibi Dong departed, Su-yi had been seated on the ground, diligently cultivating his soul power. This endeavor lasted throughout the entire night. Now, the sun hung high in the sky, marking the zenith of noon. Had it not been for the sudden intrusion of sound, Su-yi would have continued his cultivation undisturbed. It was at the moment of the ghost Douluo's appearance that Su-yi became acutely aware of his presence. Within a radius of 100 meters, this was his domain. Any subtle shift in the environment would be immediately detected by Su-yi. Such acute awareness was honed over more than a decade of serving as the god of death, mastering the art of vigilance. Without this keen insight, how could he consistently accomplish the most challenging and elite tasks assigned by fate? How could he repeatedly escape the clutches of death, achieving a flawless success rate in his missions as the destined assassin? Yet, it was betrayal by fate that ultimately led to his demise and subsequent arrival in this world. Contemplating this, Su-yi opened his eyes. Gazing at the ghost Douluo that stood before him, Su-yi was acutely aware of him, that individual who initially lurked in the shadows. In the alley where he encountered Bibi Dong and Yu Guan, he sensed a profound sense of threat emanating from the darkness. However, at that time, he had yet to awaken his martial soul, and devoid of soul power, he was incapable of perceiving his opponent. Now, with the presence of soul power within him, and through his relentless training, he continuously analyzed and embraced this extraordinary force. Thus, when the ghost Douluo made his appearance, despite concealing his aura and fluctuations of soul power, Su-yi was still able to sense his presence, attuned to the energy within him. Furthermore, through his ongoing training and research, Su-yi discerned that martial souls varied, and consequently, the soul power within each individual was distinct. Yet, he had not yet encountered a diverse array of martial souls, nor had he honed a specific direction or perfected his understanding. If he could refine his abilities further, the area within 100 meters would unequivocally be his domain. Even in a world where some could disguise themselves, the essence of their soul power remained unchanged. Gazing at the ghost Douluo before him, Su-yi suppressed his thoughts. He was a person capable of distinguishing priorities, fully aware of what he needed at this moment. In this world, only strength mattered. Everything else was but an illusion. Therefore, the paramount task was to enhance his power. With this in mind, Su-yi coldly addressed the ghost Douluo, demanding the training regimen. The ghost Douluo was already familiar with Su-yi's temperament, which had caused considerable distress to the old moon. Yu Guan. Now, as he faced Su-yi and observed the boy's icy demeanor, he empathized with the profound frustration that once plagued the mind of Yu Guan. It was amusing how such a young child could maintain such a stern expression daily. Aside from that one instance when this little brat had displayed an overwhelming fury after being kissed by that girl Nana, he had not sensed any emotional fluctuations from him since. With a sigh inwardly, the ghost Douluo lamented that training this child was no easy feat. Fortunately, his thoughts remained concealed from Bibi Dong. Otherwise, the one now lying in bed, swathed like a mummy, would have been him. Listening to Su-yi's words and observing him standing silently before him, the ghost Douluo felt a twinge of headache. Teaching seemed to be beyond his capabilities, while killing, on the other hand, was something he excelled at. Killing. Little one, even if you're cold-hearted, the first act of taking a life will surely bring discomfort. At that moment, it will be intriguing to observe the expression on your face. With this thought, ghost Douluo gazed at Su-yi, who appeared entirely composed and unflustered, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It was subtle enough that one might overlook it, if not for careful observation. Nevertheless, Su-yi perceived it, sensing the insidious intent behind ghost Douluo's faintly upward curving lips. Yet, Su-yi remained unconcerned. After all, this individual could indeed harm him. If there were any true malice in his heart, the teacher would not have sent him. Moreover, given his prowess, it would be child's play for him to take Su-yi's life. Today, what I shall impart to you is the art of murder. Taking a life requires a certain finesse, and I will teach you how to swiftly and effectively eliminate your foes, ghost Douluo declared, feigning a demeanor of coldness as he regarded the young Su-yi standing before him. Upon hearing these words, Su-yi, typically unperturbed, raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. His gaze towards ghost Douluo was one of bewilderment and astonishment. Murder? Techniques for killing? Surely he had not misheard. This man was actually offering to teach him the art of taking a life. He acknowledged that even against 10 or 20 opponents, he would not stand a chance against Ghost Douluo. However, when it came to the skill of murder, this man before him could not even hope to match Sui. Even if there were 100 of him. The expression on Sui's face, as perceived by Ghost Douluo, was undeniably one of shock and embodiment of fear. This realization brought a secret smile to Ghost Douluo's heart. Indeed, children are but children, upon hearing the word murder. Even this usually stoic child revealed a flicker of other emotions. What's the matter, little one? Are you afraid? Have you never taken a life? As Sui listened to the seemingly cold yet subtly triumphant tone of Ghost Douluo, he remained silent, his gaze towards Ghost Douluo growing increasingly peculiar. Ghost Douluo, observing that this little fellow dared not respond after his statement, felt further convinced of his correctness. This little one was indeed fearful. Reflecting on this, Ghost Douluo considered that, after all, this child was a direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope, and Nana had even bestowed a kiss upon him. Most importantly, this child possessed innate full soul power and dual martial souls, making it highly likely that he would become the next Pope of the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for this child's emergence, the Pope might have bequeathed the position to Nana. However, with this lad's arrival, the likelihood of the Pope's position being passed to him increased dramatically. Moreover, aside from his somewhat aloof demeanor, Ghost Douluo found no aversion towards this child. With these thoughts in mind, Ghost Douluo feigned the demeanor of a senior and approached Sui, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. With a tone imbued with earnestness, he said, "Young one, you have yet to truly experience the cruelty of the Spirit Master realm. The reality of this world is exceedingly harsh. To kill is merely to take that bloody first step. However, rest assured, our Spirit Hall does not harm the innocent. The targets you will be tasked with eliminating are all heinous individuals. Furthermore, those you are to slay will only possess the strength of Spirit Masters. Should you find yourself unable to confront your adversary and face peril, I will be there to rescue you in due time. Only by taking this step and experiencing bloodshed can you grow more swiftly. Do you understand, young one?" Sui, after Ghost Douluo finished speaking, he gazed at the silent Sui and gently patted his shoulder once more. Subsequently, he took Sui and soared into the distance. Chapter 23. Awakening. The moment of the hunt. After Ghost Douluo departed from the Spirit Hall Academy with Sui, they flew for a considerable duration before arriving at a small mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Ghost Douluo set Sui down and pointed towards the concealed tents nestled within the mountain, stating, "Young one, your task for this training is to eliminate the bandits residing within. These brigands are notorious for their malevolence, and the strongest among them is merely an 18th level Spirit Master leader. The remaining 50 or so are ordinary bandits, typically devoid of spirit ranks. Your objective is to slay 3 of them to be deemed competent, 5 to be considered excellent, and 10 to achieve perfection. Should you find yourself in peril, do not fear, for I shall come to your aid. Do you understand?" Ghost Douluo crouched down, observing the once again detached gaze of Sui, and inquired, Sui emitted a soft sound before plunging down the mountainside. As he descended, he diligently sought out towering trees to conceal his form. Behind him, Douluo, who had been trailing Sui, grew increasingly astonished by the child ahead. Sui's descent was swift, his body resembling a wisp of cotton, effortlessly floating through the air. Even the blades of grass he trod upon seemed to revert to their original state in an instant. Within the confines of the small forest, the boy moved like a monkey returning to its natural habitat, swiftly climbing trees and weaving through the dense branches. Then, through the thick foliage, he leapt to another nearby tree, vanishing within its embrace. The most astonishing aspect was that, despite his rapid movements, he emitted not a single sound. Had it not been for Douluo's unwavering focus on the young boy, he might have completely lost track of him as he entered the small mountain. Douluo felt a profound curiosity regarding how Sui managed to navigate through the dense branches without a whisper. With his full attention fixed on Sui, he observed as the boy maneuvered through the thick foliage, tilting his body, arms extended forward and backward. The forward arm gently swayed the branches in front of him, creating minute openings through which he could pass. Sui's body slipped through the narrow gap with grace, his hands gently restoring the branches he had previously displaced. Douluo observed Sui's rapidly moving arms, seamlessly weaving through the dense foliage. He moved not unlike a fish gliding through water, his fluidity reminiscent of a creature of the wild rather than a mere mortal. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? No wonder this little fellow left no trace in his wake. He had erased all signs of his passage as he traversed the terrain. This lad was undoubtedly a natural-born assassin. It left Douluo pondering where he had acquired such skills. At that moment, he gazed at the young Sui, who was barely a few years old, with eyes full of astonishment. After a while, Douluo followed Sui from the mountain peak to the very entrance of the bandits' lair, positioned a mere 10 meters from the hideout. The bandits patrolling in front of the tents remained blissfully unaware of the young one's presence. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Ahead lay the bandits' den. With only some relatively low grass and scattered blue-silver grasses surrounding it, there were no trees in sight. If this little one charged forward now, he would undoubtedly be detected. What would he choose to do next? At this moment, Douluo was exceedingly curious about Sui's forthcoming actions. Meanwhile, Sui, concealed among the branches, intently observed the bandit den before him, scrutinizing the scattered tents and the two patrolling bandits who wandered back and forth in front of them. After more than 10 minutes of careful observation, Sui had discerned certain patterns within this bandit hideout. There were only 2 individuals on patrol, and their so-called vigilance appeared to Sui more akin to leisurely strolling, lacking any significant wariness. The 2 ruffians would occasionally emit lewd chuckles, discussing the arrival of their comrades to relieve them so they could indulge in the women captured from the village they had invaded the previous day. From within the largest tent, sounds of various calls echoed, and Sui, hidden in the tree, was quite familiar with their implications. It was indeed miraculous that these individuals had survived this long. Their weakness was evident. They were hopelessly ensnared by their lust for women, and it was a wonder they had not perished amidst their carnal pursuits. Witnessing these feeble brigands, Sui felt a profound sense of astonishment. Women were truly formidable. However, it was now time to act. Observing the 2 patrolling bandits, one of them mentioned a need to relieve himself and approached the very tree where Sui was concealed. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air, the soft whisper of a dagger plunging into flesh. The bandit, caught unawares while attending to his needs, felt his body grow heavy before he could resist. Sui, gracefully descending from the dense foliage, landed silently behind him, covering the bandit's mouth with his left hand while his right brandished a black dagger, secured to his calf, poised at the bandit's throat. With the dagger's tip aimed directly at the bandit's jugular, Sui thrust it mercilessly into the flesh. This method bore 2 advantages. Firstly, if he had severed the throat, the resulting bloodshed would have undoubtedly drawn the attention of the other bandits. However, by plunging the dagger directly in, he not only incapacitated the bandit's vocal cords, rendering him mute, but also ensured that upon withdrawing the dagger, only a minimal amount of blood would flow, thus avoiding a gory spectacle that might provoke further alarm. As the dagger pierced the bandit's throat, terror filled the man's eyes, his pupils dilating as he succumbed to the encroaching darkness. His body went limp, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Sui exerted a gentle force, redirecting the bandit's fall backward. With deftness, he landed gracefully on his feet, laying the lifeless bandit softly on the ground. Is it not finished yet? Have you been thoroughly exhausted by that little vixen yesterday? As the patrol robber, feeling an urgent need, approached Sui while mocking him, Sui, concealed behind a tree, sprang forth like a hunting cheetah just as the robber neared. With a swift motion, his dagger pierced the thief's throat, while his left hand swiftly covered the man's mouth. With a bend of his arm, he brought the robber down to the ground. Chapter 24. The Awakened God of Death. Additional update. Third update. With lightning speed, Sui arrived before the man, executing his lethal strike with precision and efficiency, dragging the body behind the tree before the robber could even register what had transpired. From his hidden vantage point, Douluo observed Sui's deft and silent mastery of assassination, his initial shock transforming into sheer astonishment. How old could this boy possibly be to possess such remarkable skills in stealthy killing? This lad was, without a doubt, a born assassin. Moreover, even after slaying 2 men, there was not a hint of fear or negativity upon his visage. Particularly striking were his calm, indifferent eyes, which seemed to suggest that what he had done was utterly mundane. Ordinary individuals, when slaughtering a chicken or fish, often reveal some semblance of emotion. Yet, this young man, having just taken the lives of 2 robbers, exhibited not a shred of emotional turbulence. What manner of creature was this boy, truly? Under Douluo's watchful gaze, after dispatching the 2 robbers, Sui made his way towards the nearest tent. Sui boldly charged into the tent, where he immediately encountered 5 bandits. Where did this child come from? Such delicate skin, surely he could fetch a handsome price. Upon noticing Sui, the bandits gazed at his strikingly handsome face, their eyes gleaming with greed. In an instant, with a swift motion, Sui drew a dagger and slit the throat of the bandit who approached him. Following this, he summoned his first martial soul, the chaotic supreme spear. Kill this brat. The remaining 4 bandits, witnessing their comrade's swift demise, seized their weapons in a furious rush towards Sui. With a swift thrust, Sui pierced one bandit's heart with his black spear, then deftly reversed the spear to stab another in the throat. Call for help, one bandit shouted, but before he could finish, the spearhead had already penetrated his skull. An ambush. Intruder. The last surviving bandit, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee by slashing through the tent's fabric. However, before he could escape, Sui dispatched him with a precise strike to his back. As the bandit's final cries echoed, more bandits emerged from the surrounding tents, some still in disarray, brandishing their weapons. After eliminating the 5 bandits within the tent, Sui stepped outside, the black spear still dripping with blood. The remaining bandits, staring at the expressionless yet composed Sui, were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated a formidable enemy, only to find themselves facing a mere child who had yet to reach maturity. Thankfully, their leader, a man of some intellect, quickly rallied them. What are you standing there for? Charge at him and kill this brat. He is a soul master. Do not underestimate him. With the leader's command, the previously stunned bandits raised their weapons and surged towards Sui. Sui gazed upon the 34 bandits charging towards him. Undeterred, he advanced boldly into their midst. As he plunged into the throng of robbers, he resembled a tiger among sheep. In a mere moment, the black spear in his grasp pierced the bodies of 2 men, the weapon raised high above his head. Instantly, he thwarted 3 descending blades aimed at him. His arms, empowered by soul energy, exerted a slight upward force, deflecting the trio of swords away from the spear's shaft. He crouched low, bending forward to evade the strikes from 2 assailants on either side. With a flourish, he twirled the spear behind him, compelling 5 approaching bandits to retreat. Before Sui, a space of over a meter suddenly emerged. Rising to his feet, he firmly gripped the spear, applying pressure with his left hand at the front end while simultaneously tightening his hold with the right at the rear. The nearly 2-meter-long spear bent slightly in his grasp. Subsequently, he released his left hand, intensifying his grip with the right. As the spear spun, the black tip began to drip blood once more. The 5 bandits, who had been forced back, were filled with disbelief and terror, their weapons clattering to the ground. Clutching their necks tightly with both hands, their fear escalated, their pupils dilating until they lost all vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the earth. In less than 3 breaths since Sui had entered the bandit horde, he had already dispatched 7 of them. Charge, kill this brat. The bandit leader, observing this scene from the rear, felt a flicker of panic. He was merely an 18th level soul master, while the soul energy emanating from the young man before him had already reached the 15th level. Although he held a 3-level advantage, his martial spirit was nothing exceptional, a mundane beast spirit, with his first soul skill only augmenting his strength by 20%. In a one-on-one confrontation, the youth could effortlessly eliminate him. Now, his only hope lay in overwhelming the boy with sheer numbers. With this thought, the bandit leader unleashed his martial spirit, the mighty bear. As he invoked the name, a brown bear's phantom materialized above him. First soul skill, Berserker Strength. As the bandit executed his initial soul skill, the bear's apparition merged into his body. The bandit, originally around 6 feet tall, instantly swelled to a towering height of nearly 7 feet. While the leader activated his martial spirit's abilities, Sui had already slain over a dozen bandits with his Chaos Supreme Spear. From the initial 30-plus assailants, only 16 remained, including the bandit leader. There were merely 17 left. Fear not, my comrades. Follow me to slay this brat. The bandit leader, observing his subordinates paralyzed with fear at the sight of Sui, let out a furious roar. Brandishing his wolf-toothed club, he charged directly at Sui. As he approached within 5 meters, the bandit exerted force through his legs, leaving 2 deep impressions on the ground before leaping into the air, aiming straight for the top of Sui's head. With a grotesque and terrifying grin, he taunted, "Little brat, watch as I crush you into a bloody pulp and feast upon your remains." Raising his club high, he brought it down with tremendous force towards Sui. A thunderous crash echoed as the club struck the ground with such intensity that it created a deep crater, sending plumes of dust into the air, obscuring Sui's figure from view. As the bandit leader descended, Sui, anticipating the attack, deftly planted his spear on the ground for leverage, and deftly evaded the strike. None were foolish enough to simply stand still and await an attack or endure the blow. If one could effortlessly eliminate the opponent, why risk injury? This was no mere childish play. It was a deadly confrontation where a moment's lapse could cost one their life. As Sui evaded the assault and watched the dust rise before him, he retracted his martial spirit and summoned forth a black dagger once more. The long dormant blood within him ignited at the prospect of this long-awaited slaughter. Chapter 25, The Art of Slaughter by the God of Death. Sui deftly evaded the assault of the bandit leader, gazing into the dust-laden air where only indistinct silhouettes could be discerned. A flicker of exhilaration ignited in his otherwise placid eyes. The true hunt had commenced. With a swift motion, Sui plunged into the swirling cloud of dust. "Boss, did you eliminate that brat?" questioned one of the remaining bandits, emboldened by their leader's display of dominance. Immersed in the dust, they felt no sense of peril, each believing that their chief had already pulverized the formidable youth into a mere pulp. "No. Find that kid now. Do not allow him to escape. Otherwise, how can our barbarian bear clan maintain our foothold here?" The bandit leader bellowed in response to his subordinate's inquiry. "Yes, boss. We will ensure that brat does not flee." The remaining bandits exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After witnessing their leader's terrifying strike, the fear that Sui had instilled within them evaporated entirely. These unfortunate souls remained oblivious to the true nature of the monster that had fixated upon them. A soft thud echoed as a dagger pierced flesh. The bandits, still entrenched in the dust, remained utterly oblivious as they scoured their surroundings, searching for the youth they presumed had either hidden away or fled. As Sui plunged into the dust, he swiftly approached the nearest shadow. He resembled a stalking cheetah, rapidly leaping behind the figure. One hand covering the mouth while the other plunged a dagger deep into the throat, severing the vocal cords. Gently lowering the body, he withdrew the dagger and continued his search for the next target. None of the bandits, who were actively seeking him, noticed the peculiarities surrounding them. With a soft sound, the dagger pierced flesh once more, and yet another bandit fell. Once Sui had set his sights on a target, their demise was assured. Time and again, he manifested silently behind the bandits, executing flawless assassinations. In less than 5 breaths, the 18 remaining bandits had dwindled to 10. The dust stirred up by the bandit leader's strike had also begun to settle. It was only after losing 8 men that the bandits, who were searching for Sui, recognized the anomaly. "Boss, we've lost so many men," exclaimed one. "Indeed, boss, what should we do?" The bandit leader's eyes glinted with malice upon hearing his subordinate's words. "Gather together. Let us see how that brat can launch a sneak attack." With a command from the leader, the bandits, who had been scattered in search of Sui, clustered into groups of 3 to 5. Now, within the dust, the bandits were divided into 4 factions. The leader searched alone for Sui, while the remaining 10 bandits paired up in 2s and 3s, with the largest group consisting of 5. This time, Sui did not target the 2 weakest individuals. Since they had congregated, he resolved to eliminate a larger threat first. Observing the distribution of figures in the dust, he noted 2, 3, 5, and 1 solitary figure. The lone figure emanated the strongest aura. It was the only one among them possessing substantial soul power. Thus, he decided to first deal with this solitary bandit leader, the only one capable of posing any significant trouble. With this thought, Sui silently appeared behind the bandit leader. First soul technique, unstoppable force. As soon as the words left Sui's lips, the Chaos Supreme Spear materialized in his grasp, and a golden 100-year soul ring rose beneath his feet. The moment the black iron spear appeared in Sui's hand, its tip aimed at the back of the bandit leader's heart, he lunged forward with a swift thrust. The bandit leader, suddenly alerted by the sound behind him and the rush of air, was struck with terror and attempted to crouch down. Alas, Sui's strike was far too rapid, leaving no time for the bandit leader to react. Though his mind raced with thoughts of evasion, his body remained motionless. As the sound of the weapon piercing flesh echoed in the air, the bandit leader's eyes widened in horror. The next moment, he felt an overwhelming force from behind, propelling him forward. It was then that Sui unleashed his first soul skill, unstoppable force, and the tip of the Chaos Supreme Spear pierced through the bandit leader's body. As Sui surged forward with his long spear, he propelled himself, along with the bandit clinging to the shaft, out of the swirling dust. With a thunderous crash, Sui impaled the bandit upon a distant stone wall, spear and all. It was only when pinned against the wall that the bandit leader felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body. His eyes brimmed with terror. and he spat forth blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails, muttering in a daze. Before he could complete his words, his pupils gradually widened, and ultimately, the fear and disbelief in his gaze shattered, leaving him devoid of all vitality. Sui paid no heed to the bandit leader as he unsheathed his spear, turning to gaze at the swirling dust that had been stirred by his onslaught. As the haze settled, the remaining 10 bandits stood amidst the remnants, witnessing the effortless demise of their chief at Sui's hands. Terror gripped them, leaving no room for thoughts of flight. They regarded Sui, who appeared diminutive yet exuded an unfathomable dread, and as he fixed them with a gaze reminiscent of one contemplating the dead, they all discarded their weapons and knelt before the barely 1-meter-tall figure of Sui, weeping profusely in their pleas for mercy. Sui remained silent, observing the pitiful sight before him. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, launching himself toward the adversaries. The black spear in his grasp pierced the throat of one bandit, and with a deft flick, its tip carved through the necks of 3 others, subsequently targeting a fleeing rogue. In the blink of an eye, 5 lives were extinguished. The remaining 5, upon witnessing this grim spectacle, scrambled and crawled away in a desperate bid to distance themselves from this embodiment of malevolence. The chilling sound of the spear puncturing flesh echoed 5 times in succession. Thus, a bandit faction, notorious and numbering nearly 50, was utterly annihilated at the hands of Sui. After dispatching these foes, he meticulously inspected each tent, ensuring that no survivors lingered. He searched 3 tents in succession, finding them devoid of any presence, yielding no discoveries. Just as he prepared to enter the 4th tent, the concealed figure of Douluo emerged before him, extending a hand to obstruct Sui's path. Sui gazed at the ghost Douluo standing before him, remaining silent as he turned to exit the bandit lair. The presence of this individual blocking his path signified that there were no remaining loose ends. The ghost Douluo observed Sui's retreating figure, letting out a quiet sigh. This formidable young creature was an enigma for their spirit hall. It was uncertain whether he was a boon or a bane. Fortunately, he was not an adversary. Had he been, they might have found themselves restless and tormented, perpetually fearing for their lives. Chapter 26. It turns out the fool was me all along. Second update. Please support. Upon returning to the Spirit Academy with Sui from the bandit hideout, the ghost Douluo watched as Sui sat in meditation, cultivating his soul power. The intensity of his gaze was profound. He grappled with how to describe this young boy, who seemed to be a born killer. His inherently aloof and merciless demeanor suggested that few events could stir any emotion within him, even during his first experience with taking a life. He had taken a considerable time to regain his composure in the austere silence of the papal palace. In contrast, that old fool, Juhua, had lost his composure entirely after his first kill, retching uncontrollably. Yet this young lad had orchestrated his first act of murder with chilling efficiency. He had obliterated nearly 50 bandits in one fell swoop, leaving none alive. Remarkably, he displayed no change in expression, his demeanor as unperturbed as if he had merely been indulging in a meal or quenching his thirst. His coldness paled in comparison to this boy's. The difference was stark, akin to that of the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, his method of dispatching the bandits was both swift and precise, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was lethal, aimed directly at the enemy's vital points, ensuring a fatal conclusion with every blow. What astonished him the most was how, amidst the swirling dust that obscured everyone's vision, this young prodigy had managed to employ some unknown technique to silently infiltrate the chaos and appear behind his foes, delivering a decisive strike with unparalleled stealth. Moreover, he possessed the uncanny ability to slay his victims without eliciting even the faintest whisper. It was only when the dust gradually settled and clarity returned to his vision that he realized the absence of so many around him. This little fellow had introduced him to the very essence of the art of killing, silent assassinations, each strike resulting in a life extinguished. Every action he took signified the disappearance of a soul from existence, rendering this boy nothing short of a monstrosity. As he observed Sui meditating in a cross-legged position, the ghost Douluo could not help but ponder, should this lad reach the rank of soul saint, he would effortlessly execute assassinations against those of their esteemed title. To be targeted by him was akin to being marked by the grim Reaper himself. The thought of being in his crosshairs left one unable to eat or sleep in peace, driving them to the brink of madness. For one could never know when a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows would strike with lethal precision. No, this boy was far more terrifying than any serpent. To be in his sights was to have a scythe of death hovering above, an invitation to demise. It was no wonder that when he instructed the boy on the nuances of killing, he had seen astonishment reflected in those eyes, and when he confessed his fears, the boy merely regarded him with an even stranger gaze, devoid of contradiction. He realized he must have been foolish, mistaking the boy's bewildered expression for fear. In truth, that look was akin to observing a complete simpleton. His techniques of murder were unparalleled. Even 100 of his ilk would pale in comparison to the boy's seamless execution of death. He had illuminated for him the very concept of the art of slaughter. It dawned on him that the true fool had always been himself. With this revelation, the ghost Douluo lowered his gaze, searching for a possible escape route beneath his feet. Contemplating whether he had indeed lost his wits by bringing this boy along to hone his murderous instincts, audaciously claiming to teach him the ways of killing. With the boy's temperament, there was no need for refinement. It was he himself who required the tempering, for Sui, the harbinger of death, needed no such training. As he watched Sui in his meditative state, the ghost Douluo felt an acute embarrassment flush across his face. Alas, he sighed inwardly. Having once believed this to be an advantageous endeavor, especially considering this little rascal was a direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Moreover, His Holiness the Pope has indicated that this young lad, upon graduation, shall become the holy son of their spirit hall. What does that signify? It signifies that this young man is quite likely to ascend to the position of the next pope of the spirit hall. Should he become pope, he would be the man who has personally instructed the future pope, thereby elevating his status within the spirit hall significantly. Furthermore, the future pope will undoubtedly be chosen between this young man and Nana, as they are the most promising candidates. Of course, there is another individual who is a potential pope, but His Holiness harbors a deep disdain and aversion towards him, making it improbable for the papal position to be bestowed upon that person, even with the backing of the Grand Elder. However, the current situation is rather peculiar. Having imparted no knowledge, this young lad has turned the tables, leaving him utterly humiliated. Sighing at this thought, Ghost Douluo let out a deep breath. Today, is there any training to be had? Unbeknownst to him, Sui had already emerged from his cultivation, standing before Ghost Douluo and coldly inquiring about his Sai. Training? Upon hearing Sui's words, Ghost Douluo murmured softly. There is little he could impart to this fellow, at this moment, other than enhancing his soul power. The young lad has no need for his guidance in temperament or combat skills. For the time being, there would be no training. Your primary focus should be on increasing your soul power, as your current level is far too low. At merely level 15, you are exceedingly weak. After pondering for a while, Ghost Douluo gazed at Sui with earnestness, speaking as a mentor would to a junior. Understood. Listening to the words of the Ghost Douluo, Sui turned and seated himself upon a rock, resuming his cultivation to enhance his internal soul power. Observing Sui immersed in his training, the Ghost Douluo exhaled with a sense of relief. He found himself somewhat fortunate that this young lad possessed such a temperament. Had it been that little girl, Nana, he could only imagine the sorrowful days that lay ahead. How could this world harbor such a ruthless killer? The Pope truly has an eye for talent, having inadvertently discovered the most formidable and lethal asset for their spirit hall. Gazing at Sui's focused cultivation, the Ghost Douluo was filled with unwavering conviction. Once this young fellow reached the rank of title Douluo, not only would he and old Ju be a match, but even Tang Hao, the strongest of the Haoyan sect, would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by this young man. The mere thought of Sui, upon achieving the title Douluo rank, confronting Tang Hao and delivering a decisive blow, caused the Ghost Douluo's eyes to gleam with uncontainable excitement. Yet, he pondered what title this young man might bear once he reached that level. With that thought in mind, the Ghost Douluo fell into deep contemplation as he watched Sui. Chapter 27. The Concept of Soul Rings. The Excitement of Hulayina. Since that day, the Ghost Douluo felt he had little left to impart to Sui and returned directly to the Pope's palace in Spirit City. Upon learning that Sui had single-handedly annihilated nearly 50 bandits, Bibi Dong displayed no sign of surprise. After all, during their previous confrontation, that little rascal had already demonstrated his astonishing skills in slaughter before her eyes. Even she, a title Douluo, had suffered several setbacks against the boy without employing her soul abilities. Were it not for her vast reserves of soul power, many of her attacks would have been thwarted by this young prodigy. Although his combat skills were remarkably strong, this world is defined by soul power and martial spirits. Thus, for that young lad, his only vulnerability likely lay in the level of his soul power. With this in mind, Bibi Dong turned to the Ghost Douluo and inquired, "Have there been any updates on Tang Hao?" "None, Your Holiness," the ghost Douluo responded. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong softly commanded, "Continue the search." "Yes, Your Holiness." Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has elapsed. Sui, who has been diligently cultivating within the Soul Master Academy, has now reached the remarkable level of 19 in soul power, tantalizingly close to the coveted milestone of 20. As his training progresses, Sui becomes increasingly aware that the ascent of his soul power is gradually slowing. It is akin to the initial stages of cultivation requiring merely a bowl of water, while subsequent advancements demand an entire bucket's worth. With each elevation in rank, the amount of soul power required for the next leap grows ever more substantial. Having just awakened from his meditative practice, Sui stretches his limbs before resuming his seated position to continue his cultivation. Sui's daily routine is remarkably straightforward. Rather than merely simple, it is almost mechanical, akin to that of a machine. Aside from the occasional necessity of bodily functions and sustenance, he dedicates all his time to cultivation. He rests only 4 hours each day, and once a week, he indulges in an 8-hour slumber. Additionally, Sui allocates 2 hours each day for physical training. Although this world is predominantly governed by soul power and martial spirits, he is acutely aware of the adage that one must be strong in oneself. Moreover, while the optimal configuration for a soul master absorbing spirit rings is typically 2 yellow followed by 2 purple, his mentor has enlightened him that the number of years a person can endure in spirit rings is also contingent upon their innate constitution. The more robust one's physique, the higher the levels of spirit rings they can absorb. Upon witnessing the 9 spirit rings radiating from Bibi Dong, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, culminating in 1 red, he comprehended the fallacy of the notion that the limit of spirit rings one can bear is merely 2 yellow and 2 purple. With a powerful constitution, one could achieve a second spirit ring of a millennium, much like his mentor. Furthermore, the higher the years of absorbed spirit rings, the stronger one's physique becomes. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not have required him to fully saturate the first martial spirit with spirit rings before contemplating the addition of the second martial spirit's rings. As his mentor articulated, the first spirit ring of the primary martial spirit, regardless of one's prodigious talent, can only be a century. Conversely, those endowed with dual martial spirits can attain a 10,000-year first ring for their second martial spirit. At that juncture, all spirit rings associated with the second martial spirit will reach 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Thus, beyond his daily soul power cultivation, he diligently reserves 2 hours for personal training, laying the strongest foundation for himself. After Sui resumed his cultivation, a substantial half-day had elapsed. A powerful surge of soul energy emanated from Sui, and as the energy erupted from him, it soon settled into tranquility. Sui, who had been in deep meditation, opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. He had reached the 20th level. This advancement from the 15th to the 20th level had taken him over half a year. "Teacher, I have attained the 20th level." Bibi Dong, seated in the hall of the Pope, was graced by a gentle smile upon hearing this proclamation. "Nana, you have been progressing swiftly and diligently in your training," Bibi Dong remarked warmly, observing the exuberant Hulaina as she rushed in. "Giggle," Hulaina said affectionately, linking her arm with Bibi Dong's. "Teacher, how could I not strive? If that little rascal catches up to me, I, as the senior sister, would surely lose face." "Oh, you little imp." Bibi Dong chuckled at Hulaina's words, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hulaina reveled in the attention, her eyes narrowing in delight. "By the way, teacher, how is that little one faring in the Martial Soul Academy?" Noticing a flicker of anticipation in Hulaina's beautiful fox-like eyes, Bibi Dong smiled gently. "That little rascal has now also reached the 20th level." "What? The 20th level?" "In just over half a year, he has progressed from the 12th to the 20th level." "What kind of prodigy is he?" While earlier levels are easier to ascend, an 8-level leap in half a year is simply unprecedented. Bibi Dong observed Hulaina's astonishment with a soft smile. "Indeed, this child possesses the highest talent for cultivation the Spirit Hall has ever seen. Coincidentally, you have also advanced to the 30th level and require your 3rd soul ring. That little one has reached the 20th level and needs his 2nd soul ring. This time, you will accompany him, and I will have the elders, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, accompany you to hunt for the soul beast you desire." "Really? Teacher?" Hulaina had initially intended to surprise her teacher by announcing her own advancement to the 30th level, but never anticipated that her teacher would present her with a surprise in return. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, her mind wandered back to that day when she boldly kissed Sui, her cheeks flushing with a delightful redness. Bibi Dong, observing Hulaina's slightly blushing face, smiled knowingly. This little girl was clearly experiencing the stirrings of young love. With this thought, Bibi Dong softly called out, Gui Douluo. Yu Guan. As her words fell, Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo Yu Guan appeared in the hall of the Pope. Yu Guan, Gui Douluo. You are to escort Nana to the Martial Soul Academy and seek out that little rascal, bringing them both to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for suitable soul beasts for their soul rings. Understood, Your Holiness. Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, offered her a slight bow. As for Su Yi's quest for soul rings, the age of the soul beasts can reach a millennium, but it is preferable that it does not exceed 1,500 years. Your Holiness, is that little fellow's second soul ring truly a millennium? Will his body be able to withstand it? Before Hulaina could voice her inquiry, Yu Guan interjected. Fear not. That little one possesses an extraordinary physical resilience. He will undoubtedly be able to endure a soul ring of such caliber. Indeed, Your Holiness. Is this truly him? The god of death and the shadow. Fourth update. Please support and collect. Little girl, are you in a good mood? Following Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo to the Martial Soul Academy, Hulaina blushed slightly upon hearing Yu Guan's words and retorted playfully. Is that so? Not at all. Laina. Is it because you were soon to meet that little fellow Sui that you were so exhilarated? Yu Guan teased, observing the faint flush on Hulaina's face. No. No, I am not. Who? Who wants to see that cold fellow? Hulaina stammered in response to Yu Guan's teasing. When she caught sight of the playful smile on Yu Guan's face, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Grandpa Ghost, look at Grandpa Zhu, he is bullying me, Hulaina said, moving closer to Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo exchanged knowing glances at Hulaina's demeanor before bursting into hearty laughter. Hearing their laughter, Hulaina pouted her lips, indignantly declaring, Humph, you two grandpas only know how to tease me. Haha. All right, Laina, since you are so eager to see that little fellow, let us hasten our pace. Yu Guan chuckled heartily and, having spoken, quickened their journey to the Martial Soul Academy alongside Hulaina. Ah, little Sui, I have come to see you. After arriving at the Martial Soul Academy with Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo, the latter led them directly to the place where Sui was cultivating. Hulaina gazed at Sui, who was seated on the stone slab in meditation, her eyes sparkling with joy as she excitedly dashed towards him. Upon hearing Hulaina's voice, Sui cast a cold glance at the figure before him. Noticing her eyes brimming with anticipation and delight, he hesitated, pondering how this individual had arrived in his presence. Subsequently, he rose and stepped back, his gaze laden with wariness as he regarded Hulaina. To Sui, this woman represented a disruption to his mental fortitude, a hindrance to his ascended strength, a peril, and ultimately, a harbinger of death. Hulaina observed Su Yi's retreat, his eyes filled with vigilance, and her enchanting fox-like eyes gradually narrowed. Meanwhile, the two observers, the Moon Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, stood nearby, reveling in the unfolding drama. They were well aware that whenever Laina and this young man were together, amusing incidents were bound to ensue. After all, it was Laina who had first disrupted this young man's composure. It was also due to her that they discovered this seemingly cold-hearted lad possessed emotions akin to those of others. Why do you step back upon seeing me, little one? You are the one who kissed me, and a kiss from a girl entails a lifelong commitment, Hulaina remarked, as she affectionately wrapped her arms around Su Yi's neck, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I kissed you, Su Yi murmured, his typically icy and indifferent gaze narrowing slightly, his brows arching in surprise. The Ghost Douluo and the Moon Douluo, who had been observing the scene, felt a surge of exhilaration at the sight of Su Yi's subtly raised eyebrows. Did you see that, old ghost? Indeed, only Laina can manage to elicit such reactions from this young lad, the Moon Douluo exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he turned to his companion. Yes, I saw it, old flower. After just one day of training with this young man, I began to question my own existence. Witnessing any other expression on his face is simply delightful, the Ghost Douluo replied, fully aware of the frustration and helplessness that often engulfed him when confronted with Su Yi's demeanor. Speak up, young one. You were the one who initiated the kiss, weren't you? What? Are you trying to evade responsibility? As Su Yi listened to Hulaina's increasingly exaggerated words, he lowered his head and then retreated, freeing himself from her embrace. Stay away from me. Hulaina gazed into Su Yi's cold eyes, and upon hearing his frigid words, her enchanting eyes instantly glistened with tears. From the moment she first encountered this individual, Her feelings towards Su-yi had been a blend of curiosity and joy. She was curious as to why her teacher had chosen him as a disciple and elated to have such an adorably charming junior. At that time, she envisioned how she would look after him and guide him in the future. However, the reality diverged sharply from her expectations. This young man was exceedingly aloof, perpetually presenting a demeanor that repelled strangers. Such a disposition only intensified Hulaina's curiosity about him. She yearned to uncover the experiences that had shaped him into his current self. Yet, as days passed in their interactions, she eventually discovered his vulnerability, his aversion to meeting her gaze. In an unexpected twist of fate, Hulaina found herself impulsively kissing him. It was then that she witnessed Sui in a state of embarrassment and fury for the first time. That night, the memory of the encounter lingered in her mind, robbing her of sleep. The following day, when she sought him out, he had already been sent to the Martial Soul Academy by their teacher. Consequently, she immersed herself in rigorous training, determined not to let him surpass her. If he were to outshine her, how could she continue to tease him? She had approached him with such delight, only to find him remain so cold and distant. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Observing Hulaina's tearful state, Douluo and Douluo, who had been spectating, felt a sudden panic. What had begun as an entertaining spectacle had taken an unexpected turn. How could she refrain from crying? Looking at the pitiful sight of Hulaina, who was sobbing softly, Suyi's tone, though still calm, lacked the usual icy demeanor. Upon hearing his words and the softness in his voice, Hulaina's tears ceased instantly. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Did those words truly emerge from his lips? Even the onlookers, Yuguan and Douluo, stood agape, taken aback by Suyi's words. Sui, in that moment, was filled with tears and a profound sense of sorrow, evoking memories of a certain individual, his sole companion in destiny. The phrases about women being as fierce as tigers, and the notion that they are the most terrifying species in the world, were all uttered by that very person. He was the god of death and destiny, while she was but a shadow of that deity. This shadow bore no name and had endured trials akin to Sui's own, yet hers never reached the final stage. Since her demise, the god of death had been devoid of emotion. He never truly grasped the essence of affection or love. In his eyes, the shadow was unworthy of being a killer. For a killer requires no emotions. The shadow's feelings were far too abundant. Throughout their time together, she subtly attempted to transform his character, wishing for this feared assassin to understand the spectrum of human emotions and the reasons for one's existence. Yet, when he finally comprehended it all, the foolish woman who lay in his embrace, professing her love, had already departed. Chapter 29. Can speaking to you enhance one's strength? Sui stood before Hulaina, lost in thought for an extended moment. The long-buried memories, awakened by the gaze of Hulaina, surfaced deep within his heart. Hulaina, too, observed Sui's dazed expression, witnessing the fleeting glimmers of confusion and sorrow in his eyes, which soon reverted to their customary coldness. Are you all right? Hulaina gently inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. I'm fine. At the sound of her words, Sui shook off his reverie. The memories that had lain dormant for so long were once more buried within him, yet this time they were not sealed away. Grandfather Ghost, let us seek out the soul rings. Hulaina, noting the return of Sui's former indifference, understood that he had momentarily revisited some sorrowful thoughts and chose not to disturb him further. Turning to the two spectators, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, she called out, "Oh, very well." Ghost Douluo, initially taken aback by Hulaina's statement, eventually responded with a simple agreement. It seemed they had indeed grown old. The thoughts of the youth eluded their comprehension. Just moments ago, tears had flowed, and now, the young man had swiftly composed himself. With Ghost Douluo's affirmation, he, along with Hulaina and the coolly detached Sui, departed the Martial Soul Academy. After 2 days of travel, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo guided Hulaina and the young Sui to an unnamed soul beast forest. Little one, have you been troubled by something? Why have you remained silent these past few days? As Sui and Hulaina disembarked from the carriage, Hulaina remained closely by Sui's side, her words imbued with concern. However, Sui was entirely disinclined to acknowledge her presence. To him, Hulaina was exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, ahead of them, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were both attuned to the surroundings, discerning suitable soul beasts for the two youngsters, while simultaneously focusing their attention on the pair. Nana had always been astute, yet in the company of this young man, she appeared almost dim-witted. Especially after Hulaina's recent remark about his silence over the past few days, It nearly elicited laughter from the two Douluos. Wasn't this young man's demeanor always somewhat aloof? Hey, I've been talking to you these past days. A simple response would suffice. At least in the past. You would acknowledge me with a nod or some murmurs, but now, not a word escapes your lips. Finally, Hulai Na, observing the perpetually silent Su-yi, erupted. If you don't respond to me, I swear, I'll kiss you. As she spoke, her eyes darted mischievously, contemplating strategies to deal with this obstinate young man. A fleeting memory of their prior kiss, which had nearly driven Sui to the brink, crossed her mind as she narrowed her gaze upon him. Upon hearing her declaration, Sui abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Hulai Na's narrowed eyes, which radiated danger. This audacious girl was inching closer, her delicate tongue playfully gliding over her enticing red lips. Stop. As Sui beheld Hulai Na, who stood less than half a meter away, he instinctively took a step back. His once indifferent eyes now glimmered with heightened vigilance as they fixated on her. Observing Su Yi's wary demeanor, Hulai Na could not help but smile upon hearing his icy retort. Indeed, this fellow was capable of shattering his frigid exterior when confronted with such circumstances. Pray tell, why have you refrained from speaking to me these past few days? Hulai Na inquired, halting just before him with her arms crossed defiantly. Does conversing with you enhance my strength? Came Su Yi's cold response to her probing question. As soon as Su Yi's words fell, Hulai Na, who stood before him, was rendered utterly speechless. Even the two Douluos, Gui Ju, who were walking ahead, halted mid-stride, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. At this moment, both Yu Guan and the typically taciturn Gui Douluo, upon hearing Su Yi's proclamation, simultaneously pondered, is this boy truly a man? Indeed. There are always those stronger among the strong. This man stands alone by virtue of his prowess. Hulai Na, upon hearing Su Yi's remark, was completely taken aback. She had anticipated numerous responses from him, yet none could have prepared her for the revelation that his thought process diverged so drastically from the norm, playing by his own set of rules. When a lady engages you in conversation, to ignore her is one thing, but to utter such words, what could he possibly mean? The impact may be subtle, yet the insult is profoundly potent. Could speaking with a lady truly impede your training? Enraged by this thought, Hulai Na's eyes turned menacing as she regarded Sui. How dare this impudent boy suggest that conversing with him could enhance one's strength? Today, she would make him understand what it means to be the saintess of the spirit hall. When this saintess is provoked, even she feels trepidation. With this in mind, Hulai Na narrowed her eyes and slowly approached Sui, step by deliberate step. Just as Hulai Na reached Sui, Yu Guan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon hearing Yu Guan's admonition, Hulai Na swiftly retracted her vengeful thoughts against Sui. Meanwhile, Sui, alerted by Yu Guan's warning, focused intently and cautiously drew a dagger concealed within his calf. The reason he refrained from releasing his martial soul was due to the acute sensitivity of soul beasts to soul power. Manifesting his martial soul would generate fluctuations in soul energy. If weaker soul beasts were nearby, they would be frightened away, while stronger ones would be drawn toward him. To think we could detect the aura of 100,000-year soul beast here. What a stroke of misfortune, Yu Guan remarked, as he grasped Hulai Na with one hand and Sui with the other, swiftly concealing them within the dense foliage of a towering tree. Moments after they concealed themselves, a colossal creature, towering over 30 meters, passed by within 100 meters of them. The onlookers were struck with awe at the sight of the massive black gorilla. Had a modern individual from another time witnessed this beast, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Goodness! A living King Kong!" Alas, Sui, being an assassin, had never indulged in such cinematic spectacles. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly recognized the immense soul beast that had just traversed before him as a King Kong. Rampaju. What manner of soul beast is that? Hulai Na gazed at the enormous footprints left by the colossal beast and the trees around her that had been snapped in its wake, her eyes reflecting profound shock. The spirit hall had no records of such a soul beast. It seemed this creature might be even more terrifying than the Titan great ape found within the Stardow forest. At this point, Yu Guan observed the departing feral beast. His eyes filled with contemplation. What manner of soul beast could exude such a fearsome aura? Why did this seemingly insignificant, nameless soul beast forest harbor such a terrifying existence? A multitude of questions flooded Yu Guan's mind as he pondered deeply. Chapter 30, Second Soul Skill, the 1,000-Ton Rupture. After the massive black gorilla soul beast departed, Sui looked toward its retreating figure, and softly murmured, "Gorilla? All right, little ones, we must swiftly seek the soul beast you require, and then hastily depart from this place." Upon regaining his focus, Yueguan turned to Sui and Hyena, saying, "Nana, you and your grandfather must search for the soul beast you need. I will take this little one to find the soul beast he requires. We should split up. This place is exceedingly perilous." "Understood, Grandfather Ju." Hyena responded in agreement to Yueguan's directive. Although the four of them were nearly huddled together, no one clearly heard Suyi's whispered words. In truth, the murmur was so faint that even he could barely distinguish it, let alone the two individuals completely absorbed by the presence of the soul beast, Ghost Ju and Hyena. As Yueguan finished speaking, Ghost Douluo swiftly took Hyena and vanished before Sui and Yueguan. Delving into the depths of the small soul beast forest in search of the soul beast that Hyena needed. Following their departure, Yueguan, with a solemn expression, led Sui further inside. "What type of soul beast do you require, little one?" Yueguan inquired as they progressed. "Strength," Sui replied apathetically. It was as if Yueguan were seeking a suitable soul ring for another rather than for him. Accustomed to Suyi's indifferent demeanor, Yueguan, upon hearing Suyi's specified soul beast type, released his soul power and spiritual energy, extending it outward to sense if any soul beasts matching the little one's needs were nearby. After traveling several kilometers, Yueguan's eyes brightened slightly as he halted with Sui. "I found it," he exclaimed, gesturing towards a patch of blue-silver grass in the distance. There, a 20-centimeter-long pale yellow ant appeared in Yueguan's hand. Enveloped by his soul power, Sui gazed at the ant in Yueguan's hand, noting the stark contrast in size compared to the first soul beast he had absorbed. Despite this discrepancy, he harbored no doubts. He was acutely aware that the man before him would not casually procure a feeble soul beast for him to absorb. "Little creature," he mused, "do not be deceived by your diminutive form. You are anything but ordinary." This was a formidable soul beast, classified as both terrifying and yet, paradoxically, not terrifying at all. Without needing to inquire, Yueguan commenced his introduction of the pale yellow ant before them. This was the thousand-gene soldier ant, a species rarely attaining a millennium of cultivation. As a social soul beast, all thousand-gene ants obeyed the commands of their queen, who possessed no offensive capabilities and was solely responsible for issuing orders and propagating the species. When a soldier ant among them reached 1,000 years of cultivation, the queen, sensing a loss of control, would command the other soldier ants to surround and eliminate it. Thus, it follows that no thousand-gene ant of this kind could exist with a cultivation level approaching a millennium. This is precisely what renders them unremarkable and relegates them to the lower echelons of soul beasts. Had the queen not imposed restrictions on the soldier ant's cultivation, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. With a colony numbering in the millions, even if just 1/10 reached 10,000 years of cultivation, it would spell calamity for the soul beast forest and the entire continent of Douluo. Observing the struggling thousand-gene soldier ant in his hand, Yueguan could not help but reflect. Can it be absorbed? He pondered aloud. Just as Yueguan finished his explanation, Sui, with a cold tone, interjected. "Is it ready?" Yueguan, taken aback by Suyi's frosty demeanor, could only respond with resignation, "Here." With that, he crushed the thousand-gene soldier ant, whose cultivation had reached 1,200 years, and discarded its remains at Suyi's feet. Indifferently, Sui employed his dagger to sever the ant's head. As life ebbed from the creature, a purple soul ring emanated from its lifeless form. Upon witnessing the emergence of the soul ring, Sui promptly settled into a meditative position to commence the absorption process. Yueguan, standing by, observed the young man enveloped in the yellow soul ring and the purple one he was absorbing, and could not help but marvel. What an extraordinary creature this little fellow is, he mused inwardly. The second soul ring absorbed was of a millennium level, and it is truly unimaginable to contemplate the heights of achievement this child may reach, or the extent of his potential. Not to mention, this young one possesses an exceptionally cold disposition and strikes with remarkable ferocity, undoubtedly making him a formidable force. The future of this lad is beyond imagination. As Yueguan observed Sui lost in contemplation, Sui, seated on the ground and fully engaged in absorbing the soul ring, successfully assimilated this 1,200-year-old soul ring. Following the absorption, Suyi's level ascended directly to 22, merely a step away from reaching 23. Moreover, during the process of absorbing this millennium soul ring, Sui could distinctly feel that a significant amount of surplus soul power within the ring was absorbed by his body. Otherwise, with this millennium soul ring, his level would have reached at least 23, if not 24. It appears that during his previous absorption of the 700-year soul ring, the sensation he experienced was indeed accurate. The surplus soul power within the ring had indeed been absorbed by his body. No wonder he could defy convention. His physical prowess is not solely a result of his training. A substantial part stems from the absorption of soul rings, which has forged his current self. Upon completing the absorption of this formidable ant soul ring, Sui could feel a considerable enhancement in his bodily strength. However, he had yet to attain the strength necessary to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This 1,200-year-old ant soldier provided him with a supportive soul skill, the crushing force of 1,000 June. The second soul skill, crushing force of 1,000 June, upon activation. It amplifies the power of his next attack by 300%, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Although this skill may appear trivial in Su Yi's eyes, it is a remarkably practical technique. For instance, if his base strength is 100, after employing this skill, his subsequent attack would possess a force of 300, effectively tripling his power. While it may seem that the increase is modest, an individual's strength can continually be trained and augmented. If his strength were to reach 10,000, would his next attack not then possess a force of 30,000? This soul skill can indeed scale with the enhancement of his own abilities. The emergence of such a skill from a Millennium Soul Ring is nothing short of miraculous. As Chapter 31 unfolds, with Hulaina in a state of exasperation, it is evident that upon Su Yi's absorption of the Millennium Soul Ring, even knowing that this little one could absorb such a ring from His Holiness the Pope, Yueguan's astonishment remained undiminished as he witnessed the feat unfold before him. This remarkable child is indeed a miracle worker, defying norms and expectations. Curiosity piqued, Yueguan inquired, "What is your second soul skill?" He eagerly anticipated discovering what this extraordinary child had acquired. Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Sui regarded him with a rather peculiar gaze. "Hey, little fellow, what does that look mean? I merely inquired about the nature of your second soul skill. Is it necessary for you to regard me with such wariness? Furthermore, if I truly intended you harm, do you believe your slender limbs could possibly withstand me?" Yueguan, unable to tolerate the seemingly foolish expression on Su Yi's face, quickly retorted, "Second soul skill, 1,000 June's rupture. Is that all?" Yueguan awaited further elaboration, eager to comprehend the essence of this skill. However, after uttering that solitary phrase, the little one fell silent. "Come on, just a name? How is anyone to discern whether your soul skill is offensive or supportive?" Yet, judging by the title, it appeared to be of the offensive variety. Reflecting on this, Yueguan turned to Su Yi, who stood silently beside him, and chuckled, "Though you have shared but a name, I can surmise quite a bit from it. Your second soul skill, 1,000 June's rupture, is undoubtedly a single-target offensive skill. Do not look at me with such astonishment. After all, I am a venerable elder of the Spirit Hall, well-versed in the ways of the world. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. And from mere names, I can draw conclusions. Impressive, is it not?" Yueguan displayed an air of self-satisfaction, returning to his usual loquacious self. The moniker Chatty Guan was not bestowed lightly. Meanwhile, Sui, confronted with Yueguan's incessant prattle, had little desire to engage with him. The look in his eyes, unmistakably one of disdain, was misinterpreted by Yueguan as astonishment. Truly, a fool deserving of the title. As Yueguan continued his incessant chatter, the ghost Douluo, accompanied by Hulaina, approached the duo. "So, it appears you have concluded your business?" Upon arrival, the ghost Douluo noted that Su Yi's soul power had ascended to the 22nd level. "Of course, a mere flick of my wrist suffices," Yueguan declared proudly in response to the ghost Douluo's observation. "And what of Laina?" the ghost Douluo inquired. To which Yueguan replied with a quiet chuckle, "She has acquired a commendable soul ring and skill. Her gains are substantial. Now that both of our young companions have successfully completed their soul rings, we should embark on our journey homeward, lest we encounter that formidable foe once again. Should we cross paths with him, we would indeed find ourselves in a precarious situation." As the ghost Douluo spoke, he led Hulaina swiftly towards the outskirts of the nameless soul beast forest. With the departure of ghost Douluo, Yueguan also hurriedly escorted Sui out. The immense pressure imposed by that earlier formidable creature had been overwhelmingly intense. Upon returning to the spot where they had previously halted their carriage, Yueguan and ghost Douluo took their places outside, managing the vehicle. Inside the carriage, only Hulaina and Su Yi remained. Upon their return, Hulaina immediately settled beside Su Yi, her eyes sparkling with delight as she inquired about his well-being. "Little Su Yi, how are you? I have acquired an extraordinary skill. Would you like to give it a try?" she said, leaning her entire being against Su Yi's youthful form. Her enchanting fox-like eyes gazed deeply into Su Yi's, her delicate face nearly brushing against his. Boredom. Su Yi gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, devoid of any stirring desires. Not even the faintest tremor graced his heart. He effortlessly extricated himself from Hulaina's embrace, taking a seat to the side. Hulaina, observing Su Yi's indifference towards her, arched her delicate brows slightly. The captivating allure that once danced in her fox-like eyes began to fade, replaced by a flicker of ire. This insufferable younger brother, lacking in appreciation for her charms, was an enigma. Had she chosen another man, a mere hint of her seduction would have rendered him utterly subservient. Not only men, but even women typically found it hard to resist her allure. Yet, despite her utmost efforts to enchant this little rascal, he remained unfazed. This little scoundrel was nothing short of extraordinary. With this thought, Hulaina pouted in frustration and chose to desist from further teasing Su Yi. After 2 days of travel, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuegwan, guided the carriage directly to the Pope's palace in Seoul City, bringing Su Yi and Hulaina along. "All right, you two little ones. It's time to emerge," Yuegwan called out, as he alighted from the carriage to summon Su Yi, who was meditating within, and the irritable Hulaina. Upon hearing the call from Yuegwan, Su Yi abruptly awakened from his meditation. He glanced at Hulaina, who sat opposite him, pouting in anger, and chose to disregard her. Without a word, he stepped past her and exited the carriage. Watching Su Yi leap from the vehicle, Hulaina's previously pouted lips jutted out even further, presenting a comically endearing sight. Since their quarrel, she had been attempting to console herself and restore her good spirits. However, she soon realized that Su Yi had been sitting in the carriage, immersed in his meditation, oblivious to her presence. No matter how much she attempted to engage him in conversation, he remained silent, focused entirely on his cultivation. Hulaina was left questioning what kind of person Su Yi truly was. A handsome carriage and a beautiful woman. Such a scenario is the envy of many men. Yet, here was she, an alluring and seductive beauty, sharing this cramped space with him, while he remained wholly dedicated to his practice. The most infuriating moment occurred yesterday when Su Yi awakened from his meditation. She had remarked to him that with just a couple of days of cultivation, he could potentially elevate his level. In response, Su Yi had coldly acknowledged her with a simple yes before returning to his practice, unwavering in her disbelief. Hulaina refrained from disturbing him following that brief exchange. She was determined to observe how Su Yi would manage to ascend from level 22 to level 23 in the mere span of 2 days. To her astonishment, the very next day, he achieved that breakthrough. This news left Hulaina utterly exasperated. With a huff, she too disembarked from the carriage, her irritation palpable as she followed him. Chapter 32. The Introverted Duo. After Su Yi and the pouting Hulaina disembarked from the carriage, they followed Yuguan into the Pope's hall. Since that unexpected incident, it had been half a year since he last saw his teacher. Although they had not met for 6 months, he was aware that Bibi Dong had been secretly observing him at the Wuhuan Academy from time to time. Each time she visited, although she concealed herself in the shadows, she remained less than 100 meters away. Within that distance, he could sense any disturbance, and moreover, Bibi Dong possessed 2 types of soul power. In the entire Wuhuan Hall and the Academy, only she, apart from him, was capable of wielding twin martial souls. Despite her clandestine observations during his training, he chose not to confront her. For Su Yi, as long as his training remained undisturbed, she was free to do as she pleased. Furthermore, upon witnessing Hulaina's gaze that day and recalling the shadow, emotions long buried within him were unearthed. Though he quickly suppressed them again, the feelings had been released. In that moment, he understood why his teacher Bibi Dong watched him from the shadows. It was her concern for him. Indeed, that was what the shadow had conveyed to him. Care. Nana, who has upset you? As Su Yi pondered these matters, Bibi Dong's gentle voice broke through his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. Upon hearing her words, Hulaina rushed over, clinging to Bibi Dong's arm and pouting, "Teacher, it's that rascal Su Yi who made me angry." Observing the flustered Hulaina enter from the doorway, Bibi Dong realized that she must have suffered at the hands of Su Yi. After all, Su Yi had shown no kindness towards her, remaining cold and aloof. With this thought, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Su Yi, who stood beside Yuguan. At that moment, Su Yi also looked at Bibi Dong. They exchanged glances, and neither had changed, as if the initial incident had never occurred. Bibi Dong gazed into Su Yi's indifferent eyes, noticing the now taller figure of Su Yi. who had grown to about 1 meter 20. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "It has been half a year. You have grown quite a bit, young one." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui responded coldly, "It has not been half a year since we last met. I sensed your presence the moment you appeared at the Spirit Hall Academy." As soon as Sui spoke, the vast papal hall was enveloped in an immediate silence. It was not long before Bibi Dong was the first to respond. Gazing into Suyi's eyes, filled with excitement and curiosity, she inquired, "My dear child, how have you managed to achieve this?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui calmly replied, "As long as one appears within 100 meters of me, I can sense their presence. This method of perception is quite straightforward. It merely requires attentiveness to the humidity and direction of the surrounding air, as well as any alterations in the environment that might introduce unfamiliar scents. The most crucial aspect lies in discerning the flow of the air. When you manifest within that 100-meter radius, the instant you appear, the movement and direction of the air will shift. Subsequently, by tracing the point where the airflow initially changes, one can effortlessly uncover your hiding place." After Sui elucidated his method of sensing others, a profound silence enveloped the hall of the Pope. This stillness was so profound that even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. The reason Sui divulged so much information about his technique was due to Bibi Dong's inquiry, "How is it that you accomplish this?" He recognized that her curiosity stemmed from a desire to understand the nature of his abilities. For those who show concern for him, he is never reluctant to share, even if he struggles to articulate his thoughts. As Sui concluded, Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Yueguan, and the hidden ghost Douluo all absorbed his words, each harboring a singular thought. What kind of creature is this? Is this truly so simple? Hulaina was the first to snap back to reality. Gazing at Sui in a daze, Bibi Dong, too, regained her composure upon hearing Hulaina's remark, looking at Suyi's eyes as if she were gazing upon a treasure. The surprises this child brought forth were increasingly profound and astonishing. This skill of his was neither a soul skill nor a domain. Yet, it surpassed them both in its formidable nature, as Suyi's ability could be activated continuously without expending any soul power. If developed further, its range could extend to 200 meters, 300 meters, or even 1,000 meters. As this thought surged in Bibi Dong's mind, her eyes sparkled with intensity. "Is it possible for you to enhance the range of this perception?" she asked, her gaze filled with anticipation. "Indeed," Sui affirmed. "Excellent, young one. You must cultivate this skill diligently. It certainly qualifies as a divine ability." With that, excitement shimmered in Bibi Dong's eyes. "By the way, young one, what is your second soul skill?" she inquired, recalling that he had acquired a second soul ring. "My second soul ring is 1,200 years old, derived from the 1,000-gene ant soldier. My second soul skill is 1,000-gene break. It is an auxiliary soul skill that, upon activation, augments the power of my next attack by 300% with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Sui, much like his initial report to the Destiny Council, meticulously articulated the origin, age, and effects of his soul ring. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Bibi Dong exclaimed with delight upon hearing Suyi's words. While novices may not grasp the significance of a 300% increase in attack power, she, possessing dual martial souls and holding the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall, understood the profound implications of such a feat. This skill stemmed from a millennium-old soul ring, and as Sui ascended to the rank of title Douluo, this technique would undoubtedly become a formidable secret weapon. Imagine a battle between two individuals of equal standing, upon understanding each other's attack intensity and strategies. If one suddenly triples their power, the unprepared opponent would surely suffer devastating injuries. Moreover, they would be facing this young prodigy, whose capabilities rendered him a master of swift, lethal strikes. While Bibi Dong reveled in Suyi's acquisition of the skill, Douluo Yuguan, standing beside him, felt a profound sense of despair as he listened to Suyi's words, akin to daggers piercing his heart. Recalling his earlier bravado in front of this young man, Yuguan wished he could slap himself twice for his foolishness. The embarrassment was overwhelming, as if he had lost face entirely. This young man was indeed his nemesis. If Ghost Douluo were aware of Yuguan's current turmoil, these two beleaguered souls, struck by Suyi's prowess, would undoubtedly be moved to tears, exclaiming about their newfound camaraderie. It wasn't just Yuguan who faced this predicament. Sui was a bane to both Ghost and Douluo. Whenever these two encountered Sui, it was either a state of self-imposed isolation or a descent into despair. Chapter 33. The God of Death enters Class 0. Second update. Please support with votes and collections. I wish to enter Class 0 ahead of schedule. Su-yi said coolly, glancing at Bibi Dong as he stood beside Yuguan. Young man, have you lost your mind? Your soul power has barely reached level 23, and you wish to enter class 0? Before Bibi Dong could respond, Yuguan, standing next to Su-yi, gazed at him in shock. Su-yi remained silent, fixated on Bibi Dong, awaiting her reply. Rising from her seat, Bibi Dong regarded Su-yi's calm, indifferent eyes. Very well, then. I shall send you to class 0 ahead of schedule. As she approached him, she noted how this once diminutive child now reached her waist, realizing that in a few short years, he would surpass her in height. Yuguan, take Su-yi directly to class 0, the death group. Upon his graduation, he shall assume the position of our spirit hall's holy son. After Bibi Dong spoke, she smiled gently at Su-yi. The position of holy son of the spirit hall is rightfully yours. Let us proceed. Su-yi spoke calmly and indifferently to Yuguan, who stood beside him. After Su-yi finished speaking, Yuguan took him away, causing them to vanish from the hall of the Pope. Once they disappeared, Hulaina, who had proactively arrived at class 0, was left stunned. Class 0, the so-called death group of the spirit hall, was a realm she knew Su-yi would inevitably enter. Given his innate talent, thus experiencing the brutal rules of the spirit master world ahead of time. Yet, he had only just become a great spirit master. The individuals in class 0, those desperate souls, were all at least great spirit masters themselves, with many even at the spirit elder level. These individuals were notorious for their ruthlessness, and now he was proposing to enter there prematurely. With such thoughts racing through her mind, Hulaina rushed to Bibi Dong's side, her eyes brimming with concern as she spoke. Teacher, is Su-yi really entering class 0 now? At this point, Hulaina found herself at a loss for words. Bibi Dong looked at the anxious young girl beside her, offering a gentle smile as she placed her hand on Hulaina's small head, gently ruffling her hair. Nana, you, along with Xieyu and Yin, also passed through this trial, did you not? But, at that time, I was with my brother and Yin. There were 3 of us. And Su-yi, he is all alone. Bibi Dong observed the worry and care etched on Hulaina's face and replied softly, do not fret. That little rascal is quite formidable. This child is, after all, a natural born. After a brief contemplation, Bibi Dong found the perfect term to describe Su-yi, god of death. Now, little one, this is class 0, established by the Spirit Hall within the Spirit Academy. Class 0 is, in truth, a death group. Here, the exceptional disciples of the Spirit Hall are sent for tempering. Succeed, and you live. Fail, and you perish. Rather than being a mere class, it is more akin to a place where we can find individuals for your trials. Each person here is stained with the blood of the innocent. The reason we have not executed them outright is that we allow these scoundrels to contribute their remaining value to this world through their survival. Throughout the years, disciples sent here have come in groups. Even our illustrious golden generation, including you, Nana, Xieyu, and Yin, entered class 0 as a cohort of 20. In the end, only you 3 emerged alive, and this time, it is but you alone. So, little one, have you made your decision? Su-yi gazed at the dilapidated and filthy encampment before him, akin to a slum, without uttering a single word. Silently, he retrieved the black dagger concealed at his calf and swiftly darted inside. Yuguan, observing Su-yi's reaction, let out a soft sigh. Be cautious, little one. With that, he departed from the scene. Upon entering the realm of the Death Squad's spiritual class, Su-yi immediately concealed himself. Inside, he was met with an overwhelming disorder, permeated by a foul stench that filled the air. Hidden within a decrepit wooden crate, he displayed no sign of discomfort. It was as if he were impervious to the nauseating odor that enveloped the place. From various tattered tents emerged a cacophony of crude insults and, intermittently, heart-wrenching screams. After hiding in the wooden crate for over half an hour, Su-yi had nearly gained control over the enemies present. There were 12 tents in total, each housing no more than 10 individuals, with the smallest containing just 2. Most tents accommodated 4 or 5 occupants, totaling over 60 adversaries. As he contemplated this, Su-yi noticed a burly man emerging from one of the tents. After stepping out, the man walked several dozen meters away to relieve himself. An opportunity had presented itself. Gripping his dagger, Su-yi fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes, akin to a leopard stalking its prey, calm, ruthless, and poised to strike. With a swift whoosh, Su-yi leaped from his hiding place. In less than 2 breaths, he traversed the 20 meters that separated him from the burly man, striking from behind. The dagger plunged deep into the man's throat, severing his vocal cords. He fell, the dagger withdrawn, leaving him to bleed out. The burly man, now on the ground, looked up in terror into Su Yi's cold, indifferent eyes. He opened his mouth to call for help, but alas, Su Yi had already silenced him. As he gasped, blood poured forth, and soon his eyes glazed over, life extinguished. Su Yi gazed at the burly man who yearned for help, completely disregarding him. To Su Yi, this was merely the final flicker of life and struggle before death. Here, the situation differed markedly from those encounters with the robbers he had previously vanquished. The brigands he had dealt with before were, for the most part, merely ferocious yet ordinary individuals, with their most formidable leader being naught but an 18th-level soul master. In stark contrast, every individual present here was a soul master of a higher caliber. Assassination, therefore, emerged as the most prudent strategy. Each person here possesses 2 soul skills, and the nuances of their martial souls and abilities remain unknown to him. Even if he were to gain some understanding, facing such a multitude of soul masters alone, each capable of unleashing a soul skill, could easily spell his demise. The illustrious disciples of the Spirit Hall have always entered this realm in formidable groups. Even a direct confrontation would not yield an overwhelming advantage, and he stood utterly alone. For this destined harbinger of death, assistance was unnecessary. To challenge 40 or 50 soul masters, and even more at the soul sovereign level, armed solely with his own strength, was nothing short of folly. The only viable solution lay in systematically eliminating these adversaries one by one. Whether through sheer slaughter or stealthy assassination, both were realms in which he excelled. Awakening. The moment of hunt. The 34th update. The commencement of slaughter. After dispatching his target, Su Yi concealed the lifeless body. He then approached a dilapidated table, where a discarded piece of black cloth lay. Standing at a modest height of approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters, Su Yi found that the cloth adequately shielded him. He lay prone on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the tents before him. This position lasted a full 2 hours. During this time, Su Yi remained utterly motionless. His eyes unwaveringly focused on the tents, embodying a calm demeanor infused with the sharpness of a hawk. Although these 2 hours yielded no opportunities. Assessing the so-called death squad before him, taking control of this place seemed perhaps far more feasible than he had previously imagined. After all, individuals from one of the tents had not emerged to investigate in the span of 2 hours. This indicated an alarming lack of vigilance among them. Additionally, the occasional screams and maniacal laughter emanating from within the tents revealed that this was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed upon the weak. The inhabitants were entirely self-serving, exhibiting little regard for one another. The cries of anguish were unmistakably those of the weak, tormented by the strong. Moreover, confined here by the Spirit Hall, these individuals were deprived of any form of entertainment, with the Spirit Hall providing only meager rations sufficient to sustain life each month. To satiate their hunger, they were compelled to pillage. With a thud, a bloodied figure was hurled from one of the tents. This individual, disfigured and desperate, attempted to flee from the tent, as if something truly horrific lurked within. Hidden beneath the black cloth, Su Yi observed silently. Ha ha ha. Having had our fun, let us indulge in the feast. Lest those fellows come to snatch away our food, a coarse and jarring voice rang out. As the tent flaps parted, 4 robust and menacing men stepped forth, advancing toward the bloodied figure. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, led by a bald man who grinned wickedly at the quivering, terrified being before him. The sight of his blood-stained, yellowed teeth was unsettling. With a swift motion, the bald man brandished a large knife, and 3 spirit rings of white, yellow, and purple materialized beneath him. He was a spirit elder. As the sound echoed, the bloodied figure on the ground emitted a desperate howl. The knife fell, severing the man's left leg with a sickening slice. Here is a gift for you, the bald man exclaimed, pointing at the severed limb, addressing his fellow brutish companions. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing these words, one of the 3 rushed into the tent, clutching his bloodied left leg. The other 2 swiftly followed suit, entering the tent together. As the trio crossed the threshold, flames flickered to life within, and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted into Su Yi's nostrils. He recognized the scent all too well, having encountered it before. These individuals were evidently unable to satiate their hunger, and when driven to madness by starvation, they would resort to any means necessary to fill their bellies, particularly those of their ilk, who were devoid of morality and capable of heinous acts when famished, could commit such unspeakable atrocities. The brutal scene unfolded before Su Yi's indifferent gaze, stirring not a ripple of emotion within him. Observing that the 3 showed no signs of emerging from the tent, his keen, hawk-like eyes fixed upon the bald man hunched over on the ground, devouring his meal. In an instant, Sui surged forward. The bald man's face was positioned toward the concealed table where Sui lay hidden, and just as Sui lunged, the man raised his head, mouth smeared with blood and flesh. In a flash, a shadow darted before him. Darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed, lifeless, beneath Sui. It was revealed that, as Sui reached the bald man's side, his right hand wielded a dagger that plunged directly into the man's throat. Releasing the dagger, he swiftly reversed his grip, drawing it out in a blinding motion to pierce the bald man's heart, withdrawing it once more. These two lethal strikes were executed within the span of a heartbeat. Once the dagger left the bald man's body, he crumpled onto the corpse of his meal. At this juncture, the sun had set, the last vestiges of twilight vanishing from the horizon. Night had descended, with the shroud of darkness enveloping the surroundings. A flicker of excitement danced in Sui's previously cold and detached eyes. Having just dispatched two adversaries, he felt the blood coursing through his veins begin to warm. The band of robbers he had faced earlier presented no challenge at all. Yet now, confronting this deadly group comprised entirely of Grand Soul Masters and Soul Sovereigns, the difficulty level was markedly elevated, far surpassing that of his initial encounters. Only with formidable assassinations could Sui experience a semblance of exhilaration. Having slain the bald man, Sui turned his attention to the tent, now aglow with firelight. Inside, only 3 remained. Contemplating this, he slowly withdrew a dagger concealed in his other calf. Grasping it in his left hand, he subtly gauged the air currents around him to ascertain the positions of the 3 within the tent, then charged inside. With both hands gripping the 2 black daggers, he launched them simultaneously toward the throats of the 2 men seated beside one another, embedding them deeply. Before either had a chance to react, a weapon of chaos materialized in Sui's hand, the supreme gun of chaos. With his right hand gripping the gun, he plunged it directly into the throat of the burly man, Sui. As he withdrew the weapon, blood gushed forth in a torrent. Sui flicked the blood from the tip of his blade and sheathed his martial soul once more. He then approached the other 2 corpses, extracting the daggers embedded in their throats, and leaped atop the tent, quietly awaiting the arrival of his prey. After vanquishing these 3 men, Sui had sensed the approach of 3 individuals toward the tent, one of whom possessed the rank of Soul Master. Old Juan, that man, certainly knows how to indulge himself. Were it not for the enticing aroma, one might remain oblivious to his solitary feast. However, Old Juan, it is rather inconsiderate for you and your minions to relish in such solitary indulgence. A voice resonated from outside the tent, and as it drew nearer, the 3 men entered. With a swift motion, as the trio lifted the tent flap, Sui struck decisively. In a flash, he plunged the 2 daggers in his hands into the throats of the 2 companions of the Soul Master, executing his plan with precision. In his grasp, Sui wielded a black dragon-headed iron spear, which he plunged directly into the heart of the Soul Sovereign, pinning the man to the ground. Fortunately, the surrounding environment was chaotic enough that even such a disturbance would go unnoticed. Now, having completed his warm-up, under the cover of a moonless night and a brisk wind, it was indeed an opportune moment for murder. Chapter 35. 10 Steps to Slay a Man. The King of the Dark Night. Sui gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 3 individuals he had slain, retrieving his 2 daggers with a fluid motion. He then approached the Soul Sovereign, drawing forth his weapon and discarding the blood that clung to its tip. Subsequently, he retracted his martial spirit. As he cast a glance at the moon, obscured by ominous clouds, darkness gradually enveloped the earth. Under the inky blackness of the night sky, Sui gazed at the few tents ablaze with flickering flames. Among them, the sound of snoring emanated from 3 of the tents. Sui's keen eyes, reminiscent of a hawk, fixated on one of the tents, and his form gradually vanished into the night. Approaching a tent from which sounds of slumber emanated, he deftly used a dagger to create a small incision. Inside the tent were 6 individuals. 5 were ensconced in sleep, while 1 stood sentinel. It appeared they were vigilant, wary of potential assaults from their neighboring tents. Thus, while the others rested, 1 remained awake. Should an attack occur, the sentry could raise the alarm at a moment's notice. Observing the lone guard within the tent, Sui felt a sense of ease. This mission was destined to become considerably simpler. It was evident that each tent functioned as a discrete entity, each wary of the other. This state of affairs was, in fact, most advantageous for Sui. Gazing at the burly figure stationed in the center of the tent, Sui unsheathed his dagger, gripping it firmly in his right hand. he stealthily approached the guard from behind, positioning the blade at the lowest part of the tent. And with a silent thrust, he pierced the fabric, creating an opening. Once the incision was made, Sui slipped through the aperture, his eyes fixed on the guard, who remained oblivious to the impending danger. With the dagger plunged into the guard's throat, severing his vocal cords, Sui swiftly stifled the man's mouth with his left hand, gently lowering him to the ground. The guard, filled with terror, gazed at the diminutive figure before him, his mind a whirlpool of confusion and dread of impending death. As Sui withdrew the dagger, the guard's pupils dilated, his vitality fading away. Having effortlessly dispatched one adversary, Sui moved to the edge of the tent where another slept. A quick thrust of the dagger, and then he proceeded to the next target. In less than half a minute, all but the sentinel lay dead in their slumber. After neutralizing the occupants of this tent, Sui advanced to a neighboring one. Employing the same method, all 5 within succumbed to the night without comprehension. Continuing his grim task, he dispatched the next group. In less than an hour, this ruthless band of soul masters had witnessed the demise of over 40 of their number at Sui's hands. As he executed these covert assassinations, his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented intensity. This singular act of assassination rekindled within him a long-lost feeling. The destined harbinger of death had now fully awakened within the realm of Douluo continent. Surveying the distant tents, one to the east and one to the west, he noted that one housed around 10 individuals, while the other contained merely 2. The implications were clear. He would proceed without hesitation. The presence of 2 individuals within a single tent signifies that they possess unparalleled strength in this vicinity. In contrast, the remaining tent, which accommodates 10 individuals, houses merely one soul master of the soul venerable rank, while the rest are all great soul masters. In this context, their power is relatively moderate, primarily due to their larger numbers. Thus, initially, Sui had no intention of engaging with this particular tent. To do so prematurely could result in unforeseen complications. Should an adversary escape undetected, such a scenario would render him vulnerable. For an assassin, vulnerability equates to demise. However, at this moment, Sui's focus shifted toward this tent. Even if a potential foe were to slip through the cracks, he was untroubled by the possibility of alarming others nearby. After all, apart from the tent housing the 2 soul venerables, all others had already succumbed to death. With a swift motion, Sui advanced toward the east. As he approached the tent, an individual unexpectedly emerged. Before the figure could take more than a few steps, a shadow materialized before him, and he was silently incapacitated by Sui. Fortuitously, this individual happened to be the night watchman of the tent, presumably having stepped out to tend to a leak. Sui boldly slipped through the front curtain of the tent, gazing upon the slumbering soul masters within. Sui employed the same method, eliminating each adversary in their dreams, just as he had dealt with his previous foes, effortlessly and without a hint of danger, within this so-called death squad. Only 2 soul masters of the soul sovereign rank remained unvanquished. The rest had all met their demise. Sui directed his gaze towards the final tent, seizing the moment before the resplendent moon emerged from the shroud of clouds. He approached this den of death, the last tent in the row. Upon entering, he beheld 2 exquisitely beautiful women, clad in revealing attire, entwined in a deep slumber. Like 2 enchanting serpents, they lay intertwined, their serene faces adorned with sweet smiles that hinted at delightful dreams. Yet, this exquisite scene, perceived through Sui's indifferent and composed eyes, stirred not the slightest flicker of desire within him. To him, there existed only the living and the dead. The distinction of gender held no significance. Even the most captivating beauty would inevitably decay into skeletal remains after a century. This alluring tableau, so often a source of desire for others, elicited no response from Sui, who instead viewed the entwined figures as mere skeletal frames locked in an embrace. From the moment he entered the tent until now, scarcely a breath had passed. Observing the 2 women in their entangled slumber, Sui summoned the chaotic supreme gun into his hands. With a swift thrust, the weapon pierced through the back of one woman, entering the chest of the other. This decisive strike resulted in the instant demise of the woman impaled from behind, while the other, startled, opened her eyes wide in disbelief, meeting Sui's chilling gaze. With a swift motion, he exerted force upon the gun, shaking it from side to side. The 2 women, now united by the chaotic supreme gun, were violently torn apart, their bodies splitting in 2 and falling to the ground. With a flourish, he twirled the long gun, shaking off the remnants of blood before retracting his weapon spirit. With an expression of calm, Sui slowly emerged from the confines of the tent. In the presence of this group of deathly soul masters, comprised either of burly men or emaciated figures, he found the appearance of two women perplexing. However, given their existence in this place, regardless of their identities, they were all undoubtedly malevolent soul masters, none innocent. Upon his arrival, every individual here had already been marked by the specter of death. After Sui had vanquished all his adversaries, he stepped forth from this harrowing assembly. Just as he exited the camp of the death group, the hidden ghost Douluo appeared before him. Gazing into Suyi's eyes, which reflected a demeanor of indifference and detachment, a flicker of astonishment crossed ghost Douluo's face. Having remained concealed 200 meters away, he had been observing Sui intently. As a disciple of the Pope, it was inconceivable for him to overlook this young man. The Pope had openly dispatched the old guy, Zhu Hua, to escort Sui here, ostensibly to dismiss Yu Guan, but in reality, to ensure his protection and prevent any mishaps. In this moment, ghost Douluo, who had been lurking in the shadows, nodded slightly at the initially concealed Sui. This was no longer the bandit lair he had once brought this young man to, where apart from the bandit leader, all were mere commoners. Conversely, within this death group, every individual was a soul master, the weakest among them being a great soul master. Among the 64 members, even if they were all great soul masters, their collective skills numbered 128, unless one possessed a soul power level vastly superior to theirs. Facing over 60 of these ruthless soul masters alone was nothing short of folly. To Ghost Douluo, while Sui was a natural-born killer, he perceived no imminent danger. However, to resolve the situation here would typically require at least 10 to 15 days. Remarkably, the entire process was completed in merely one day, resulting in the annihilation of all these individuals. Throughout this ordeal, the young lad made use of his martial soul yet refrained from unleashing a single soul skill. Among the members of the death group, those deserving of their fate likewise did not employ any soul skills, for they were deprived of the opportunity to do so. Having been dispatched by this ruthless entity, it was only after Sui exited the death group that his concealed protector, the ghost Douluo, ventured into the area to assess the circumstances. To his astonishment, he discovered the entire camp of the death group, 64 individuals in total, comprising 14 soul venerates and 50 great soul masters, had been eradicated in a single, lethal strike. The absence of any signs of struggle indicated that these individuals had all been silently dispatched by the young lad, who rendered them incapable of even calling for help. Particularly striking were the neatly lined bodies of those who succumbed to throat wounds, suggesting they had been slain in their slumber by this young assassin. In a mere night, what would typically take others years of teamwork to achieve was accomplished by this boy alone. Observing Sui standing before him, expressionless and unfazed by his presence, the ghost Douluo began to regard this young man as an equal alongside himself and the chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon entering the tents of the two women whose bodies had been torn asunder by Sui's strike, the ghost Douluo could not help but twitch his lips at the sight of their dismembered forms. Could it be that, in the eyes of this young boy, he was entirely oblivious to the essence of womanhood? Moreover, these two women instilled a sense of dread among the soul masters of the death group. They are sisters, and when the spirit hall captured them, the soul masters involved were utterly astounded by the scene that unfolded before them. On that occasion, he personally led the team, and the spectacle was so overwhelming that even he, a titled Douluo, felt a chill run down his spine. Despite their alluring beauty that could incite the greatest desires in men, the sisters were found engaged in unspeakable acts in a village under the broad daylight. The women of the village were all slaughtered, while the men beneath these sisters transformed before their eyes into mere corpses. Surrounding the two sisters lay countless lifeless bodies, adults, children, and the elderly alike. This was their method of swiftly enhancing their cultivation. The term femme fatale aptly describes these sisters. Not a single soul in the village escaped. Women were mercilessly killed, and the men were reduced to mere husks. Upon witnessing the arrival of the spirit hall, the sisters exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, they gazed at the soul masters with seductive glances, their voices laced with an irresistible allure that ensnared their minds. It was fortunate that he was leading the charge, otherwise, those sent to apprehend the sisters might have met the same grim fate, becoming sustenance for the two. When the sisters looked in their direction, even he, a titled Douluo, felt a surge of heat within him. The soul masters he commanded began to lose themselves, mechanically advancing towards the sisters. Had he not intervened, stunning them and taking control, he could only imagine the actions his comrades would have taken. These formidable women were far more terrifying than any evil soul master. Reflecting on this, Ghost Douluo turned to the young Su-yi before him and inquired, "Young one, did you notice anything unusual about these two women at that time?" "No," was Su-yi's cold response, leading Ghost Douluo into an awkward silence. He then looked at Su-yi with a hint of helplessness and asked, "Do you discern a difference between men and women?" "No." "What of it?" Ghost Douluo, incredulous, found it hard to believe. The distinction between the living and the dead. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Ghost Douluo fell into complete silence, realizing that engaging this young boy in conversation was akin to seeking out peril. "Congratulations, you have graduated." Holy Son. After composing himself, Ghost Douluo regarded the young Su-yi with a sense of pride and smiled. What lies ahead in the path of cultivation? Listening to the words of the Ghost Douluo, Su-yi remained unmoved, gazing back at him with a curious expression. The Ghost Douluo, facing Su-yi, found himself at a loss for words. "Little one, you have now graduated. There are no further stages of cultivation for you. Even if there were, it would be the Pope who would convey that to you, not I. Moreover, you have become the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and you do not feel joy?" I recall how that little girl, Nana, was ecstatic for quite some time upon learning she had become the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. The Ghost Douluo pondered that perhaps Su-yi was unaware of the significance of being the Holy Son within the Spirit Hall, which explained his apparent indifference. In Chapter 37, "I only know how to kill. The Pope lacks interest." The Ghost Douluo continued to regard the young boy before him, contemplating that he might not grasp the profound implications of being the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. With this thought, he addressed Su-yi. "Do you understand what it means to be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall?" "I do not know," came Su-yi's response. "The position of the Holy Son allows one to stand on par with us elders in the Spirit Hall, perhaps even surpassing us. To ascend to the rank of the Pope, one must first attain the position of the Holy Maiden. Although becoming the Holy Maiden does not guarantee one will become the Pope, it serves as a significant marker, indicating the potential to ascend to that role. Most importantly, prior to you, the Spirit Hall has never had a Holy Son. You are truly one of a kind within the Spirit Hall. The position of future Pope may very well be yours. At that time, you will wield authority over the most powerful force in the Douluo continent, above all others." As he spoke, the Ghost Douluo gazed intently at Su-yi, eager to discern any change in expression from the boy upon hearing these words. However, to his disappointment, the hopeful Ghost Douluo was met with a profound silence. After listening to the words of the Ghost Douluo, Su-yi maintained an expressionless demeanor, indifferent and unperturbed. His eyes remained calm and detached as he coldly replied, "Oh, is that all? Do you have any idea how crucial the position of the Holy Son truly is?" As Su-yi gazed at the exuberant Ghost Douluo before him, he coolly remarked, "It has nothing to do with me." The Ghost Douluo, confronted by Su-yi's demeanor, fell utterly speechless. He yearned to swiftly escort this young lad back to the Pope's palace, presenting him to Her Holiness the Pope. The longer he lingered with this peculiar child, the more he felt his sanity slipping away. It was perplexing how he could be so drawn to converse with this taciturn youth, despite knowing full well that Su-yi was a man of few words. Especially when he observed Su-yi's perpetually impassive countenance, he found himself yearning to witness a flicker of astonishment on the boy's face. He believed that such a sight would elevate his spirits. Yet, each time, he was driven to the brink of madness by the boy's reticence. Why did he find himself in such a predicament? As the Ghost Douluo reflected on this, he was reminded of the flower Douluo, Yuguan. Indeed, it was that fellow who had infected him with this affliction. The old man would always seek to elicit some form of reaction from Su-yi, only to be met with failure time and again. And now, was he not in the same boat? Upon this realization, the Ghost Douluo resolved to distance himself from that individual upon his return, determined to avoid the folly that had seemingly transferred itself onto him. Yes, that was the way forward. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his own reasoning. Snapping back to the present, he turned to Su-yi, who stood before him with an air of indifference, and promptly led him away, soaring towards the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City. Upon their arrival at the Pope's palace, the first rays of dawn bathed Su-yi in light. Following closely behind the Ghost Douluo, he entered the sacred hall. "Your Holiness," the Ghost Douluo addressed Bibi Dong, who sat in the Pope's chair, eyes closed in deep contemplation, with a slight bow. Hearing his voice, Bibi Dong opened her eyes just a fraction. Observing the Ghost Douluo and the boy beside him, her voice, imbued with a blend of languor, gentleness, and nobility, softly inquired, "Have you succeeded?" In response to Bibi Dong's question, the Ghost Douluo respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Holiness. Are you not astonished that this young lad completed the trial within a day? Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong rose from her chair, gracefully making her way to Sui. She gently stroked his head and, as was her custom, spoke tenderly. He is my disciple. As his teacher, how could I not understand this child? Standing to the side, the ghost Douluo was left speechless by Bibi Dong's remarks. Her holiness seemed to have adopted a manner of speech that left him at a loss for words, pondering whether her becoming this child's mentor had somehow influenced her as well. Upon contemplating this, Ghost Douluo swiftly suppressed the thought deep within his heart. Little one, congratulations on completing the trial. You have graduated ahead of time. From this moment forth, you shall be the first saint son of the Spirit Hall in all of history. As Sui beheld the gentle, water-like gaze of Bibi Dong, he nodded slightly and replied, Indeed. Cultivate diligently, and when you ascend to the rank of title Douluo, I shall entrust the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall to you. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Suyi's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion as he calmly stated, I am only skilled in the art of killing. The position of Pope holds no allure for me. Bibi Dong, noticing the tranquility in Suyi's eyes, offered a faint smile. Very well, it is your choice. Only by becoming powerful can one ensure that no one in this world poses a threat to you. Sui nodded in response, contemplating Bibi Dong's profound words. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Ghost Douluo was nearly rendered speechless by the exchange between the master and disciple. The moment he heard Bibi Dong mention the passing of the Pope's mantle to Sui upon his ascension to title Douluo, he was left in a state of disbelief. The rapid conclusion regarding the Pope's position was astonishing. This also underscored the weight Sui held in Bibi Dong's heart, as well as his remarkable talents. With Bibi Dong's declaration alone, it was evident that Sui would occupy an exceptionally high position within the Spirit Hall in the future. Furthermore, this young man's combat techniques, nay, his skills in slaughter, were unparalleled in this world, unmatched by any. When he heard Sui declare, I am only skilled in killing and have no interest in being the Pope, Ghost Douluo nearly suffered internal injury from disbelief. This impudent boy truly seemed unaware of what the title of Pope represented within the Spirit Hall and across the continent. Yet, considering Suyi's character, even if he were fully cognizant of the immense power and prestige associated with the position of Pope, he would still refuse to accept it. After all, given Suyi's disposition, when he became a title Douluo, barring the limit Douluos, he would undoubtedly be the strongest among those of the same rank on the Douluo continent. Without exception. However, to make him Pope would be a misfit. He was far less suited for it than Nana. In Ghost Douluo's view, if Sui had any shortcomings, it was his aloof demeanor and his tendency to be sparing with words. Setting those aside, he would be the most ideal candidate for the position of Pope. Chapter 38, The True Strong. An additional update for all esteemed readers. Fourth update. Seeking votes. Since returning to the Papal Hall, Sui has become the first Holy Son in the history of the Spirit Hall. This event has had a significant impact. Within just 3 days, word spread across the continent that a remarkably gifted Holy Son had emerged from the Spirit Hall. This Holy Son is the second direct disciple of the papal figure. Due to the extraordinary nature of this enigmatic Holy Son, the Pope, Bibi Dong, made an exception and conferred upon him the title of Holy Son. Many have learned of the existence of this Holy Son, yet none know his name, appearance, or cultivation level. It is only understood that he will be the strongest force of the Spirit Hall in the future, without a doubt. The world is filled with curiosity about this mysterious Holy Son, eager to discover the identity of the individual who could compel Bibi Dong to make such an exception. Regrettably, this Holy Son remains shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Douluo, who represents the pinnacle of strength within the Spirit Hall, has also become aware of this development. Known for his disinterest in worldly affairs, even he was stirred by this news. He approached Bibi Dong to confront her, questioning her unilateral decision to establish a Holy Son without consulting the offerings within their temple regarding such a monumental matter. In response, Bibi Dong boldly declared, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I do not require your counsel in my decisions. Upon hearing these words, Douluo felt a surge of anger. Yet, upon gazing into Bibi Dong's icy eyes, he could only let out a resigned sigh and turn away. He did not express any desire to meet the Holy Son, nor did he pursue further inquiries. Thus, Sui became the first Holy Son in the history of the Spirit Hall. Among those most pleased was Hulaina. Ever since learning that Sui had completed the trials and returned to the Papal Hall in just 1 day, she has visited him daily, nearly becoming his shadow. Much to Sui's annoyance, this woman, it seemed, was quite bothersome, persistently disrupting his training and hindering his path to strength. As time passed, over a month later, Suyi's soul power level progressed from level 23 to 24. On that day, Bibi Dong personally came to find him, marking the first private meeting since his return to the papal hall and the announcement of his status as Holy Son. Indeed, you have reached level 24. Your progress is commendable, Bibi Dong remarked with a slight smile as she observed the young Suyi before her. Noticing his silence, she took a seat in his courtyard, beckoning him closer with a gentle wave of her hand, saying softly, "Come sit here." Suyi gazed at Bibi Dong, then quietly approached and took a seat beside her. "Do you understand why I have come to find you today?" Bibi Dong tilted her face, observing the indifferent Suyi, and gently inquired. "I do not know." Suyi responded with his customary indifference. "Little one, do you understand what it truly means to be strong?" Bibi Dong inquired, her gaze fixed upon the tranquil pool before her, eyes brimming with contemplation. "I do not know." Upon hearing Suyi's reply, Bibi Dong offered a faint smile, her attention drawn to the fish gracefully swimming within the water. She began to articulate, "A strong individual possesses an unwavering determination in the pursuit of strength. They face adversity with fearless resolve. Aware that the path ahead is fraught with thorns yet undaunted in their journey, courageously forging ahead through trials. They exhibit patience in the face of monotonous and arduous training, persisting diligently despite the tedium. When confronted with distress or the necessity of making decisions, they must be decisive, severing doubts with conviction. Any adversary that stands in their way, regardless of who it may be, must be met with relentless ferocity. I can discern these 5 qualities within you, and I harbor no concerns about your future as a formidable force. However, a true stronghold must remain composed amidst chaos, their expression unyielding, their heart devoid of turmoil. In this regard, you excel. Yet, even I, your teacher, find myself lacking in many of these aspects." As she spoke, a trace of confusion and introspection flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, her gaze settling upon the placid surface of the water. Meanwhile, Suyi sat quietly beside her, reflecting upon his own image mirrored in the lake. After a considerable time had passed, Bibi Dong regained her composure, glancing at the quietly seated Suyi with a gentle smile. She reached out, placing her hand atop his small head and affectionately tousling his hair. "However, your greatest flaw lies in your lack of emotion. A true stronghold possesses something to protect, a belief to uphold. Indifference may foster strength, yet it ultimately leads to the loss of self, reducing one to a mere instrument of slaughter. You should learn to conceal your true self before others, ensuring that enemies and anyone else cannot discern the essence of who you are. In doing so, they will struggle to uncover your vulnerabilities, and without weaknesses, there are no chinks in your armor." As she spoke, a flicker of pain, sorrow, heartbreak, and discomfort crossed her countenance, only to be swiftly replaced by an aura of relentless determination and ferocity. The fleeting glimpse of her fierce intent vanished as her beautiful eyes returned to their former tranquility, nobility, and a hint of gentleness. In that moment, as the tempest of her fierce spirit momentarily surged, Suyi sensed a palpable, brutal, and sinister aura emanating from Bibi Dong, a sensation he could not shake from his memory. Gazing at his noble, gentle, and serene teacher, Suyi understood that this remarkable woman must have endured unimaginable wounds in her past. "Little one, remember this. A true stronghold conceals their emotions and adeptly masks their feelings. You excel at concealing your emotions, to the extent that even I cannot perceive your innermost thoughts and feelings. However, the art of masquerade is where you fall short. Your forthcoming training will focus on mastering the ability to disguise your indifferent demeanor. You must learn the appropriate words to utter in the presence of different individuals and adapt your emotional expressions accordingly. For instance, when joy fills your heart, you should smile. And in moments of sorrow, allow yourself to reflect that sadness. This may prove to be a formidable challenge for you. Yet it is imperative that you learn to obscure your expressions, rendering them imperceptible to others." Bibi Dong spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed intently upon Suyi. In truth, this final point was made with Nana in mind. She expressed these sentiments to Suyi out of concern for the young girl. It is widely known that Nana harbors deep feelings for Suyi. As she observed Suyi seated beside her, she realized that his nature might bring considerable hardship to the innocent Nana. Reflecting on Nana's own struggles, the teacher wished to spare her from any regrets or sorrows. Thus, Bibi Dong imparted these words to Suyi, fully aware of his strong inclination to follow orders. To him, her counsel would resonate as a command, compelling him to exert every effort in compliance. Her intentions were dual-faceted, for the well-being of Nana, and equally for the benefit of Su-yi, this young man. Su-yi's temperament reveals the hardships he has endured. His past was fraught with struggle and suffering. It recalls their first encounter, where this young soul fought against a ravenous wild dog for scraps, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong gently placed her hand on Su-yi's head, caressing him softly. "Little one, do you have something you wish to protect?" She pondered, her thoughts drifting to the young girl, Nana. She was eager to discern whether this little harbinger of death harbored anything precious to safeguard. If he did, his path of cultivation would undoubtedly become simpler. Conversely, if he did not, it would suggest that this child was inherently a cold-blooded killer. Should he remain in such a state, the duration required for his training would be uncertain. An extended period would spell disaster for a child like him, who was in the prime of his cultivation. In such a case, they would have to wait until he reached the status of soul sage or title Douluo before he could be entrusted with greater challenges. After all, a transformation in character is not achieved overnight, especially for someone like Su-yi. This trial could very well be the most arduous he would face in his lifetime. If that were the case, it would only bring hardship to Nana. Thus, it is incumbent upon this young boy to provide an answer, whether to leave or to stay. His response will determine their fate. "What is it that you wish to protect?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su-yi softly murmured. He then gazed into her eyes and plainly declared, "I wish to protect you." Bibi Dong, sitting beside him, was momentarily taken aback by his statement. The response she anticipated was one of indifference or uncertainty. No matter how many thoughts swirled in her mind, she could not have envisioned that this young lad would express such sentiments. Although his expression and tone were unremarkable, she could sense the sincerity behind his words. "I wish to protect you, to safeguard you." This declaration struck Bibi Dong like a thunderbolt, stirring the still waters of her heart into tumultuous waves. Had anyone else uttered these words, she might have dismissed them outright. For even that man from her past had failed to live up to his promises and had always evaded her. Yet, here was this young boy, inherently aloof and detached, who spoke sparingly and never uttered trivialities or lies. She could distinctly perceive the earnestness and resolve in his speech. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong regained her composure and, looking at the boy beside her, asked, "Protect me? How do you intend to do that?" At that moment, she was eager to hear Su-yi's thoughts. "I shall eliminate anyone who poses a threat to you, anyone who seeks to harm you. Thus, you will be free from danger, and in the absence of peril, I can indeed protect you." Bibi Dong could not help but smile at Su-yi's words. His interpretation of protection was indeed unique. This was her first encounter with such a notion of guardianship. She had heard of those willing to sacrifice their lives for others, to shield them at all costs, and of those who quietly safeguarded their charges from the shadows, known only to themselves. Truly, this young lad was extraordinary in his own right. "Very well, young one. When you become powerful, I shall entrust my safety to you. You shall be my protector," Bibi Dong said as she embraced Su-yi. "I will," he replied coolly. Listening to Su-yi's response, Bibi Dong felt an unprecedented sense of joy since that day. Reflecting on this, she gently said to the small figure in her arms, "In that case, you must first amend your disposition." As Su-yi, cradled in Bibi Dong's embrace, listened to her words, a rare flicker of confusion appeared in his usually cold eyes. Gazing at his reflection on the water's surface, he softly murmured, "What must I do?" Upon hearing his question, Bibi Dong smiled gently. "As for the specifics, I am not entirely certain either. However, I shall now escort you to a certain place. Once you arrive, you must obtain the master's demands and approval from there." With these words, Bibi Dong gazed gently into Su-yi's eyes and said, "You shall succeed, regardless." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su-yi's eyes, which had previously been filled with confusion, regained their usual tranquility as he nodded in response. "Shall we set off now?" he inquired. Embracing Su-yi, Bibi Dong regarded him, her expression contemplative, lost in thought. After a moment of silent reflection upon Su-yi, she gently smiled and said, "Let us remain here a while longer and sit with me." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su-yi remained silent, simply sitting there and gazing at the water's surface. Bibi Dong, too, held on to Su-yi's hand, her grip tightening slightly as they both stared at the reflections of their figures on the water, lost in thought. An hour slipped by in this manner, enveloped in tranquility. "All right, little one, go bid farewell to that girl Nana. Afterward, I shall have Yueguan escort you to your next destination. Farewell." As Su-yi listened to Bibi Dong's words, he felt a sense of confusion. Noticing his expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile. This little fellow was utterly unaware of the concept of farewell. With that thought, she lowered her gaze and gently kissed the side of Su Yi's face, as delicate as a dragonfly alighting on water. Observing the bewilderment in his eyes, she chuckled. This is what a farewell looks like. Now, go and bid adieu to that girl, Nana. However, Su Yi protested, I do not wish to say goodbye. The very idea of parting with Bibi Dong was something he couldn't even entertain. That individual was far too perilous. Seeing the seriousness etched on Su Yi's face, Bibi Dong laughed softly. All right, little one, I shall not tease you any longer. Depart early and return swiftly. I hope you succeed and come back to me as a completely transformed person. Indeed, he replied. Su Yi spoke as he rose and walked outside. Thank you all for coming to read for free at Qimao. Qimao offers free novels for a century. A plethora of authentic books awaits your exploration. We welcome your comments to support this work. A reader group has been established. We invite all esteemed readers to join us. And I am grateful for your continued companionship and affection. I shall strive even harder. Let us join hands and ascend to the pinnacle together. Let us claim the top spot on the new book rankings, and behold the scenery below. Moreover, the new novel Douluo, starting from the husband's funeral, has officially set sail. Currently being serialized with fervor. Synopsis. At the pinnacle of Douluo, I, Lulu, am destined to reign. If heaven did not give birth to me, the night of Douluo would endure eternally. Upon traversing the Douluo, Su Tu inadvertently interrupted Qian Xuanji's good fortune, rescuing Bibi Dong. With no soul rings and no martial soul, I start with merely a blade. Each strike delivers a critical hit of 999. My basic attack is akin to a supreme skill. I shall guard you for a decade without worry, yet it pales in comparison to a generation of scoundrels. The temporary thrill of tormenting my husband leads to a funeral of pursuit. With no women in my heart, I draw my blade with divine grace. You thought I could only perform basic attacks? Apologies, it is simply that you are unworthy to witness my true techniques. Bibi Dong, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Tu, the Butcher of Slaughter. From this moment forth, let the world tremble. Chapter 1. Entering the Moon Pavilion's God of Death. As Su Yi accompanied Douluo Yuguan, they departed from the Soul Arena in a horse-drawn carriage. Their destination this time was the Heavendo Empire. Along the journey, it was only Yuguan who incessantly chattered outside the carriage. Occasionally, he attempted to engage Su Yi in conversation, but Su Yi remained entirely unresponsive, immersed in cultivating his soul power within the confines of the carriage. More often than not, Yuguan found himself conversing with no one but himself. After a month of travel, they finally reached their intended destination. Throughout the journey, while Su Yi devoted himself to his training, his soul power had subtly advanced from the 24th level, and he could almost sense the threshold of the 25th level. Meanwhile, Yuguan, who had been steering the carriage, felt as though he was on the brink of madness after such a prolonged period of solitude. The little fellow, Su Yi, has truly not exchanged a single word with anyone. As a result, for an entire month, he has driven the carriage alone, either engaging in soliloquies or conversing with the two horses pulling it. As he approached the Grand Empire of Tiandu, he entered the city and arrived at an extraordinarily opulent pavilion, adorned with the characters Yuxian. The comings and goings of individuals were all members of the noble class. Observing Su Yi, who was still cultivating within the carriage, Yuguan's eyes were filled with a mixture of helplessness and admiration. The Pope himself had contacted someone he hadn't spoken to in over a decade for the sake of this young man, believing that this place could potentially transform Su Yi's character. Therefore, upon learning of this, Bibi Dong immediately dispatched him to accompany the young lad, hoping to facilitate a metamorphosis in him. Little one, we have arrived at our destination, Yuguan's voice resonated. At this moment, Su Yi, who had been meditating in the carriage, slowly opened his eyes. Stepping down from the carriage, he gazed upon the magnificent and vast pavilion, then observed the throngs of youthful individuals bustling about. The attire of these young men and women clearly indicated that they hailed from remarkable backgrounds. Is this truly the place I have come to? Su Yi gazed at the moon pavilion before him, a slight furrow creasing his brow. The atmosphere here was decidedly unsettling to him. Meanwhile, Yuguan observed the subtle frown on Su Yi's face, his eyes sparkling with surprise. My heavens! What have I witnessed? I have discerned a different emotion on this little one's visage. This marks the first occasion I have seen Su Yi frown. It seems this little fellow possesses a certain charm after all. The frustrations encountered along the journey were completely forgotten upon witnessing Su Yi's slightly furrowed brow. Indeed, this is our destination. Yuguan regarded Su Yi with a warm smile. However, before we proceed, we must first meet someone who will guide you within. After all, This locale is exceptionally unique, and you, as a member of our spirit hall, share profound ties with this place. As he spoke, a glimmer of intrigue danced in Yu Guan's eyes as he looked at Moon Pavilion, though beneath that playful demeanor lurked a palpable aura of menace. None of this escaped Su Yi's keen perception. Moreover, even if he had not seen it, the slightest hint of malice would have been palpable to him. Shall I cleanse this place of its presence? As Su Yi uttered these words, it seemed as effortless as taking a sip of water. Upon hearing Su Yi's statement, Yu Guan, observing his calm demeanor, instantly found himself unsettled. Have you lost your mind, little one? Yu Guan exclaimed, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. Noticing the gazes of those around them, he quickly moderated his tone and transmitted a message to Su Yi. This location is indeed a thorn in the side of our spirit hall. Yet we cannot act against it. The individuals frequenting this place are all noble offspring. Here lies the most prestigious academy in the entire Tiando Empire and even across the Douluo continent, with students solely comprising the progeny of the empire's aristocracy. Its influence is profound. Should we provoke this establishment, our spirit hall would face considerable turmoil. Furthermore, you must undergo your transformation here. A mere xiaoya cannot compare to your metamorphosis. With that, Yu Guan led Su Yi away from the area. They meandered until they reached the entrance of a noble residence. Gazing at the grand estate before him, Yu Guan guided Su Yi and they vanished from the entrance. When they reappeared, it was within the main hall of the estate. Standing in the hall was a middle-aged man, who appeared to be awaiting someone. Upon Yu Guan and Su Yi's sudden arrival before him, a look of joy illuminated the man's face. He knelt before Yu Guan, respectfully proclaiming, I greet Elder Ju. I greet the Holy Sun. Su Yi gazed at the middle-aged man kneeling before him, remaining silent and coldly observing his demeanor. Please rise, Yu Guan instructed, allowing the man to stand. He then pointed to Su Yi, who stood beside him, and introduced, this is Su Yi, the direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope and the Holy Son of our Spirit Hall. His temperament is rather unique. Thus he requires entry into the Moon Pavilion for transformation. After clarifying the purpose of their visit to the middle-aged man, Yu Guan added, this young lad is entrusted to you. Ensure that no one discovers Su Yi's true identity. Understood, Elder Ju, the man replied. After imparting these instructions, Yu Guan turned to the young Su Yi and cautioned, I must return to Spirit City immediately, as His Holiness requires my presence. And you, my young friend, once you enter the Moon Pavilion, refrain from taking any lives. Remember, your purpose in the Moon Pavilion is to transform yourself. As Yu Guan continued to speak, Su Yi maintained an expressionless demeanor. Once Yu Guan had finished and turned to depart, Su Yi spoke up, understood. The departing Yu Guan paused momentarily, a smile blossoming in his eyes, before vanishing from the courtyard. Lord Su Yi, you are now akin to my own kin, the middle-aged man cautiously remarked, observing Su Yi's indifferent countenance, particularly the coldness in his eyes. Shall we proceed now? To Su Yi, who preferred action, the swifter, the better. Indeed, the man responded, leading Su Yi to the Moon Pavilion. Upon their arrival, the youths already within the Moon Pavilion looked on curiously at the young Su Yi trailing behind the well-known Marquis Char in the noble circles of the Tiandu Empire. The young gentlemen speculated about Su Yi's identity, while the noble ladies were captivated by his appearance, whispering amongst themselves regarding his status. As Marquis Char escorted Su Yi into the Moon Pavilion, Su Yi observed the disciples within, engaged in learning various etiquettes, and frowned slightly, quickly regaining his composure. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Marquis Char. Second update. Please vote and support. Upon entering the Moon Pavilion, Marquis Char approached the guards on the first floor with a beaming smile. Producing a golden soul coin, he discreetly slipped it into the guard's hands, softly saying, My friend, could you kindly assist me in locating the pavilion master? I have important matters to discuss. Feeling the weight of the gold coin, the guard smiled faintly and replied, Certainly, Marquis Char. It is a privilege for you to personally visit our Moon Pavilion. I believe the pavilion master will have time to meet with you. The guard spoke and directly ascended to the Moon Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, an exquisite woman appeared on the second floor, followed closely by the same guard. This lady, resplendent and breathtakingly beautiful, descended gracefully from the second floor and approached Charles and Su Yi, her calm, unassuming eyes lingering on Su Yi for a moment longer. She then turned to Charles and smiled gently, inquiring, What brings Marquis Charles to my Moon Pavilion? Charles, captivated by the stunning woman before him, replied with a subtle smile. Madam Pavilion Master, might we step aside to converse? Moonhua regarded Charles thoughtfully, and upon hearing his request, nodded slightly. She gestured towards the staircase leading to the second floor, indicating for Charles to follow her. Charles, with Sui in tow, followed Moonhua up to the second floor of the pavilion. The guard accompanying Moonhua opened the door for them, and once she entered, Charles and Sui stepped into the room as well. The guard remained outside, closing the door behind them. What matter does Marquis Charles wish to discuss? Moonhua inquired gently, gazing at Charles seated opposite her. Upon hearing her words, Charles suddenly knelt before her, anguish etched across his face. Moonhua, taken aback by his sudden gesture, furrowed her brow. Marquis Charles, what is the meaning of this? As he knelt before her, Charles's eyes were filled with profound regret, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. In a sorrowful tone, he pleaded, I implore you, Madam Pavilion Master, to accept this child as my son. Sui, seated beside Charles, remained unperturbed, his expression one of calm indifference. Son? Moonhua, intrigued by the revelation, regarded Charles with a hint of confusion. What trickery was Marquis Charles attempting to weave before her? As Moonhua observed Charles, who was now weeping inconsolably, he sorrowfully declared, Madam Pavilion Master, this is my son. To the outside world and the servants in my household, he is merely my nephew, but in truth, he is my illegitimate child. At the time, I was in the midst of a promotion and dared not to bring the mother and child into my estate. If the noble class were to discover that the esteemed Lord Charles had taken a commoner as his wife, I would lose all standing in noble society. My path to advancement would be severed. This child has always been cared for by his mother. When he was 3, my wife succumbed to hunger and illness, leaving only this child behind. For the past 2 years, this child has lived in conditions worse than a beggar, never knowing when he would have his next meal, or what it would be. When I finally found him, he was scavenging for scraps with a wild dog. When I brought the child back, he has consistently exhibited a demeanor of utter distrust, remaining wary of everyone around him, unwilling to place his faith in anyone. For half a year, not once has he referred to me as father. Indeed, he has not spoken a single word to me. At this juncture, Charles was on the verge of fainting from tears. Meanwhile, sitting there, Yuehua listened intently to Charles's narrative, observing the deep-seated disdain that gradually surfaced in his eyes. When she gazed into Su Yi's eyes, she found herself momentarily transfixed. What kind of eyes were those? As he knelt there, weeping and repenting before his father, his gaze remained devoid of any flicker of emotion, cold, indifferent and tranquil, without a hint of turmoil. How deeply must he detest this loathsome man before him? While Yuehua was lost in thought, Su Yi, seated beside Charles, took a moment to glance at him, committing the features of this man, known as Charles, to memory. The man before him was far from ordinary. Indeed, one might say he was quite formidable. Merely upon hearing a few details from Douluo about him, he wove a lie so compelling and heartfelt upon his arrival here. Why was it so moving? Because the emotions he displayed were entirely rooted in sincerity, as if he were indeed his father. Consequently, the woman before him, upon witnessing the genuine feelings radiating from Charles, felt a flicker of disdain in her gaze. Yet now, as she observed him, a tinge of compassion began to emerge in her eyes. Master Yuxian, I acknowledge that I am neither a worthy father nor a suitable husband, unworthy of existence itself. However, my child is innocent. I do not wish for him to suffer. I desire for him to become a noble, to inherit all my wealth and live a good life. Even if this child does not recognize me or claim my fortune, as long as he is well, I would die content. I know you detest me, this scoundrel, yet please, Master Yuxian, the child is innocent. I beg of you, take him in, Charles exclaimed, suddenly bowing deeply before Yuehua. With each impact of his head against the ground, a resounding thud echoed. After just 3 strikes, his forehead began to bleed, crimson flowing down his face. For a moment, Yuehua was taken aback by Charles's actions. In the brief pause of 3 breaths, he had struck his head against the ground 5 more times, each blow stronger than the last. Enough, Yuehua commanded, observing Charles's fervent actions. Yet, it seemed as though he had not heard her, continuing to bow fervently, as if entranced. I said enough. As the moonlight spoke, a luminous circle materialized around Charles and Su Yi. Enveloped by this radiant halo, Charles became momentarily dazed, kneeling on the ground and ceasing his frantic actions. Blood trickled down from his forehead, cascading onto the stone slabs beneath him. Meanwhile, as Su Yi was enveloped by the same ethereal circle, he furrowed his brow slightly. After the peculiar halo passed over him, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, experiencing a tranquility within his heart that he had never known before. Su Yi gazed in a daze at the woman before him, who radiated an ethereal glow, and in his heart, he assigned her a perilous label. Danger, danger, danger. Yuehua. The first lesson, smile. As Yuehua unleashed her noble circle domain, the entire room transformed into a realm of serene tranquility. Enveloped by this noble circle, Su Yi felt an unprecedented warmth, comfort, and peace enveloping his heart. The formidable woman, Tang Yuehua, possessed an ability that rendered her a nemesis to Su Yi, a killer. This enigmatic energy threatened to lull a killer into complacency, extinguishing any flicker of lethal intent. Danger, danger, danger. In this brief encounter, 3 prominent red exclamation marks arose in Su Yi's mind, instantly elevating the perceived threat posed by this woman several notches, ultimately reaching its zenith. Standing before Su Yi, Tang Yuehua, after releasing her noble circle, appeared even more regal than before. As she observed the seated Su Yi, whose eyes remained frigid, a hint of compassion flickered in her gaze. She pondered what trials this young man had endured, even after her noble circle was cast. His eyes still brimmed with icy detachment. You need not bow any longer. I shall accept this child, Tang Yuehua said lightly to the somewhat dazed Marquis Charles, who knelt before her. Upon hearing her words, Marquis Charles' eyes sparkled with profound surprise, and he expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you, Master Wuxian. Thank you, Master Wuxian. Young one, what is your name? Tang Yuehua inquired gently, looking at the seated Su Yi. Su Yi heard the woman before him inquire. Yet he felt no inclination to respond. If it were within his power, he would wish to eliminate this fearsome and perilous woman. Her abilities were truly formidable. Regrettably, after she unleashed the aristocratic domain, he came to the realization that he could not take her life. In that moment, he understood why his mentor, Bibi Dong, had sent him here. This world held the potential to transform his character, and it could only be achieved through the woman standing before him. Kneeling beside him, Charles observed the interaction as Tang Yuehua inquired about Su Yi's name. Su Yi remained silent, offering no reply. In a moment of urgency, Charles spoke up, Master Wuxian. This child is named Su Yi. Su Yi, Tang Yuehua echoed. Indeed, Master Wuxian, his name is Su Yi. He carries his mother's surname, Su. This child may never acknowledge me as his father. As he spoke, a profound regret flickered in Charles's eyes. Very well, I understand. From now on, Su Yi shall be my direct disciple. I will gradually assist him in changing his disposition. Do you wish to bid him farewell? After all, he will reside here at Wuxian. Should he desire to return to you, I shall facilitate that. Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Charles's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Truly, he had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. He initially believed being accepted as a disciple by the master of Wuxian was a significant achievement. But to find himself as a direct disciple, remaining here, was beyond his wildest dreams. With this realization, Charles bowed deeply to Tang Yuehua, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master Wuxian, for taking in this unfortunate child. Afterward, he rose and knelt beside Su Yi, his eyes brimming with regret, affection, and a deep sense of loss. Child, I am sorry for failing you as a father. From now on, dedicate yourself to learning by Master Yuexuan's side. You shall no longer endure hardship. At these words, Charles felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes once again. In stark contrast, Su Yi, seated before Charles, displayed no emotional response. He listened to Charles's words without uttering a single reply, his gaze cold and unyielding. The icy indifference in Su Yi's eyes unsettled Charles deeply. Master Wuxian, I shall bid farewell to this child. From now on, I entrust him to your care. Thank you for your assistance. With that, Charles, who had been poised to rise, bowed once more to Tang Yuehua, adding, I shall not impose any further. Having spoken, she turned and walked towards the door. Once Charles departed, the room was left with only Tang Yuehua and Su Yi. Tang Yuehua gazed at the silent young Su Yi before her, her eyes scrutinizing him intently. This child, if not for the frigid aura emanating from him and the steely glare in his eyes, would undoubtedly be quite popular among the young ladies in the noble circles. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuehua approached Su Yi, intending to gently ruffle his hair. However, Su Yi swiftly turned, stepping down from the chair and evading her outstretched hand. Observing the cold and wary glint in his eyes, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but smile. Little one, there is no need to fear. I mean you no harm. With that, she stepped closer once more, but upon noticing Su Yi's slight retreat, she decided against reaching out again. It seemed this matter would require a gradual approach. This child, One could only wonder what experiences had shaped him into his current demeanor. Now that you have become my disciple, I shall begin teaching you the various etiquettes of the nobility, as well as the intricacies of music, and the control of expression and emotion. A competent noble must learn to master their expressions and feelings. A noble who is easily angered becomes a disgrace among their peers, regardless of whom you encounter. You must treat them with politeness and gentleness, presenting a friendly smile. Only in this manner can you forge connections within noble society and cultivate relationships with those who might prove beneficial to you. As your network expands, so too does the assistance you may receive. Tang Yuehua stood before Sui, imparting her wisdom, while he remained quietly beside her, listening intently. To begin our first lesson, let us focus on the art of smiling, she declared, offering him a gracious and polite smile. For instance, like this, she added, gesturing to the smile adorning her own face. However, Sui stood before her, maintaining a neutral expression, devoid of any semblance of a smile. Now, it's your turn. Little one, Tang Yuehua said, her eyes twinkling with encouragement as she regarded Sui. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Sui remained standing there, his expression unchanged as he replied, No, that makes it easy, Tang Yuehua said, as she crouched down before Sui, her hands reaching out toward his face. Sui gazed at the outstretched hand of Tang Yuehua, a strong urge to sever it coursing through him. However, reason intervened, reminding him of the necessity of restraint. After all, how could he undergo transformation otherwise? He controlled his body, allowing Tang Yuehua's delicate hand to caress his face. Satisfied, Tang Yuehua nodded as she observed Sui, who had been coaxed into a smile by her touch. A new report arrived from the Heaven Do Imperial City. Yu Guan appeared within the Pope's hall and, seeing Bibi Dong gazing pensively out of the window, began to relay the news. Your Holiness, the response from Charles has arrived. That young lad has successfully entered the Moon Pavilion. The most delightful news is that Sui has become the personal disciple of that woman. He now need not attend classes with the other students at the Moon Pavilion, who only study for a day before departing. Instead, he remains by her side as she imparts her teachings directly. A smile graced Yu Guan's face as he delivered this report. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and turned back to her contemplation of the distant sky, remaining silent. Very well, Yu Guan, you may withdraw, she commanded. As you wish, Your Holiness, replied Yu Guan, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion as he exited the Pope's hall. Something felt amiss about the Pope today. Since that day, Sui had unknowingly spent 3 days within the Moon Pavilion. During this time, the woman named Tang Yuehua, his current teacher and the head of the Moon Pavilion, would come to him each day after teaching the noble children, dedicating her time solely to instructing him. The sole focus of her lessons was the art of smiling. Each time they practiced, she would envelop him in her noble domain, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort before guiding him personally. With Tang Yuehua standing behind him, she would position his face into a smile while Sui faced the mirror. After 3 days of diligent effort, a semblance of a smile had begun to appear on his face. However, it remained stiff and his gaze was cold, lending him a somewhat unsettling air. Today, Tang Yuehua once again visited Sui in his room, her heart swelling with gratification as she observed him tirelessly practicing his smile. Despite his icy demeanor, he approached her teachings with utmost seriousness, wholeheartedly committing to his practice from the very first day she had molded his expression into a smile. The following day, he was already capable of smiling without her assistance. Every time he arrived at this place, the little fellow would stand before the mirror, gazing at his reflection while practicing his smile. However, the little one's gaze was rather indifferent. When paired with his smile, it conveyed a sense of insincerity. Coupled with his cold, merciless eyes, it was truly unsettling. What Tang Yuehua did not realize was that, for Sui, being a competent assassin meant flawlessly executing the tasks assigned to him, regardless of their nature. Thus, in all his endeavors, he sought to achieve perfection, embodying the essence of a god of death in pursuit of excellence. Since his mentor had directed him to this location, he felt that both the place and the woman could facilitate his transformation. Therefore, he was determined to excel in whatever the woman required of him. Little fellow, you are already performing admirably. Your rate of learning is impressively swift, surpassing my expectations. However, your smile appears rather faint. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words while practicing his smile, Sui turned to look at her. What should I do? Typically, one might struggle to grasp Sui's meaning, but upon hearing his question, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but smile gently. The reason your smile seems insincere is that your eyes are excessively cold. The only remedy is to soften your gaze, making it akin to that of an ordinary person. When you smile, allow your eyes to reflect warmth. Only then will your smile reach the pinnacle of perfection. Approaching Sui, she regarded him with tenderness in her eyes. I do not understand. How should I proceed? Sui gazed at Tang Yuehua, who had crouched down before him, and, in a rare moment, uttered a few more words in her presence. Tang Yuehua, unfazed by Su Yi's indifferent tone, understood that this child was inherently like this. Every time she heard Su Yi's exceedingly cold voice, she would look at his already enchanting and handsome little face. And with a gentle smile, she remarked, a person's character is not something that can be altered overnight. However, there is one thing that can significantly influence the improvement of your character. What could that be? Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Su Yi inquired, is that music? Tang Yuehua, gazing at Su Yi, gradually replied, when you wholeheartedly immerse yourself in the melodies, harmonizing with the music's performance, your mood will inevitably relax and be filled with enjoyment. In such an environment, your character will subtly transform. Therefore, starting today, I shall impart to you some fundamental knowledge of musical theory. As she spoke, Tang Yuehua summoned a servant to bring in an ancient guqin. Once the servant placed the guqin in Su Yi's quarters, he discreetly withdrew. Follow me. Tang Yuehua beckoned, leading Su Yi to sit before the guqin. She then gently instructed, first listen and observe, and afterward, I shall teach you. With that, Tang Yuehua positioned her hands upon the strings of the guqin. Subsequently, a noble aura enveloped the room, and as her hands deftly strummed the strings, a soothing and enchanting melody began to resonate throughout the space, flowing like a gentle stream. Upon hearing the sound of the qin, the coldness in Su Yi's eyes gradually dissipated, giving way to an unparalleled tranquility and simplicity. After the melody concluded, Tang Yuehua observed the boy beside her. The icy demeanor that once characterized his gaze had vanished, replaced solely by serenity and calmness. She couldn't help but ponder what experiences this young lad must have endured to transform in such a manner. It was only through the release of her noble aura and her most cherished techniques that she managed to soothe his heart. She recalled how, even when her brother emerged from that cursed place, he exuded an aura of murderous intent and frigidness that could rival this boy's demeanor. Yet, she felt no trace of hostility emanating from him. Otherwise, she might have assumed he too had come from that dreadful location. The coldness in his eyes was inexplicable otherwise. Nevertheless, after her brother South returned from that place, despite his overwhelming chill and murderous aura, her noble presence had the power to quell such energies, allowing for a sense of calm and gradual relaxation. In contrast, she discerned that while Su Yi's eyes reflected tranquility, his entire being had yet to fully unwind. Thus, witnessing this cold and distant boy only deepened her compassion for him. Since that day when Tang Yuehua imparted the knowledge of musical harmony to Su Yi, she discovered that this seemingly aloof and indifferent young boy possessed an extraordinary talent for music. After explaining all the intricacies of musical theory, Su Yi astonishingly began to play instruments such as the guqin and organ with remarkable proficiency. This revelation brought Tang Yuehua immense joy. From that moment on, she took her cherished disciple under her wing, introducing him to lessons alongside the noble youth of their society. The students fortunate enough to learn from Tang Yuehua were of high standing within the aristocracy. On the very first day of Su Yi's enrollment, the noble young ladies in the class would gather around him during breaks, eager to engage him in conversation, hoping to capture the attention of this enigmatic boy. Regardless of what they said or asked, Sui remained silent, even as the girls sensed the coldness and impenetrable aura radiating from him. It did nothing to diminish their fascination or affection for him. The more Sui behaved in such a manner, the greater the excitement among the young ladies. In private, these girls took pride in who could be the first to elicit a word from Sui. However, it was regrettable that Sui had already attended classes in this cohort for 10 days. Regardless of how these infatuated girls attempted to converse with him, none succeeded in coaxing him into speech. Meanwhile, the noble scions in the class regarded Sui as a thorn in their side, their eyes brimming with animosity. If glances could kill, Sui would have perished countless times by now. At such a tender age, he commanded such popularity. One could only ponder how much more formidable he would become in the future, leaving no respite for that group. Nevertheless, these individuals harbored grievances against Sui but dared not retaliate. The reason was simple. This individual was, after all, a direct disciple of the head of the Moon Pavilion. Just this singular identity far surpassed their noble lineage. Has there been any news from Yueguan within the Heavenly Do Imperial City? Bibi Dong, seated upon her papal throne, inquired softly as she regarded Yueguan standing before her. Your Holiness, there is no news to report. Very well, you may leave. Yes, Your Holiness. As she gazed around the grand hall, Bibi Dong languidly reclined on her throne, her right hand propped against the armrest, her head resting gently upon her hand, thumb and forefinger pinching the bridge of her nose. A weary sigh echoed softly within the emptiness of the papal hall, as if she were lost in thought. Suddenly, Bibi Dong let out a resigned exhale and leaned back in her chair, drifting into a gentle slumber. Time passed swiftly. Nearly 2 years in the blink of an eye. Xiao-yi, in 1 month's time, it will be the graduation ceremony for this cohort. At that moment, I shall have you perform. Are you confident? Tang Yuehua gazed at the striking young man before her, standing at a height of 172 meters. Her eyes filled with satisfaction and affection. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high and defined nose, and thin lips, his resolute visage seemed almost sculpted. His long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail, cascading elegantly behind him. Yet, what captivated the beholder most was not his handsome countenance, but rather the depth of his eyes. In those eyes, there lay a gentle tranquility. A slight smile would evoke the sensation of a refreshing spring breeze. This was not an extraordinary phenomenon. For many possessed eyes that radiated softness and serenity, and a smile that could warm the heart, such individuals were not rare. Nonetheless, it was precisely the allure of the young man's gaze that rendered him most enchanting. It is precisely because, upon closer inspection, beneath that gentle and serene exterior lies an indifference that disregards all. This concealed apathy bestows upon the noble boy an aura of majestic dominance, one that even royal progeny might envy. It is through his eyes that 2 entirely distinct presences emerge within this youth, a scholarly elegance akin to a cultured gentleman, and an unattainable, noble aloofness. These 2 seemingly incongruous essences coexist within him, creating an enigmatic allure that captivates all who gaze upon him. Tang Yuehua beheld the youth before her and silently mused. A person of exquisite grace, unparalleled in the world, what a dashing young man he is. This boy is Sui, who has spent 2 years by Tang Yuehua's side at the Moon Pavilion, diligently studying. Upon hearing her words, Sui offered a subtle smile and performed a noble gesture, stating, "Rest assured, I shall never bring you shame." As Tang Yuehua listened to Suyi's soft yet cool demeanor, she found herself lost in contemplation. The little lad who once stood at merely 1.20 meters has now grown to approximately 1.70 meters. In just 2 short years, that boy, once marked by a cold exterior and eyes filled with indifference, has transformed into this figure. The child who spoke little and shunned laughter, who once kept everyone at arm's length, now smiles with a warmth that feels like a gentle spring breeze. His speech is imbued with politeness, and among the many noble offspring, he has effortlessly exuded an innate grandeur that has won over even those who once envied him. In merely 2 years, even Tang Yuehua herself could not have anticipated the extent to which that young boy would flourish. Little one, should you find favor with any young lady, simply inform your teacher, and I shall advocate on your behalf. As Sui listened to Tang Yuehua's words, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. It was the image of the one he wished to protect, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, smiling gently. "Teacher, in my heart, I have already identified the person I wish to cherish for a lifetime." Upon hearing Suyi's declaration, Tang Yuehua gazed at him, momentarily taken aback by the genuine joy reflected in his eyes. "Is it that child, Xueqing?" "No, teacher," Sui replied. "Prying into others' privacy is not a trait befitting a noble." With this, he offered a smile to Tang Yuehua. In response, with a sudden clap, Tang Yuehua playfully struck Sui on the head, her face adorned with mock anger as she said, "I am your teacher. Why shouldn't I inquire?" "Teacher, the time for class is approaching. We ought to make haste to the classroom," Sui suggested, "for tardiness is indeed unbecoming." Sui spoke as he suddenly darted away from Tang Yuehua, who watched him flee with a mix of amusement and exasperation before pursuing him. Chapter 6. Elegance Never Goes Out of Style. Your Holiness, news has arrived from the imperial city of Tiandu. Within the sacred halls of the papal palace, Yueguan unexpectedly appeared before the throne where Bibi Dong sat. A flicker of joy illuminated her countenance. "What news do you bring?" Bibi Dong inquired, her dull eyes momentarily glimmering with interest upon hearing Yueguan's words, already harboring a premonition of what was to come. In response to her inquiry, Yueguan smiled and replied, "Your Holiness, Char has relayed information concerning that young rascal, Sui." "Speak," Bibi Dong urged, suppressing the excitement that threatened to bubble forth. Yueguan continued, Char has informed us that Su-yi will perform at the graduation ceremony of Yuxian in half a month's time. This indicates that the young lad has reached the transformation you mentioned. Once the ceremony concludes, he shall return from Yuxian. Nana has been longing for him immensely. To stifle her yearning, she has dedicated the past 2 years to relentless training, striving to suppress any thoughts of him. In merely 2 years, she has ascended to the soul sect. The old ghost has taken her to hunt for her 4th soul ring. At this rate, it won't be long before she becomes a soul king. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yue Guan's eyes as he spoke. A performance at the graduation ceremony? Bibi Dong mused, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Yue Guan, she called, snapping back to the present. Prepare a carriage. We shall personally bring this young lad back. Understood, Your Holiness, he replied. As time flowed, 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shaoi, the graduation gala is the day after tomorrow. Are you prepared? One evening, Tang Yuehua entered Su-yi's chamber and found him seated, delicately playing the guqin, his eyes gently closed as he lost himself in the ethereal melodies. As the final notes lingered in the air, Tang Yuehua opened her eyes and inquired of Su-yi, Are you ready? Rest assured, teacher, there will be no issues. Su-yi assured her confidently. Tang Yuehua smiled softly at his response. Good, then I shall rest easy. Make sure to take care of yourself. With those words, she turned and departed from his room. Your servant pays homage to your holiness. At the Marquis Charles' estate, Charles observed the arrival of Bibi Dong and Yue Guan. Kneeling respectfully before Bibi Dong. Rise. Bibi Dong commanded gently, her voice imbued with a touch of elegance and authority as she gestured for him to stand. How long remains until the graduation ceremony at Yuxian Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Charles replied with utmost reverence, Your Holiness. Only 1 day remains until the Holy Sun's graduation ceremony, which will take place tomorrow evening. Do you possess an invitation to the Yuxian graduation? Indeed, Your Highness. There are precisely 3 seats available. Excellent. Tomorrow evening, we shall attend Yuxian together. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction at Charles' response, then turned to Yue Guan, instructing, Yue Guan, change your attire. We must disguise ourselves to avoid recognition. Understood, Your Holiness. With that, Yue Guan vanished before Bibi Dong to prepare his garments. A day later, nightfall. Shaoi, how are the preparations coming along? Tang Yuehua initially intended to inquire about Su-yi's readiness, but upon seeing him clad in a striking black tailcoat, she was taken aback by his elegance. Shaoi, where did you acquire such attire? The design is unlike anything I have ever seen, even in the Empire of Tiando. Such garments remain unparalleled. Su-yi gazed at the astonishment radiating from Tang Yuehua's eyes and smiled gently, saying, This garment was custom-made based on the design I provided. To his surprise, he remarked, I did not expect this little rascal to possess such talent. What is the name of this ensemble? Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Su-yi smiled slightly and replied, Tailcoat. Tailcoat? Tang Yuehua's eyes initially reflected a hint of confusion, but soon brightened as she gazed at Su-yi's attire, which featured 2 black tails resembling a swallow's. What a splendid name. Truly delightful. This outfit must have been inspired by the rain swallow, correct? Indeed, Su-yi responded. You mischievous lad, you are already captivating enough. Now, donning this attire, I can only imagine how many hearts you have captured among the young ladies outside. As she spoke, Tang Yuehua playfully tapped Su-yi's forehead with her index finger. Teacher, I assure you, I have not stolen their hearts. Observing the smile on Su-yi's face, Tang Yuehua's eyes brimmed with pride and satisfaction. All right, let us hasten to the graduation ceremony, she declared, leading Su-yi toward the venue. Oh wow. Su-yi looks extraordinarily handsome today. I fear that I shall only marry Su-yi in this lifetime. You think so? I have already made that decision. Thank you very much. In the performance hall of the graduation ceremony, as Su-yi, dressed in an elegant black tailcoat, entered alongside Tang Yuehua, who wore a resplendent light blue gown, both men and women erupted in astonished gasps. Particularly, the young ladies gazed at Su-yi with eyes filled with affection, longing to possess the charming figure that had just walked in. They were all aware that the performance featured the direct disciple of the Moon Pavilion's master, who proclaimed her student to be the most exceptional she had ever taught, one who might never be surpassed. In a corner, the masked Bibi Dong and Yue Guan observed Su-yi trailing behind Tang Yuehua, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's keen perception of the gentle and serene gaze that concealed a deep coldness and indifference within Su-yi, they could have never reconciled this seemingly handsome youth with the boy who had once departed from the Wuhuan Palace. Even having prepared for the transformation of this young man, Witnessing it firsthand left them in utter astonishment. Your Highness, is this still that little fellow? After a long moment, Yueguan snapped back to reality and stuttered his question to Bibi Dong. It is him. Upon hearing Yueguan's response, a subtle smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. At that moment, she felt elated. For the instant that young man entered, he had already noticed her. Chapter 7. Elegance never goes out of style. Fourth update. Additional requests for votes. As Su Yi and Tang Yuehua stepped into the hall, Su Yi sensed two remarkably familiar soul power auras. As Su Yi followed the two strands of soul energy, he beheld a woman seated in the corner, her face obscured by a black mask. Adorned in a flowing white gown, alongside a man dressed in black, donning a golden mask and sporting golden hair. A subtle smile curved upon his lips. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Yueguan were utterly captivated by the graceful young man in a resplendent black tailcoat, who had just entered the venue accompanied by Tang Yuehua. They could scarcely believe that this elegant youth was the same cold-hearted boy from their memories. When Su Yi reached the center of the graduation ceremony to perform, two attendants cautiously approached, carrying an ancient guqin, which they placed on the table before him. Taking his seat, Su Yi extended his hands and began to play. A cascade of melodious, gentle, and soothing notes filled the air. As the enchanting melody resonated, the previously bustling graduation venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone closed their eyes, attentively immersing themselves in the beautiful tune. Even Bibi Dong, at that moment, shut her eyes, reveling in the exquisite melody emanating from Su Yi's fingertips. As the performance concluded, an overwhelming silence enveloped the venue. After several breaths, applause erupted, and the entire audience applauded for Su Yi, who stood at the center. Bravo! It is simply magnificent. Truly splendid. The crowd erupted in cheers. The graduating young women gazed at Su Yi with infatuation. Each one captivated by the man they could never possess, their hearts fluttering. Watching Su Yi's successful performance, Tang Yuehua, seated at the front, looked upon him with eyes filled with joy, a blend of satisfaction, affection, pride, and admiration. Bibi Dong, too, regarded Su Yi with a sense of fulfillment, pride, and esteem. This was her disciple. However, as Bibi Dong noticed Tang Yuehua's gaze on Su Yi, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a dark aura beginning to emanate from her. If not for the hope of transforming this young man, could he ever become your disciple? This lad belongs solely to me. In the graduation venue, another young man observed Su Yi, his eyes glimmering with a spark of brilliance. Teacher, it is time for me to depart from here. After the graduation ceremony concluded, Su Yi, accompanied by the contented Tang Yuehua, returned to the top floor of the Yuexian Pavilion. Standing before her, he gently spoke. Tang Yuehua gazed at the young man before her, and as she listened to Su Yi's words, a tumult of emotion swirled within her. This day had long been anticipated. Yet upon hearing this little fellow mention it, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. A sense of emptiness enveloped her, as if something profoundly significant had been lost. Are you returning to the Marquis residence? Tang Yuehua asked, momentarily stunned before regaining her composure to direct her gaze at Su Yi. Inquiring softly. No, he replied. I have a destination to reach, where there are those I must protect. It is time for me to go safeguard her. As he looked at Tang Yuehua, Su Yi himself was uncertain of the emotions stirring within him. Regardless of her identity or whether he had initially regarded her as a teacher over the past 2 years, it was this woman standing before him who had consistently guided and supported him. Her affection for him was never concealed. She took pride in his accomplishments. However, some matters are dictated by the order of their occurrence. Even though this woman held a special place in his heart, he could not forget that others also needed his protection. From the beginning, he had viewed her as a perilous presence, even contemplating her demise upon their first encounter. Yet now, she had become extraordinarily significant to him. Although he was cold-blooded and had never been a virtuous individual, he was not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. Should they ever find themselves on opposing sides, he would grant her clemency. As Su Yi pondered these thoughts while gazing at Tang Yuehua, she suddenly embraced him. Make sure to visit your teacher often. I will, he murmured, listening to her gentle whispers near his ear. All right, little one. From my understanding of you, the fact that you can speak of this now signifies that you are prepared to depart. I shall not detain you any longer. Remember to return and see me. Your teacher. With that, Tang Yuehua released him. Yes, thank you for your guidance over these past 2 years. As Su Yi spoke, he performed a respectful gesture towards Tang Yuehua before descending the stairs of the Yuexian Pavilion. Just as he reached the staircase, Tang Yuehua, who had remained rooted in place, could no longer contain her emotions and called out to Su Yi's retreating figure, "Little one, you shall always be the pride of your teacher." Upon hearing her words, Su Yi momentarily paused. "Take care, teacher." After Su Yi finished speaking, he departed without hesitation. At this moment, the expansive top floor of the Moon Pavilion was left with only Tang Yuehua, who gazed at the desolate staircase, feeling an emptiness within her heart. "Teacher, I have returned, fulfilling your expectations." After Su Yi emerged from the Moon Pavilion, he found himself in a narrow alley, where he beheld Yu Guan and Bibi Dong, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems your mentor has imparted wisdom quite effectively," Bibi Dong remarked, her tone intensifying as she gazed into Su Yi's eyes, which gradually narrowed. Su Yi sensed the transformation in Bibi Dong and offered a faint smile. "Teacher, I remain your disciple. This will never change." Standing before Su Yi, Bibi Dong gazed at him, who had grown to nearly her height, almost surpassing her, captivated by the refined and gentle smile adorning his face. Bibi Dong found herself momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, positioned behind Bibi Dong, stared at Su Yi in utter astonishment, his mouth agape as if the very smile of Su Yi might cause his jaw to drop. "Is this truly the little Su Yi I once knew?" he stammered, struggling to regain his composure as he pointed at Su Yi. "Of course," Su Yi replied with a subtle smile. In an instant, he vanished before Bibi Dong and Yu Guan. "Have you had enough? You have followed me all this way." Su Yi suddenly appeared outside the wall on the other side of the alley, standing before a young attendant, to whom he offered a slight smile. The attendant, confronted with the unexpected presence of Su Yi, widened his eyes in terror, his mouth opening helplessly. In this chapter, a grand spectacle of a mother-daughter rivalry unfolds. The youth embarks on a journey, embodying strength and resilience. Traversing mountains and rivers, he remains steadfast to his original intentions. As Su Yi confronted the young attendant, he raised his index finger, piercing through the attendant's throat and damaging his vocal cords. After uttering a few words, Su Yi embraced the attendant's body and stepped into the alley, gently withdrawing his finger from the attendant's throat. He produced a white handkerchief from his pocket and elegantly wiped the blood from his fingers. Once cleansed, Su Yi bent down and placed the bloodied handkerchief over the attendant's face, then stood up to regard the stunned Yu Guan with a gentle and refined smile. Were it not for the lifeless body of the attendant lying nearby, one could scarcely believe that this cultured and graceful young gentleman was, in fact, a cold-blooded killer. It turned out that Su Yi had sensed someone trailing him since his departure from the Yuxian Pavilion. However, he had chosen to disregard this individual, eager to uncover who had sent him. Upon arriving at this location and realizing that the attendant was not dispatched by Master Yu Hua, Su Yi felt, for reasons unknown, a sense of relief. The tale was dealt with. As Su Yi spoke, he cast a gentle smile at Bibi Dong and the Moon Douluo, Ju Douluo before him. Ju Douluo, upon witnessing the elegant and affable smile gracing Su Yi's face, felt an eerie chill traverse his spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. This young lad, how has he become even more formidable than before? As for Bibi Dong, observing Su Yi's demeanor, she offered a subtle smile and remarked, "Ah, little one, you have truly blossomed. Over these past 2 years, to what heights has your soul power ascended?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Yi displayed an expression of helplessness, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Over the past 2 years, I have scarcely cultivated my soul power, dedicating myself instead to studying these matters. My soul power is merely at the 30th level, and I have yet to acquire a soul ring. Nonetheless, I consider this quite satisfactory, even without any enhancement in my soul power. Witnessing your current demeanor brings me great contentment." Bibi Dong gazed at Su Yi with a sense of gratification and remarked, "Come forth." No sooner had she uttered these words than a glint of cold light flashed in Su Yi's eyes. A dagger materialized in his hand, which he hurled deep into the alleyway where they stood. Subsequently, he dashed into the dark recesses of the alley, summoning his martial spirit in an instant. With fierce determination, he plunged towards the obscured area, executing his second soul skill, Thousand Gene Break. In that moment, the muscles of Su Yi's right arm, which gripped the spear, surged with power, exuding an aura of strength. The spear itself emitted a shadowy glow as he thrust it forcefully ahead. "Stop." Just as Su Yi was about to strike the figure concealed in the darkness, Bibi Dong swiftly interjected, calling out to him. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Yi came to a halt. At that moment, the tip of the Chaos Supreme gun in Su Yi's hand was less than 20 centimeters away from the throat of the person concealed in the shadows. As Bibi Dong spoke and Sui ceased his actions, the figure hidden in the darkness gradually emerged. Sui gazed at the golden-haired youth before him, his eyes imbued with a palpable indifference. With the arrival of this youth, Bibi Dong approached Sui, her gaze filled with disdain as she coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Is it not permissible for me, the crown prince, to be present in the Heaven-Do imperial city?" The golden-haired youth retorted icily upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, observing the emergence of this youth, experienced a flicker of astonishment. Could it be that he came here for the sake of this young lad, Sui? Contemplating this, Yu Guan silently positioned himself behind Sui, his eyes betraying a hint of vigilance directed at the golden-haired boy. "Are you not afraid of exposure by coming here? If your presence jeopardizes the plans we have meticulously crafted over the years, you shall become the greatest sinner of the Spirit Hall," Bibi Dong stated with a chilling authority. The golden-haired youth, upon hearing this, revealed a mocking smile. "Sinner? Pray tell, who is the true sinner here? You sent me here as a child. Have you ever cared for me?" With fervor, the golden-haired youth turned his gaze upon Bibi Dong, his voice cold as he pressed further. "Regardless, I am here for this fellow." After a moment of furious indignation, he took a deep breath and pointed at Sui, declaring, "This shall not stand. He is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Do not overstep, lest you find me compelled to take your life." At this, Bibi Dong unleashed a fierce killing intent that enveloped the youth. The golden-haired boy, unfazed by her wrath, suddenly erupted into laughter. Then, observing Sui standing beside Bibi Dong, he spoke with admiration, "Your name is Sui, is it not? What she can offer you, I can provide as well. Is being the holy son of the Spirit Hall not enough? Once our grand scheme is fulfilled, I shall ensure you ascend to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Do you truly wish for me to end your life?" Bibi Dong interjected, swiftly seizing the golden-haired youth by the throat, pinning him against the wall. The youth, restrained, wore a disdainful smile, taunting her. "Go on, then. Kill me." Bibi Dong, momentarily rendered speechless by his audacity, found herself at a loss for words. From behind her, Sui spoke coldly, "You lack the resolve. Allow me to take care of this." In Sui's hand, the supreme chaos gun was thrust directly toward the heart of the golden-haired youth. Fortunately, Yu Guan stood behind Sui and promptly pushed him aside. "Little one, do not act impulsively. This matter is beyond your control." Upon hearing Yu Guan's words, Sui coldly replied, "If she desires to kill, I shall assist her in that endeavor." "Very well, little one, I will take care of this matter." Bibi Dong, who had been gripping the young boy's neck, released her hold. The fierce expression that once adorned her face softened slightly as she gazed upon Sui. This scene did not escape the notice of the golden-haired youth. "This person is of great significance to you," he remarked, looking at Sui and then at Bibi Dong, a smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I shall seize anything that holds importance to you. If I cannot obtain it, I shall destroy it. However, you need not worry. I will not bring harm to him. I am determined to show you how I will take your cherished disciple away from you." After saying this, the golden-haired youth fixed his gaze on Sui, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. "Do not fret, you will undoubtedly be mine." With that, he turned and vanished into the darkness, disappearing before the eyes of the onlookers. Bibi Dong watched the departing figure of the golden-haired youth, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. Chapter 9, Sui, noticed by Qianren. First update. Please show your support. Since the departure of the golden-haired youth, Bibi Dong had taken Sui and Yu Guan away from the imperial city of Tiandu. Sui and Bibi Dong sat in the carriage, not uttering a single word. Sui gazed at the unusually silent and sorrowful Bibi Dong, unsure of what to say. "Little one, do you have many questions you wish to ask?" It was not until much later that Bibi Dong, still seated in the carriage, finally spoke. "If you do not wish to speak, then do not." Sui gazed at the bittersweet smile gracing Bibi Dong's face, his expression as frigid as it had been before entering the moon pavilion. The once gentle and refined glimmer in his eyes had returned to its former cold indifference. Bibi Dong, listening to Sui's icy retort, inquired with curiosity, "Why have you reverted back? The mask is worn for the sake of others." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong chuckled, "You little rascal. Over these past 2 years, have you missed your teacher?" As she spoke, her enchanting gaze locked on his Sui's, their eyes meeting. "No," he replied, "for I shall return in due time." At Sui's dismissive response, Bibi Dong felt an urge to strangle this ungrateful boy. Nevertheless, the assurance of his eventual return brought a smile to her face. "Do you not wish to ask anything?" Bibi Dong remarked gently, observing the boy seated across from her. "I do not. If you intend to eliminate him, I shall assist you directly. You little scoundrel, in this current state, you're far worse than before. Bibi Dong exclaimed, rolling her eyes in exasperation at Sui. Come, sit with me. It has been ages since I have shared a seat with this little rascal, she added, patting the space beside her. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui approached her. After returning to an extraordinarily opulent residence, the golden-haired youth pressed a hidden mechanism. Upon activation, a concealed entrance to the underground revealed itself in the floor of his chamber. As the youth descended, the entrance seamlessly restored to its original state, and flames flickered to life along the dark walls of the passageway. After traversing 100 meters through the tunnel, he arrived at a secret chamber, lavishly adorned. The chamber could easily be mistaken for the boudoir of a distinguished young lady. Atop the chamber, a massive luminous pearl, measuring 20 centimeters, illuminated the space, complemented by numerous smaller pearls, none exceeding 10 centimeters nor smaller than 3. The floor was covered with a pristine white carpet, the origins of which remained a mystery. The youth gently removed his shoes, revealing feet as white and delicate as jade, and stepped softly onto the carpet. Approaching the elegantly soft bed, he found a mirror standing beside it. Before the mirror, he slowly shed his garments, unveiling skin as pure as jade. Observing the bindings across his chest, he gradually loosened them. As the clothing fell away, a remarkable transformation ensued. The golden-haired youth's hair elongated into flowing golden locks. His visage transformed entirely into that of a young maiden, the prominent Adam's apple on his neck fading from view. This flawless face, with its delicate and refined nose, alluring red lips, and eyes brimming with a divine and noble essence, radiated an aura of grace and sanctity, resembling a celestial being far removed from the mortal realm. Sui, you are truly mine. The young girl gazed at her hands, as pure and white as jade, her eyes revealing an overwhelming sense of possession. From the moment Sui entered the Moon Pavilion, she became aware of his existence. It was because of Sui that Bibi Dong, that woman, had deliberately reached out to her. It is worth noting that since arriving in this place, Bibi Dong had never before contacted her. To be precise, since her birth into this world, she had never received a shred of concern from that woman. Each time that woman laid eyes on her, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from her, as if she wished to eliminate her. If that were the case, why had she brought her into existence in the first place? Upon learning of Sui, the Holy Sun, her curiosity flourished. She yearned to discover the nature of this individual who could compel her merciless mother to make an exception, allowing him to become the first Holy Son in the history of the Spirit Hall, and even prompting her to initiate contact with him. When she learned that this fellow was arriving in the Heaven Do Imperial City, she was embroiled in significant schemes, rendering her unable to divert her attention. Therefore, it was only after all her affairs were settled that the persona she had assumed as the prince transformed into that of the Crown Prince. Regrettably, donning the guise of Xue Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, she found herself inundated with matters that demanded her attention. It was only recently that she managed to resolve all these issues, erasing any trace of her previous undertakings. Coincidentally, she learned that this individual named Sui was on the verge of graduation and would be performing at the Moon Pavilion's graduation ceremony. Thus, on the day of the graduation, she arrived at the Moon Pavilion to witness the event. The moment Sui entered, she was utterly captivated by his appearance and aura, for he was the very person she had long pondered over. She had not anticipated that, in addition to her own perfection, there existed another equally remarkable individual in this world. As Sui approached, Qian Renxue felt a surge of restlessness within her, a restlessness that emanated from her martial soul. Consequently, after the graduation ceremony concluded, she dispatched someone to follow him. Eventually, when Sui revealed his martial soul before her, Qian Renxue could distinctly sense her own martial soul becoming increasingly agitated. Their martial souls were irresistibly drawn to one another. From that moment forth, she became convinced that their martial souls possessed the potential for a martial soul fusion technique. Thus, her desire to possess this individual intensified. The martial soul fusion technique is not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2. Even two identical martial souls may not necessarily yield a fusion technique. The necessity for complementarity and perfect synergy is paramount. When the martial soul fusion technique manifests, its potency transcends mere levels of the two soul masters involved, representing an entity beyond comprehension. Typically, aside from biological siblings, those capable of executing such a technique are often partners. Furthermore, the martial soul fusion technique epitomizes a harmonious and flawless union. Both individuals are paragons of perfection. The emergence of such a profound connection signifies that Su-yi is indeed her complementary counterpart. In her eyes, the flawless Su-yi embodies her future partner. Thus, her declaration was not solely an act of vengeance against Bibi Dong. It was a genuine attempt to rescue Su-yi from the clutches of that ruthless woman. The extent of that woman's malevolence is known only to her. Chapter 10. The Reckless Moonlight. Second update. Seeking votes. After Bibi Dong departed from Tiando Imperial City with Su-yi, Yuguan navigated the carriage for over a week until they arrived at an extraordinarily dense forest. Your Holiness, we have arrived at the Stardow Forest, Yuguan announced. As his words resonated, Bibi Dong and Su-yi disembarked from the carriage. This time, Su-yi had once again transformed into the refined and elegant young gentleman. Bibi Dong remarked that this appearance was far more appealing than the cold demeanor he had previously exhibited, which suggested an air of entitlement. Therefore, Su-yi reverted to his current visage. Little fellow, I truly did not anticipate such a remarkable transformation. Even after witnessing it several times, I remain astounded. If Old Ghost were to see you now, his jaw would undoubtedly drop. Yuguan chuckled as he observed Su-yi stepping out of the carriage. Uncle Yu, you're jesting. Regardless of how the lad appears, he remains a disciple of the master. Upon hearing Yuguan's words, Su-yi smiled faintly. However, upon hearing Su-yi address him as Uncle Yu, Yuguan was utterly astonished. His mouth agape, he stood before Su-yi in a daze, feeling as though his mind had momentarily faltered. Why, Your Holiness, did you just hear that? He stammered, grappling with disbelief. Did this little rascal just call me Uncle Yu? As he spoke, Yuguan's eyes were filled with incredulity and profound joy as he looked at Bibi Dong. In response, Bibi Dong, witnessing Yuguan's astonishment, offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Seeing her affirmation, Yuguan became so overwhelmed with excitement that his words tumbled over one another. Turning to Su-yi, he implored, My dear child, could you please call me Uncle Yu once more? Uncle Yu, came the reply. Su-yi gazed at the exuberant Yuguan before him and, with a smile, remarked once more. Observing the overwhelming excitement radiating from Yuguan, Su-yi felt an immense curiosity within. Is it truly necessary to be this thrilled merely for me to address you as uncle? My heavens! I never anticipated that one day I would hear such delightful words from your lips. Remarkable indeed. As Yuguan uttered this, he looked at Su-yi and urged, Little one, call me Uncle Yu, and let me hear it. Upon hearing Yuguan's request once again, Su-yi fell into a profound silence, standing before him speechless. Yuguan regarded Su-yi with an expression that conveyed a sense of bemusement, as if looking at a simpleton. Observing the silence enveloping Su-yi and the chilling gaze that had begun to form in his eyes, Yuguan chuckled brightly. If you choose not to call me, then so be it. What matters is that I have heard it. After saying this, Yuguan seemed to ponder something. A sudden realization dawning upon him as he turned to Su-yi and said, Wait a moment, little one. You refer to me as uncle, while that little girl, Nana, calls me grandfather. How should we navigate the relationship between you and Nana? Why not, just like her, call me grandfather instead? With that, Yuguan's face lit up with excitement once again as he eagerly looked at Su-yi, urging him, Come now, little one, call me grandfather Yu. If not that, then simply call me grandfather Chu. Teacher, may I eliminate him? Su-yi gazed at Yuguan before him, his eyes radiating an unyielding coldness as he inquired of Bibi Dong. Very well, Yuguan, swiftly procure a soul beast for this little fellow. Even as a titled Douluo, he still acts so foolishly. Bibi Dong cast a knowing smile at the standing Su-yi before addressing Yuguan. Yes, Your Holiness, I shall attend to it at once. Yuguan, feeling the chill emanating from Su-yi's piercing gaze, shivered involuntarily. This young man, merely at the 30th rank, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that was utterly terrifying. Moments ago, hearing the young lad refer to him as Uncle Yu while observing the refined demeanor of Su-yi, he had become overly complacent, momentarily forgetting that this individual was, without a doubt, a formidable killer. This youth was not one to be trifled with. If he were to set his sights on Yuguan, the latter would likely find it difficult to sleep peacefully at night. As Bibi Dong began to speak, Yuguan vanished in an instant before the two of them, his speed surpassing even that of a rabbit. Once Yuguan departed, Bibi Dong, observing the continued chill in Su-yi's eyes, couldn't help but find it amusing. At last, we can witness some anger from this little one, she mused. With this thought, Bibi Dong gently patted Su-yi on the shoulder, saying, Little one, there is no need to be angry with Yuguan. Besides, at present, you cannot best him in a confrontation. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the icy demeanor in Su-yi's eyes dissipated in an instant, and he offered a gentle smile. Teacher, I am not angered at all. As Bibi Dong gazed into Su Yi's soft and serene eyes, she was momentarily taken aback. My studies over the past 2 years have not been in vain. I have learned to master my expressions and emotions with great finesse. After all, such matters hold little significance for me. Why should I be upset? Bibi Dong regarded Su Yi thoughtfully and, upon hearing his words, let out a soft sigh. My dear child, you have truly matured. Your growth has been astonishingly swift. Now tell me, are you still pretending in front of me? At this, Bibi Dong fixed her gaze intently on Su Yi's eyes. In front of you, I am my truest self. I shall not wear a mask before you. Hearing Su Yi's earnest declaration and observing the sincerity in his eyes, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile softly. At that moment, Yu Guan, who had only just departed, returned, clutching a soul beast in his grasp. Your Holiness, I have spotted this gravity frenzy rhinoceros, aged 8,000 years. I wonder if this little fellow can withstand it. Yu Guan remarked as he casually tossed the lengthy silver rhinoceros, measuring over 10 meters, before the two of them. It will do. As Su Yi gazed at the rhinoceros that Yu Guan had tossed before him, his martial soul manifested in his hand. And a black dragon-headed spear plunged directly into the creature's eye, penetrating its skull. With this lethal strike, the soul beast met its demise. And a violet soul ring emerged from the body of the gravity frenzy rhinoceros. Observing the appearance of the soul ring, Su Yi gracefully seated himself on the ground and began the process of absorption. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Bibi Dong stood quietly by, watching Su Yi as he meditated, immersed in the absorption of the soul ring. Before long, Su Yi had completely absorbed the soul ring, the 8,000-year-old essence propelling him from level 30 to 32. The surplus soul power within the ring was seamlessly absorbed by Su Yi's body. Without waiting for Bibi Dong to inquire, Su Yi rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed her. My third soul skill, gravity burst, an auxiliary ability. When I thrust my spear, gravity transforms into a black beam that strikes the foe, resulting in an explosion. The affected enemy's gravity is intensified tenfold, causing their damage to double for a duration of 10 seconds. Most importantly, with the absorption of this soul ring, the weight of my first martial soul, the Chaos Supreme Spear, has increased by 2,000 pounds. This added weight does not hinder me in the slightest. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, both Bibi Dong and Yu Guan regarded him with expressions of profound astonishment. This young lad continued to surprise them in ever more remarkable ways. Chapter 11. It is not you who is filthy, but this world. After Su Yi completed the absorption of the soul ring, the night had unknowingly descended upon them. In the Star-Doe forest, the night sky exhibited an enchanting beauty. Little one, would you like to hear a story from your teacher? Bibi Dong asked, seated beside Su Yi as they admired the unique celestial scenery visible only in this forest. You speak. I shall listen. Su Yi replied softly, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky above, captivated by Bibi Dong's gentle voice. Observing Su Yi sitting beside her, a smile unexpectedly graced Bibi Dong's face. This seemingly aloof boy bestowed upon her an undeniable sense of safety. As they sat together, gazing at the stars, Bibi Dong felt an unparalleled tranquility envelop her. For reasons unknown, she suddenly yearned to share the secrets she had concealed within her heart for so many years with this young companion. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, who had been guarding Bibi Dong and Su Yi, discreetly distanced himself the moment Bibi Dong began to narrate her tale. As one entrusted with the protection of the Pope, he understood what could be heard and what ought to remain unheard. After Yu Guan departed, Bibi Dong looked up at the starry sky with a faint smile. Little one, look at the stars above us. How beautiful they are, so pure in their beauty. As she spoke, Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Su Yi and gently continued. Once, there was a girl whose beauty was as pure as the starry sky, innocent and kind-hearted. Long ago, in the illustrious halls of the Spirit Hall, there emerged a girl of unparalleled talent. She ascended to the esteemed position of the Saintess, guided by her mentor, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This Saintess, innocent and pure-hearted, dedicated herself to alleviating the suffering of countless individuals. Consequently, her stature within the Spirit Hall soared, and her popularity among the common folk eclipsed that of the institution itself. In due course, a young boy arrived at the Spirit Hall. Due to an anomaly in his spirit, he faced the grim prospect of never transcending to the Soul Sovereign realm. Yet, he remained undeterred, tirelessly scouring tomes in search of a method to achieve his breakthrough. Alas, despite his exhaustive efforts, he found no means to surpass his limitations. From his readings, he concluded that his mutated spirit was, in essence, a cursed one, forever shackling him to a level below 30. Nevertheless, he pressed on, developing his own theories which garnered him the admiration of many who regarded him as a master of unparalleled intellect, despite being derided and looked down upon by others. His theories proved to be the most profound. While many failed to recognize the boy's merits, the saintess did. Thus began a passionate romance between the most gifted saintess of the Spirit Hall and this seemingly inconsequential master. This affair, however, did not escape the notice of the saintess's mentor, who was consumed by rage, fearing the union would produce a lineage deemed inferior. The mentor rendered the girl unconscious and, after consummating their situation, imprisoned her, to prevent her from taking her own life. The mentor resorted to threatening the life of the boy she loved, compelling her to endure her captivity. Eventually, the saintess discovered she was with child. To maintain control over her, the mentor expelled the boy from the Spirit Hall, asserting that he would not harm the one she cherished. Thus, she was compelled to live for the sake of their unborn child. At this moment, the face of Bibi Dong was streaked with tears, her sorrow palpable as she recounted the tale. After the birth of her child, the mentor released her from confinement, longing to see the boy once more. She was devastated to learn that he had been told by the mentor that she had never loved him, and that he should not harbor any dreams of a future together. The reason for her proximity had been to relay his theories to the Spirit Hall. Upon her release, she learned that he had wed another woman. Subsequently, because this woman was the illegitimate daughter of his uncle, the boy vanished from sight, hiding to escape her grasp. Later, my teacher ventured forth to capture a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, engaging in battle with Tang Hao, the youngest and most powerful Douluo of the Haotian Hammer lineage. Severely injured, he returned to the Spirit Hall, where he succumbed to his ailments. In truth, the notion of his demise was merely a fade. That man was slain by my own hand. The saintess of the Spirit Hall within this tale is none other than myself. The golden-haired youth we encountered in the alley was the child I bore. In reality, she is a woman, disguising herself as the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Shui Qinghe, for the sake of a grand scheme. I took the life of my once respected mentor, harboring disdain for the child born of him. Even in his death, the hatred I felt could not be assuaged. The once innocent, romantic, and benevolent saint of the Spirit Hall has long since vanished, replaced by this venomous woman I have become. At this moment, Bibi Dong found herself resting her head gently on Sui's shoulder, gazing at the beautiful and pure starry sky. In times past, contemplating such matters would have ignited a tempest of rage within her. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt utterly vulnerable at this moment. Bibi Dong could not fathom why she chose to divulge this long-hidden secret to the young man beside her. Remarkably, after sharing her burdens, a sense of relief washed over her. After listening intently to her words, Sui finally spoke. "What is the name of the man you loved?" Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by the calmness in his voice. "I can help you find him and bring him before you," he offered, his expression devoid of emotion. Bibi Dong, taken aback by Sui's demeanor, remained silent. After a considerable pause, she replied with a tranquil gaze, "I have long known where he hides." "After hearing my story, are you not afraid of me? Do you not find me repugnant?" In response to her words, Sui gazed at her with unwavering sincerity. "You are my teacher, the one I wish to protect for all my days. It is not you who is tainted, but this world. Whatever path you choose, I shall stand by your side, even if it means annihilating this very world." A smile graced Sui's face as he spoke. Bibi Dong, witnessing the warmth of his smile, remained in a state of profound astonishment for an extended period. After more than a month, Sui, Bibi Dong, and Yu Guan returned to the Spirit City. During this time, Sui's soul power had ascended from level 32 to 33. "Your Holiness, we have arrived," Yu Guan announced gently as they halted before the Pope's palace. "Understood." Upon hearing the words of Yu Guan, Bibi Dong emerged from the carriage alongside Sui. Since that night when she had bared her soul and unveiled the secrets hidden deep within her heart to Sui, he had transformed from someone significant to an individual of unparalleled importance in her life. She found herself perplexed by the nature of her feelings for Sui. All she knew was that this young lad was the only one privy to her secrets, even though her most sordid secret, which she herself found disgraceful, was now known to Sui. She discerned no hint of disdain in his gaze. Particularly resonant were his seemingly simple yet profoundly earnest words. "It is not you who is dirty, but this world. Regardless of what you choose to do, I shall stand by your side, even if it means the destruction of this world." In that moment, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of light piercing through the darkness that had enveloped her heart, illuminating her previously shadowed inner world. "Teacher." Just as Bibi Dong descended from the carriage, lost in her thoughts, A graceful and enchanting beauty lunged into her embrace. "You little rascal," Bibi Dong exclaimed, her eyes softening with affection as she gazed at Hu Lai Na, gently stroking the girl's head. "Look who has returned." As she spoke, she playfully patted Hu Lai Na's head, urging her to glance aside. Following Bibi Dong's direction, Hu Lai Na's gaze fell upon the poised young man standing beside her teacher. The moment Hu Lai Na laid eyes on Sui, she momentarily froze, then became utterly astonished. Sui? She gasped. Sui. Initially, she could hardly believe her eyes. The transformation in the young man before her was so profound that she almost failed to recognize him. In her memory, Sui had always worn a cold expression, as if the world owed him something. Yet the Sui before her had grown taller than her, evolving from the diminutive figure she had first encountered. Gazing at this refined and elegant young man, she marveled. Could this truly be the same aloof and haughty boy she once knew? As Hu Lai Na stood there, mesmerized by Sui's remarkable metamorphosis, he offered her a gentle smile. "Hu Lai Na, it's been a long time." Hearing the warmth in his voice, which was capable of melting hearts, Hu Lai Na felt her own heart flutter, her entire being softening in response. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively pressed her hand against her chest, attempting to conceal the rapid beating of her heart beneath her bosom. "Are you really Sui?" Hu Lai Na approached Sui, playfully pinching his cheek. Her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with disbelief. Indeed, it was unmistakable. As Sui spoke, a smile graced his lips. "Oh." Observing Sui before her, Hu Lai Na, brimming with excitement, embraced him and began to leap joyfully, her entire being radiating exhilaration and enthusiasm. Standing nearby, Bibi Dong watched the scene unfold, her heart stirred by an indescribable sensation. She regarded Hu Lai Na, who was jubilantly bouncing around Sui, and a faint smile appeared on her face. It seemed that these two children were truly meant to be together. And she, had the circumstances been different, had she encountered that man back then, perhaps the outcomes would have been entirely altered. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong's gaze darkened slightly as she observed the pair. Once Hu Lai Na had had her fill of affection, she would eventually let go. Sui gazed at the figure of Hu Lai Na, who was embracing him, and spoke with a hint of indifference. "It is impossible. How could I ever feel satisfied?" He remarked. "You, my dear, have been away for over 2 years." Upon hearing Sui's words, Hu Lai Na did not loosen her grip. Instead, she tightened her embrace, fearing that this cherished individual might vanish before her eyes. "Teacher." Sui gazed at Hu Lai Na, then turned his attention to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, observing Sui, offered a gentle smile to Hu Lai Na. "All right, Nana. Since little Sui is returned, he will not depart again. We are still at the entrance of the Pope's palace, and as you can see, many eyes are upon us. In the future, you may embrace him whenever you wish." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Hu Lai Na released Sui and approached Bibi Dong, wrapping her arms around her teacher's arm. "I understand, master. By the way, where are Xiaoyu and Yan?" Bibi Dong inquired, looking at Hu Lai Na. "They are with Grandfather Ghost, striving to attain the Spirit Master realm while I was hunting for spirit rings. Shortly after I returned, they set off with him to hunt for spirit rings," Hu Lai Na explained, then turned to Sui and asked, "How much has your spirit power increased in these 2 years?" "Level 33, Sui replied. Just as he finished speaking, Ghost Douluo appeared before the Pope's palace. Bowing to Bibi Dong, he addressed her, "Your Holiness. Your Holiness." Following his words, the two young men standing behind Ghost Douluo also bowed to Bibi Dong. "All right, today, little Sui is returned. Let us celebrate his homecoming and congratulate him on his transformation," Bibi Dong remarked, glancing at Sui with a gentle smile. "Yes, Your Holiness." Ghost Douluo acknowledged, his gaze falling upon the now 172 centimeters tall Sui, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Remarkable. This lad has changed so much in just 2 years." Observing the refined young man before him, one could hardly associate him with the ruthless child he once was. "Little one, congratulations on your return," Ghost Douluo said, shaking off his astonishment and smiling at Sui. "Thank you, Uncle Ghost." Sui responded. "What?" Ghost Douluo stood frozen, his mouth agape in disbelief. Had he truly heard correctly? This young man was actually expressing gratitude and calling him uncle. The thought was so extraordinary that it felt as if the sun had risen from the west. This lad had never been so polite to him before. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, standing nearby, couldn't contain his amusement at Ghost Douluo's bewildered expression. He had anticipated this moment on their journey back, imagining the look on his old partner's face upon seeing the young man. Upon witnessing it, he found it even more entertaining than he had envisioned. As for Hulaina, who was entwined with Bibi Dong, she was taken aback by Su Yi's address. He had called grandfather ghost uncle, while she referred to him as grandfather. What, then, should she call him? Uncle? The thought darkened her expression. The 13th installment. Until next time, I shall defeat you. One update. Please support. Upon hearing Su Yi's address of Uncle Ghost, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Hulaina, who was entwined with Bibi Dong, also found herself momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she released her hold on Bibi Dong's arms and approached Su Yi directly. Grasping his shoulders with both hands, she exclaimed, "Little one, do not presume that just because you have grown taller, you can address Ghost Grandpa as Uncle Ghost. You are even younger than I am. How then? Should I refer to you?" Su Yi regarded the exuberant Hulaina before him with remarkable composure and stated, "You cannot call me uncle. That is unacceptable. I view you as my partner, yet you wish to consider me as your uncle?" As she spoke, Hulaina's voice escalated in pitch, her small head shaking vigorously as she repeatedly chanted, "No, no, no." The recently roused Ghost Douluo, upon hearing such audacious words from Hulaina, was momentarily taken aback once more. Are the youth of today truly so audacious? Such shameful declarations made in the presence of others. It must be said, the younger generation certainly knows how to have fun. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong observed Hulaina with a glimmer of envy and reassurance in her eyes. This little girl had indeed become far bolder than she once was. One could only hope that these two children would find their way to one another. With this thought, Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon Su Yi, who stood before Hulaina in a state of mild astonishment, and a pang of bittersweet emotion welled up within her. "Do not speak so foolishly. I am not your partner." Su Yi gazed at the enchanting Hulaina, who held him tightly, furrowing his brow slightly as she spoke. "No, you are indeed mine. You kissed me, which makes you my man. I shall let the world know that you, Su Yi, the saint son of the Spirit Hall, belong to me, Hulaina, the saint daughter of the Spirit Hall. We are destined to be together. You as the saint son and I as the saint daughter. A perfect match, a pair made in heaven." As she spoke, Hulaina, unable to contain her excitement, embraced Su Yi fervently. Since that fateful moment when she had inexplicably kissed this young man, she had become resolute in her feelings for him. Despite her alluring and open demeanor, she was, in truth, more reserved than any other woman. After encountering Su Yi again, transformed and radiating an irresistible aura, she found it impossible to suppress the thoughts that surged within her heart. She was determined to cling to this man. She could not allow him to be swayed by another woman. Given his character, even if someone attempted to lure him away, it seemed unlikely to succeed. Perhaps she had fallen for him at first sight. After all, having witnessed his youthful visage, she knew that he would grow into a figure of captivating charm. A veritable heartthrob for women. Her instincts had proven correct. Yet, the feelings Su Yi evoked within her were unlike those stirred by anyone else. Whether it was true love at first sight or mere infatuation, only she could discern the truth. Standing behind the Ghost Douluo, Xie Yu watched in disbelief as his sister embraced Su Yi. Although his sister exuded an alluring charm, it was merely a byproduct of her uniquely mutated martial spirit. He, as her elder brother, was acutely aware of her fundamentally conservative nature. Yet now, witnessing Hulaina, bold and unabashed in her declarations, he could hardly believe his ears or eyes. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he couldn't help but wonder if this was truly his sister. Standing beside Xie Yu, Yin witnessed the unfolding scene, his hands clenched once more. As he listened to Hulaina's words, a blaze of fury ignited in his gaze directed at Su Yi. The moment before him bore an uncanny resemblance to an event from 3 years prior, 2 years at Moon Pavilion and 1 at the Soul Master Academy. It was this very boy who had caused Hulaina to disregard him for an extended period. Even when Hulaina realized that Su Yi was not angered by their relationship, she continued to ignore him for a significant time. After this fellow departed from the Hall of the Pope to the Soul Master Academy, Yin understood that his chances were slim, yet he relished the notion that with this detestable individual gone, he might have more opportunities to see Hulaina. As long as this boy remained, Hulaina was virtually inseparable from him. Furthermore, the memory of that incident 3 years ago haunted him. Merely seeing this boy reveal his martial soul had rendered him paralyzed with fear. It was an utter humiliation. Now, even in death, he vowed not to succumb to such terror again. Contemplating this, Yan's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot rage as he tightened his grip, drawing blood from his palms. The fact remained that this boy was now the saint's son of the Spirit Hall, a title far beyond his capacity to confront. What right did he have to ascend to such a position? If there were to be a saint's son, it should be chosen between him and Xieyou. With this thought, the hatred and murderous intent in Yan's eyes intensified. Sui sensed this ominous aura and, glancing at Yan, who glowered at him from behind the ghost Douluo, he offered a disarmingly gentle smile. The onlookers felt the palpable tension radiating from Yan. Yu Guan and the ghost Douluo exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes as they anticipated a dramatic confrontation between the two young men vying for Lyena's affection. It was only natural for the youth to harbor such defiance, especially given Yan's feelings for Lyena, which they were all somewhat aware of. However, Lyena's indifference left them powerless to intervene. Moreover, with Suyi's emergence in the spirit hall, it was evident to all that Lyena held a special regard for him. Even those unaware of her feelings would soon be enlightened by her actions. Sui belongs to this little girl. Let me go first. Be good. As Sui gazed upon Lyena, who was embracing him, his tone was remarkably tender. Upon hearing Suyi's gentle voice and seeing the warmth in his eyes, Lyena felt overwhelmed by a wave of happiness that was utterly unexpected. After releasing her hold on him, she stood before Sui with a flushed face, her toes tracing circles on the ground, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, too shy to meet his gaze. As Lyena let go, Sui slowly approached Yan, a smile gracing his face as he softly remarked, "It seems you harbor quite a strong opinion of me." No sooner had Sui spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Yan with remarkable speed, surpassing even the agility of a soul master of the agility category. With a smile directed at the sweating Yan, he playfully declared, "Next time, I shall take your life." Sui gazed upon Yan, who stood beside the sinister Yu, his face adorned with an expression of delight. Within that smile lay a softness and charm, and even his eyes, which were filled with mirth as they regarded Yan, bore no trace of wrath. It was as though he remained entirely unfazed by Yan's fierce and menacing glare. His gaze towards Yan was reminiscent of an old friend long unseen, imbued with gentleness. However, the moment Sui uttered those words and stepped behind Bibi Dong, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had traversed a considerable distance, materializing directly before Yan. A black dagger had inexplicably manifested in his hand, its tip poised ominously against Yan's throat. A closer inspection revealed that the dagger's point was merely a millimeter away from Yan's flesh. A slight advance of a few millimeters would suffice to pierce the skin. Yan felt the chilling sharpness of the blade at his throat, and he dared not draw breath. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he regarded Sui, who stood before him with an affable smile, exuding grace and refinement. Any remnants of hatred or murderous intent in Yan's eyes had been replaced by profound terror. In the instant the man had vanished, Yan had intended to summon his martial spirit. Alas, Suyi's speed surpassed that of even a 30-level agility-focused soul master. So swift was he that Yan had no time to invoke his spirit before he found himself face to face with Sui. With a subtle smile, Sui addressed Yan, saying, "Next time, do be careful, or I might just kill you." Sui spoke as he withdrew the dagger that had been pressed against his throat. Observing Suyi's action, Yan could not help but exhale in relief, swallowing hard. The reckless thoughts of defiance he once harbored had long since dissipated. After all, it is better to live. In an instant, the sound of two sharp blades piercing flesh pierced the air. Then, Suyi's voice, which seemed demonic to Yan, echoed ominously in his ears. "I have changed my mind." In that moment, as Yan felt a fleeting sense of relief, Suyi's right hand, which had been retracting the dagger, swiftly plunged it into Yan's left shoulder before yanking it out and thrusting it into Yan's right shoulder. The entire length of the 18-centimeter black dagger was embedded deep within him. Yan was caught off guard, unable to emit a scream in response to the first strike to his shoulder. It was only after the dagger had fully penetrated his right shoulder that he let out a chilling wail, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain. Upon hearing Yan's anguished cry, Sui beamed at the tormented figure before him and gently remarked, "Should you let out another scream, the dagger embedded in your shoulder will sever not only your arm but your entire being." Yan, upon hearing Suyi's soft words and gazing at the youth whose smile was as inviting as a gentle breeze, promptly sealed his lips. He could already sense the dagger embedded in his shoulder tugging downwards with a delicate yet insistent force. The excruciating pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his face as a result of the torment. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely stifled any sound from escaping his lips. The seemingly refined and graceful young man before him was, in truth, a devil incarnate. Sui gazed at the silent Yan and offered him a faint smile. "Now this is more like it. I despise being regarded with such a look. especially when you emanate an aura of hostility towards me. Had you not been of some value to the teacher, this moment would have likely ended with a blade at your throat. Sui smiled as he gazed at Yan, slowly withdrawing the dagger that had been embedded in his right shoulder. The speed at which Sui withdrew the dagger was almost slower than that of a tortoise. Gradually, inch by inch, the blade was extracted. As the dagger was pulled from his shoulder, Yan's expression contorted in agony, yet he uttered not a single sound. Once Sui finally extracted the dagger, he gazed at Yan, who had remained silent throughout the ordeal, and a broader smile spread across his face. Now this is more like it. I welcome your attempt to slay me. As Sui spoke, he gently placed the bloodied black dagger upon Yan's shoulder. With his garment, he delicately wiped away the bloodstains from the blade before sheathing it. Holy Son, I shall not dare again. At the moment Sui turned, Yan gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes filled with dread, and he knelt before him. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from the demon before him. This demon was beyond his capacity to confront. Throughout this ordeal, neither the two elders of the Ghost Chrysanthemum nor His Holiness Pope Bibi Dong intervened, standing idly by, without a single voice raised in opposition. Even now, in the aftermath, none had uttered a word of reproach against him. Had this situation befallen the holy maiden Nana, both Pope Bibi Dong and the esteemed elders would have surely chastised her following her wounding of him, even if they had refrained from intervening initially. Yet, this demon who turned his back to Yan had not been met with any such rebuke. It dawned upon him that this man, who had been exceptionally granted the title of the first holy son in the history of the Spirit Hall, held an unparalleled status within the institution. Even if he were to take his own life, not only would there be no one to stop him, but also none to cast blame upon him. Reflecting upon how close he had come to death, Yan fully grasped the reality of the situation and knelt before Suyi's silhouette, completely abdicating his pride as he uttered, "Please forgive me, holy son." Now, Yan was consumed by the fear of whether he would survive the day. After all, he had harbored murderous intent toward this man out of jealousy, and considering the latter's standing within the Spirit Hall, his very survival was in question. As this realization struck him, regret washed over him. He lamented his own foolishness. Sui, who had originally intended to depart, turned upon hearing Yan's words, a smile gracing his lips as he observed him. With such serious injuries, if you do not seek treatment swiftly, your arm may soon be rendered useless. Thank you, holy son, Yan exclaimed, hastily bowing in gratitude. Sui averted his gaze from him and turned instead to the figure of Xiaoyu standing beside Yan. Upon witnessing the beaming smile on Suyi's face, Xiaoyu felt his legs weaken, and with a thud, he knelt before Sui. Overcome by impulse, he proclaimed, Xiaoyu, pay my respects to your holiness, the Son of God. Why are you kneeling? As Sui observed the kneeling Xiaoyu, before he could utter a word, Hulai rushed forward and hoisted Xiaoyu up, exclaiming with irritation, "He is your future brother-in-law, you big brother. Why are you kneeling before him? What are you kneeling for?" Hulai continued, looking at Xiaoyu with disapproval. Upon hearing Hulai's words, Xiaoyu discreetly glanced at Sui, who stood before them with a gentle smile, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. He then turned his gaze to Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. Blood streaming from his shoulders, his face contorted in agony, cold sweat trickling down. "Oh, my dear ancestors, do you wish for my elder brother to have a shorter life? I certainly do not wish to provoke this demon." In one moment, he could be smiling, and in the next, he could strike. The gentleness in his gaze and expression remained unchanged, yet it was unnerving. "You may not fear him, but I certainly do. Do you not see that if you weren't supporting me, I would still be kneeling? I simply cannot refrain from kneeling. My legs are no longer under my control. Upon encountering this individual, not only do my legs tremble uncontrollably, but my heart quakes as well. Are you afraid of me?" Sui gazed at the sinister moon cradled by Hulai, a grin spreading across his face. That smile, in the eyes of any beholder, radiated warmth and kindness. Yet, to the sinister moon, it appeared utterly terrifying. Hulai, who had been tenderly holding the sinister moon, felt her heart melt upon witnessing the smile upon Suyi's countenance. Unconsciously, she released her grasp on her brother. This unintentional act led the sinister moon to kneel once more before Sui. The smile of Sui, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, appeared to Xiaoyu as nothing short of a terrifying monster, poised to devour him whole, leaving not even a trace of bone. Hearing the sound of someone collapsing to the ground with a thud, Hulai furrowed her delicate brows, casting a disapproving glance at Xiaoyu. The brother she had always regarded as towering and formidable seemed inexplicably intimidated by this peculiar individual. One could understand fearing the former, cold and unfeeling figure, but Sui, in this moment, exuded warmth and kindness, radiating a comforting aura. If Xiaoyu were privy to Hu Laina's thoughts at that instant, he would undoubtedly proclaim that he would prefer to confront that frigid version of Sui rather than this amiable iteration. There is a rather unflattering adage that states, "The barking dog seldom bites." Yet, in comparison to a silent dog, a smiling tiger is far more menacing. For one can never anticipate the moment when, amidst a pleasant conversation, he might plunge a knife into your back, leaving you utterly defenseless. "All right, little one, come back." Bibi Dong, who had been observing the scene with detached amusement, finally interjected, her tone laced with annoyance. "You mischievous child, do not frighten Nana's brother. Otherwise, you might want to be wary of Nana's reprisal." Upon hearing Bibi Dong call his name, Sui turned and walked towards her. As he approached, Bibi Dong gently placed her hand on his shoulder, offering him a soft reminder. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's gentle reminder, Sui gazed at Hu Laina standing beside Xiaoyu, momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. That individual was impossible to eliminate, and confrontation was not within his capabilities. Moreover, that wretched woman persistently lingered on his mind, always intent on hindering his cultivation. "Yu Guan, take him below for treatment. Remember to summon at least 2 healing soul Douluos to ensure that this little one does not sustain any lasting injury." "Yes, Your Holiness." As Yu Guan absorbed Bibi Dong's soft-spoken words, he approached Yan's side. Hearing Bibi Dong's assurance, Yan exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Your Holiness." His exhilaration stemmed from the knowledge that he would survive, and that with the assistance of more than 2 healing soul Douluos, his wounds would be healed in no time, leaving no hidden scars. After Yu Guan escorted Yan below, Bibi Dong led Sui into the hall of the Pope. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo once again concealed himself, vigilantly guarding Bibi Dong from the shadows. Hu Laina, observing her brother Xiaoyu still kneeling on the ground, huffed with exasperation, "You pitiful brother, how embarrassing. Hurry up and get up, we need to go inside." Only upon hearing Hu Laina's words did Xiaoyu fully regain his composure. He looked around the empty entrance of the hall of the Pope, realizing that the demon standing before him had vanished. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. Hu Laina, observing Xiaoyu's demeanor, remarked, "Brother, why are you so afraid of him? Can he really kill you? Or devour you? He is not a beast. Is it necessary for you to fear him so?" "Wait, Xiaoyu began to retort, but as memories of the earlier scene and that man's terrifying grin flooded his mind, he fell silent. "All right, since the teacher and Sui have entered, we should follow suit." Upon hearing Hu Laina's words, Xiaoyu swallowed hard and cautiously replied, "Do I really need to go in?" "Of course. If you don't enter, what else will you do?" As she said this, Hu Laina looked at Xiaoyu, whose face was glistening with sweat, and continued, "We are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and with Sui back, as the teacher just mentioned, we need to welcome him properly. Besides, do not fear him. You must remember, you are destined to be that man's future brother-in-law. So why should you be afraid?" With that, Hu Laina gleefully hopped into the hall of the Pope, leaving Xiaoyu standing outside, bewildered and disheveled in the wind. Brother-in-law? What? Under these circumstances, it is necessary for that individual to grant his consent. Even if he agrees, one must acknowledge him as the elder brother-in-law. Xiaoyu gazed upon the Pope's palace, which loomed before him like a monstrous beast with an insatiable thirst for blood. The wide-open gates of the palace resembled the gaping maw of this ferocious creature, now poised to devour him whole. With a resigned sigh, filled with helplessness and a profound sense of disillusionment, he slowly approached the Pope's palace. Fortunately, within the vast expanse of the palace, there was still his sister, who had once led him into dire straits without a second thought. At this moment, Xiaoyu truly questioned whether Hu Laina was indeed his biological sister. Why must she relentlessly push him into the abyss? The notion of that individual becoming his brother-in-law was utterly absurd, akin to an elderly person committing suicide. Yet, it was a relief that he was not alone in the Grand Pope's palace. The only source of solace for Xiaoyu was the presence of Pope Bibi Dong, who was already seated upon the papal throne. Chapter 16. If that is the case, I adore you. Upon returning to the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City with Bibi Dong, Sui was welcomed with warmth and hospitality by the gathered crowd. After the festivities, he retreated to his quarters. Upon entering, he noted with surprise that, despite his 2-year absence, not a speck of dust marred the room. It was evident that someone had been diligently maintaining it. Moreover, the garden's flowers and plants were also well cared for, suggesting frequent attention from a devoted caretaker. Sui remained oblivious to the fact that two women consistently came to assist him with his household chores. Each time Hulaina completed her training, she would arrive at Su Yi's abode, meticulously tidying his room until not a speck of dust remained, rendering the space seemingly inhabited. Meanwhile, the flowers and plants in the garden, along with the little fish in the pond, were personally tended to by Bibi Dong. Whenever she sat beside the pond in the small courtyard, gazing at the fish swimming gracefully, her heart found tranquility. Often, Bibi Dong would take it upon herself to care for the flora in Su Yi's garden. Engaging in this nurturing activity brought her an exceptional sense of peace, enveloping her in comfort and relaxation. Weekly tending to the courtyard had become a cherished routine for Bibi Dong. Soon after Sui entered his house, she arrived at his little garden. Instead of calling out to him, she settled by the pond, observing the playful fish beneath the surface. Sui, having sensed Bibi Dong's presence the moment she entered, joined her by the pond's edge. Side by side, they sat in silence, quietly watching the reflections dancing upon the water. Little one, now that Nana and the others have all reached the soul ancestor rank, although you are currently at the 33rd level, had it not been for the 2 years of delay, your soul power would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Thus, it is time for you to earnestly elevate your soul power, Bibi Dong remarked. Hearing her words, Sui smiled faintly, replying, I will, teacher. Little one, you have also observed Nana's feelings for you. She does not conceal or disguise her affection for you in front of anyone. What do you think of that little girl? Bibi Dong inquired. Caught off guard by her sudden question, Sui fell into a contemplative silence. How could he respond? Should he express disdain for the girl who seemed intent on hindering his path to strength? Yet, during his 2 years of study at Yuxian, his character had undergone a transformation. He was no longer the sharp, lethal sword he once was. Now, he achieved all his edges. Moreover, through his teacher Tang Yuehua, he had gained considerable insight into matters of the heart. He was aware of Hulaina's affection for him, yet understanding emotions was one thing. Knowing how to navigate them himself was another. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Bibi Dong and offered a faint smile. I do not know. Do you like that little girl? Bibi Dong gently probed. What does it mean to like someone? Sui responded, pondering the complexity of emotions. When Bibi Dong heard Suyi's words, she was completely taken aback, gazing at the surface of the water. What is love? What does it mean to cherish? Perhaps love is simply the person who holds the utmost significance in your world. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui turned to the enchanting figure beside him and smiled gently. Then I suppose, if that is the case, I am fond of you. Bibi Dong, taken aback by Suyi's declaration, gazed at him in astonishment. As she observed his cheerful demeanor, a soft laugh escaped her lips, and she playfully tapped his head. You little rascal, what nonsense are you speaking? How could you possibly have feelings for your teacher? Despite her teasing, Bibi Dong felt a surge of happiness within her. She continued, for you, I am merely an important figure. Your affection for me is akin to that of a student towards a teacher. The kind of love I speak of is that which exists between a man and a woman. How does one articulate it? It is a deep-seated yearning, a perpetual longing to protect, cherish, and be devoted to one another. Yes, akin to the way Nana feels for you. That is true affection. Listening to Bibi Dong's elucidation, Sui gazed at the fish swimming gracefully in the water and replied softly, I only wish to safeguard you, to protect you. As for the love you mentioned, I do not comprehend it fully. What I do know is that this world owes you a debt, and I shall endeavor to repay it. Should anyone dare to harm you, I would not hesitate to vanquish them. Whoever you wish to see gone, I shall fulfill that wish. Even if it means bringing ruin to this world, I shall assist you in that endeavor. Each word spoken by Sui resonated in Bibi Dong's heart like a series of thunderclaps. Every syllable rendered her mind a blank slate. She found herself bewildered, uncertain whether her affections lay with Yu Xiaojiang or with the boy before her, who claimed he would annihilate the world for her sake. In her heart, there had been no room for any man other than the one she fervently adored. Yet, this mere child, scarcely 9 years of age, had forcefully embedded himself within her soul, growing increasingly significant and unique to her. However, she believed she was unworthy of him. More precisely, even if she had developed feelings for this child, she felt ill-suited to be his companion. She was a woman steeped in darkness and malice, tainted by her past. Her age alone could place her in the role of his mother. Yet, this boy, who was undeniably still a child, seemed to her a being of maturity, an equal. He was the one whom Nana cherished. As their teacher, she recognized that only Nana was deserving of him. Their union would be the most harmonious. Bibi Dong gazed at the smiling Sui, momentarily taken aback as a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. With determination, she stated, "The one you should like is not me. Then who should I like?" Sui inquired, his eyes radiating purity and laced with a hint of confusion. He did not question her like others had. Instead, he sought to understand whom he ought to favor, though he possessed a nascent awareness of romantic feelings. This little harbinger of death knew nothing of love, after all. In light of this, perhaps it was for the best. A bitter smile crept onto Bibi Dong's face as she replied, "You should like Nana. Then I shall keep my distance from her," Sui responded, causing Bibi Dong to fall into silence. She glanced at her reflection on the water's surface before rising to depart. "Focus on your training." Understood. Chapter 17. The 14-year-old Soul King. A terrifying physique. Since that day, Sui has been diligently practicing in his residence. He dedicates 16 hours each day to cultivation and 2 hours to physical exercise. Aside from the time spent dining, he manages to sleep for less than 5 hours daily. At the outset, Hulaina would come to Sui daily, devising various schemes to consume him, eager to transform their relationship into something more substantial. However, upon witnessing Sui's relentless and almost reckless training regimen, she was profoundly inspired. Consequently, Hulaina began to train alongside Sui every day. Observing Sui's commitment to push-ups, sit-ups, and other physical exercises, her curiosity compelled her to inquire about his motivations. Thus, Sui shared with her the significance of such training in enhancing one's physique to absorb higher-level spirit rings. From that moment on, every time Sui trained, she would join him, albeit her practice was limited to approximately 10 hours a day, and her physical training could barely keep pace with Sui's rigorous routine. In pursuit of enhancing his physical training, Sui intentionally sought out Yuguan. Through Yuguan, he acquired special materials, which he fashioned into a weighted vest that he donned upon himself. The burden that Sui bears is crafted from an exceedingly soft meteorite, yet possesses an extraordinarily high mass. This rare meteorite has only been discovered in 2 fragments, even within the formidable realm of the Spirit Hall in Spirit City. These 2 pieces were fortuitously fashioned into a weighted vest, a pair of gauntlets, and a pair of boots. The weight of each gauntlet reaches 200 kilograms, while the boots weigh 300 kilograms each. The weighted vest, however, is an astonishing 1,000 kilograms. Altogether, this entire ensemble amounts to exactly 2,000 kilograms. For title Douluo or even Soul Douluo, this weight is hardly significant. In fact, such a daunting load poses no challenge to certain strength-based soul saints. However, for a soul emperor, donning such a weight and attempting to move would be akin to crawling at a snail's pace. Not to mention for Sui, who possesses merely a 33rd level of soul power. Despite his formidable physical constitution, he could initially manage only the weighted vest. Through relentless training over the course of more than a year, Sui has ultimately succeeded in donning the entire weight ensemble. This remarkable achievement indicates that within just 1 year, his physical capabilities have reached a level comparable to that of a soul emperor. Additionally, during this year, Sui's soul power ascended to the 38th level. Subsequently, after another 6 months, he advanced directly to the 40th level. Under the guidance of title Douluo's Ju Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Gueme, Sui perfectly acquired his 4th soul ring by vanquishing a ferocious gravity tiger that was 48,000 years old, thereby gaining yet another extraordinary skill. Details will be elaborated in the forthcoming narrative. The author assures that this will not consume additional word count. From the very beginning, Sui had already contemplated the nature of the soul ring that would enhance his martial spirit. It was destined to augment the weight and power of his primary weapon, the spear. Regardless of the opponent before him, he resolved to shatter them with the most ferocious force. In the face of absolute strength, all else becomes mere illusion. After acquiring his 4th soul ring, Sui's soul power increased by only 1 level. It is noteworthy that this 4th soul ring originated from a soul beast of 48,000 years. For an ordinary individual, absorption of such a ring would typically yield an increase of 5 or 6 levels of soul power, at the very least. An increment of 4 or 5 levels would be expected. However, in Sui's case, his soul power rose by merely 1 level. As for the surplus soul power, it was absorbed by Sui's physique. This explains why he consistently defies norms and can absorb soul rings of such high age. After his body was further fortified by soul power, the burdens he bore felt significantly lighter. At the very least, during his regular training, wearing this weight, he would not need to expend 5 or 6 hours, or even more than 10 hours, to achieve his training goals. With the encumbrance, Sui who previously could complete his physical training in 2 hours, now found it extended to 10 hours. This is why it took him half a year to elevate his soul power to level 40. Upon returning to the papal residence after obtaining the 4th soul ring, he resumed his relentless training. As time passed, Suyi's height reached 1.88 meters. The burdens he carried also became progressively lighter. His daily physical training gradually diminished from 10 hours to 9, and then to 8. It took over 2 years for him to revert to a mere 2 hours. During these 2 years of rigorous training, Suyi's soul power progressed from level 40 to level 44. The reason for this modest increase of 3 levels over 2 years was not solely due to the exponentially growing demands for soul power, but also because he devoted a significant portion of his time to physical conditioning. Meanwhile, Hulayina, who trained alongside Su-yi, experienced a meteoric rise in her own soul power, unbeknownst to her, reaching level 47. She had long outpaced her brother, Xiaoyu, and Yan, as the 3 of them, part of the Golden Generation, found themselves struggling to keep up with her progress. Throughout these years, Hulayina consistently trained alongside Su-yi. When fatigue set in, they would simply lie down on the ground to rest. Despite their limited verbal exchanges over these years, Hulayina did not cling to Su-yi. She trained diligently in tandem with him. When her endurance waned, she would pause and quietly observe Su-yi's training. While their communication was minimal, the bond forged through shared effort remained profound. However, a certain harmony has developed between the 2 individuals. Despite this burgeoning understanding, Su-yi has not advanced his relationship with Hulayina on a romantic level. What does it mean to Su-yi to be fond of someone? Does he possess the motivation to enhance his strength? Furthermore, his commitment to protecting Bibi Dong is sufficient. Over the years of training alongside Hulayina, Su-yi has not experienced any desire to distance himself from her. In fact, he has grown entirely accustomed to her presence. Throughout these years, Su-yi has devoted himself entirely to his training, never once meeting Bibi Dong. She only occasionally visits to check on Hulayina and him. Since that fateful day, Su-yi has not exchanged a single word with Bibi Dong, who has also ceased to initiate conversations with him as she once did. Regarding Su-yi's previous desire to avoid Hulayina, it was not that he wished to evade her, but rather, in the Spirit Soul City, no matter where he trained, she would always find him. Consequently, to avoid hindering his training, Su-yi has tacitly accepted Hulayina's companionship during his practice. Chapter 18. The 14-year-old Soul King. A terrifying physique. Second update. Seeking votes. 2 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. As Su-yi stands in the Stardow Forest alongside Douluo Yuegwan and Ghost Douluo Gueme, whenever Su-yi ventures out to hunt soul rings, he is invariably accompanied by the 2 titled Douluo. They are perpetually concerned about any potential mishaps. For Su-yi holds immense significance for the Spirit Hall. He is undoubtedly the youngest and most gifted individual in the history of the Spirit Hall. Not to mention, at the tender age of 14, he has already reached the formidable level of 50 in soul power. Once he absorbs a soul ring, he will be the youngest Soul King not only in the Spirit Hall but throughout the entire Douluo continent. At merely 14 years of age, he will have achieved the rank of Soul King. What were they doing at 14? They had just obtained their 3rd soul ring. This young prodigy is growing at such an astonishing rate that it feels surreal to those around him. Young lad, you are truly extraordinary, Yuegwan remarked, gazing at Su-yi, who had already outgrown him. Uncle Yu, flattery does not equal insult. Are you praising me or criticizing me? Su-yi replied with a wry smile, standing beside the tall figure of Yuegwan. Do not look at me like that, young one. Over these years, your ability to feign expressions has become remarkably adept. You can manipulate your emotions with such ease now. I would prefer to see you in your former, icy demeanor than this current visage. Who knows? Perhaps you are plotting my demise in your mind, he jested, turning to the old ghost, as Yuegwan observed Su-yi standing beside him with a wry smile. A flicker of apprehension ignited in his eyes. He had not forgotten the incident 2 years prior when he had scoffed at Su-yi during his initial attempts at practicing his tears. The subsequent days had been nothing short of a harrowing ordeal. This young man had a knack for materializing at his side, often during his slumber, brandishing a dagger at his throat, incessantly rubbing the blade against his chest. Given his prowess as a Douluo, even in sleep, he should have sensed anyone encroaching upon him. Yet, it was invariably this very young man who managed to approach him unnoticed. Imagine, if you will, awakening from a deep slumber to find someone standing beside you, a knife poised at your throat, incessantly honing its edge. The mere sight of that grinning face would send anyone spiraling into madness. This lad had tormented him for an entire week before finally relenting. Thus, as Yueguan recounted this experience, casting a glance at Sui, who continued to wear that rueful smile, he felt a shiver run through him. Uncle Gue, am I truly that terrifying? As Sui spoke, he cast a glance at the ghost Douluo, standing beside him. Not at all. I find little Sui to be quite delightful, remarked the ghost Douluo, observing the benevolent smile that adorned Suyi's face. Traditionally reticent and seldom smiling, he offered a subtle grin to Sui, then turned to the Jew Douluo, Yuguan, and said, Look at this little fellow. His current demeanor is far more amiable than the frosty disposition he once possessed. Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's words, Yuguan's expression morphed into one of exasperation. Staring at the two companions beside him, he found himself at a loss for words. You think he's improved? Just try having someone standing beside you at night, sharpening a knife against your neck. Imagine enduring months of restless sleep, haunted by dreams of that very figure lurking by your bed, knife in hand, all the while wearing a cheerful grin. With that thought in mind, Yuguan said with a hint of irritation, Enough of this. I shall seek out a soul beast for this little one. You two share a bond. So remain here together. With that, Yuguan vanished from the presence of Ghost Douluo and Sui. Sui and Ghost Douluo exchanged a resigned smile as they watched Yuguan depart. Uncle Ghost, let us accompany Uncle Yu this time. Sui gazed at the ghost Douluo Gueme standing beside him and gently spoke. You two have always assisted me in dealing with soul beasts, leaving only the final strike for me. This time, allow me to take charge. It is the perfect opportunity for me to gauge the combat prowess of the soul beast and assess my own strength. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Gueme nodded in agreement. Very well, let us pursue that old chrysanthemum. As she spoke, Ghost Douluo Gueme led Sui towards the direction of Yuguan. Before long, Ghost Douluo caught up with Yuguan, who looked perplexed as he remarked, What brings you two here? I have yet to find a suitable soul beast for this little fellow. Yuguan regarded the arriving Ghost Douluo and Sui with a puzzled expression. This little one insists on personally handling the soul beast this time, wishing to witness its battle capability and to evaluate his own strength, Gueme explained. Yuguan nodded slightly in response. Indeed, it seems we have always been the ones assisting him. It is beneficial for him to gain more combat experience. Uncle Gue, I have found the soul beast I need. Just as Yuguan finished speaking, Sui suddenly interjected, his gaze fixed on the southeastern direction. A glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. Excellent, let us set forth. Little one, you can fight with confidence. The rest is up to me and your Uncle Gue to support you, Yuguan exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of witnessing the growth of this young one's abilities over the past few years. Moreover, he marveled at how the little one's sensing ability and range had developed to such an impressive level, surpassing even his own as a title Douluo. This little fellow was undeniably exceptional. With their conversation concluded, Sui, Ghost Douluo Gueme, and title Douluo Yuguan soared towards the southeastern direction. Suddenly, a colossal black elephant, towering several meters high and stretching over 20 meters in length, came into view. This fearsome creature, sensing the approach of Sui and the others, let out a thunderous roar. This is it. As Sui beheld the imposing black giant elephant before him, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yuguan and Ghost Douluo were struck with astonishment upon witnessing the terrifying black hand before them. The 80,000-year, hell-suppressing elephant. To their disbelief, the soul beast recorded in the legends of the Spirit Hall still existed. Ghost Douluo and Jew Douluo gasped as they gazed at the colossal creature, its body shrouded in darkness and adorned with crimson patterns. They exchanged looks filled with incredulity and spoke in unison. At that moment, Sui was wholly unconcerned with what lay before him. He was solely aware that this giant elephant was destined to become one of his soul rings, enhancing his power and contributing to his strength. Chapter 19. The 14-year-old Soul King. A terrifying physique. As Ghost Douluo and Jew Douluo marveled at the black giant elephant, their shock was palpable. Sui has summoned his first martial soul, the Chaos Supreme Spear. The black dragon-headed iron spear is gripped firmly in his right hand, its tip pointed towards the ground. Sui charged forward, dragging his long spear towards the guardian elephant. With a thunderous roar, the guardian elephant beheld the advancing Sui, while its two hind legs stood tall, supporting its massive frame. The dark red patterns on its front black legs radiated a sanguine glow. As Sui observed the guardian elephant rise, an imminent sense of danger washed over him. Initially sprinting towards it, he swiftly retreated. In the moment that Sui withdrew, the guardian elephant's front legs descended forcefully upon the ground. With a resounding crash, a surge of red light erupted from beneath its mighty appendages. The crimson radiance emanating from the guardian elephant's legs transformed the previously verdant expanse of blue silvergrass into a layer of dark redstone. When the red aura touched the blue silvergrass, it petrified upon contact, turning to stone. Even the surrounding trees succumbed to the spreading crimson light, morphing into stone trees. The torrent of dark red stone that followed crushed all petrified flora in its wake, shattering even the massive stone trees nearby. After unleashing this formidable attack, the dark red patterns on the guardian elephant's front legs dimmed significantly. This strike had a devastating radius of 30 meters. Fortunately, Sui had retreated just in time. He had been a mere 20 meters away from the guardian elephant and managed to evade the onslaught. Observing the dimming red patterns on the guardian elephant's legs, Sui stepped onto the dark red stone, gripping his Chaos Supreme Spear, and charged once more at the guardian elephant. The black dragon-headed spear tip sparked as it scraped against the dark red stone beneath him, ignited by Sui's swift movement. As he approached within 20 meters of the guardian elephant, he unleashed his first soul skill, Unyielding Momentum. Sui transformed into a streak of light, dashing directly before the abyss elephant. He unleashed his second soul skill, Quake of 1,000 Tons, followed by his third soul skill, Explosive Surge. As he approached the abyss elephant, 2 violet soul rings manifested beneath his feet, illuminating with brilliance. Upon the completion of his second soul skill, the veins in Sui's right arm bulged, muscles swelling with explosive energy, while the Chaos Supreme Spear, with its black shaft shimmering with dark radiance, was drawn in his grip. Upon releasing his third soul skill, a beam of black light shot forth from Sui's body, striking the abyss elephant with precision. Instantly, the creature, which had stood before him, found itself ensnared by an immense gravitational force tenfold its weight, as if an unbeatable power bore down upon it. This overwhelming pressure compelled the abyss elephant to kneel before Sui, as if bound by an unseen force, rendering it immobile. Though unable to move, the abyss elephant could still emit a deafening roar. A furious bellow erupted, its body adorned with dark crimson patterns that glowed ominously with the surge of bloodlight. A layer of dark red armor enveloped the creature, leaving only its eyes visible, which glowed with a fierce intensity as they fixed upon the seemingly insignificant Sui. In the wake of this dark armor's emergence, the abyss elephant's gaze betrayed a profound disdain. Fourth soul skill, Fury. With this proclamation, Sui's form erupted in bloodlight. The fourth soul skill, Fury, was derived from the 48,000-year-old soul beast, the rampaging gravity tiger. Upon acquiring this soul ring, the already formidable Chaos Supreme Spear, originally weighing 3,000 jin, now bore an additional 2,000 jin, reaching an astounding weight of 5,000 jin. More importantly, this fourth soul skill, Fury, remained an auxiliary type ability. Upon activation, it instantaneously enhanced all attributes by 300% for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 3 minutes. Unlike the second soul skill, which merely augmented attack power by 300% for a single strike, this skill provided a sustained enhancement for 1 full minute. With a cooldown of only 3 minutes, the cooldown time is not comparable to that of the second soul skill, which lasts a full 10 minutes. This highlights the stark contrast between the soul skills derived from a 10,000-year soul ring and those from a 1,000-year soul ring. The disparity is indeed monumental. With a swift motion, within the span of 2 breaths, Sui unleashed all of his soul skills. The black spear in his right hand struck fiercely at the front of the dark, crimson-armored prison elephant. This thrust penetrated directly into the elephant's eye socket, the only unprotected part of its armor. As the spear pierced the prison elephant's eye, it let out a final, mournful roar. Subsequently, the once-mocking massive head of the elephant fell helplessly to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep pit in the dark red earth it had conjured. From a distance, Ghost Douluo and Moonlight Douluo, who had been poised to intervene, exchanged astonished glances. Both were taken aback by the spectacle before them. This 80,000-year prison elephant was effortlessly subdued by this young lad? Moreover, it was accomplished with a singular strike. Moonlight Douluo gazed at Ghost Douluo, disbelief evident in his eyes, murmuring in astonishment. Which of your eyes perceived it as merely 1 strike? This kid unleashed all 4 of his soul skills. How can it be claimed as just 1? Ghost Douluo, observing the incredulous look in Moonlight Douluo's eyes, replied with exasperation. Did this young one not resolve the prison elephant with a single spear? Moonlight Douluo retorted, but that young lad utilized 4 soul skills. As they continued their debate, their foreheads nearly touched, each refusing to yield, their gazes locked in intensity. Meanwhile, after vanquishing the prison elephant, a black soul ring emerged from its body, signifying its 8,000 years of power. Upon the appearance of the soul ring, Sui immediately seated himself in meditation to commence absorption. Unbeknownst to them, while Ghost Douluo and Moonlight Douluo were embroiled in their argument, Sui had completed the absorption of the soul ring entirely. Chapter 20. The soul bone of the prison elephant's right foot. The petrifying tread of the prison. As Sui gazed upon the two mischievous old souls, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, he smiled and remarked, "Uncle Ghost, Uncle Chrysanthemum, I have completed the absorption." With this declaration, the previously quarreling Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately ceased their dispute and turned their attention to Sui. "You finished absorbing it? An 80,000-year spirit ring? Have you truly succeeded, young lad?" They exclaimed in disbelief, their astonishment evident as they regarded him with expressions of incredulity. Recovering from his astonishment, Ghost Douluo approached Sui, placing a hand on his shoulder with a grin. "Well done, young one. You have absorbed an 80,000-year spirit ring as your fifth. If you manage to acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring, your sixth could be of such caliber as well, provided there are enough 100,000-year spirit beasts. All future spirit rings you obtain could match that level." Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's words, Yueguan stepped forward to Sui, his eyes brimming with disbelief as he marveled. "You truly are becoming more formidable by the day. Just your fifth spirit ring, and you've absorbed such a magnificent one. From this moment forth, you shall be the youngest spirit king in the Douluo continent, shattering records within the spirit master realm." A spark of excitement flickered in Yueguan's eyes as he spoke. Both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were elated by this news, entirely overlooking another matter. Meanwhile, after absorbing the spirit ring, Sui observed an anomaly emerging from the deceased Titan elephant's carcass, which he had slain. "What are you up to, young one?" Yueguan inquired curiously as he watched Sui approach the Titan elephant's remains. Suddenly, Yueguan's eyes widened in shock and elation as he exclaimed, "A soul bone. Indeed, this is the resonance of a soul bone." Ghost Douluo, upon hearing Yueguan's exclamation, also beamed with excitement, saying, "You are truly fortunate, young lad." As both Yueguan and Ghost Douluo witnessed the renewed surge of soul power emanating from the Titan elephant's remains, they felt immense joy for Sui's fortune. In contrast, a typical spirit master, even one seasoned from 5 to 6 years of training, would likely engage in fierce competition for a soul bone, often leading to conflict and betrayal. However, the two titled Douluos felt nothing but happiness for Sui's opportunity. This young lad had taken another step towards becoming stronger. As Sui stood before the carcass of the Titan elephant, its entire form began to slowly dissipate. At last, beside his right forepaw, a massive dark red soul bone emerged. Upon its appearance, Sui felt an undeniable sense of familiarity emanating from the soul bone. This was due to his prior absorption of the soul ring from the hellish elephant, which rendered him more attuned to the soul bone left behind by this formidable creature. Gazing at the enormous soul bone, which was several times larger than himself, Sui once again settled onto the ground, preparing to absorb it. As he began the absorption process, he summoned the soul power within him to draw the immense soul bone closer. Originally measuring over 4 meters in length, the colossal soul bone gradually approached Sui, diminishing in size with each passing moment. By the time it hovered directly before him, it had shrunk to less than 1 meter. Upon its contact with Sui's body, it transformed into a crimson light, seamlessly merging into his right leg. As the soul bone entered his limb, it commenced the process of integrating with his very skeleton. Sui felt no sense of repulsion or discomfort. Rather, his right leg felt as though it were immersed in a warm spring, enveloped in a soothing embrace. Once this sensation of warmth and comfort faded, he became acutely aware of the immense power coursing through his right leg. After absorbing the soul bone, he opened his eyes to meet the eager gazes of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The absorption was remarkably smooth." The ever-enthusiastic Yueguan looked at Sui with palpable anticipation and inquired, "What soul abilities has this soul bone bestowed upon you, young one?" Upon hearing Yueguan's words, Sui smiled slightly and replied, "This soul bone from the prison elephant's right foot grants me the soul skill known as Petrifying Earthquake. Petrifying Earthquake is a crowd control ability that condenses soul power in the right foot, unleashing a petrifying light. Enemies within a radius of 20 meters around me who are touched by this light will be petrified for 10 seconds, and any damage I receive during this time will be doubled. Once struck, the petrification effect will be lifted. Moreover, if the light is concentrated in front of me, it can extend its range to 50 meters. This skill will grow alongside my soul power. It is undeniably powerful. After listening to Su Yi's explanation, Yueguan could not help but exclaim in admiration. By the way, little one, what soul skill has the prison elephant's 80,000-year soul ring bestowed upon you? Yueguan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, recalling the petrifying ability Su Yi had already acquired from the prison elephant. He wondered what kind of skill the fifth soul ring would bring to Su Yi. Would it be even stronger? The fifth soul skill, Supreme Mark, an auxiliary skill that, when activated, manifests a supreme demon mark on the body, tripling all attributes for 3 minutes, with a 10-minute cooldown. All attacks will carry a petrifying effect, and once the supreme demon mark appears, the body's defense will also double. Additionally, this soul ring has increased the weight of my Chaos Supreme Gun to 10,000 jin. Yueguan and Gue Mei were left speechless upon hearing Su Yi's words. Although this fifth soul skill closely resembled the fourth, merely adding a doubling of defense, the fact remained that during the skill's duration, each of Su Yi's attacks would carry a petrifying effect. Such a divine ability is not something even a 100,000-year soul beast could easily bestow. The prison elephant indeed lives up to its reputation as a dominant soul beast recorded in the legends of the Spirit Hall. However, the records of the Spirit Hall are sparse and lack comprehensive details. It is known that at 100,000 years, even 5 or 6 titled Douluos should not engage it. While not reaching that age yet, it remains formidable, though not in an invincible state. With these 2 titled Douluos present, there is no fear for this young one's safety. Furthermore, apart from his first skill, all his soul skills are auxiliary in nature, continuously enhancing his attributes. It appears that this young man is destined to tread a path of sheer power. One strike, and regardless of the soul skill, it all becomes a mere just in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 21. Departure from the Spirit Hall. I shall seek that man. 5th update. A special edition for the beloved Ni. Upon Su Yi's return to the Spirit City's Hall of the Pope, accompanied by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, he immediately proceeded to his own quarters, foregoing a visit to his mentor, Bibi Dong. Within the hall, Bibi Dong sensed the return of Su Yi and his companions. Observing his departure, she sighed softly, lost in contemplative thoughts. Meanwhile, Yueguan regarded Su Yi's retreat, turning to Ghost Douluo with a sense of wonder, remarking that this young lad was the most relentless practitioner he had ever encountered, without exception, having just absorbed his 5th spirit ring. Su Yi's spirit power had surged to level 52. Throughout the journey back, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training in the carriage. And now that they had arrived at the Hall of the Pope, he had scarcely a moment to spare even to pay respects to her. He was resolutely determined to resume his cultivation, which explained his remarkable achievement of becoming a Soul King at the tender age of 14. As Yueguan pondered this, he continued to express his admiration for Su Yi's tenacity. Ghost Douluo, standing beside Yueguan, listened to his musings with an expression that suggested he regarded him as somewhat foolish. Welcome back. Was your journey successful? Hulaina, engrossed in fervent training within their courtyard, inquired upon seeing Su Yi's return. Quite successful, indeed. I had no inkling that during my absence, you two have reached level 50, he replied. Su Yi gazed at Hulaina, sensing the fluctuations of her soul power within her. He smiled gently and remarked, Uncle Yu and Uncle Gue have just accompanied me back. Now, they must escort you out once more. Although your cultivation is considerably inferior to mine, you have remarkably acquired the 5th soul ring ahead of me. Quite impressive indeed. Hulaina, upon hearing Su Yi's words, cast him a bewitchingly charming sidelong glance and retorted, If I do not exert myself in my training, I shall fall behind your pace. Upon hearing Hulaina's words and gazing into her deeply affectionate eyes, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a gentle smile. Then you must strive a little harder. With a playful huff, Hulaina retorted, I shall seek out Uncle Yu and Uncle Gue to assist me in obtaining a soul ring. Farewell. After her declaration, she gracefully exited the room. Left to his own devices, Su Yi resumed his meditation in the tranquility of his courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, he immersed himself in this practice for an entire day. As the sun gradually descended, the moon ascended to illuminate the night sky, adorned with an abundance of stars. Bibi Dong entered Su Yi's modest courtyard. Observing him in a state of serene meditation, she settled herself by the small pond within the yard, lost in thought as she watched the multitude of fish swimming gracefully in the water. Little one, come sit with me for a while, she called out. Though Su Yi had sensed Bibi Dong's arrival during his meditation, he chose to remain immersed in his focus, striving to reach the 53rd level. upon hearing her invitation. He opened his eyes and moved to sit beside her. It had been nearly 5 years since their last meeting, and since that day, they had fallen into a rather peculiar state of connection. Despite the passage of time and their separation, Sui and Bibi Dong resumed their companionship. Sitting side by the pond, gazing quietly into the water. "Little one, after so many years, have you even forgotten to call me teacher?" Bibi Dong remarked, turning to Sui with a gentle smile. "Teacher," he replied. Sui gazed at the smile adorning Bibi Dong's face and returned it with a gentle smile of his own. "Little one, what are your plans for the future?" Bibi Dong inquired softly while seated by the poolside, her eyes fixed on Sui. "Plans?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's question, Sui turned his gaze to the shoals of fish swimming in the water and replied thoughtfully, "I wish to see the man you have been so preoccupied with, to discover what he truly looks like." At this, Bibi Dong fell into a contemplative silence. Sui, having uttered his thoughts, chose not to elaborate further. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong, gazing at the reflection on the water's surface, softly asked, "Do you intend to kill him? Will you?" Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Sui chuckled. "I am not one to take pleasure in killing indiscriminately. If this were to reach the ears of Yuguan, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scorn, asserting, 'If you are not that kind of person, then I would willingly eat excrement upside down.' What do you wish to do?" Bibi Dong inquired softly, observing the smile that adorned Sui's face. "I merely wish to behold this individual, to discern what manner of person he truly is, one whom you, my esteemed teacher, have held in such regard." Upon hearing Sui's declaration, Bibi Dong did not gaze upon his face. Instead, she fixed her eyes upon the water's surface, where her reflection danced, and spoke gently, "Do not take his life. Rest assured, the one you wish spared shall remain unharmed, even should he provoke me. After all, you are my mentor, and my existence, both now and in this moment, is a gift from you." After Sui uttered those words, he gazed quietly at the fish swimming in the water, lost in contemplation. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind. When would he choose to depart? Hearing the words, "The lives you spared, teacher, and the life you bestowed upon me," a sense of inexplicable constriction enveloped Bibi Dong. Her previously steady breaths grew heavier in response to his statement. Taking a gentle breath, she turned to Sui, who sat beside her, silently observing the water's surface, and softly inquired, "The sooner, the better, I presume. Shall we set off now?" As Sui spoke, he attempted to rise. However, before he could stand, Bibi Dong, seated beside him, suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder. Her eyes, brimming with tenderness, gazed quietly at Sui as she gently uttered, "Stay with me, and let us sit here together for the night." "All right." Sui gazed into the depths of Bibi Dong's eyes, and though he had initially risen, he found himself seated once more. The two sat shoulder to shoulder by the small pond, enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes. Occasionally, they would steal glances at the swimming fish beneath the water's surface or at the stars twinkling above. They remained in this tranquil state for nearly 2 hours, until Bibi Dong broke the stillness. "Why are you so reticent today? Isn't this my usual demeanor?" Sui replied. Hearing his words, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward him, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "Are you harboring resentment toward your teacher, or perhaps anger?" "There is neither resentment nor anger," he replied gently. "It's merely that after hearing your words, I found myself at a loss for feelings. It was as though a hand had clutched my heart, causing me great pain." At this, Sui met Bibi Dong's gaze with a calm expression, offering her a faint smile. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by his response. Once again, silence enveloped them. As dawn broke, Sui rose from beside Bibi Dong and began to walk away. "Little one, rest assured, I have vowed not to harm him, and I shall keep that promise. You need not worry, I will not interfere with him. I merely wish to see that man." With that, he departed. Chapter 22. Tang San. Xiaowu. Daimu Bai. First update. Please support. The main storyline is unfolding, and the excitement is just beginning. After leaving the Spirit City, Sui ambled leisurely toward the direction of the Barak Kingdom. As he gazed upon the small town before him, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Before his departure, Bibi Dong had informed him that a certain Yu Xiaojiang was en route to Shrek Academy to take up the role of a teacher. Shrek Academy, she mentioned, was situated in a small village on the outskirts of Barak Kingdom in Soto City. After more than a month of departure from Wuhuan City, Sui finally arrived at Soto City. Here, it should not be far from the renowned Shrek Academy. Contemplating this, Sui continued his leisurely stroll towards the city ahead. "Halt. This mountain belongs to me, this road is mine, If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. As Sui traversed a patch of forest, a band of over 10 robbers wielding long knives suddenly emerged from the thicket. Third brother, should we go assist that fellow? A girl clad in a pink gown, with a ponytail nearly as tall as herself and adorned with long rabbit ears, inquired softly of the boy standing beside her, several hundred meters behind Sui. No need. The boy in a blue robe replied, his eyes fixated on Sui, brimming with vigilance and seriousness. Why not? Third brother. That young man appears to possess little combat capability. He is surely doomed to be slaughtered by that group of robbers. Xiao Wu observed the seemingly elegant Sui standing before the bandits, devoid of any apparent fighting prowess, and asked curiously, Xiao Wu, that individual gives me an exceedingly dangerous impression. It would be prudent for us to avoid any interaction with him. The boy, Tang San, remarked. Does he really give you such a dangerous feeling? Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, gazed at Sui amidst the robbers, her eyes reflecting hints of confusion. Despite her transformation into human form after being a spirit beast for 100,000 years, her innate sensitivity to danger remained acute. However, she sensed no threat emanating from the young man. Yet, her third brother had never misled her. The only possibility was that the youth standing before the robbers possessed an extraordinary ability to conceal his cultivation, rendering him undetectable to her senses. As Xiao Wu furrowed her brow in contemplation while observing Sui, her eyes suddenly widened in shock, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. At that moment, even Tang San, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the unfolding scene. When the robbers intercepted Sui, he produced a bag of gold soul coins from his bosom and tossed it to them. The leader of the robbers, upon seeing the substantial bag of gold coins, was filled with uncontainable joy. It seems we have hooked a big fish today. After accepting Sui's payment, the robber's eyes gleamed with greed rather than satisfaction. Kid, it appears you possess considerable wealth. Why not hand it all over to us? In return, we might just spare your life. Upon hearing the words of the bandit leader, Sui displayed a benevolent smile. Gradually, he bent down, extending his hand towards his calf. The bandits, under the impression that Sui was retrieving money concealed there, gazed at him with eager anticipation in their eyes. However, when Sui rose, he had seemingly vanished from their sight. He reappeared directly in front of the bandit leader, who, upon seeing Sui materialize before him, widened his eyes in sheer terror. The bandits standing less than 10 meters behind their leader merely witnessed Sui's abrupt disappearance, only to find him standing right before their chief moments later. With a serene smile, Sui gazed at the group of robbers, causing an involuntary shiver to run down their spines. There was something inexplicably disarming about the youth's smile, which enveloped them like a gentle spring breeze. Yet, this very smile struck terror into the hearts of these notorious villains, who had committed countless heinous acts, rendering them the epitome of malevolence in the eyes of ordinary folk. As they beheld Sui's expression, a chill coursed through them, raising the hairs on the back of their necks. When Sui vanished before the leader of the robbers, only to reappear in front of another bandit, the latter momentarily froze at the sight of the smiling youth. However, this fleeting pause was quickly followed by a sharp pain in his chest, prompting him to lower his gaze. He found Sui's right hand, clutching a dagger, pressed against his heart, blood seeping from the wound. As Sui withdrew the dagger from the bandit's heart, he moved with an ethereal swiftness, appearing like a specter amidst the remaining robbers. In mere moments, upon returning to his original position, the bandits and their leader were overwhelmed by disbelief and terror, their pupils dilating in shock. As Sui resumed his place, they collapsed to the ground, and within the span of 10 breaths, blood began to pool beneath them. From his cloak, Sui produced a pristine handkerchief, delicately wiping the blood from the dagger. He then approached the leader of the robbers, bowing slightly to place the handkerchief gently upon the back of his head. Well, you two have lingered long enough. It is time for you to reveal yourselves, Sui said with a smile as he turned to gaze at the hiding place of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Sui's words, Tang San stepped out from behind the great tree, leading Xiao Wu with him. Brother, why are we coming out? This fellow is too terrifying. What if he is deceiving us? Xiao Wu whispered, glancing at Tang San as he held her hand and gradually approached Sui. He has already discovered our presence. Be prepared for battle at any moment. We must exercise utmost caution. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. He eliminated that sole master-level bandit leader without even revealing his martial spirit. We must remain vigilant. If a confrontation does occur and I find myself overmatched, you must flee at once. With his left hand grasping Xiao Wu's, Tang San concealed his right hand within his long sleeve, where a poisoned needle appeared. brother. Xiao's eyes filled with anxiety upon hearing Tang San's words. You too. We have no enmity between us. Is it truly necessary for you to regard me with such suspicion? Su Yi gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had halted 40 meters before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This smile resembled that of a sunny, amiable older brother from the neighborhood, emanating warmth and a seemingly harmless demeanor. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Tang San calmly replied, Might I request, esteemed brother, that you first withdraw the hand clasping the dagger behind you, as well as the dagger you hold before you? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Yi offered a faint smile and inquired, Might you be so inclined, dear brother, to sheath the weapon you currently grasp in your right hand? As Su Yi's words resonated, an air of silence enveloped the scene. With a gentle smile, Su Yi gazed at the visibly anxious Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, holding Xiao Wu's hand, looked at Su Yi with a wary expression, fearing that even a moment's relaxation would allow the smiling demon before them to reveal its fangs. What could be the purpose of their presence here? Upon hearing Su Yi's inquiry, Tang San responded calmly, We are aspiring students heading to Shrek Academy. In order to reach Shrek Academy, we must pass through Soto City, which is why my sister and I find ourselves here. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Yi squinted his eyes, and his smile grew increasingly radiant. Rest assured, I am not a murderous fiend. I only slay these nefarious bandits. Along this journey, every brigand I have encountered has met their demise at my hands. My disdain for these wicked marauders runs deep, for it was this very group of brigands that inflicted harm upon my sister. Su Yi remarked at this juncture. The smile that once adorned his face was replaced instantaneously by a profound sorrow. His eyes glistened with a red hue, tears welling in their depths. It turns out that you two are applicants for Shrek Academy. In truth, I am as well. As Su Yi spoke, he brought forth the hand that had been concealed behind his back, placing the daggers, which had been held in both hands, back onto his calves in the presence of Tang San and Xiao Wu. When Su Yi rose and gently rubbed his nose, the glimmer of tears that had pooled in his eyes finally vanished. To Xiao Wu, it appeared that the young man before her was recalling a tragic past, struggling to suppress his emotions and holding back his tears in front of them. Meanwhile, Tang San tensed as he watched Su Yi slowly reveal the hand that had been hidden behind him. Upon witnessing Su Yi return the daggers before them, he cautiously retracted the venomous needle that had turned a shade of purple in his grip. Although the needle was now safely stowed away, Tang San's gaze remained vigilant, still haunted by the vivid memory of the earlier act of violence. Even with this display of restraint, Su Yi's presence continued to loom as a threat in Tang San's mind. Since we are all heading to Shrek to register, let us refrain from disturbing one another and proceed into the city together, Tang San remarked to Su Yi in a calm tone. Agreed, came Su Yi's response. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Yi executed a refined noble gesture towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, extending his hand toward the distant Soto City and offering them a gentle smile. Observing Su Yi's movements, Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and began to advance slowly. The poison needle, which he had previously concealed within his sleeve, re-emerged in his hand, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The youth before him, adorned with a smile, appeared to Tang San as a venomous serpent, poised to strike lethally at any moment. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu to the opposite side of his body, positioning himself directly across from Su Yi, thus forming a straight line between the two. Consequently, the trio established a parallel line before the Soto City, with a considerable distance of over 30 meters separating Tang San from Su Yi. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Yi offered a faint smile and stepped forward. Meanwhile, Tang San observed Su Yi's actions, pulling Xiao Wu along as they proceeded in the direction of Soto City together. The reason Su Yi displayed such behavior in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu was due to his awareness that these two individuals were students heading to Shrek Academy for enrollment. His destination was indeed Shrek. The palpable sense of danger that Su Yi sensed from Tang San was mirrored by the formidable threat he perceived from the young man holding Xiao Wu's hand. Although he was unaware of the exact weapon concealed within Tang San's long sleeves, he could intuit that it was likely a hidden projectile of some sort. Such an inconsequential weapon could hardly inspire such a profound sense of peril. The only conceivable threat lay in the possibility that the projectile was coated with lethal poison. The 40-meter distance they maintained was precisely the safest range for Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as the optimal distance for Tang San to strike. It was inconceivable for him to close that gap instantaneously and eliminate both individuals unless he shed his burdens. Even then, in the act of dispatching them, he would risk being struck by the poisoned projectile wielded by the young man beside him. Without an antidote, death would be inevitable. Suyi's certainty stemmed from observing the calloused hand that grasped Xiao Wu's, a sight all too familiar to him as an assassin. The presence of such calluses indicated that the youth before him was undoubtedly an expert in the art of hidden weapons. Those calluses, confined to the joints of his fingers, suggested that extensive practice with concealed armaments had taken place, while the palms and backs of his hands bore no such marks. A seasoned practitioner would typically exhibit enlarged palms and calluses on both the backs of their hands and fingers. Thus, upon noting that only Tang San's finger joints were calloused, Sui concluded that this young man was indeed a master of hidden weaponry. Consequently, he refrained from making a move. After all, he lacked absolute confidence in facing someone whose soul power, although not exceeding his own, was still formidable. Moreover, there existed no enmity between them that necessitated a mortal confrontation. Therefore, upon hearing Tang San mention their intention to enroll at Shrek, Sui opted to feign ignorance. Yet, he did not anticipate that even with such a facade, the young man in the blue robe would remain so vigilant. Although he sensed no kinship within this household, the blue-robed youth intrigued him. The boy appeared to be slightly younger than himself, and among his peers in this world, only he sparked any semblance of interest. After walking for a while, the trio finally entered the city of Soto. "My brother," Sui remarked, "now that we have arrived in Soto, it is time to part ways. I hope we shall meet again at Shrek Academy." In an effort to dispel Tang San's apprehension towards him, Sui took the initiative to speak and then proceeded eastward towards Soto City. "Very well, I hope we meet again at Shrek Academy," Tang San murmured as he gazed at Suyi's retreating figure. As Sui disappeared from the sight of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and headed westward. "Brother San, is that young man truly so formidable?" Xiao Wu inquired, to which Tang San solemnly nodded. "That individual is exceedingly perilous." "Brother San must be right," Xiao Wu mused, dismissing thoughts of Sui as she flashed a playful smile at Tang San. With a blissful expression, she embraced his arm as they strolled through the streets of Soto City. Chapter 24, Tang San. Xiao Wu, Daimu Bai. 3 updates. Please support. Sui meandered through the eastern part of Soto City, searching for a place to stay. Regrettably, after traversing the area, he discovered that every inn he visited was fully booked. It appeared that he would have to venture into the heart of Soto City to seek accommodations. Should he fail there, his only recourse would be to head west. Was this perhaps fate guiding him closer to that young man? As for Tang San's charming companion, Xiao Wu, Sui completely disregarded her presence. "Your beauty and charm hold no significance for me. Does it not come down to mere existence? A dagger to your throat would surely end your life." It was only Tang San, who exuded a sense of threat, that captured Suyi's interest. Akin to a hunter fixating on a prized quarry, the thought of eliminating that youth promised a certain thrill. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, Sui proceeded towards the center of Soto City. "Third brother, we've explored the west thoroughly, yet there isn't a single inn with a vacant room. Shall we head to the center of Soto City?" Xiao Wu proposed, her hand intertwined with Tang San's, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn as she spoke. Tang San, his eyes filled with affection as he regarded her, smiled gently. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." With that, he guided Xiao Wu towards the city center. Before long, they arrived at an opulent establishment adorned with the words "Rose" and emblazoned above. Xiao Wu, captivated by the luxurious and somewhat romantic ambience of the inn, exclaimed, "Brother, let us choose this one. It's so grand, there must be a vacant room." Tang San, filled with adoration in his gaze, affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "All right. I will heed your choice, Xiao Wu." Upon entering the Rose Inn, a server approached them. "Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you wish to stay with us?" he asked politely. "Indeed," Tang San responded courteously. "However, we currently have only one room available." Upon hearing the servant's words, Tang San's countenance immediately reflected a look of discomfort. In the past, he and Xiao Wu would often share a bed, but at that time, they were merely children, and such matters held little significance. Now, however, Xiao Wu had blossomed into a graceful young lady. He was acutely aware of the differences between genders. Thus, this realization brought forth a conflicted expression upon Tang San's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had her arm intertwined with Tang San's, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the servant's remark, nearly standing up to commend the attendant. Observing the turmoil on Tang San's face, Xiao Wu promptly interjected, "Very well, this room." Before she could finish her sentence, Sui also approached from the east and inquired, "May I ask if there are any rooms available here?" Suyi's words abruptly interrupted Xiaowu. She turned to look at Suyi, who was standing at the door, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. There was only one room left for the guests, but these two guests had already. At this point, the waiter fell silent. Upon hearing the servant's words, Suyi turned his gaze towards Tang San, who had pivoted with a watchful eye upon him. He offered a subtle smile to both Tang San and Xiaowu before addressing the servant. In that case, I shall forego it. After all, everything has its rightful order. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with amusement at Suyi's remark, and she reciprocated with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was being supported by Xiaowu, regarded Suyi's presence with a slight furrow of his brow. Do not misunderstand. Upon observing Tang San's furrowed brow, Suyi chuckled and remarked, your presence here indicates that the guest rooms to the west are fully occupied. The same applies on my end. Feel free to verify. I have reiterated that I am not a bloodthirsty individual. I only eliminate bandits. I too am a prospective student intending to enroll at Shrek Academy. With that, Suyi innocently spread his hands. Tang San, witnessing the helpless expression on Suyi's face and his gestures of innocence, gazed into Suyi's eyes and discerned no hint of malevolence. Instead, he found only innocence and resignation. Reflecting on Suyi's words, a flicker of guilt emerged in his eyes. I apologize for misunderstanding you all along. Perhaps my companion Xiaowu and I should relinquish this room to you. Upon hearing Tang San's suggestion, Xiaowu's eyes filled with urgency. In her helplessness, she turned to Suyi, seeking assistance. Suyi gazed at the young boy and girl before him, wearing a radiant smile. Never mind the order of tasks. Even in our situation, I am but one, while you are two. The room shall be yours. In truth, this remaining space was always intended for you. As Suyi spoke, he turned to leave the shop. Suyi was aware that the youth before him had merely lowered his guard slightly, yet he had not completely relinquished his vigilance. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After Xiaowu joyfully completed the payment for their lodging, Suyi had just turned when a golden-haired youth strode in, tall and handsome, cradling a pair of twin sisters in his arms. What struck Suyi most vividly about this youth was the striking disparity in the colors of his eyes. Young man, a room, please. The usual, the same one as before, the tall golden-haired youth declared, not even lifting his head as he continued to play with the twins in his embrace. Xiaowu, who was linked arm in arm with Tang San, glared in irritation at the ostentatious youth, while even Tang San himself furrowed his brow at the sight. When the golden-haired youth noticed the attendant's silence, he raised his gaze. Upon seeing Xiaowu, Daimu Bai paused momentarily, then turned to the attendant beside him and inquired, "What's the matter?" The attendant, evidently familiar with this golden-haired youth, approached him with a hint of embarrassment and said, "Young Master Dai, today there is only one room left, and it has already been rented out to this young couple." Upon hearing this, Tang San, being a man, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, while Xiaowu, the woman in the duo, beamed with satisfaction at the attendant's words. "Kid, I'll offer you double the price. Relinquish the room to me," the golden-haired youth commanded, releasing the twins from his embrace and pointing at Tang San. "And if I refuse?" Tang San retorted, his initial disdain for the flamboyant youth now mingling with rising anger. "Then I shall demonstrate the might of a soul master," Dai Mubai announced, summoning 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while a phantom of a white tiger materialized around him. In response, Tang San activated his own 2 yellow soul rings, a blue-silver grass sprouting in his palm. Tang San, level 29 control-type soul master. Martial soul, blue-silver grass. I ask for your guidance. The golden-haired youth, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the blue-silver grass, replied, Daimu Bai. Level 35 assault-type battle soul master, martial soul, evil eye white tiger. A spark ignited between their eyes, and the atmosphere crackled with the impending clash. I shall not take advantage of you. Since you are a level 29 soul master, I will refrain from using my 3rd soul skill. If you manage to defeat me, I will concede the room to you. Dai Mubai proposed with a grin. Very well, Tang San accepted. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San's pupils instantaneously transformed into a deep violet hue, while his hands morphed into a lustrous white, resembling exquisite jade. Suyi, who stood nearby observing the spectacle, fixated his gaze upon Tang San, seizing the opportunity to discern some of Tang San's hidden capabilities through the duel between the two. With a declaration of his first soul skill, the White Tiger Guardian Barrier, Dai Mubai summoned a spectral image of the White Tiger, his muscles subtly swelling with power. Prepare yourself, he exclaimed, charging toward Tang San. In response, Tang San pressed his right hand against the ground, invoking his first soul skill, Bind. As he uttered the command, numerous thick blue-silver vines surged from the earth, shooting toward Dai Mubai and ensnaring him in an instant, immobilizing him completely. Dai Mubai struggled momentarily, only to realize he could not break free. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "Not bad, kid. A seemingly useless soul possesses such formidable strength in your hands." At this juncture, Dai Mubai's muscles tensed, and with a mighty yell of shatter, he broke free from Tang San's grasp and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Tang San executed a perfect bridge maneuver to evade the attack, his body flitting around Dai Mubai like a wraith. Sui, stationed at the entrance, observed Tang San's agility with keen interest. This individual's movements were not a soul skill, but rather pure physical prowess. Indeed, he was becoming increasingly intriguing. He sensed a powerful presence lurking in the shadows, reminiscent of the title Douluo who had been protecting him since their standoff outside Soto City. Had he dared to act at that moment, not only would he have faced the threat posed by Tang San, but the concealed title Douluo would have undoubtedly eliminated him. This was the reason Sui refrained from intervening and instead chose to draw closer. He had an inkling that this title Douluo was significantly more formidable than the two he had encountered previously. As he pondered, the battle concluded. Dai Mubai conceded defeat, offering the room to Tang San and Xiao Wu, even covering their lodging expenses. "Kid, my name is Dai Mubai. I consider you a friend. Which academy do you hail from?" he inquired. Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, regarded Dai Mubai with a hint of disdain, as he had made a rather unfavorable impression since his arrival. "We are graduates of Nanning Academy, following our teacher's directive to proceed to Shrek Academy." Shrek. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with interest. He then turned to embrace the pair of sisters, departing without a backward glance, saying, "Until we meet again." After Dai Mubai concluded his conversation, he departed from the Rose Hotel. Once he left, Tang San turned his gaze towards the spot where Sui had been standing, only to find that Sui had mysteriously vanished. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Xiao inquired curiously as she observed Tang San's fixation on the entrance. "The young man who was here just now, Dai Mubai, hadn't left before, yet in the blink of an eye, he has disappeared," Tang San remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao smiled faintly. "I don't know. Perhaps he was called away for some matter. Let us head back and rest. We're utterly exhausted." As she spoke, she eagerly linked her arm with Tang San's, leading him back into the Rose Hotel with the attendant. Tang San, feeling a hint of embarrassment at her gesture, followed her inside. Meanwhile, Sui, having overheard the dialogue between Dai Mubai and Tang San, noted the slight glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes upon hearing the mention of Shrek. It was evident that this individual with unique eyes was familiar with Shrek. Otherwise, his expression would not have shifted. With this realization, as he observed Dai Mubai approaching with the twin sisters in his embrace, Sui swiftly slipped away. Following this person would undoubtedly lead him to the location of Shrek Academy. Thus, Sui discreetly trailed Dai Mubai, which served two purposes. First, it would alleviate any wariness Tang San might harbor towards him. Second, it would obfuscate the presence of the title Douluo secretly safeguarding Tang San. Sui trailed closely behind Dai Mubai, observing as the golden-haired youth embraced the twin sisters and entered a modest abode. Dai Mubai promptly produced a handful of gold soul coins, handing them over to the homeowner. After the proprietor, beaming with delight, departed with the coins, Dai Mubai ushered the twin sisters inside. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Once Dai Mubai had resolved everything, he made his way back to Shrek Academy. Sui followed Dai Mubai closely, and under his guidance, they exited the city of Soto. After traversing a considerable distance of 5 or 6 miles, they arrived at a dilapidated little mountain village. Were it not for the weathered wooden sign at the entrance bearing the name Shrek, Sui would hardly have believed that an academy could be in such a state of disrepair. This modest and crumbling village, in terms of size and condition, was but a fraction of what one would expect from a martial soul academy. After watching Dai Mubai enter Shrek, Sui decided to rest outside the academy for the night. The following morning, a throng of individuals gathered to queue for enrollment at the quaint but shabby institution. The screening teachers set high standards, requiring that candidates be at least 12 years old and possess a spirit power of a great soul master or above, with their first and second spirit rings needing to be of the century grade. Otherwise, they were promptly dismissed. Of the 50 or 60 aspirants who had arrived, none had yet succeeded in gaining admission to Shrek. Sui felt a faint, yet somewhat familiar fluctuation of soul power. He leapt down from the tree and approached the group of individuals registering at Shrek Academy, joining the queue. "Brother, look, isn't he that the young man?" Xiaowu exclaimed as she and Tang San arrived at Shrek. Xiaowu spotted Sui standing amidst the crowd almost instantly. His striking presence was undeniable, setting him apart from those queuing alongside him. Clad in elegant white garments, he exuded a subtle air of sophistication. The women standing beside him could not help but steal glances in his direction. In the midst of the crowd, he truly stood out like a crane among chickens. Easily recognized by Xiaowu, Tang San, noticing Sui in the throng, approached him with Xiaowu in tow. "My dear brother, are you truly a student here to register at Shrek?" Sui turned to look at Tang San, who was calling him from behind, and smiled gently. "Of course." Chapter 26, Divine Assistance. Xiaowu. First update. Seeking votes. "My dear brother, are you truly here to enroll as a student at Shrek Academy?" Tang San inquired softly, standing behind Sui alongside Xiaowu, gazing at him as he spoke. "Oh, you are here as well." Upon hearing Tang San's voice behind him, Sui turned, surprise flickering in his eyes. He then shrugged helplessly at Tang San, saying, "I have already told you all, yet you remain unconvinced." In truth, when Tang San and Xiaowu arrived at Shrek, Sui had noticed their presence. However, he chose not to turn around, instead waiting amidst the crowd. As Tang San approached him from behind, Sui gently closed his eyes, only to open them swiftly again. When he did, a look of astonishment graced his features. After hearing Tang San call out to him, he turned around, his face alight with joy. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Tang San observed the innocent expression on Suyi's face, scratching his head awkwardly as he replied, "It's not that I distrust you. It's simply that this is our first encounter, and the scene from that time remains vividly etched in my memory. Indeed, many fear me because of my nature, which has left me without friends." In response to Tang San's admission, a bittersweet smile appeared on Suyi's lips as he recounted, "When I was young, my village was ravaged by bandits. My parents and sister hid me to protect me, but I witnessed them being slain before my very eyes. Later, a teacher came and took me away, awakening my martial soul. That traumatic event transformed my entire disposition. My teacher, in an effort to alter my temperament, sent me to an academy for noble children to learn the etiquette of the aristocracy." As Sui shared his story, they found themselves only 10 individuals away from the front of the line. At that moment, Sui concluded his narrative to Tang San and Xiaowu. "Thus, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for bandits. The moment a bandit crosses my path, I will ensure they understand the true meaning of terror." As he spoke, a fierce intensity filled his gaze. Tang San and Xiaowu, listening to Suyi's words, did not feel fear in the presence of his fierce demeanor. "I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiaowu," Tang San introduced, standing before Sui. After hearing Suyi's account, they fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, after a considerable pause, Tang San regained his composure, gazing at Sui, whose fury had dissipated, replaced by a melancholic expression. Sui, uncertain of what to say, introduced himself, "I am Sui." As Sui listened to Tang San introduce himself and the gentle Xiaowu by his side, a faint smile emerged on his face, concealing the sorrow that lingered in his eyes. This scene did not escape Tang San's notice. Observing the youth before him, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He had a father to rely on. In stark contrast, the individual before him had witnessed the demise of all his loved ones. At that moment, one could only imagine the depths of his anguish. "Sui, allow my brother and me to become your friends," Xiaowu said, gently linking her arm with Tang San's. Her gaze filled with compassion for the boy who evoked such sympathy. Tang San, feeling the warmth of Xiaowu's words, turned to Sui and extended his right hand, introducing himself. "Tang San." "Sui." Sui and Tang San clasped hands together. Sui never anticipated that the half-truths he concocted would disarm Tang San's defenses. Yet, he sensed that the reason Tang San felt at ease was due to Xiaowu's words. In that moment, Sui realized that women could indeed be invaluable. Were it not for the assistance of the young lady before him, he would never have forged a bond with Tang San so effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, the story he shared resonated deeply within Xiaowu. Her mother had been slain before her eyes, sacrificed in the name of protection. She would forever remember that woman. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. If Xiaowu were to discover that the young man who stirred her empathy and sorrow was none other than the direct disciple of Bibi Dong, she could only imagine the expression that would grace her face. "Ah, Tang San, Xiaowu, you truly have come." Just as Sui and Tang San released their grip, Daimubai, who had been reclining in a tree, leaped down. He greeted the duo warmly. "What are you doing here?" Xiaowu asked, irritation lacing her tone at Daimubai's sudden appearance. Why should I not be here? After all, this is Shrek Academy, and I am a student here, Daimubai replied. Turning to the admissions officer. Teacher, these three are my friends. I will be escorting them into the academy for their initial assessment. Very well. The admissions officer nodded in response. Wait, I want to join as well. Just as Daimubai led Tang-san, Xiaowu, and Sui toward the inner sanctum of Shrek Academy, a stunning young girl, clad in a glassy dress and resembling a little princess, appeared before them. Daimubai's eyes brightened upon seeing her. My lady, did you call us for something? The girl, regarding the self-absorbed Daimubai with a hint of disdain, retorted. Who are you? I am here to enroll in Shrek. As she spoke, a resplendent, multicolored tower materialized in her hand. The sight of her martial soul stunned Daimubai, Tang-san, and the others, while even Su Yi's eyes glimmered with intrigue at the exquisite tower. Shrek Academy was indeed growing more fascinating. Who would have thought that a disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned for possessing the most potent support martial soul, would come to enroll in this modest academy? Naturally, a disciple endowed with such an extraordinary ability would be granted immediate access to the test. Daimubai gazed at the martial soul that manifested in the hands of the young girl, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. With a gentle smile, he inquired, Fair maiden, may I ask your name? The girl, however, paid no heed to him, and instead, her beautiful eyes lit up as she turned her attention to Su Yi, who stood beside Tang-san. Handsome, what is your name? I am Ning Rongrong, she introduced herself. Su Yi, he replied, offering her a warm smile in return. As Ning Rongrong beheld Su Yi's charming smile, her eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Observing this scene, Daimubai awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose and remarked to Tang-san and the others, Let us proceed inside. Indeed, with Daimubai leading the way, Xiaowu linked arms with Tang-san while Ning Rongrong walked alongside Su Yi, and together they entered Shrek Academy. Chapter 27. The Value of Food. I once contended with wild dogs for sustenance. As the group stepped into Shrek Academy, Daimubai, who was at the forefront, abruptly halted. He turned to look back at the crowd still in line. What are you staring at? Are you plotting to ensnare another young lady? Xiaowu scolded him with irritation. Upon hearing her words, Daimubai's expression turned serious as he replied, I just sensed a presence, one that seems to resonate harmoniously with my martial soul. Harmoniously? What an excuse. You're undoubtedly scheming to charm yet another girl. Xiaowu retorted skeptically, her eyes filled with doubt. Su Yi, standing beside Tang-san, interjected with a smile, what Daimubai means is that he has sensed someone capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique with him. Individuals possessing such abilities are exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. As he spoke, Su Yi glanced at his companions and smiled once more. When such individuals are within a certain proximity, their martial souls can sense one another. After all, those who can perform a martial soul fusion technique have complementary martial souls. The combined power unleashed by two individuals working in concert is far more formidable than a mere sum of their strengths. As Su Yi spoke, he noticed that Tang-san and the others were all gazing at him, and he offered them a gentle smile. Su Yi, how do you possess such profound knowledge and remarkable skills? Ning Rongrong, who had been following Su Yi closely, looked at him with sparkling eyes, her gaze filled with admiration. All of this has been imparted to me by my esteemed teacher. As Su Yi uttered these words, a smile and a hint of longing emerged in his eyes. Yet, it remained uncertain how much of this smile and yearning was genuine and how much was feigned. Only Su Yi himself could fathom the truth within. When he spoke to the crowd, there was not a trace of deception in his words. Your teacher is truly remarkable. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in admiration upon hearing Su Yi's statement. Standing nearby, Daimubai observed Ning Rongrong's reaction and felt an overwhelming sense of dismay wash over him. This was common knowledge, was it not? Yet, only a select few formidable sects possess such awareness. How could she, a disciple of the renowned Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the foremost auxiliary spirit master in the realm, be unaware of such basic facts? From Daimubai's perspective, it was evident that Ning Rongrong was merely trying to curry favor with Su Yi, likely drawn by his charm. On the surface, Daimubai considered himself quite handsome. However, in comparison to the youthful Su Yi, he felt woefully inadequate. With a heavy heart, the five of them proceeded to the location of the first assessment. Allow me to speak with that instructor. There is no need for you to undertake the soul power test. I shall escort you directly to the final segment. With your talents, you are undoubtedly destined for Shrek Academy, Daimubai declared as he approached the teacher overseeing the first test. As he departed, a vendor's voice rang out among the students. Grilled sausages, freshly made grilled sausages for sale. As the voice drew nearer, a striking young man pushing a sausage cart approached Tang-san. Su-yi observed the young boy pushing the sausage cart, adorned with protective goggles atop his head. Despite the stubble adorning his face, which went unrefined, it could not conceal the boy's striking handsomeness. "Hey there, fancy a sausage? Just 2 copper soul coins. You won't regret it, and you won't be swindled," the boy said, winking at Tang-san. Tang-san turned to the petite figure of Xiao Wu beside him, affectionately inquiring. "Xiao Wu, would you like a sausage?" "Sure, brother," Xiao Wu replied. With her words, Tang-san approached the boy and handed over 10 copper soul coins, gently requesting, "Please. 5 sausages." "Absolutely, boss." The boy joyfully accepted the coins, eagerly preparing 5 sausages for Tang-san. Before Tang-san could retrieve them, Dai Mubai materialized beside him, casting an annoyed glance at the sausage vendor. "Oscar, how many times must I tell you? Do not sell your sausages within the academy. Do you wish for everyone here to become ill?" Oscar, the sausage vendor, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Dai Mubai's presence. "Boss Dai, you know my financial situation. What am I to do if I don't sell sausages? I cannot allow you to take advantage of my friend, Tang-san," he continued. Listening to the boy's words, Dai Mubai shot him a displeased look. "Mubai, what is the meaning of this?" Tang-san asked. Glancing between the irritated Dai Mubai and the sausage-selling Oscar, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Would you prefer to demonstrate for them? Or shall I take matters into my own hands and make you perform?" Dai Mubai's gaze bore an ominous intensity as he locked eyes with Oscar. It was evident that he had once been a victim himself. Otherwise, his resentment towards Oscar would not be so profound. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Oscar unleashed his martial spirit before the onlookers, declaring, "Behold, I possess a grand sausage." As Oscar concluded his proclamation, a steaming sausage materialized in his hand. The spectators, including Tang-san and Xiao Wu, exchanged perplexed glances at Oscar's expression and his incantation, their faces revealing a mixture of bewilderment and disdain. Oscar, noticing their expressions, felt a twinge of disappointment. "Is this even edible?" Su-yi approached Oscar, gazing at the large sausage in his hands, intrigue evident in his expression. "Ah, yes. Of course," Oscar replied. "This is my first soul skill, the recovery sausage. It can swiftly restore both soul power and physical strength." Oscar was taken aback. It was rare for someone to inquire if they could consume his first soul skill upon witnessing its release. He regarded Su-yi with the awe one might reserve for a savior. Tang-san, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong observed Su-yi's demeanor. Their faces a mixture of astonishment as they collectively questioned, "Are you certain you wish to eat that? He has already stated that it is edible and will replenish soul power and vitality. Why not partake?" Su-yi, with a casual demeanor, seized the sausage from Oscar's hand and consumed it without hesitation. After savoring the delectable morsel, he turned to Oscar and offered a faint smile, remarking, "The flavor is delightful. Here are 2 copper soul coins." Oscar gazed at Su-yi, who had just devoured his precious recovery sausage, tears welling in his eyes. "You are the first person who does not disdain my martial soul and soul skills." Meanwhile, Tang-san and the others looked on in astonishment as Su-yi praised the taste of the sausage he had just eaten. "Did you truly consume it?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her heart sinking as she witnessed Su-yi's actions. In that instant, her entire worldview regarding Su-yi seemed to shatter. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su-yi gazed at the astonished expressions of those present and replied with a faint smile, "Food is indeed a precious commodity." The crowd, upon hearing Su-yi's statement, displayed a look of confusion in their eyes. "For prior to being taken in by my teacher, I had once fought alongside wild dogs for scraps of food discarded by others, deemed as refuse." Tang-san and the others, captivated by the sunlight-like smile on Su-yi's face, listened intently as he recounted his experiences in a gentle tone. Though his voice was soft, it resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the listeners, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. Even Oscar, much like Tang-san and the others, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Su-yi. Chapter 28, Soul Power 53. A tremor that shakes the audience. Upon the utterance of Su-yi's words, all present were rendered speechless. Gazing at the youth before them, whose smile was as gentle as a breeze, none could fathom the depths of his past experiences. "Oscar, do grant me a sausage as well." And I. With Tang-san's initiation, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong approached Oscar, clamoring for the sausages they so disdainfully craved. "Little Oscar, may I have one too?" Even Dai Mubai, at that moment, found himself before Oscar, requesting a sausage. Oscar, taken aback by the gathering crowd, briefly hesitated before distributing the prepared sausages to everyone. This time, it's on the house, courtesy of this young fellow. The taste was indeed delightful, albeit the soul skill was somewhat discomforting. As Xiao Wu savored the sausage, she cast a gentle smile at Oscar. I cannot be blamed. It is essential for me to release my soul skill this way. Oscar, hearing her words, wore an expression of innocent resignation. Very well, little Oscar. I shall escort these friends of mine to the third test. I have already informed the teacher regarding the second test. As Dai Mubai spoke, he led Tang San, Sui, and the others toward the Shrek Academy. Teacher, these are my friends, and I am bringing them directly into the second assessment. Dai Mubai addressed the instructor overseeing the second test with a calm demeanor. Why should they be allowed to proceed directly to the second test? The individuals waiting in line, upon hearing Dai Mubai's statement, erupted in indignation. Why should that be? Dai Mubai, observing the discontented crowd, revealed a faint smirk. Summoning the soul power crystal ball from the first test, he tossed it to Tang San. Tang San, show them your soul power. Tang San received the crystal ball and released his soul power. As he did so, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant blue light. What? Level 29. The onlookers were taken aback by Tang San's display of soul power, their astonishment palpable, unfazed by their exclamations. Tang San smiled slightly at Xiao Wu and handed the crystal ball to her. Xiao Wu, returning his smile, accepted the crystal ball and unleashed her own soul power. Impossible. Another level 29. Heavens, who were these two? Achieving level 29 at such a young age. Xiao Wu, please pass the testing crystal ball to me. Ning Rongrong, captivated by the gasps surrounding her, approached Xiao Wu and took hold of the crystal ball. 26. As Ning Rongrong unleashed her soul power, those participating in the second test at the academy gazed at her in astonishment once more. With a dismissive smile, Ning Rongrong intended to hand the testing crystal ball to Sui, eager to ascertain the extent of his soul power. However, before she could present the crystal ball, a shadow darted past her, and the orb vanished from her grasp. When Ning Rongrong turned to confront the individual who had seized her crystal ball, gasps erupted from the surrounding students once again. 27 levels. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others fixed their gaze on the figure clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit who had taken Ning Rongrong as crystal ball. The girl possessed an exquisite beauty, her attire accentuating her remarkable figure. Her demeanor was aloof, reminiscent of an ice queen. Now, I believe there are no further questions among you, Dai Mubai remarked with a cold smile, observing the still-dazed students as he led Tang San and the others towards the Shrek Academy. Just as they took a few steps, a somewhat dazed student, recovering from his shock, pointed towards Sui, who lingered behind the group, and called out to Dai Mubai, "What about this guy? I refuse to believe his soul power exceeds level 20. Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged bemused glances at the utterance. Although Dai Mubai was unfamiliar with Sui, he reasoned that anyone who could befriend someone as formidable as Tang San must possess considerable strength and talent. Thus, without hesitation, he included Sui in their company. Yet, regarding the inquiry posed by the student, a flicker of curiosity sparkled in Dai Mubai's eyes as he regarded Sui. He was intrigued by the handsome youth in white, whose perpetual smile rendered him inscrutable, and he too wished to discover the true measure of Sui's soul power. As the group came to a halt, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong all focused their attention on Sui. Among the 6 present, the only one who seemed indifferent to Sui was the cold-faced girl in the tight leather outfit. "Sui, this is for you," Ning Rongrong said, retrieving the testing crystal ball and extending it toward him. Sui observed the eager anticipation in the eyes of the crowd and offered a subtle smile as he grasped the testing crystal ball that Ning Rongrong had placed in his hands. As Sui channeled his soul power, the crystal ball erupted with a dazzling brilliance, akin to a small blue sun illuminating the surroundings. The radiance emitted from the orb left everyone present utterly astonished. Even the testing instructor from the academy stood frozen, mouth agape, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the crystal ball in Sui's hands. Ning Rongrong, standing before Sui, was rendered speechless upon seeing the crystal ball indicate a peak level of soul power, stammering and failing to articulate a single word. Even the girl in the leather attire, who had shown no curiosity about Sui's soul power until now, was left in utter shock, her gaze fixed on the beaming Sui. Level 53. A voice from among the testing students broke the silence, unleashing a wave of astonished exclamations from the crowd. Tang San and Xiao Wu stared at Sui, who wore a smile, their eyes filled with awe. "You. Your soul power has actually reached level 53? Daimubai exclaimed, equally astounded as he turned to Sui. Indeed, Sui replied calmly. Hearing this, Tang San inquired with curiosity, Sui, how old are you now? Me? I am 16 years old, Sui responded. In order to avoid further astonishment from the crowd, Sui exaggerated his age by a couple of years, claiming to be 16. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others gazed at Sui with eyes wide open in sheer disbelief. You are indeed a true prodigy, remarked Daimubai. To have reached the Soul King realm at such a tender age is utterly terrifying. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement upon hearing Daimubai's words. Even the quiet girl standing nearby offered a nod of acknowledgement. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Sui displayed a look of helplessness. Observing the expressions on Tang San and the others' faces, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he had completely dispelled any doubts Tang San harbored against him. Chapter 29. Moon's Concern. Youngster, are you alright? Fourth update. Seeking support. Once everyone regained their composure, Xiao Wu turned to Sui and said, Sui, but Shrek only admits those under 12 years of age with a soul power exceeding level 20. And you are already 16. Xiao Wu paused, not continuing further. Hearing her words, Ning Rongrong and the others also emerged from their astonishment. Directing their gazes towards Sui, Sui gazed at the crowd and smiled gently, saying, It's quite all right. I have heard from my teacher that Shrek Academy is indeed quite extraordinary, although it has the smallest number of students among all the academies. Each individual within it is a paragon of excellence. Even if one cannot join Shrek, it is still worthwhile to come and take a look. As Sui spoke, he gazed at the crowd with a faint smile and said, I have heard the teacher mention that the founder of Shrek Academy, the esteemed Dean Flanders, was once regarded as the winging corner of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle. Moreover, I am quite eager to meet the wisdom corner of this triumvirate, the renowned Master Yu Xiaojang. However, Master Yu's whereabouts are elusive and shrouded in mystery, leaving no trace of his residence. Thus, I have come to Shrek, hoping to catch a glimpse of the academy. Even if I cannot meet the master, witnessing Dean Flanders in person would be a source of great satisfaction. Sui smiled at the crowd and remarked, I am well aware that my age exceeds the criteria for enrollment at Shrek Academy. My purpose in coming here is merely to pay my respects. To my surprise, I have been fortunate enough to meet both Tang San and Xiao Wu, your esteemed friends. Upon hearing Sui's words, Xiao Wu, who was linked arm in arm with Tang San, gazed at him and softly said, Brother, Tang San. Hearing Xiao Wu address him as brother while also listening to Sui, noticed the admiration reflected in Sui's eyes as he spoke of the master. He offered Sui a gentle smile and replied, Sui, if you wish to meet my teacher, you may consider staying here at Shrek for a few more days. In a short while, my teacher will be arriving. Your teacher? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui's gentle eyes sparkled with brilliance, followed by a gaze of bewilderment directed at Tang San. Seeing the puzzled expression on Sui's face, Xiao Wu chuckled and said, My brother's teacher is the grandmaster you wish to meet, Yu Xiaojang. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Sui's eyes sparkled with sheer delight as he excitedly grasped Tang San's hand and exclaimed, I never anticipated that your esteemed mentor would be Yu Xiaojang. Are you implying that the master will arrive at Shrek in just a few days? Tang San, observing the exhilaration radiating from Sui, replied with a smile, Indeed. My teacher will be arriving at Shrek in 2 days to assume the role of an instructor here. I am truly astonished that the master is, in fact, your mentor. Upon listening to Tang San's words, Sui couldn't help but express his astonishment. How could such a waste of a person produce such an exceptional disciple? From the description provided by the teacher, Sui realized that this so-called Yu Xiaojang was not only a failure, but also lacked the responsibilities of a man. He believed whatever others told him, and the love he professed seemed to dissipate as he turned to wed another woman. Although the marriage never materialized, he had entirely forgotten his teacher. Sui found himself curious about what this inferior being truly looked like, which is why he journeyed thousands of miles to Shrek Academy. Now, after meeting Tang San, his perspective on this Yu Xiaojang began to shift slightly. After all, to have trained such an outstanding disciple, perhaps there was indeed something captivating about him that attracted the teacher. With this thought in mind, Sui found himself eager to meet Yu Xiaojang. While Sui was lost in thought, Daimubai, standing nearby, gently addressed him, Sui, although your age exceeds the standard for Shrek's enrollment, your capabilities surpass those criteria as well. If you truly wish to join Shrek, I believe Dean Flinder would be delighted to have you. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, Sui smiled slightly, replying, if Shrek can indeed accept me, I would be overjoyed. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized that Sui had long surpassed the age of 12 and might not qualify for Shrek. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. If he were to agree to join the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, she would no longer need to remain at Shrek. She imagined bringing Sui back home would astonish her father, Grandfather Bone, and Grandfather Jin. And when Sui discovers he is the little prince of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, along with knowing their school's regulations. After just speaking to Sui, Ning Rongrong discreetly glanced at him, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Sui noticed the bashful demeanor of Ning Rongrong. Yet he chose to feign ignorance. With a slight smile directed at her, he expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Miss Ning, for your kind offer. But I prefer not to join any sect. If Shrek does not wish to retain me, I shall take my leave after I meet the master. Is that so? Ning Rongrong gazed at him with a mixture of complexity. Brother Su, rest assured. With your prodigious talent, Shrek will certainly make an exception in your case. Dai Mubai remarked, laughing heartily as he jovially patted Su Yi on the shoulder. Observing the hand that clapped his shoulder, Su Yi's eyes curved into crescent moons. And he responded with a cheerful smile, thank you. At that moment, if the formidable Zhu Doyuiguan were present, he would undoubtedly declare, it is over, someone is doomed. Should Yueguan witness Dai Mubai's audacious gesture, he would certainly commend his courage. Apart from His Holiness the Pope and that little girl, Hulaina, even he and the old ghost would refrain from casually patting this fellow's shoulder. The last person who had done so had grass growing 2 meters high on their grave by now. Following this, Dai Mubai led Tang San and Sui deeper into Shrek Academy. What? You mean your academy has only 3 students? Xiaowu exclaimed, astonished after listening to Dai Mubai's explanation of Shrek. Indeed, counting myself and the recently encountered Oscar, we have a total of 3 students. In the entire Douluo continent, we are the only academy where the number of instructors exceeds that of the students. While the others had been marveling at how Su Yi had achieved the rank of Soul King at such a young age, their expression shifted to one of surprise once more upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. Xiaowu, looking at Dai Mubai, inquired, why not recruit more students for the academy? Better to have fewer than to accept the worthless. We only admit monsters, Dai Mubai asserted. Why not relax the entrance examination requirements? I noticed quite a few applicants. Xiaowu curiously asked, observing Dai Mubai's retreating figure. Better to have fewer than to accept the worthless. We only admit monsters, Dai Mubai reiterated, then turned to Tang San and the others with a mysterious glint in his eye, asking, do you want to know what the graduation requirements at Shrek are? What are they? Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong inquired in unison. Dai Mubai smirked at their eagerness. Before the age of 20, one must elevate their soul power to level 40. What? Level 40? Before the age of 20? The revelation left Ning Rongrong and the others utterly astounded. Then, as if a realization dawned upon them, they simultaneously turned to look at the smiling Sui standing beside them. A monster. At that moment, not just Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong, but all present felt the weight of the revelation. It was the typically composed Tang San, resembling an old dog in his steadiness, alongside the extraordinarily aloof Zhu Xing, who turned their gazes towards Sui. In unison, they spoke. The mere thought of this individual achieving the rank of Soul King at the tender age of 16 was truly astonishing. One could hardly fathom the magnitude of his innate talent. You few. Sui gazed at Tang San and the others, a look of helplessness on his face. Dai Mubai regarded Sui with a peculiar expression. Indeed, the revelation was astonishing. Yet, standing beside them was a prodigy who had attained the rank of Soul King at the tender age of 16, boasting a formidable soul power of level 53. Observing Sui, one might conclude that the graduation criteria of Shrek Academy appeared rather simplistic. However, it is important to recognize that for an average individual, reaching the rank of Soul King is no small feat. Even entering the Soul Sect before the age of 30 is a remarkable achievement, a hallmark of true genius. Dai Mubai found himself questioning the very fabric of his existence as he scrutinized Su Yi. Even if Su Yi were to reach the rank of Soul King by 30, this would still align with the standards for exceptional graduates at Shrek. Both Tang San and Xiaowu, not to mention Dai Mubai himself, were confident that achieving the rank of Soul King before 30 was quite attainable. However, the prospect of attaining it by the age of 20 seemed like a fanciful dream. A flight of imagination. He felt an overwhelming urge to dissect this individual to uncover the secrets of his extraordinary physique. as the group engaged in casual conversation. They soon arrived at the fourth assessment. Here, apart from a burly man, there was not a single other participant in sight. The man seated on the ground observed the arrival of Dai Mubai and his 5 companions, his eyes glinting with interest. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought these students for the fourth assessment," Dai Mubai announced. Upon hearing this, the burly man stood up, a grin spreading across his face as he looked at the 5 individuals behind Dai Mubai. "Remarkable. I did not expect to receive 5 students this time. This is the first time in years at Shrek Academy that we have welcomed so many newcomers. However, Teacher Zhao, among these 5, one of them is rather special. I believe you should be allowed to bypass the fourth assessment and be admitted directly as a student. I will discuss this matter with the principal later." Dai Mubai pointed to Su Yi, who stood beside Tang San, as he spoke. "Special?" The burly man's expression shifted slightly as he turned his gaze towards Su Yi. "What makes this lad so special?" "Teacher Zhao, his name is Su Yi, and he is 16 years old." 16? The burly man furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Dai Mubai. "Do you not understand the admission criteria at Shrek Academy?" "No, Teacher Zhao, it's not that." "Let me explain," Dai Mubai responded, eager to clarify. Despite being 16, Sui has already attained a soul power of 53. 53. The burly man's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Sui. "Excellent. Excellent. You, young man, are truly remarkable. Achieving the rank of Soul King at such a young age makes you the youngest in the Douluo continent. It is individuals like you who are the true prodigies, deserving of the title." The robust man spoke, gazing at Sui, and introduced himself. "Youngster, I am Zhao Wuji, a teacher at Shrek Academy. There is no need for you to report to the dean. If you can endure under my hand for the duration of a stick of incense, you will directly become a student of Shrek." With that, Zhao Wuji continued to address Su Yi. "However, do not be overly concerned. For this assessment, I will allow you 5 to face me together. If you can collectively withstand my prowess for a stick of incense, you shall all be deemed students of Shrek." Dai Mubai, is the fourth assessment not about enduring under my hand for the time of a stick of incense? Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Dai Mubai looked at him in astonishment. "Since you have arrived at Shrek, you are all little monsters. However, there exists a true monster among us. If you 5 cannot endure my might for a stick of incense, you are unworthy of the title monster." Zhao Wuji, looking at Su Yi, Tang San, and the others, spoke calmly. "Now, I will grant you a stick of incense to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. Afterward, you will battle me. As long as one of you remains standing after the incense burns out, you shall pass." At this point, Zhao Wuji turned to Dai Mubai and said, "During this stick of incense, explain my abilities and characteristics to these little monsters. I wish for you to understand that attempting to take shortcuts is futile. No one can evade my attacks through speed alone, and no individual can withstand my might unaided. Only through cooperation do you stand a chance." As Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he produced a stick of incense, ignited it, and placed it in the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. Listening to Zhao Wuji, Tang San and the others exchanged glances. Dai Mubai sighed, looking at Tang San and the others with an expression of regret. "I hadn't anticipated that Teacher Zhao would personally engage. Is he also a soul emperor like the examiner at the entrance?" Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu asked in confusion, "Is that so?" "No." Before Dai Mubai could elaborate, Xiao Wu interjected, "Then we need not fear. After all, the 4 of us are close to level 30. With Sui, a soul king at level 53, 5 against 1, enduring for even 2 sticks of incense should pose no difficulty." Dai Mubai, hearing Xiao Wu's words, cautioned, "Do not be too eager. I have not finished yet. Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor. He is a soul sage. Level 76. With a beast martial soul, he is a battle soul sage." Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing were all taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Only Sui, upon hearing this revelation, felt a sense of disdain. A soul sage? Is that truly remarkable? There are many in the martial soul city. Around me, there are 3 titled Douluos. However, as the crowd displayed their astonishment, within less than half a second, Sui mirrored their expressions, his face reflecting a look of shock. Chapter 31. Should we kill him and present him as a gift to the teacher? Second update. Seeking votes. Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely the proctor for the 4th trial. Your adversary should be me. As long as you endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my presence, you shall be deemed successful. This time, it seems he has taken an interest in Su Yi and is eager to take matters into his own hands. Yet, considering he is a soul sage, It seems somewhat unreasonable to bully Su-yi, a soul king. Thus, he devised this method to engage in a bit of playful challenge. Dai Mubai looked at Su-yi and Tang San with an expression of helplessness. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Su-yi turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu with an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Tang San and Xiao Wu, upon hearing Su-yi's statement, smiled gently at him and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. After all, there are 5 of us. With you." A Soul King of level 53, victory is not guaranteed to elude us. Upon hearing the dialogue among Xiao Wu and the others, Sui expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. "Now, allow me to elucidate the situation regarding Teacher Zhao." Dai Mubai gazed at the group and began. Teacher Zhao possesses the martial soul of the mighty golden bear, a formidable beast martial soul characterized by its impeccable defense and terrifying resilience. Even soul masters of equivalent soul power find it exceedingly challenging to inflict harm upon him, for he is devoid of any vulnerabilities. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang Sin fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Su-yi softly murmured, "Devoid of vulnerabilities?" Initially, speed was Teacher Zhao's weakness. Yet, given the vast disparity in soul power between you all, that weakness becomes virtually non-existent. In the academy, Teacher Zhao is known by the moniker Immovable King. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Su-yi, was taken aback by Dai Mubai's revelation, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Ah, he is indeed the Immovable King. How is it that you have heard of Teacher Zhao's title?" Dai Mubai, observing Ning Rongrong's shock, inquired, "Have you heard of the Immovable King's exploits?" With a grave expression, Ning Rongrong responded, "Many years ago, the Immovable King offended the Spirit Hall and was subsequently besieged by 16 Soul Emperors. However, the ambush was unsuccessful. The Immovable King single-handedly fought against 16 adversaries and managed to break through the encirclement, vanishing from the world of Soul Masters. I never expected him to be teaching here." As Ning Rongrong concluded her account, Xiao Wu, who was linked arm in arm with Tang San, spoke in astonishment. "He is truly remarkable. At that time, Teacher Zhao was merely a Soul Emperor. At least, I have never witnessed him unleash his full potential, so you all should count your blessings." Dai Mubai, while glancing at the contemplative Sui beside Tang San, remarked, "With a tenth of the incense already burned, we must act swiftly." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong recount the Immovable King's deeds, Sui pondered, considering that this individual before him was an enemy of the Spirit Hall, and thus, an enemy of his teacher, a foe that must be dealt with. Contemplating the timing of eliminating this adversary, he weighed whether he should act now and present this individual as a gift to his teacher. However, as he had yet to encounter the individual known as Yu Xiaojiang, it seemed prudent to remain discreet for the moment. "What are you thinking about, Sui?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously, observing his pensive demeanor. "I am contemplating how we might contend with Teacher Zhao," he replied. "We must first familiarize ourselves with one another to discern how best to cooperate. Your only breakthrough point lies within Sui. If we coordinate effectively, he is the sole one capable of withstanding Teacher Zhao's prowess." As Dai Mubai's words resonated, Tang San stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Tang San, wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control system battle soul master." As Tang San concluded his words, Xiao Wu, linking arms with him, declared, "I am Xiao Wu, possessing the beast martial soul of the rabbit, a formidable assault spirit master of the 29th rank." Following her introduction, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, her voice cold as she announced, "I am Zhu Zhuqing, endowed with the beast martial soul of the nether cat, a nimble assault spirit master of the 27th rank." Ning Rongrong, with her weapon martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, stands as a support spirit master of the 26th rank. "My spirit rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30% for the duration of a stick of incense. There is absolutely no doubt about it." 30%? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Sui was momentarily taken aback. Is this it? A mere 30%? Yet it is hailed as the most formidable support spirit in the realm of soul masters. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was entwined with Tang San, expressed her delight upon hearing Ning Rongrong's statement, exclaiming, "How impressive!" At Xiao Wu's praise, Ning Rongrong displayed a proud demeanor. "And you, Sui?" Tang San inquired, directing his gaze towards Sui. With this question from Tang San, all eyes turned to Sui. Sui gazed at the crowd observing him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am Sui, a formidable soul master of the 53rd rank, wielding the weapon spirit known as the Chaos Supreme Spear." The mention of the Chaos Supreme Spear intrigued those present, What manner of weapon spirit could this be? It certainly sounded impressive. Supreme, after all, signified imperial authority. Ning Rongrong murmured softly as she absorbed Su Yi's declaration of his weapon spirit. Now, let us proceed to formulate our battle strategy. Su Yi gazed at the crowd and spoke softly. Well, Su Yi, what do you think we should do? Tang San inquired gently, his eyes fixed on Su Yi. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Yi could not help but display a wry smile. Do not look at me. I have always walked alone and have never engaged in a collaborative battle. Tang San, taking note of Su Yi's statement, retrieved a large stone and 5 smaller ones from the ground, arranging them meticulously before him. Su Yi will take the lead in offense, while Xiao will serve as the secondary attacker. Ning Rongrong will provide support from the rear. I shall coordinate with Su Yi to control Teacher Zhao's assaults. And Zhu Zhiqing, I entrust you with restraining from behind. As Tang San articulated his battle strategy, Su Yi listened attentively, nodding in agreement. The notion of cooperative tactics was not lost on him. After all, how could a formidable being like the fabled god of death not grasp such strategies? His assertion was merely a means to delve deeper into understanding Tang San, the disciple brought forth by the illustrious Yu Xiaojiang. After absorbing the tactical layout proposed by Tang San, he perceived a calm intellect in the latter, coupled with formidable combat awareness and strategic foresight. Despite some minor flaws in his tactical arrangements, they were commendable nonetheless. To have the ability to analyze and devise a strategy so thoroughly within such a brief time frame was truly impressive. Such individuals, when unleashed in combat, would undoubtedly prove fascinating. Have we reached a consensus? Zhao Wujin inquired as the incense stick burned down to its end, his eyes now open. Teacher, we are ready to commence, Dai Mubai announced as he approached Zhao Wujin. The latter stretched his limbs and stepped closer to Su Yi, saying, Young man, do not let me down. I will not, Su Yi assured him. Su Yi gazed at Zhao Wujia before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As Tang San and Xiao retreated to the rear, the formation they assumed had Su Yi standing at the forefront, with Xiao by his side. Behind them stood Tang San, next to whom was Zhu Zhiqing, while Ning Rongrong brought up the rear of the group. Chapter 32. A soul ring appears, astonishing all. With the formation established, Ning Rongrong at the back promptly unleashed her martial spirit, the 7-treasure, glazed tile. First, speed. Second, power. As she summoned her martial spirit, she immediately cast enhancements on Su Yi, amplifying both his speed and soul power. With Ning Rongrong's augmentation, Su Yi felt a distinct increase in his strength and agility. Both enhanced by 30%, a notable improvement indeed. Oh, among these little creatures, there exists a disciple of the 7-treasure, glazed sect. Zhao Wujia observed the 7-treasure glazed tile released by Ning Rongrong, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed upon her. Tang San, noticing Zhao Wujia's attention on Ning Rongrong, felt a sense of dread. The instructor had previously warned him that if adversaries included disciples of the 7-treasure glazed sect, they must be dealt with swiftly. With this thought in mind, Tang San swiftly unleashed a strand of blue-silver grass towards Ning Rongrong. He dashed to the right side of the formation, the blue-silver grass instantly ensnaring her waist and pulling her towards him. As Tang San comprehended Zhao Wujia's intentions through the insights provided by Yu Xiaojiang, Su Yi, standing at the forefront, gleaned Zhao Wujia's thoughts from the expression in his eyes. In a sudden burst, Zhao Wujia vanished from his position, not even summoning his martial spirit, as he charged headlong into Su Yi's formation. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi did not retreat, but instead advanced boldly, charging directly towards Zhao Wuji. Come on, little demon. Zhao Wuji exclaimed with excitement as he saw Su Yi approaching him with determination. You shall not pass. Su Yi gazed at the approaching Zhao Wuji and met his incoming punch with a clenched fist. With a resounding thud, Su Yi staggered back 3 or 4 steps. In contrast, the formidable 76th level battle spirit saint, Zhao Wuji, was unexpectedly sent flying by Su Yi, a mere 53rd level battle spirit king. As the sound echoed, Su Yi regained his footing, exerting force through his right foot on the stone slab, propelling himself directly towards the airborne Zhao Wuji. The stone slab beneath him instantly bore a small crater, a testament to the sheer force Su Yi unleashed with that step. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, still in flight from Su Yi's punch, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Not bad, kid. You possess such remarkable strength. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Su Yi remained silent. As he closed in within a meter of Zhao Wuji, his weapon spirit, the Chaos Supreme Spear, materialized in his hand. The spear, enveloped in a swirling dark light, was thrust towards Zhao Wuji with fierce intent. In response, Zhao Wuji, still airborne from Su Yi's earlier blow, summoned his weapon spirit, the great strength diamond bear. With a powerful shout, Zhao Wuji called forth his first soul skill, unyielding king body. As he did, a phantom of the great strength diamond bear manifested around him before merging into his being. With the activation of his first soul skill, a yellow soul ring glowed on Zhao Wuji's body, and a brilliant golden light erupted forth. After employing his first soul skill, Zhao Wuji, who had been propelled through the air, swiftly descended to the ground. As the golden light surged, Su Yi's spear strike was repelled by this radiant force. Observing Su Yi being pushed back, Zhao Wuji smirked and declared, "Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm." With this proclamation, another yellow soul ring appeared around Zhao Wuji, and upon its illumination, his hands transformed into bear-like paws, aimed directly at Su Yi. Just as Su Yi intended to unleash a soul skill to evade, a tendril of blue-silver grass ensnared his waist. As the blue-silver grass enveloped him, Su Yi contemplated breaking free, yet upon glancing at Tang San, he allowed himself to be drawn towards him. As Su Yi was pulled away by Tang San, it caused Zhao Wuji's strike to miss, crashing forcefully against the ground. With the attack failing, dust erupted from the earth where Zhao Wuji had struck. Meanwhile, Su Yi, having evaded Zhao Wuji's assault thanks to Tang San's intervention, found himself standing before him. "Thank you," Su Yi expressed, to which Tang San responded with a slight smile, "We are now a team." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, who stood beside him, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Earlier, fearing that Zhao Wuji's attack might harm Ning Rongrong, he had used blue-silver grass to pull her closer. However, while she was now by his side, Zhao Wuji's strike was thwarted head-on by Su Yi. "Ensure Ning Rongrong's safety, the rest I shall handle." Just as Tang San's thoughts wandered, Su Yi's words were followed by the emergence of spirit rings beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, black, and black, 5 spirit rings in total. The sight of these 5 rings left Tang San utterly astonished as he gazed at Su Yi's silhouette. The first yellow spirit ring could be achieved by anyone with decent talent, yet the second purple ring was a 1,000-year spirit ring. It was inconceivable for someone to possess a 1,000-year ring as their second. The third ring, also 1,000 years in age, elicited little surprise. However, the fourth ring, a striking black, was a 10,000-year spirit ring. Just as one could not have a 1,000-year spirit ring as their second, having a 10,000-year spirit ring as the fourth was simply unfathomable. What kind of monster was this elegant and amiable youth before them? Tang San, gazing at the 5 spirit rings revealed by Su Yi, was filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could anyone possess a 1,000-year spirit ring as their second and a 10,000-year spirit ring as their fourth? This was impossible. It contradicted everything his teacher had taught him. The more he contemplated, the more astonished he became, staring at Su Yi's back. Emerging from the dust, Zhao Wuji, upon witnessing the 5 spirit rings on Su Yi, stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Su Yi gazed at Zhao Wuji's actions, filled with skepticism regarding the veracity of Ning Rongrong's claims. The individual before him, in a moment of sheer intensity, appeared capable of delivering a lethal blow to the so-called immovable king with a single shot. Yet, despite witnessing the seemingly indisputable opportunity for a decisive strike, Su Yi found himself struggling to suppress such thoughts, a tormenting sensation enveloping him. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, having rubbed his eyes repeatedly, finally dared to confirm that the creature before him bore soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, an achievement unattainable by any ordinary human. The monstrosity stood before him, alive and breathing. "Monster, indeed, you are the true embodiment of a monster." After gazing at Su Yi for an extended moment, Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with incredulous astonishment. Chapter 33, A Single Strike, KO. The Insulted Tang Hao. 4th Update. Monster, indeed, you are the true embodiment of a monster. After gazing at Su Yi for an extended moment, Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with incredulous astonishment. "Teacher Zhao, be cautious not to meet your demise." Listening to Zhao Wuji's words, Su Yi gazed at him from over 30 meters away, a smile gracing his features. Upon hearing Su Yi's remark, Zhao Wuji, far from being angered, chuckled and replied, "You are quite the audacious one, young lad. The 16 soul emperors of the spirit hall could not bring me down. You, however, are still a tad too inexperienced." Just as Zhao Wuji finished his statement, Su Yi unleashed his full power, directly activating 4 soul skills. The third soul skill, Explosive Flow, The second soul skill, shattering force. The fourth soul skill, frenzy. The first soul skill, unstoppable force. In an instant, as Su-Yi unleashed these four martial spirits, a beam of black light erupted from the Chaos Supreme Spear in his hand, striking Zhao Wujie's body with unerring precision. Upon being hit by this black beam, Zhao Wujie was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming gravitational force, rendering him immobile. Following the impact, as he activated his second soul skill, the Chaos Supreme Spear radiated with a dark glow. Subsequently, with the release of his fourth soul skill, a crimson brilliance enveloped his entire being. As his final words, unstoppable, echoed in the air, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Su-Yi thrust his spear directly at Zhao Wujie, transforming himself into a streak of black light as the spear pierced through Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Blood trickled drop by drop from the black spearhead, staining the ground beneath. The breach in defense was evident. Su-Yi's earlier remark had been no jest. Had the spear aimed for Zhao Wujie's heart or throat, he would have been utterly obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to articulate their shock. Dai Mubai, too, could scarcely believe the unfolding events. Even the usually composed Zhu Zhiqing was taken aback, her cold, beautiful eyes reflecting the astonishment as she beheld Su-Yi, who had just pierced Zhao Wujie's shoulder. However, the most astonished of all was Tang San. He gazed at Su-Yi, who wielded the spear with such prowess to inflict grave injury upon Zhao Wujie, his mind racing with disbelief. How could this be possible? A person whose second spirit ring was a millennium old and whose fourth spirit ring was 10,000 years broke the established norms of spirit masters and contradicted his teacher's teachings. Now, armed with merely his 53rd level of spirit power, he had severely wounded Zhao Wujie, a spirit saint boasting a formidable 76 levels of spirit power. Who exactly was he, and who was his master that could cultivate such a prodigy? Coughing, Zhao Wujie expelled a mouthful of blood. Looking at the grinning Su-Yi before him, he grimaced and remarked, "You little monster, your strikes are indeed ruthless." Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Su-Yi promptly withdrew the Chaos Supreme Spear that had pierced his body. Gazing at Zhao Wujie before him, a look of remorse crossed his face. "Teacher Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I truly lost control. I did not anticipate that you would unleash your full strength without activating your martial soul's true form in the face of my attack. Had you done so, my strike would likely have failed to harm you at all. Furthermore, I had previously given you a warning before I acted." With this, Su-Yi regarded Zhao Wujie with an expression of innocence. "Enough of that. You are nothing short of a monster. Even if I had activated my martial soul's true form, your strike would undoubtedly breach my defenses. Do not flatter me with such words, young lad," Zhao Wujie remarked, observing the guilt and helplessness etched on Su-Yi's face, before turning his attention to Tang San and the others, who stood nearby, still in shock. "All right, you little prodigies, you have passed the test. I keep my promises. You are now officially enrolled as students of Shrek Academy." With that, Zhao Wujie, bearing the weight of his injuries, departed. Did we really just pass? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu stared in disbelief at Tang San and Zhu Zhiqing, murmuring in astonishment. "It seems so," Zhu Zhiqing replied softly. While Tang San gazed intently at Su-Yi's retreating figure, his expression grave. At such a young age, with such talent and strength, Su-Yi is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Observing Zhao Wujie's somewhat disheveled and forlorn silhouette, one would hardly expect that this battle had concluded in such an abrupt and anticlimactic manner. If it were him, could he truly achieve what Su-Yi did without the aid of toxins, wielding a soul power of level 50? Clearly, the answer was no. First and foremost, his blue-silver grass martial soul was not formidable. Secondly, even if he were to augment his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, with soul rings to reach level 50, he could not break the conventional norms of absorbing soul rings. Such feats, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed unbelievable. It was only after Zhao Wujie's departure that Su-Yi turned to face Tang San and the others, who were gazing at him in awe. He offered them a faint smile. "Why do you all look at me so? Freak. Monster." Led by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing echoed in unison, even Tang San joining in. "You all." Listening to the words spoken by Tang San and the others, Su-Yi wore a helpless expression. After Zhao Wujie departed, he returned to his room and gazed at the wound on his shoulder, grimacing in pain. This little brat Su-Yi truly had a vicious hand. Whoosh. A stone was hurled directly into Zhao Wujie's chamber. Upon seeing the stone unexpectedly fly into his room and catching sight of a fleeting shadow outside the window, Zhao Wujia's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Who dares? He exclaimed, immediately pursuing the figure. After a relentless chase of over 10 minutes, Zhao Wujie confronted a person clad in a black robe, standing amidst the forest, their back turned to him. With a face full of rage, he shouted, "You wretched creature! Why have you stopped? Are you out of strength? Even injured? I, your grandpa Zhao, am not one to be easily outpaced. Today, I shall vent my fury upon you." Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Zhao Wujie unleashed his martial spirit, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rising beneath his feet. As the soul rings materialized, an immense pressure descended upon the man in the black robe, who remained turned away from him. Tang Hao, having observed the battle from the shadows, initially intended to lure Zhao Wujie out to provide him with healing medicine, hoping that Zhao would tend to his son. After all, he too needed to depart for his own matters. However, he never anticipated that someone would dare to insult him so brazenly one day. Chapter 34. The Secret of Cultivation. Just of the Heart. First update. Seeking votes. Before Zhao Wujie could draw near, Tang Hao turned to face him, revealing a cold smile amidst Zhao Wujie's furious approach. Upon witnessing the disdainful smile on Tang Hao's face, Zhao Wujie, in a fit of anger, laughed derisively. "You dare not flee upon seeing me. Yet you look down upon me?" Boom. Just as Zhao Wujie finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from Tang Hao. This release of soul power instantly rendered Zhao Wujie, who had been approaching, paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. Beneath Tang Hao's feet, 9 soul rings slowly ascended. Yellow, purple, black, 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 and red. The first 8 soul rings did not instill much shock in Zhao Wujie. Rather, it was the final soul ring, the 9th, a crimson ring of 100,000 years, that bore down upon him with formidable pressure. The individual before him was, astonishingly, a titled Douluo, specifically, one possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years. In the Douluo continent, titled Douluos were neither numerous nor scarce. But Zhao Wujie had never encountered one with 100,000-year soul ring. "My lord, may I inquire what offense I have committed to provoke you?" Zhao Wujie stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The originally released martial soul and soul rings were all retracted back into his body. As he watched Tang Hao approach him step by step, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Each footfall of Tang Hao seemed to stomp on his heart, rendering him breathless. "What have I done to provoke you?" Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Tang Hao chuckled derisively. "Provoke? Just a moment ago, weren't you enjoying berating me? Did you not intend to vent your frustrations on me?" Tang Hao did not utter a single word, but the weight of his tone intensified. When Tang Hao stood before Zhao Wujie, the latter, already shorter, found himself unable to withstand the pressure emanating from Tang Hao and sank to the ground. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. "Xiao Gang, you finally returned. Do you have any idea that the 2 dragons have been searching for you all these years?" Flinder exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who sat beside him. "Flinder, let us not speak of that matter. I owe it to the 2 dragons." Yu Xiaojiang, who had been sitting next to Flinder, revealed a look of guilt and discomfort upon hearing Flinder's words. "All right. Now that you are back, make sure you stay." Flinder smiled at Yu Xiaojiang. "I came to find you to take on a teaching position here at Shrek. After all, my students have arrived." Upon hearing Flinder mention students, pride and satisfaction shone in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. "Students? You've taken on students?" Flinder was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's words, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Your student must be exceptionally talented, right?" Yu Xiaojiang smiled slightly at Flinder's inquiry but remained silent. "Sudi, Tang San, this is our Shrek Academy's dormitory," Daimubai announced as he led Tang San and Sudi into a modest flat. Inside, Oscar, the one who had initially sold sausages, was fast asleep. "Xiao Ao, wake up. We have new members." Daimubai approached Oscar and kicked him awake. Startled, Oscar blinked at Sui and Tang San standing at the door, momentarily taken aback. Then, noticing Sui, his eyes brightened with excitement as he rushed forward and exclaimed, "Big brother. You're here too, big brother?" Sui's lips twitched slightly at Oscar's words. "Of course, you are my big brother. After all, you are the only one who never complained about my sausages over the years, and you even praised their taste. From that moment on, you became my big brother, Oscar." Oscar gazed into Sui's eyes, his admiration evident as if stars were twinkling within them. "Enough, little Ao, cease your antics in front of Sui," Daimubai remarked, delivering a light kick to Oscar. "Sui's soul power would astonish you, so do not provoke him." "Astound me? Sui, what level is your soul power?" Oscar inquired. turning his attention to Su-yi upon Dai Mubai's words. Level 53, Su-yi replied nonchalantly. Level 53? Oscar echoed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Su-yi. What? 50? 53? He felt utterly dumbfounded by Su-yi's calm affirmation. Brother, how old are you? 16. Previously, there had been inquiries about his age. The protagonist is actually 14. But he had claimed to be 2 years older to avoid shocking anyone. A 16-year-old at level 53. Oscar felt a wave of dizziness wash over him at Su-yi's declaration. He glanced at Su-yi, who stood beside him, slightly taller, and began to question his own existence. Had all his years of training been in vain? Why was Su-yi so remarkably accomplished? All right, little Ao. To welcome our new classmate, let us have a grand time in Soto City tonight. Oscar's eyes brightened at Dai Mubai's words. Long live Douluo. Brother, I've come to find you. At that moment, the voice of Xiaowu echoed from outside the door. Tang-san, upon hearing her voice, stepped out along with the others. Brother, Xiaowu exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she hugged Tang-san's arm. Shall we go out for a stroll? With a fond smile, Tang-san took Xiaowu's hand and led her outside. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions laced with disdain as they observed Tang-san and Xiaowu's departure. By the way, Su-yi, I am genuinely curious about your training methods. To be so young with such high soul power, and your soul ring configuration is simply extraordinary. Dai Mubai looked at Su-yi, his eyes brimming with curiosity, though more so with astonishment. The secret to training? Just have the will, Su-yi replied. Feeling that his answer was somewhat lacking, he added, well, possess a strong desire to improve and diligently practice. Dai Mubai and Oscar were momentarily rendered speechless by Su-yi's words. When Oscar regained his composure, he turned to Dai Mubai with a curious expression. Douluo, what did you mean by that earlier statement? Dai Mubai observed the perplexed expression on Oscar's face and, with a mysterious smile, replied, you will understand in due time. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Oscar fell once again into silence. Chapter 35, The Gathering of the Shrek 7. Second update. Seeking votes. Oh, Fatty, what troubles you? Dai Mubai, accompanied by Su-yi and Oscar, strolled through Shrek Academy. As they glanced at the charred remains of a thatched cottage and then at the bruised and battered red-haired boy, he teased him lightly. Daigo, you must help me seek revenge. The red-haired boy rushed to Dai Mubai's side, sobbing and clinging to his leg. Daigo, ever since those two appeared at the academy, they have indiscriminately attacked me, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. He was so engrossed in his plight that he failed to notice Su-yi standing beside Dai Mubai. Daigo, do you know this robe? Tang-san, alongside the furious Xiaowu, inquired curiously, eyeing the boy they had just beaten. Dai Mubai chuckled at Tang-san's question. Tang-san, this is our Shrek Academy's last student, Ma Hongjun. The last student? But this fellow? Tang-san regarded Ma Hongjun skeptically upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. Although I did not witness your earlier battle, the scene around us speaks volumes. At this juncture, Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, Fatty, would you prefer to explain this to them, or shall I? Perhaps you should do the talking, Ma Hongjun sighed, resigned. Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile at Ma Hongjun's demeanor. He then turned to Tang-san and Xiaowu, elaborating, Tang-san, the Fatty's martial soul is a mutated one, known as the Evil Fire Phoenix. After a lengthy explanation, Dai Mubai clarified Ma Hongjun's situation to the group. However, when Ma Hongjun heard Dai Mubai refer to his martial soul as a chicken, he was incensed. My martial soul is not a chicken, it is a phoenix, Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. Dai Mubai, still amused, replied, yes, the evil fire chicken. It is called the evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun shot back, thoroughly enraged. Do you think I resemble you in little Oscar with a delicate appearance? Don't assume I am unaware of your daily escapades. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, instantly grew tense, glancing around before addressing Ma Hongjun. Fatty, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. Ma Hongjun chuckled at Dai Mubai's admonition. Aren't you the one who often takes pride in your shamelessness? What's wrong? Did you take the wrong medicine today? Xiaowu gazed at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, exchanging a resigned glance with Tang-san, and remarked with a hint of annoyance, you two are hardly commendable characters. Upon hearing her words, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun fell into silence. What will happen to our training now? Tang-san inquired, observing the quietude of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai with curiosity. What else can we do? Transform our sorrow into appetite. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's response, Xiaowu immediately linked her arm with Tang-san's and declared, Xiao-san, I am hungry. Come, Let me take you all out for a meal. Daimubai, glancing at the duo, waved his hand and proceeded forward. Originally, our academy was already graced with your presence and that of Xiao Ao. Now, there appears another pretty boy who surpasses both of you, Ma Hongjun lamented. Trailing behind Daimubai and casting a glance at Sui, who walked at the rear. Who is this fellow, Boss Dai? Ma Hongjun asked, eyeing Suyi's cheerful demeanor with a sense of intrigue. This guy? He has come to undermine us, Daimubai replied, chuckling after observing Sui. Undermine? Ma Hongjun's brows furrowed slightly at Daimubai's remark. Indeed, he is here to challenge our standing. For the Shrek Academy, this individual is the true monster. We who proclaim ourselves as monsters pale in comparison to him. What on earth is going on? Do tell me, you're driving me mad. Ma Hongjun expressed his urgency as he listened to Daimubai. You will find out soon enough, Daimubai said with a mischievous smile, enjoying Ma Hongjun's impatience. This is what you get for speaking out of turn. I shall keep you in suspense. As the group engaged in casual conversation while heading to the cafeteria, they halted their steps. Ma Hongjun, standing beside Daimubai, gazed at the two young women before them, his eyes gleaming with desire, nearly salivating. Behave yourself and suppress those reckless urges, Daimubai cautioned, noticing Ma Hongjun's demeanor. Why? Are you going to intervene? Ma Hongjun retorted, hands on his hips. Defiantly looking at Daimubai. I mean to say, Boss Dai, even if you are the leader, shouldn't you leave some for your brothers? Daimubai chose to ignore Ma Hongjun's plea and approached Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Now that everyone has gathered, allow me to introduce, Daimubai addressed the assembly. This is Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the phoenix. As Daimubai spoke, Xiaowu was quietly conversing with Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, casting a peculiar glance, was scrutinizing Ma Hongjun intently. By the way, Uncle Sausage, why have you shaved your beard? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, observing Oscar's clean-shaven face. Upon hearing her words, Oscar's cheeks flushed, and he replied, with such beautiful ladies visiting our academy, how could I not make an effort to capture your attention? From now on, please call me Oscar, the sausage specialist. The crowd chuckled at Oscar's playful pose. Dean is here, someone shouted, and everyone turned to see a bespectacled middle-aged man approaching them. Xiao Wu exclaimed, isn't that the cunning merchant uncle? Cunning merchant? This is our esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, a level 78 soul saint, Oscar corrected, pride evident on his face. He is even more formidable than Teacher Zhao, and he possesses a rare flying-type martial soul, which is quite uncommon in the realm of soul masters. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others displayed looks of astonishment. Meanwhile, Sui, standing behind the group, regarded Oscar's proud demeanor with an unblinking gaze. Soul saint? Flying-type martial soul? Rare? We have plenty of those at the Martial Soul Hall. Chapter 36. What did our Martial Soul Hall say? 3 updates. Please vote. The phrase, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people, astonishingly came from his lips. Tang San, observing Flinder's slow approach, spoke gravely. Hearing this, Su Yi's eyes flashed with disdain. A mere level 78 soul saint, claiming to accept only monsters and not ordinary people. At our Martial Soul Hall, soul saints are everywhere, and soul Douluos are as common as dogs. What do we have to say about that? As Sui pondered this. After Tang San and Oscar finished their conversation, Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, lowered her head and murmured gravely, fortunately, he is only a level 78. Although no one around heard her clearly, Sui was able to read her lips. Uncle Sausage, does our school have any soul Douluo level soul masters? Xiao Wu asked Oscar softly. Oscar, upon hearing her refer to him, struck a pose in front of everyone. Please call me Oscar, the sausage specialist. After finishing his pose, he turned to Xiao Wu and said, Oh, did you mention soul Douluo? Do you think they are as common as vegetables? Across the entire continent, there are fewer than 100 individuals above the soul Douluo level, all supported by the empire and its subordinate kingdoms. As for the title Douluo, the 2 great empires combined possess only about 10. It is not so easily encountered. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu exhaled in relief. That's good. Tang San, noticing something amiss with Xiao Wu beside him, inquired with concern, Xiao Wu, what is troubling you? Upon hearing Tang San's question, Xiao Wu chuckled and replied, It's nothing. Do you think that cunning merchant uncle will remember us? Standing nearby, Sui observed Xiao Wu's deliberate attempt to divert the topic, a flicker of insight crossing his gaze. What is it about Xiao Wu that makes her so apprehensive about meeting a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo? Reflecting on this, Su Yi fell into contemplation. Alas, it has only been 2 days. Surely, she cannot have forgotten. Tang San, looking at Xiao Wu with a helpless expression, sighed. However, since he is the dean, he should not hold your past offense against you. Hearing this, Ma Hongjuan's eyes brightened as he turned to Tang San and asked, what exactly happened? Tang San explained to Ma Hongjun, succinctly recounting how he and Xiao Wu encountered the dean in Soto City. Oh, you are mistaken. Our Dean Flinder is renowned for holding grudges. Yet, his greatest virtue is his protectiveness. Oscar, having listened to Tang San's account, casually draped an arm over Tang San's shoulder and whispered. At that moment, Flinder approached the group, and aside from Tang San, who was still embraced by Oscar, everyone else faced the dean. This is bad. It seems that Dean Flinder has overheard our conversation. Oscar turned to see Flinder standing 5 meters away, quickly aligning himself with the others, murmuring with a worried expression. Observing the well-formed line of students, Flinder remarked casually, this year is promising. We have 5 little prodigies. I, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, welcome your arrival on behalf of the Academy. Shortly, each of you shall submit 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Lee, who is in charge of finances. Support-type soul masters face great danger on the battlefield without protection. Thus, the ability to flee is an essential quality you must possess. Hearing Flinder's words, Ning Rongrong slightly furrowed her brow. Oscar, Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing Flinder's call, they stepped out from the ranks. 20 laps, starting now. If you do not finish before lunch, you shall forfeit your meal. Oscar's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Flinder's declaration. Indeed. The dean had caught wind of their earlier conversation. Yes. Ning Rongrong responded with enthusiasm, while Oscar replied weakly. Mubai? Yes. Please relay the Academy's rules to the new students. Understood, Dean. Upon hearing Flander's words, Dai Mubai responded. The first class of the day would commence after dusk. As Flander finished speaking, everyone began to disperse. At that moment, Flander turned his gaze towards Su Yi and remarked, Zhao Wujie informed me that our academy has welcomed a true prodigy. At merely 16 years of age, he has already attained the rank of Soul King at level 53. It was only upon seeing you that I dared to believe this individual was not spinning fanciful tales. Standing beside Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Flander's statement, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Su Yi, his mouth agape in disbelief. 50, 53. Ma Hongjun stammered, looking at the amiable and seemingly kind Su Yi, his speech rendered incoherent by sheer astonishment. It must be sheer luck. Su Yi gazed at Flander before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Before you, no one on the Douluo continent has been so fortunate. Flander, observing Su Yi's smiling visage, spoke in a calm manner. After finishing his words, Flander turned and departed. Dean, I have completed my run. Oscar exclaimed breathlessly upon rejoining the group. I was inquiring about all of you, not just you, Flander remarked, his gaze shifting to Ning Rongrong, who stood beside Oscar, unperturbed and composed. He then turned back to Oscar, who looked rather guilty. Indeed, we have finished our run, Oscar admitted, his voice tinged with unease. Upon hearing Oscar's response, Flander's lips curled slightly in a smile. Very well, come here. Oscar promptly rushed over. Since you exhibit such a spirited enthusiasm, you shall run an additional 20 laps. Flander placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, his smile unwavering. Ning Rongrong, standing amidst the group, paled at this announcement. I have sealed your soul power, Flander softly declared, leaning in close to Oscar. Now go. Oscar, feeling resigned, set off once more. Deceit comes at a cost, Flander mused as he watched Oscar depart. Regardless of the reasons behind a lie, do you not agree, Rongrong? Ning Rongrong, who had been listening, paused momentarily. Tell me, did you complete the tasks I assigned this morning? I did not. The distance was too great, and I was too hungry to persevere, Ning Rongrong replied defiantly, turning her head away. Thus, you ventured into the city alone for a lavish meal and shopping, only to return now in search of Oscar, correct? Flander questioned, his tone probing. Are you spying on me? Ning Rongrong shot back, her expression indignant. As dean, I must be accountable for each of my students, Flander asserted. Oscar's lie may stem from fear of your punishment, which is understandable, yet you disregarded the students' arrangements and fled without permission, even enlisting a senior to conceal your actions. Any misstep on the battlefield warrants military discipline. Death, Flander declared, stepping forward with grave seriousness. Chapter 37, Su Yi's Prey. The Finest Hunter. Part 4, Death. Ning Rongrong retorted, facing Flander, her tone defiant. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. Indeed, but this is my Shrek Academy, Flander countered, extending 2 fingers toward Ningrongrong. Now, you have 2 choices. Either pack your belongings and leave, or demonstrate your resolve to avoid further mistakes. The onlookers turned their attention to Ningrongrong, while Sui remained utterly indifferent. Such a woman, foolish beyond measure. On the battlefield, one is deemed even less than cannon fodder. Upon hearing Flender's words, Ningrongrong let out a cold laugh. Flender, who do you think you are? The others, upon hearing her, looked at her in shock. You are merely a soul sage. She scoffed. Flender, unfazed by her words, replied with a sneer, Indeed, I am but a humble soul sage. If you disdain this place, then I shall not see you off. Standing before Ningrongrong, he gestured toward the exit of Shrek Academy. Do you wish to expel me? It won't be so simple. Flender, mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. The onlookers gazed at Ningrongrong, who was exuding an air of arrogance, even more haughty than a spoiled young lady. Their astonishment mirrored the moment they first learned of Sui being a rank 50 spirit king. How could this individual dare to speak thusly to the esteemed headmaster? Who exactly was she? As the crowd pondered over Ningrongrong, Sui observed her standing before Flender, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed this foolish woman held a significant status within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Mubai, take her. Gather her belongings and see her out, he commanded. Flender, unperturbed by Ningrongrong's threatening words, continued to disregard her. Ningrongrong, fueled by anger, stepped closer to Flender, stating, Flender, do you dare? This is my domain, and I am in charge here. Flender narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to Dai Mubai and calling Mubai. Yes. Dai Mubai stepped forward from beside Sui. Ningrongrong glared at Flender, fuming. You are the first person in my life to speak to me in such a manner. Flender chuckled. Even if you are the favored daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, in my eyes, you are merely a high soul master. Here, every single student surpasses you. Ningrongrong retorted, You speak nonsense. I have broken through to the 25th level. I am the most outstanding genius in our sect for centuries. Our 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit reigns supreme, unmatched by any other. Flender, with a dismissive expression, countered, Mubai has reached the rank of soul master. Tang San and Xiao Wu have achieved the 29th level of soul power, and Sui, at merely 16, has already attained 53 levels. Each and every one of them is a genius, far surpassing you. Despite Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit having its flaws, he possessed a unique beast martial spirit. The chubby figure of Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, bashfully scratched his head and grinned at Flender's words. Across the continent, few can compare. And then there is Zhu Zhiqing, whose soul power is comparable to yours, yet her unwavering determination is beyond your reach. Hearing not a word from Flender, Ningrongrong's expression darkened. Zhu Zhiqing, what is your purpose in coming to Shrek? To become stronger, Zhu Zhiqing replied calmly upon hearing Flender's inquiry. As a support-type soul master, I naturally cannot compare to those battle soul masters, yet my role on the battlefield surpasses theirs. After listening to Flender, Ningrongrong retorted once more. Role? Without a willpower physique, the first to perish on the battlefield would be you. What purpose do you serve? What about Oscar? I refuse to believe he is superior to me, Ningrongrong said, glancing at Oscar, who was continuously running laps on the playground. Have you ever encountered a food-type soul master with innate full soul power? Flender remarked, observing Oscar as he spoke to Ningrongrong. You mean, that's impossible. How could a support-type martial soul possess innate full soul power? Ningrongrong looked at Flender, her eyes filled with skepticism. Oscar is unprecedented. His potential is limitless. Given time, he could very well surpass the 7-treasure glazed tile school's standing. Now you understand? Among all, you are the weakest. Flender gazed down at Ningrongrong, his tone indifferent. The label of the weakest was the gravest insult to her, a young lady born with a golden key. The weakest, the weakest. This phrase echoed relentlessly in Ningrongrong's mind, igniting her fury as she clenched her fists tightly. As everyone focused on Ningrongrong, Sui observed her with a different perspective. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this woman, whom he deemed exceedingly foolish and utterly inept, was the daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's master, the little princess of the sect. He would not forget the teacher's journey. Whether the teacher sought to unify the continent or to bring about destruction, powerful allies were essential. However, the 3 great sects and the Spirit Hall had always maintained a non-interfering relationship. Yet, if he could draw the 7-treasure glazed tile school into the Spirit Hall, It would undoubtedly accelerate the implementation of the teacher's plans. Besides, Tang San is a disciple of Yu Xiaojiang. Accompanying Tang San, Xiaowu harbors a significant secret within her. Indeed, the unfolding events have become increasingly intriguing. Among the Shrek's 7 monsters, only Zhu Zhuqing remains untouched by Su Yi's predatory gaze. After all, this aloof and indifferent woman fails to pique his interest. For the others, he chooses to play a gradual game. Of course, should he discover that this woman, Zhu Zhuqing, seeks to capture his attention or reveals secrets that allure him, then he would have yet another quarry. At present, it is Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong who captivate Su Yi the most. The finest of hunters understands that patience is invariably the greatest virtue. While Su Yi contemplates, the sound of Ning Rongrong's weeping suddenly pierces the air. She is seen covering her face, fleeing in a state of disarray before everyone. Should we assist her in gathering her belongings? Dai Mubai inquired gently, approaching Flanders. Do you wish for the girl to depart? Flanders replied, his gaze fixed on the direction of Ning Rongrong's retreat. Inform Oscar that he need not run. He should comfort Ning Rongrong. Understood, Dean. Chapter 38. The Emotional Master. Su Yi has arrived. After Ning Rongrong's tearful escape, Flanders instructed Dai Mubai to send Oscar to console her. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Yi's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight upon hearing this. Though the foolish woman may appear utterly lacking, her identity as the princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School suffices to intrigue him. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the most powerful auxiliary spirit martial soul sect in the Douluo continent, unrivaled in its prowess. The sect is further esteemed by the presence of 2 titled Douluos as guardians, one of whom bears the sword emblem on the Elder's token, signifying the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This is a sect that Su Yi's master has long sought to align with. Yet opportunities for engagement have remained elusive. Even when contact is made, they deflect with various excuses. According to Su Yi, those who follow me may not necessarily prosper, but those who oppose me are doomed to perish. Such a sect, if unattainable, ought to be vanquished. Regrettably, Bibi Dong has not acquiesced to this notion. She intends to wait until all plans are fully realized before granting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School one final chance, if they remain unyielding at that time. Thus, let us proceed according to his method and eliminate everything that cannot be of use to me. Now, it appears that an opportunity for breakthrough has arisen. That Ning Rongrong, being the daughter of the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, reveals through her foolish demeanor that she enjoys unchecked freedom within the sect, ungoverned by anyone. This disposition is entirely a result of her father's indulgence. Hence, it becomes evident how significant Ning Rongrong is to the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Observing Dai Mubai summon Oscar, Su Yi narrowed his eyes and prepared to depart. Su Yi, where are you going? Xiaowu inquired with curiosity as she watched him leave. I'm merely going to check on Ning Rongrong. I worry that the girl might be feeling despondent. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Su Yi smiled faintly and followed Oscar as they departed. Xiaowu, noticing Su Yi's remark, cast a glance at Tang San, who stood beside her in a slight daze, and cheerfully remarked, it seems that Su Yi has taken a liking to Ning Rongrong. However, her temperament is rather disagreeable if she doesn't change her ways. She hardly deserves someone like him. With this, Xiaowu began to advocate for Su Yi. Tang San, hearing her words, responded helplessly, Su Yi's character is indeed too good-natured. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, gazing at Su Yi's receding figure, pondered in silence. Her feelings regarding Tang San's comment about being too good-natured were entirely opposite. In that boy, who wore a smile as bright as the sun, she sensed a familiar essence, realizing that their temperaments bore some resemblance. Or perhaps, it was her own nature that echoed his. Yet, as this thought crossed Zhu Zhuqing's mind, she was momentarily startled. How could that be? Their personalities could not possibly align. As Dai Mubai informed Oscar that he need not run any longer and that Dean Flinder had asked him to comfort Ning Rongrong, Oscar was filled with excitement upon receiving this news. The Dean truly was a benevolent soul, not a petty man at all. The thought of spending time alone with Ning Rongrong brought him immense joy. In Shrek Academy, there were only 3 beauties. Xiaowu was clearly Tang San's, while the cold and aloof Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Mubai's target. That left Ning Rongrong, who, at present, had no one vying for her affection. And she was the very one Oscar had set his sights on. It seemed that fortune, opportunity, and compatibility were all in his favor. Not long after, Oscar discovered Ning Rongrong sitting on the ground at the entrance of Shrek Academy, hugging her knees and weeping. Observing her in such a vulnerable state, devoid of her previous haughty demeanor, stirred something within him. After all, she was still a girl. With this thought, Oscar approached Ning Rongrong. "Is that you here?" Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar upon hearing his voice, but offered no response. "You." Before Oscar could finish, Ning Rongrong looked up at him with a fierce expression and retorted, "I don't need your comfort. Just leave me alone. If you want to see me make a fool of myself, just say it." With that, she buried her head and continued to weep. Oscar was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Sui, you two have come." Oscar gazed at the approaching Sui, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Noticing the rose delicately held in Suyi's hand, Oscar's brow arched slightly. It was all over. It appeared that he had no chance. With this realization, Oscar resignedly turned to leave. He had always adhered to the principle that one must never betray a friend's spouse. Since Ning Rongrong was the object of Suyi's affections, she should never be pursued, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, upon hearing Oscar mention Sui, Ning Rongrong looked up at Sui, who approached her with a smile, and furrowed her brow, asking, "Have you come to witness my misfortune?" "No." Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Suyi's face once again donned that enchanting smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze. His right hand, which had been resting behind his back, was now presented before Ning Rongrong. As she beheld the crimson rose in Suyi's hand, she momentarily stood frozen, unable to comprehend his intentions. What could he possibly be up to? It was only when Oscar called out his name that Sui had discreetly concealed the rose behind him, signaling Oscar to keep quiet. "What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Her tears momentarily halted as she gazed at the rose presented to her. "Of course, it is a gift for the little princess in front of me, who bears a slight heartache." Sui spoke as he placed the bouquet in Ning Rongrong's hands, then sat down beside her, shoulder to shoulder. "If your heart is heavy, feel free to lean on my shoulder for a while. Rest assured, there will be no charge." Sui spoke, winking at Ning Rongrong. As she looked at him, a smile instantly graced her face. Who would continue to weep? Even without sorrow, one can lean on a shoulder for support. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Ning Rongrong gently rested her head on his shoulder while holding the flowers in her hand. "Do you really think I am that inadequate?" she asked dreamily, gazing into the distance. "Inadequate? You are far beyond the realm of inadequacy," Sui replied, his eyes directed towards the sky. "Is that so? I wouldn't go that far. You are indeed a prodigy of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, a talent that emerges once in a century, which speaks volumes about your inherent excellence. However, although Dean Flinder's words may be harsh, they indeed hold a kernel of truth. You truly have a knack for offering little comfort," Ning Rongrong remarked softly, reflecting on Suyi's analysis. Chapter 39. The Emergence of the Film Emperor Sui. Second update. Seeking votes. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Sui chuckled softly, remarking, "I did not come to offer you consolation." At this, Ning Rongrong, who had initially rested her head on Suyi's shoulder, swiftly withdrew, gazing at him in silence, uncertain of how to respond. "There is no need to be upset. Your innate talent is far from lacking. If anything, the sole aspect that requires refinement is perhaps your disposition." As Sui spoke, he refrained from looking at Ning Rongrong, instead gazing vacantly at the sky above. He murmured softly, "It is quite natural for you to possess such an overbearing disposition. After all, you are the little princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. You have everything at your disposal, and within your sect, none dare defy your will. However, as Dean Flander has remarked, if your character remains unchanged, no one would entrust their backs to you. To entrust one's back to another on the battlefield is tantamount to placing one's life in their hands. With your spoiled demeanor, who can predict when you might suddenly throw a tantrum, withholding support when it is most needed? Such behavior could prove fatal in combat. If I were on the battlefield, I would never act in such a manner." Upon hearing Suyi's words, Ning Rongrong immediately retorted, "I know you wouldn't, but would others believe that? Your temperament is laid bare before everyone. Do you think they would dare to take that gamble in battle?" Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Suyi's statement. "Then would you dare?" At this, she fixed her gaze upon Sui, inquiring earnestly. As Sui gazed into Ning Rongrong's eyes, brimming with anticipation, the smile on his face gradually faded. He regarded her with sincerity and said, "I do not wish to deceive a young lady, especially one for whom I hold a genuine fondness." He then inquired, "Well then, what do you suggest I should do?" Upon hearing Suyi's words, Ning Rongrong did not react with anger. Instead, she directly questioned what she ought to do. Although her demeanor was often haughty and disrespectful, This did not imply a lack of intelligence on her part. While Sui refrained from providing a direct answer, the essence of his message was not lost on her. Rather than feeling vexed, Ning Rongrong found herself secretly delighted. The boy beside her was truly unlike the others. He did not indulge in flattery or sycophancy, but instead faced her with utter candor. What brought her further joy was his phrase, especially one for whom I hold a fondness, indicating that he indeed harbored feelings for her. I am uncertain how to alter your character, she contemplated, but perhaps I could share a story with you. Sui spoke, lowering his gaze to his feet, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow and longing. In days gone by, there existed a quaint mountain village where a husband ventured forth to hunt while his wife busied herself with laundry and cooking. In this household, there was a younger brother and an elder sister, both of whom showered boundless affection upon the cherished younger sibling. Alas, tragedy struck when bandits invaded, leading the entire family to perish before the eyes of the brother in a desperate bid to protect him. The brother, the sole survivor, was left to navigate a world rife with hardship, driven by the primal instincts of survival and the desire for vengeance. Each day, he scavenged for scraps to satiate his hunger, often engaging in fierce struggles with wild dogs for meager morsels. Sui gazed at the ground for a long, protracted moment, while Ning Rongrong quietly sat beside him, attentively listening to his tale. Throughout the narrative, Ning Rongrong clenched her fists numerous times, her eyes betraying flashes of both anger and sorrow. Once Sui had completed his story, she turned to him, her gaze filled with compassion. "Is this truly what you have endured?" she inquired softly. "It is all in the past." Upon hearing her words, Sui faced her, forcing a faint smile upon his lips. "I envy you. You have a father who loves and cherishes you dearly. I once experienced that as well. However, you must remember that the affection and indulgence bestowed upon you by your father do not grant you the license to disrespect others. In this world, every individual yearns for respect. If you do not extend respect to others, how can you expect it in return? To forge friendships, one must exchange sincerity for sincerity. Your next step should be to temper your lofty demeanor. At the very least, you must learn to show respect to others. In truth, people do not harbor ill feelings towards you. Believe that when you extend respect, it will be reciprocated." Upon concluding his statement, Sui, with a flourish akin to magic, concealed his hands behind his back. When he revealed them again, a delightful cake appeared, which he placed before Ning Rongrong. "Have a bite. You must be hungry," he suggested. "Thank you," she replied, her large, glistening eyes curving into crescent moons at the sight of the treat. "First and foremost, you must heed the words of the esteemed dean," he continued. "As an auxiliary spirit master, indeed, as any spirit master, it is imperative to cultivate both your willpower and physical fitness. This is especially crucial for auxiliary spirit masters." He gestured to the spirit rings adorning his body. "You are undoubtedly curious as to why my second spirit ring possesses a millennium's worth of power. This is attributable to physical prowess. The stronger your constitution, the higher the limit of spirit rings you can absorb. Therefore, honing your will and physique is always beneficial." Listening intently, Ning Rongrong suddenly comprehended. "No wonder your second spirit ring is of the millennium caliber. It all makes sense now." She reflected, "Thus, the dean would never wish you harm. After all, we are students of Shrek, and he would never harm his own." She mused further. "And as the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, do you truly think his words today were merely to humiliate you? They serve to illuminate your self-awareness and your perception of those around you. You have become arrogant due to your innate talent and the indulgence of your family. While you may indeed be a prodigy in comparison to others, you must recognize that each individual beside you possesses equal or greater talents. Only by acknowledging your true self and the environment surrounding you can you genuinely grow stronger." After finishing the delicacy, Ning Rongrong turned to Sui and said, "But I was quite defiant towards Dean Flinder today. Do not worry. Dean Flinder is not so petty. Such trifles do not concern him, after all. In his eyes, we are merely children. If he truly harbored resentment, he would not have sent Oscar to comfort you." "What should I do tomorrow?" she inquired, eager for guidance. "Tomorrow, sincerely apologize to Dean Flinder. Do not concern yourself with pride. He is, after all, the dean and also an elder. Following that, simply focus on your training," Sui advised. "Understood." Meanwhile, Flinder, concealed in the shadows, listened to Suyi's words, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. "This lad is quite impressive. He articulates his thoughts with such reason. Am I, Flinder, truly one to hold grudges?" With that thought, he departed with ease. Once Flinder had left, Sui, seated beside Ning Rongrong, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Chapter 40. The First Lesson. The Great Soul Arena. 3 updates. Seeking votes. Sui, impressive indeed. According to Xiao Ao, you've already won over Ning Rongrong. That was remarkably swift. As Sui just returned to his dormitory, he was approached by Dai Mu Bai, who, with an exuberant expression, eagerly exclaimed, "Why not teach me a couple of moves?" As Sui listened to Dai Mu Bai's words, he sighed helplessly and remarked, "What do you mean by taking her down? I merely intend to offer some guidance to that young lady. Her nature is, in fact, not malevolent." Upon hearing Suyi's statement, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged amused glances, each nodding in agreement. Indeed, her nature is not bad. You lot are truly something. Just then, a voice called out from outside, "Tang San." It was Xiao Wu. The group turned their teasing gaze towards Tang San, their eyes sparkling with mischief. "What are you all staring at me for? Xiao Wu is merely my sister, and she likely has something to discuss," Tang San replied, stepping outside. Yes, your sister. Your dear sister," Ma Hongjun quipped, casting a knowing glance at Tang San. What could it be? At this late hour, a solitary man and a woman. Dai Mu Bai sighed, yet his tone and expression were rife with jest. Tang San, overwhelmed by the scrutinizing gazes of his companions, swiftly retreated outside. As they watched Tang San flee in embarrassment, Dai Mu Bai and the others erupted into laughter. "Aren't you all curious about what that fellow is being summoned for at this hour?" Sui observed Tang San departing, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon hearing Suyi's words, the others brightened with interest. "Why don't we discreetly follow him?" Dai Mu Bai proposed, glancing at the curious crowd. "Let us go." Oscar, having already dismissed the matter concerning Ning Rongrong from his mind, readily agreed, acknowledging that since she was already taken, there was no point in lingering on it. Thus, the group stealthily trailed behind Tang San and Xiao Wu as they made their way from Shrek Academy to Soto City. "You lot are truly a bunch of bored souls. Can you not reveal yourselves?" Tang San remarked helplessly, gazing back at the city gate after entering. "So, you discovered us long ago," he added, as Dai Mu Bai and Oscar stepped forward, with Su-yi and Ma Hongjun following suit from another direction. "Su-yi, you ought to distance yourself from them. Don't let them lead you astray," Xiao Wu admonished, eyeing Sui and the others with a frown. "Xiao Wu, how can you say that? It's as if you're implying we're not good people," Dai Mu Bai retorted immediately upon hearing her words. Xiao Wu, linking her arm with Tang San's, scoffed at Dai Mu Bai's response. "The first time I encountered you, you were cozying up to a pair of twin sisters at the Rose Inn. Oh dear. Please spare me the details." At her remark, Dai Mu Bai instantly wilted, realizing they were alone in their little circle and feeling rather sheepish. "I'm not a good person." "All right," he pleaded, catching Xiao Wu's gaze. Shall we turn to Oscar, saying, "You too have a rather dubious reputation when casting your martial soul skills. It's evident you're not exactly a paragon of virtue." Oscar, standing beside Dai Mu Bai, felt unjustly implicated, as if he were a casualty of collateral damage. "And you, whenever we see you, are always entangled with some girl, not to mention your martial soul. Honestly, how can any of you be considered good men? I didn't ask for my martial soul to mutate. It's beyond my control." Ma Hongjun countered defiantly, feeling indignant at Xiao Wu's words. "Humph, regardless. None of you 3 are paragons of virtue," Xiao Wu concluded, turning her attention back to Sui. "Sui, don't linger with them. Come join me and Tang San." With that, she beckoned to Sui. As Sui listened to Xiao Wu's words, he cast a helpless glance at Dai Mu Bai and the others, before making his way towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Sui, you are truly lacking in brotherly loyalty." Dai Mu Bai lamented with a sorrowful expression as he observed Sui approaching Tang San and Xiao Wu. "I am powerless in this situation." Sui shrugged his shoulders innocently while standing beside Tang San. "All right, Xiao Wu, cease your antics. Since we are all here together, let us take a leisurely stroll around Soto City," Tang San suggested, gently patting Xiao Wu on the head. He then turned to Dai Mu Bai and the others, announcing, "Daigu, let us explore together." Upon hearing Tang San's invitation, Dai Mu Bai and the others approached, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. Thus, the group began to wander around. Dean Flinder? While meandering through Soto City, the group encountered Flinder, who happened to be accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. "Now that you are all here, it is the perfect time to commence our first lesson of the day. Are we starting already?" Xiao Wu asked with a glum expression, her desire for amusement unfulfilled. "Now, we shall proceed to the Grand Soul Arena," Flinder declared, leading the group towards the heart of Soto City. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of shock appeared in Dai Mu Bai's eyes. He hurriedly rushed to Flinder's side and inquired, "Dean, are you taking them there on the very first day of class? You are all exceptional beings, and as such, exceptional beings require exceptional methods of training," Flinder replied as he continued walking. The group nodded and followed closely behind him. "What kind of place is the Grand Soul Arena?" Tang San whispered to Dai Mubai as he caught up with him. Flinder, overhearing Tang San's question, elaborated on behalf of Dai Mubai, "It is a venue where soul masters engage in battles of their martial spirits. It also serves as a place for gamblers to place their bets. For you, it is the finest platform to enhance your practical experience." "Does that mean we will be performing for others like trained monkeys?" Xiao Wu interjected. "You are mistaken. Although I also dislike such circumstances, I must concede that the Grand Soul Arena is undoubtedly a place that showcases the value of soul masters. It possesses a comprehensive system and independent forces. More importantly, it is relatively fair. Here, even the heirs of prestigious families must confront severe life and death challenges in the competitions." By the time Flinder had concluded his explanation, he had led the group to the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. Chapter 41. The God of Death enters the Soul Arena. Standing at the threshold of the Grand Soul Arena, Flinder addressed the gathered individuals. Every participant must register upon arrival, receiving an Iron Soul badge. Subsequently, a victory earns 1 point, while a defeat deducts 1. Achieving a perfect score of 100 grants one the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Copper Soul. Before graduation, I expect each of you to secure at least the Silver Soul insignia. Upon hearing these words from Flinder, the crowd responded in unison, "Yes, Dean." Sui, however, is subject to different expectations. I require you to obtain a Gold Soul insignia before graduation. Understood, Dean. Upon hearing Suyi's response, Flinder turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Mubai, please escort them to register." "Yes, Dean." With that, Dai Mubai led the group into the Grand Soul Arena. "What level does the Silver Soul represent?" After entering the arena, Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai. In response, Dai Mubai explained, "The insignias are divided into 8 levels. In ascending order: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Silver Soul is at the 3rd level. It should not be too difficult." Listening to Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu replied with an air of confidence. Yet, Dai Mubai, raising his hands in exasperation, remarked, "It's not that simple." "What?" Xiao Wu responded, surprised by his words. Dai Mubai then addressed the group, stating, "I began competing in the Grand Soul Arena at level 29, currently holding a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats, accumulating 2 points. Tang San, taken aback, exclaimed, "Mubai, with your strength, how is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible. The Grand Soul Arena in Soto City is not easily navigated," said Dai Mubai. "Fatty, share your record." Ma Hongjun chimed in, "I have 21 victories and 12 defeats, totaling 9 points. Perplexed, Tang San asked, "Why do you have a higher score than Mubai?" "Because battles in the Grand Arena are organized by levels. I began competing at 29, after a few wins. I advanced to level 30, facing opponents at levels 38 and 39, leading to a series of defeats and a lower score," Dai Mubai clarified as they continued forward. "I see," Tang San replied, enlightened and following closely behind. The competitions are divided into 3 types: regular duels, life and death battles, and wager fights, with the latter 2 involving lethal stakes. Hearing life and death battle, Suyi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "For now, we will primarily participate in regular duels, focusing on sparring. As for the format, we can choose 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or group battles." After finishing his explanation, Dai Mubai led the group to the registration area. Looking at the Iron Soul insignias in their hands, Dai Mubai asked, "Is everyone registered?" "Yes. Each participant may engage in only 1 regular duel per day, but they can simultaneously partake in different types. Would you like to register for a 2-on-2 as well?" Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as Su Yi and Ning Rongrong, and spoke, "Very well." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San replied, "Mubai, may I inquire if in a death match one can participate only once each day?" Sui gazed at Dai Mubai, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Suyi's words, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even as he held hands with Xiao Wu, leading her towards the registration area for the 2-on-2 matches, they came to an abrupt halt. "Sui, have you lost your mind?" Xiao Wu turned to him, her voice laced with concern. "On your first day here, without understanding the situation, you wish to engage in a death match? Indeed, Su Yi, perhaps you should first participate in a more strategic competition to gauge the environment, others chimed in, urging him to reconsider. According to Douluo, those who entered the death matches were undoubtedly individuals of the most nefarious kind, reckless and devoid of regard for their own lives. Such individuals, it was believed, should be eradicated to protect the innocent. The notion was that eliminating one malevolent soul could save countless others. Su Yi's teacher had once imparted the wisdom that to slay one villain was to save 100, defining the essence of a true hero. In an effort to persuade the crowd of his noble intentions, Su Yi began to weave elaborate justifications for his audacious choice. Yet, the peril of his decision loomed large. Ning Rongrong's eyes reflected her deep concern for him. Contestant number 11, please proceed to the death arena. Just as the crowd's apprehension for Su Yi peaked, the announcer's voice resonated through the battle arena, marking the commencement of the event. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yi offered a faint smile to the crowd and remarked, "There is no need for concern, everyone. My competition has begun." After Su Yi finished speaking, he made his way directly to the competition arena. Since our match had not yet commenced, we decided to observe Su Yi's bout. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances in the direction Su Yi had departed. "All right, let us rally together to support this fellow," they agreed. Douluo promptly led the group in pursuit of him. Upon arriving at the arena of brutal combat, Su Yi found the spectator stands brimming with people, their cheers and roars echoing ceaselessly. As Su Yi stepped into the fighting arena, he faced a towering figure over 2 meters tall, his visage marred by a prominent scar. And he smiled faintly. The scarred giant, observing Su Yi, cracked a grin and boisterously laughed. "Ha ha ha. Fortune smiles upon me this time, as I have encountered a delicate pretty boy. Fear not, young one, I shall treat you well. I will carve your flesh piece by piece, allowing you to truly experience the essence of despair." Upon hearing the words of the brawny man, Su Yi maintained a cheerful demeanor as he regarded his opponent. Meanwhile, the exuberant host, hovering above, proclaimed with fervor, "Contestant number 11 is a newcomer who has just registered at our Grand Soul Battle Arena today. His opponent, however, is the ruthless Scar, a veteran of 3 victories in our death arena. Each adversary he faces is subjected to a myriad of torturous methods, ultimately leading to their demise. I eagerly anticipate this match. Will this newcomer be able to put an end to the tyranny of Scar, or will Scar find new ways to torment this fledgling? Let us await the outcome." With the host's almost frenzied roar, the audience erupted in cheers. The imposing figure of Scar, standing opposite Su Yi, wore a cruel smile as he observed the newcomer charging towards him. "Kid, get ready." Before he could complete his taunt, Su Yi summoned his martial spirit and, with a burst of acceleration, appeared just 2 meters before the brawny man. The black dragon-headed iron spear pierced through the man's throat without hesitation. Enough of the superfluous words. As Su Yi finished speaking, he drew his gun, the blood dripping from its tip. He sheathed his martial soul and turned to leave. At that moment, the once chaotic arena fell into an eerie silence, an unusual tranquility enveloping the space. All eyes were fixed on Su Yi as he slowly exited the battleground, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chapter 43. Is this what you call mercy? 5th update. A special edition for the generous rewards from Lord Qinlin. Oh. In a single shot, without even unleashing his soul skill, Su Yi struck down his opponent. The arena, which had succumbed to silence, erupted into an overwhelming cheer. The spectators seated in the viewing platform went utterly wild. One shot, a fatal blow. One shot, a fatal blow. One shot, a fatal blow. It was unclear who initiated the deafening chants, but the crowd roared with fervor. Among them, Tang San, Douluo, and others gazed incredulously at Su Yi, who had dispatched a level 38 battle spirit master without even granting him the chance to unleash his martial soul. Their eyes brimmed with shock. Is this the power of a soul king? To eliminate a level 38 battle spirit master without resorting to his soul skill? Just how formidable is this individual's true combat strength? Even when facing Master Zhao Wujie that day, he had not unleashed his full potential. They had yet to witness Su Yi utilize his 5th soul skill. As this realization dawned upon them, their eyes reflected sheer awe. Indeed, none among them had comprehended the full extent of this individual's power. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Flinder watched Su Yi's silhouette, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. No wonder Zhao Wujie, that clumsy bear, was severely injured by a single shot. Su Yi's speed far surpassed that of an ordinary Soul King. Even a typical agility-focused Soul King might not match his velocity. Furthermore, his control over strength was exquisite, exhibiting no wastage whatsoever. When he was merely 10 meters from his opponent, His right foot exploded with power, accelerating instantaneously as if teleporting across the 8-meter gap. Before delivering a precise thrust to the opponent's vital point, his strike was a guaranteed kill. This child's practical experience in combat might indeed surpass that of a level 78 soul sage like himself. One wonders who this child's mentor could be, capable of cultivating such a terrifying prodigy. With this individual among them, Shrek truly became a remarkable academy. As Sui approached the group, he noticed Tang San and the others staring at him in a daze, and he smiled gently. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Freak," they responded in unison. "You are the true monster, dispatching your opponent with a single shot. In the arena of life and death, one should eliminate their adversary at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, do you intend to give them the chance to kill you?" Suyi's words deeply resonated with Tang San. He spoke with great wisdom. Since they were adversaries, no opportunities should be granted to the opponent. When one strikes, it must be with the intent to ensure a decisive victory. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui nodded slightly. "Is this principle something that Master imparted to you?" Tang San, without a hint of doubt, replied, "No, this is my personal credo." "Quite impressive. Our thoughts align closely." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui felt a tinge of disappointment, having initially believed that such sentiments could only emanate from the lips of the inept Yu Xiaojiang. Were those words indeed to have come from that individual, he would have been compelled to reassess his opinion of the so-called waste. However, it appears that these convictions belong solely to Tang San himself. In the arena of competition, contestant number 11, Sui, is set to face off against opponent number 8, Zhu Zhuqing. Just as the audience was captivated by Su Yi's presence, an announcement resonated throughout the Grand Soul arena once more. It seems the next match is about to commence. Su Yi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with a faint smile. Zhu Zhuqing met Su Yi's eyes, her gaze brimming with a fierce determination, before she turned and strode towards the Soul Arena. As he watched Zhu Zhuqing depart, Dai Mubai quickly approached Su Yi, his expression one of eager supplication, and said, "Su Yi, my esteemed leader, please show mercy in the forthcoming bout." "Indeed," Su Yi replied. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Sui nodded and followed Zhu Zhuqing into the arena. As they entered the gaming arena, the audience erupted with deafening cheers and applause. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our voices in excitement. This battle is already quite apparent. Contestant number 11, Su Yi, possesses the rank of 53rd Soul King. In contrast, his opponent, contestant number 8, Zhu Zhuqing, is merely a 27th level Soul Master. Let us ponder how many moves this Zhu Zhuqing can withstand before Su Yi." Now, the competition commences. With the host's declaration, the clamor of the crowd intensified. "Show no mercy. I yearn to discover the true extent of our disparity." Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her martial soul, the Nether Cat. As her martial soul manifested, sharp claws, more than 10 centimeters long, glimmered ominously from her delicate hands. "As you wish." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Sui vanished from the spot, his speed leaving Zhu Zhuqing utterly unprepared. With a resounding thud, Sui materialized behind her, delivering a powerful kick from above that struck her shoulder with ferocity. The impact sent Zhu Zhuqing crashing to the ground, creating a small crater upon her landing. On the observation platform, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. Even Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were taken aback, their mouths agape at the spectacle before them. As for Dai Mubai, he nearly fainted at the sight, his eyes nearly rolling back in disbelief. How could Sui be so brutal towards a girl? Xiao Wu murmured, watching Sui, who had just toppled Zhu Zhuqing with a single kick. "Sui has always been kind to us, and he is so gentle with me," Ning Rongrong added, her gaze shifting between Sui and the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, her voice trailing off in bewilderment. "It must be you three who have led Sui astray," Xiao Wu exclaimed, glaring at the equally astonished Ma Hongjun and Oscar behind her. Otherwise, Sui would never have been so harsh with Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, taken aback by Xiao Wu's accusations, protested their innocence. "What does this have to do with us?" After Sui hoisted the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai approached him, grasping his shoulders with an urgent intensity. "Did we not agree to show mercy? If not, this would be far more severe than mere unconsciousness." The force behind that kick to her shoulder was already significantly diminished. Otherwise, it would have resulted in more than just a faint. A broken arm, perhaps several fractured ribs, such injuries were not out of the question. "Look, she has merely fainted. There are no serious injuries, not even minor ones. It merely appears daunting. You need to relax." Sui gazed at the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is this what you call mercy? Dai Mu Bai's expression twitched uncontrollably in response to Su Yi's explanation. Even Tang San and the others raised their eyebrows in disbelief at Su Yi's words. Chapter 44. It shouldn't be this way. After everyone had finished competing in the Grand Soul Arena, Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained consciousness. Noticing she was on Xiao Wu's back, she gracefully leaped down and gently expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It's nothing. It's all because of that guy, Su Yi, who struck so fiercely. Xiao Wu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Yi. Su Yi spread his hands, conveying his innocence. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words and observing Su Yi, Zhu Zhuqing gently remarked, "It is not Su Yi's fault. I asked him to give his all, without holding back." The crowd, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's defense of Su Yi, found themselves at a loss for words. Su Yi smiled faintly at Zhu Zhuqing, thinking to himself that this individual would indeed make a fitting assassin. By the way, where's the dean? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, glancing at Dai Mu Bai. The dean had matters to attend to and has left. We should return as well. Dai Mu Bai replied as he addressed the group. Just then, a graceful young woman sauntered past Ma Hongjun, who, upon noticing her, chuckled and said, "You all go ahead. I have some business to attend to." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun exchanged knowing glances with Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai immediately understood Ma Hongjun's implication and responded with a smile. "Well, do take care." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun leaned closer, whispering, "Boss Dai, aren't you going?" Dai Mu Bai, feeling a hint of embarrassment, glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained cold and did not spare him a glance. "I'm not going." With Zhu Zhuqing turning her head away, Dai Mu Bai raised his voice. "Let's all go together." Ma Hongjun urged, pulling at Dai Mu Bai's arm. "Get lost." Dai Mu Bai shoved Ma Hongjun aside and then, leaning in, whispered, "Do you think my taste is as poor as yours?" Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, shrugged off Dai Mu Bai's hand. As Dai Mu Bai faced the onlookers with an awkward smile, Zhu Zhuqing, standing aside, coldly remarked, "Disgusting." After she passed by Dai Mu Bai, she added, "Repulsive." Dai Mu Bai, angered by Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, called out, "Stop right there." However, Zhu Zhuqing paid him no mind and continued forward. In contrast, Dai Mu Bai stormed off in the opposite direction, fuming. Xiao Wu observed the two walking away from each other and softly spoke to Tang San, "It's all for me." Placing her hand on Tang San's chest, she felt him inhale sharply. "It's my fault," Xiao Wu said, a look of guilt on her face. Tang San quickly reassured her, "It's fine. I am not that fragile. I shall not linger as a third wheel. I'm off." Sui gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu before breaking into a faint smile and turning to leave. "I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation." Ning Rongrong winked at Sui as he departed and promptly chased after him. "Well then, I won't linger here any longer," Oscar remarked, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu before heading in Dai Mu Bai's direction. "Look at them," Xiao Wu said playfully, clinging to Tang San's arm. "Let us hurry after them, or we shall fall behind." Tang San, observing Xiao Wu's demeanor, affectionately patted her head. All right. The following day, everyone gathered at the Shrek playground, except for Oscar. When Flinder approached the group and noticed Oscar's absence, he turned to Dai Mu Bai and inquired, "Mu Bai, has Oscar overslept again?" "Well, Dean, I saw him in deep meditation when we left," Tang San explained. "He should be breaking through to level 30. I can sense his persistent efforts." Just as Su Yi finished speaking, Oscar dashed excitedly towards them. "Dean, I have achieved level 30. Flinder erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Oscar's proclamation. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," he exclaimed, clapping Oscar on the shoulder. "Oscar, you are the third among this group to reach level 30. I knew I was right about you." As Flinder's words fell, Dai Mu Bai stepped forward to congratulate Oscar. "Little Oscar, congratulations. You are the most outstanding genius I have encountered among food system soul masters. Congratulations." The others hastened to offer their congratulations as well, while Oscar, overwhelmed by their praise, felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Very well, since that is the case, tomorrow morning, you shall accompany teacher Zhao Wujie to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third soul ring. Remember, this is a trial for all of you." "Yes, Dean," the group replied in unison, acknowledging Flinder's words. "Excellent. Now let us commence today's lesson," Flinder addressed the assembly. "Oscar, unleash your martial soul and soul skills." "Huh." Oscar paused slightly at Flinder's request. Today's first lesson is for each of you to consume at least one sausage crafted by Oscar. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and Su Yi maintained their composure, having long since ceased to reject the sausages Oscar produced. However, The girls, including Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, appeared visibly alarmed. Among the boys, only Ma Hongjuan's expression changed dramatically. Is this really a lesson? Upon hearing Flander's remarks, Xiao Wu found herself questioning the very essence of her existence. Flander, detecting her uncertainty, smirked slyly and declared, "This lesson is titled Adaptive Training. How can you forego such delectable spirit sausages when faced with peril in the future? Will you dare to consume mice, cockroaches, or earthworms?" Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen, utterly astonished by Flander's words. Who will be the first? After Flander's proclamation, Sui stepped forward, approached Oscar, and extended his hand. He accepted the sausage crafted by Oscar and consumed it without hesitation. Following him were Dai Mubai and Tang San. Flander was momentarily taken aback. This was not the anticipated turn of events, as Dai Mubai and his companions typically loathed Oscar's sausages. Once the three had partaken, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing joined in, swiftly devouring the sausages. For them, it wasn't as daunting, especially since they had heard Su Yi's personal story that day, which had made them more accepting. Ultimately, only Ma Hongjun remained. His demeanor awkward as he approached Oscar, picked up a sausage, and, with his eyes closed, swallowed it whole. The following day, the group gathered at the entrance of Shrek, laughing and eagerly awaiting the arrival of Zhao Wujin. When Zhao Wujin finally appeared, Su Yi's eyes flickered. Tang San was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Wujin's battered appearance, his face bruised and his shoulder bandaged, softly murmuring, "Who could have caused such injuries to Teacher Zhao?" After all, during their previous spar, Sui had merely inflicted a wound on Zhao Wujin's shoulder without striking his face or any other areas. Yet, the Zhao Wujin before them bore a visage marked by bruises of varying colors. The onlookers chuckled at Zhao Wujin's condition. "What are you staring at, you little rascals? Are you itching for trouble?" Zhao Wujin glared at the teasing crowd. Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, felt indignant at Zhao Wujin's words and muttered under her breath, "Why not call him a little bear instead?" Sui, nearby, caught her whisper and couldn't help but smile. It seemed Zhao Wujin had overheard as well. Directing his gaze toward Xiao Wu and inquiring, "What did you say?" Xiao Wu, caught off guard by Zhao Wujin's attention, faltered momentarily. Tang San stepped in, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. "Humph." Zhao Wujin scoffed, turning his attention to Su Yi, saying, "Su Yi, you will lead the team." "Understood." Su Yi spoke as he led the group towards the starry forest. "Your Holiness, we have received news from the vicinity of Soto City. In the Pope's chamber of Spirit City, Yuguan appeared before Bibi Dong, ready to report. How is that young lad faring now?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Yuguan began his report. The young one has now joined the Shrek Academy. Previously, he defeated a soul master in the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. Currently, he is cultivating at Shrek. "Very well, you may leave." After listening to Yuguan's words, Bibi Dong dismissed him with a gesture. Subsequently, she leaned wearily against the Pope's chair and let out a soft sigh. "Young one, you know," Bibi Dong murmured, gradually succumbing to slumber in the embrace of the chair. Meanwhile, Sui and the others had arrived at the edge of a vast forest. "Let me remind you once more, before encountering soul beasts of a millennium level, neither Sui nor I will intervene. You must rely on yourselves. This is all part of your training," Zhao Wujia stated, gazing at the group before him. "Understood. Sui, ensure you watch over them. Do not engage unless faced with a millennium-level soul beast." "Understood." Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Sui led the group into the vast forest. I walked at the forefront, while Mubai and the plump fellow followed closely behind me. "Rong Rong and Xiao Ao, you shall remain behind Mubai and the plump fellow. Xiao San, you will bring up the rear, with Xiao Wu and Xu Qing flanking both sides of Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. Let us commence our journey." In an instant, Sui arranged the formation, placing the support-type soul masters at the innermost position, and then charged into the depths of the great forest. "Sui, in just 1 hour, we shall traverse this place and reach a nearby town for respite." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Sui chuckled. "Very well, Xiao Ao." Oscar, in response to Su Yi's remark, immediately unleashed his first soul skill, the Super Recovery Sausage. As Oscar completed the release of his soul skill, he tossed the freshly crafted sausages to the group. After a day of running, Su Yi and the others finally arrived at a quaint little town, where they sought refuge and an inn to rest. "I'm utterly exhausted after a whole day of travel," Xiao Wu lamented, her head resting on the table. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's complaint, Tang San remarked, "Fortunately, we have Xiao Ao's sausages." "Just a small gesture, truly," Xiao Ao replied, his expression brimming with pride as he glanced at Tang San. Then, turning to Sui, who sat beside Ning Rongrong without a drop of sweat to show for their long journey, he exclaimed in disbelief, Su Lauda is indeed impressive, after such a lengthy run. Not a single bead of sweat, and he hasn't even touched a recovery sausage. A freak. A monster. The group teased as they observed Sui, who remained composed and unruffled. All right, let us order some food, Sui suggested. Sui gazed at the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. By the way, why isn't Teacher Zhao joining us for dinner? Sui gazed at Dai Mubai and inquired, the expenses incurred during our outing are to be borne by ourselves. As stipulated by the dean, teachers are not permitted to take advantage of the students. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun interjected. What I appreciate most about this academy is its transparency and authenticity. You glutton, order your food. Dai Mubai shot an irritated glance at Ma Hongjun. Boss, place the order. Meanwhile, Sui, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's remark, secretly nodded in agreement. Shrek Academy is not without its merits. Who else is ordering? After Ma Hongjun finished selecting his dishes, he passed the menu to everyone. I won't be ordering. Nor will I. Tang San and Xiao Wu, upon observing Ma Hongjun's selections, both declined. Fatty. Let me take a look at the menu. Sui, seated opposite Ma Hongjun, said with a gentle smile. Sure thing, Boss Su. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, eagerly rushing over. Recognizing the significance of maintaining a good rapport with someone of such stature, Sui gazed at the roasted chicken and duck, along with a few assorted dishes ordered by Ma Hongjun. He picked up a pen and marked a check on the menu. Young man, he called. Upon the arrival of the young attendant, Sui pointed to the menu and said, please bring me one serving of each dish listed here. Excuse me. Did I hear you correctly? The attendant was taken aback by Sui's words, stammering in surprise. You heard correctly. Now, go on, Sui replied. Very well, sir. The attendant, buoyed by Sui's response, cheerfully took the menu and went on his way. Sui gazed at the astonished crowd before him and gently smiled. What are you all staring at me for? Sui, can we eat these dishes? Xiao Wu asked him, her expression dazed. But aren't there still the chubby ones with us? Upon hearing Sui's words, Xiao Wu replied in a daze. These seem to cost 500 gold soul coins. I don't think we have enough money, do we? After speaking, she glanced toward Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, for they appeared to be the wealthiest among them. One was a benefactor of the academy, while the other was the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I have just over 100 gold soul coins left, Ning Rongrong whispered, her gaze directed at Xiao Wu. I have barely 200, Dai Mubai said, raising his hands in resignation. Don't worry, it's on me. Since we are out together, we ought to indulge ourselves, Sui reassured them. Eat without concern. I have enough money, all provided by my teacher. Sui spoke, revealing a golden soul card in his hand before concealing it once more. Long live Boss Su, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, his excitement palpable upon hearing Sui's words. Chapter 46. That strike. Attack the throat. Certain death. As the waiter brought forth an array of dishes, the table was laden with a delightful assortment of meat and vegetables, enticing all who beheld it. Not only was Ma Hongjun unable to contain his eagerness at the sight of the feast, but even Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the seemingly aloof Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the spread with eyes aglow. After a day of arduous travel, hunger had gripped them all. Just as they were about to indulge, a group of students clad in red uniforms and accompanied by a teacher entered the inn. This entourage exuded an air of arrogance and rudeness. As they passed by, they carelessly knocked into those nearby, offering no apologies, and casting disdainful glances at those they had disturbed. Sui cast a fleeting glance at the newcomers, his eyes narrowing slightly as if to imprint their appearances in his memory. He then reclined in his chair, casually seized a chicken leg, and took a bite. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai regarded the group with subtle frowns. The only one indifferent to their presence was Ma Hongjun, a fellow preoccupied solely with culinary delights. As the group brushed past Sui and the others, the gluttonous figure dropped his chicken leg, his gaze fixated on a particularly attractive young woman amongst them. She is quite lovely, Dai Lauda. Aren't those fellows from Tsanghui Academy? Ma Hongjun remarked. Hearing this, Dai Mubai, who already held a disdainful view of them, leaned back in his chair and responded coolly, they're merely Tsanghui Academy. What is there to boast about? At these words, the attention of all Tsanghui Academy's students, including their instructor, was abruptly drawn to them. Just as the opposing students contemplated approaching, their teacher firmly gestured for them to halt. Oscar then slapped the table in excitement, proclaiming, "A spectacle is about to unfold." What kind of spectacle? Tang San and Xiao Wu were instantly intrigued by Oscar's remark. This is part of our cultivation. As the principle says, a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a worthy soul master. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing couldn't help but chuckle at the notion. When combined, the principal's sayings could form quite a peculiar collection of maxims. Tang San reflected on Oscar's statement, marveling at the wisdom of their esteemed principal. Leaning lazily in his chair, with a smile gracing his face, Sui interjected between Tang San and Ning Rongrong, "Isn't Songhui Academy a prestigious soul master academy?" "Indeed," came the reply. As the discussion wrapped up, they turned their attention back to Songhui Academy, just in time to see their instructor whispering something to the nearby students. Observing this scene, the group's expressions brightened with amusement. As one of the Songhui Academy students rose and approached, the smiles of the onlookers grew more pronounced. With a sudden thud, a passing waiter collided with the Songhui student, causing the dishes he was carrying to cascade onto Dai Mubai's head. Tang San, seated beside Sui, sprang to his feet, his hands moving like shadows to catch the falling food, gently placing the dishes back on the table as he softly admonished, "Let us not waste food." Upon witnessing this scene, the students of Songhui Academy were momentarily taken aback. When one plan failed, another arose. One student aimed a kick at the leg of Dai Mubai's chair. However, Dai Mubai had already sensed the individual's intentions and swiftly raised his leg in front of the chair's leg, causing the student to strike his own calf instead. The kick left Dai Mubai unscathed, while the student who initiated the attack doubled over, clutching his injured leg in agony. With a resounding thud, Dai Mubai retaliated, sending the Songhui student hurtling backwards to land at the feet of his instructor. "My sincerest apologies, it appears I miscalculated," Dai Mubai remarked, nonchalantly spreading his hands in a gesture of provocation towards the teacher of Songhui Academy. That strike aimed at the throat would have guaranteed the assailant's demise. Leaning lazily against his chair, Sui observed Dai Mubai with an air of indifference, gently imparting a warning. The gentle timbre of Suyi's voice silenced the previously raucous inn, prompting all patrons to hastily vacate the premises. In the end, the inn was left with only the members of Songhui Academy and the Shrek contingent, while the proprietor and the serving staff concealed themselves. The students of Songhui Academy rose one by one, glaring menacingly at Sui. "You are correct. That strike should have targeted his throat," Dai Mubai remarked with a flippant smile, though internally he was in a state of turmoil. This individual was prone to lethal maneuvers. Subsequently, the students of Songhui Academy advanced towards the Shrek group. The teacher of Songhui Academy observed the composed demeanor of the Shrek individuals, particularly the languid young man reclining in his chair, who emanated an unsettling aura of danger. Instinctively, he raised a hand to halt his students. It was unwise to act without fully understanding the capabilities of their adversaries. "Which academy do you little brats belong to? Are you from the Pandal Academy? You are not worthy," the teacher of Songhui Academy scoffed. Hearing this, Dai Mubai replied coolly, "How pathetic, shrinking back like that." As Su Yi's words resonated, the flames of battle were ignited. What a brazen and arrogant group of young men. Let them be taught a lesson. The instructor of Songhui Academy issued a direct command to his students. Upon hearing his words, the restrained students of Songhui Academy surged forward towards the Shrek crowd. A fight? How delightful. Xiao Wu, observing the advancing Songhui Academy students, swiftly darted forward and playfully greeted, "Hello, brothers." The students of Songhui Academy, captivated by the charming Xiao Wu, found themselves momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, Tang San, seated beside Su Yi, felt his eyes transform into a shade of purple. None of this escaped Su Yi's keen gaze. "Why aren't you advancing? Are you not concerned for Xiao Wu's safety?" Oscar, sitting nearby, reminded Tang San. "Worry not. It is the unfortunate ones on the opposite side." Tang San replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of his food as he watched Xiao Wu effortlessly send one of the attackers flying. "So fierce," Oscar exclaimed, exhilarated by the sight of Xiao Wu dispatching her opponents with ease. The instructor of Songhui Academy, witnessing this scene, glared at the unfolding chaos, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "It is our turn," Dai Mubai declared, slamming his hand on the table. "Xiao Wu, return." At Tang San's command, Xiao Wu promptly leaped back to his side. Su Yi gazed at the instructor from Songhui Academy and rose to his feet. "This matter is for me to handle." Chapter 47. A little activity is beneficial. Second update. Seeking votes and monthly support. It is our turn now. Upon Dai Mubai's declaration, Tang San and Ma Hongjun stood up alongside him, presenting their martial souls and soul rings before the instructors of Tsanghui Academy. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San bore yellow soul rings, while Dai Mubai displayed 2 yellow and 1 purple. The students of Tsanghui Academy watched in astonishment at the soul rings adorning Tang San and his companions. The most astounded among them was the instructor from Tsanghui Academy, who, upon observing the trio's youth, recognized that they included 2 great soul masters and 1 soul respect. Furthermore, their soul ring configurations were of the highest caliber. Notably, apart from Tang San, whose martial soul was the blue silver grass, the other 2 possessed exceptional beast martial souls. Realizing this, the instructor felt as though he had stumbled into a significant predicament. These individuals clearly hailed from prestigious families. Otherwise, how could they exhibit such formidable talent at such a tender age? Contemplating this, the Tsanghui Academy instructor addressed Tang San and Dai Mubai. I am Yu Jiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department at Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? We are from Shrek Academy, replied Ma Hongjun, pride evident on his face. Shrek? I do not believe I have heard of it, Yi Jiqiu pondered, furrowing his brow at Ma Hongjun's words. That is merely your ignorance, Dai Mubai retorted disdainfully as he regarded Yi Jiqiu. If that is the case, then it seems this group does not stem from any prominent family. Otherwise, they would not be associated with an academy they have never even heard of. Yu Jiqiu murmured quietly after listening to the introductions from Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. A smile crept onto his lips soon after. Enough. With a commanding shout from Yu Jiqiu, soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet. Yellow, 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 purple. Purple, 5 soul rings in total. Moreover, a green tortoise shell enveloped his arms, legs, chest, and back, providing him with protection. Tang San narrowed his eyes as he observed the soul rings ascending from Yu Jiqiu's feet. A level 50 soul king. It seems I must resort to hidden weapons and poison. The beast martial soul, Xiangui. Dai Mubai silently lamented the situation as he watched Yi Jiqiu's martial soul manifest. Where is your teacher? This matter will be resolved by the adults. Leave this to me. You may sit down. Su Yi gazed at the instructors of the Tsanghui Academy and rose to his feet. He placed his hand upon Dai Mubai's shoulder, gently urging him back into his seat. Dai Mubai, observing Su Yi's sudden movement, displayed a look of resignation upon his face. Was it not stated that one would refrain from intervening until encountering a Millennium Soul Beast? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Su Yi gently squeezed his fingers. Rising to stretch and move about is indeed beneficial, Su Yi remarked, casting a glance at Yu Jiqiu, who was entirely encased in a shell-like armor, and chuckled softly. No wonder you've always been so withdrawn. Your martial spirit resembles a turtle, and you appear even more so. What did you say? Yi Jiqiu's eyes flared with fury upon hearing Su Yi's words. In that moment, it felt as though he had encountered something profoundly terrifying, rendering him speechless. Su Yi slowly advanced a step forward, and beneath his feet, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged in an instant. As these rings ascended, the soul power radiating from Su Yi created an overwhelming pressure that made Yi Jiqiu, standing opposite him, break into a cold sweat. Though both were soul kings, the quality of Su Yi's soul rings made it abundantly clear that he was far from being Yi Jiqiu's match. Moreover, the second soul ring was already a millennium old, and the fourth was a staggering 10,000 years, truly a monster among monsters. As Su Yi displayed his soul rings, Yu Jiqiu stood frozen, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, 2 individuals unfamiliar with the ways of the world, gazed in astonishment at the soul rings rising from Su Yi's feet. This is the true essence of a monster, Ma Hongjun mused, utterly dazed. It was said that once you witnessed it, you would understand, Dai Mubai remarked, observing the completely stupefied Ma Hongjun with a slight smile. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, hearing this, found themselves at a loss for words. On the other side, Su Yi wielded the Chaos Supreme Spear and aimed it at Yi Jiqiu, launching a piercing shot. With a sickening thud, the spear penetrated Yi Jiqiu's shell-like armor, embedding itself into his shoulder and sending both him and the spear crashing out of the inn. The students from Tsanghui Academy, standing behind Yi Jiqiu, trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. As Su Yi reached out towards Yu Jiqiu, the Chaos Supreme Spear effortlessly returned to his grasp, its black tip still dripping blood. With a flick of the spear, the blood was cast aside, and he sheathed his martial spirit. Let us continue our meal. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Sui did not spare a glance at the severely injured Yushichio. Instead, he returned to his seat and slowly resumed his meal. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters observed as Sui returned to his dining spot, and one by one, they followed suit. Ma Hongjun, abandoning his own meal, approached Sui alongside Oscar, their faces alight with admiration as they called out to him, "Boss, hurry and eat. It will taste awful once it cools down." Sui spoke as he picked up a chicken leg and began to eat. Ma Hongjun observed the crowd eagerly clamoring for food and promptly joined the fray alongside Oscar. Be cautious here, for the Stardow Forest is the largest forest of soul beasts, where one might encounter soul beasts of a millennium or even 10,000 years at any moment. Zhao Wujia, walking ahead of the group, surveyed the Stardow Forest with a serious expression and stated, "Once we enter the Stardow Forest, no one is to stray beyond 20 meters from me. Especially Ning Rongrong and Oscar." Understood. Both Ning Rongrong and Oscar nodded in response to Zhao Wujia's words. "Sui, you are the strongest here. You shall guard the group from the rear." "All right." Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Sui nodded. Deep within the Stardow Forest, after the group had entered, a colossal ape, its body resembling stone and towering several meters high, sniffed the air and ventured forth. "Be cautious, something approaches swiftly. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, come to me." Zhao Wujia's voice rang out, prompting Oscar and Ning Rongrong to quickly return to his side, their expressions filled with vigilance as they gazed ahead. "I shall ascend to the treetops for a better view," Zhu Zhuqing declared, leaping to the canopy. "I see it. It appears to be a flying serpent. Can you discern its appearance?" Zhao Wujia inquired. Zhu Zhuqing squinted slightly, replying, "Not clearly. The flying serpent hovers only 2 to 3 meters above the ground, adorned with a red fleshy crown atop its head." "And what of its tail?" Zhao Wujia pressed. Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her eyes. "Its tail resembles a fan shape. It is a phoenix-tailed coiling serpent." "Huh. Oscar, fortune smiles upon you." Chapter 48, Slaying the Peerless Dragon Serpent. Third update. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. Just as the group had successfully subdued the phoenix-tailed coiling serpent, Oscar prepared to slay it for a soul ring when suddenly, an elderly woman and a young girl approached them slowly. "Stop." With this command, the group turned to regard the two women. The old woman is Chao Tianxiang. One of them recalled, "I believe I've heard that name somewhere." Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow as he contemplated the elderly figure wielding a serpent staff. As Chao Tianxiang drew closer, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, manifested around her. Seeing the soul rings surrounding Chao Tianxiang, Zhao Wujia smirked inwardly. 6 soul rings. Merely a soul emperor. There is nothing to fear. As Chao Tianxiang halted, Zhao Wujia revealed his own soul rings. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black, totaling 7. Chao Tianxiang's eyes widened slightly upon noticing Zhao Wujia's soul rings. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhao Wujia inquired calmly. Tang San and the others were taken aback by Zhao Wujia's demeanor. Typically, in such a situation, he would have acted decisively. His current politeness seemed unusual. "Greetings. Esteemed soul sage. You cannot allow that phoenix-tailed coiling serpent to be taken by that child," Chao Tianxiang stated. Zhao Wujia responded, "And why is that?" "Because we were the first to discover this serpent," the young girl beside Chao Tianxiang interjected. "Just because you discovered it first, does that make it yours?" Upon hearing the young girl's words, Sui approached Zhao Wuji's side and gazed at them, slowly articulating, "So, does this starry forest also belong to you?" The girl, outraged by Suyi's audacity to speak so disrespectfully to her grandmother, pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, "The last person who dared to point at me like that met their demise. I wonder if you will witness the sunrise tomorrow." As Sui spoke, the Chaos Supreme gun manifested in his hand. With a resounding bang, he vanished from his original position. Alarmed, Chao Tianxiang, standing beside the girl, immediately appeared in front of her, thrusting her serpent staff forcefully. With another loud crack, Chao Tianxiang was sent flying by Suyi's shot. The girl, witnessing Chao Tianxiang being propelled away, was filled with anxiety. After sending Chao Tianxiang flying, Sui aimed the Chaos Supreme gun directly at the girl's neck. "Little brat. How dare you!" A fierce shout erupted as an elder materialized before the girl, striking Sui backward with his golden dragon staff. Unmatched dragon and serpent, dragon lord. Zhao Wujia observed the elder's emergence, his eyes brimming with vigilance, his martial spirit poised for action. "You brat, I will take your life." The elder, glaring at Sui, who had been knocked back, surged forward, his attention fixed on the frightened girl. "Teacher Zhao, hold him off while I deal with that old hag." Then we will unite to eliminate this fiend. You young rascal, can an esteemed soul sage defeat a soul Douluo? Zhao Wujie grumbled in response to Su Yi's words. Yet he promptly unleashed his martial spirit, repelling the Dragon Lord with a single blow. Third soul skill, heavy explosion, as Su Yi's soul rings illuminated. The previously enraged Dragon Lord was momentarily taken aback, stunned in place, gazing at the 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings surrounding Su Yi. Disbelief filled his eyes. As Su Yi unleashed his third soul skill, a black beam shot forth, striking Chao Tianxiang. Su Yi consecutively employed his second, fourth, and first soul skills. Second soul skill, 1,000-ton break. Fourth soul skill, frenzy. First soul skill, unstoppable force. With a whoosh, Su Yi transformed into a streak of black light, rushing towards Chao Tianxiang. Old hag, watch out. The elder, witnessing Su Yi's assault on Chao Tianxiang, was filled with dread. He had never anticipated that such a young soul king could evoke a sense of threat. This strike posed a genuine crisis even for a soul Douluo like him, let alone a mere soul emperor like Chao Tianxiang, for whom it was a fatal blow. With a piercing sound, Su Yi's spear pierced through Chao Tianxiang's body, blood slowly dripping from the tip as it emerged from her back. Attack! Tang San, seeing Su Yi's offensive and the impending demise of the elderly woman, seized the opportunity while the girl was momentarily stunned. He produced poison needles and aimed them at her. With a sharp sound, 3 poison needles embedded themselves within the girl's body, eliciting a horrified scream. The Dragon Lord, cradling the lifeless body of Chao Tianxiang, heard his granddaughter's anguished cry, and his eyes turned crimson with rage. I will make you pay with your lives. With eyes ablaze, Long Gong unleashed his martial soul's true form. The collision between Zhao Wujie's martial soul and Long Gong's martial essence generated immense waves of energy, sending Dai Mubai and his companions flying. Only Su Yi stood firm, his gaze fixed on the 2 adversaries, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Fifth soul skill, Supreme Mark. Though the duration of his 4th soul skill still lingered, the enhancement from the 5th skill propelled Su Yi's power far beyond that of a soul emperor, even hinting at a strength that surpassed that of a power-type soul sage. Ning Rongrong. With Su Yi's call, Ning Rongrong swiftly summoned her martial soul. The 7 treasures glazed tower and activated her soul skill. 7 treasures turned to glazed. The first is speed, the second is strength. In an instant, Su Yi's power and speed surged by an additional 30%. Old fool, perish. Su Yi charged forward, dragging the long spear in his grasp towards the Dragon Lord, who was engrossed in a soul power contest with Zhao Wujie and unable to divert his attention. You little brat, if you don't hurry up, I want to be able to hold on much longer. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth as he observed Su Yi's advance. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced directly through the heart of the Dragon Lord. As the weapon sank into the Dragon Lord's body, the soul power he had been unleashing in his struggle against Zhao Wujie dissipated instantaneously. This sudden release, however, exacerbated the soul power they were both wielding, resulting in an uncontrollable surge. With a thunderous crash, both Su Yi and Zhao Wujie were violently hurled away by the backlash of their combined soul power. They collided forcefully against the towering trees of the forest, the impact echoing through the air. Coughing a couple of times, Su Yi was soon approached by Ning Rongrong, who, filled with concern, asked, Su Yi, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied. Su Yi sheathed the Chaos Supreme gun, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Observing Oscar, who had hurried to Su Yi's side with restorative sausages, Zhao Wujie scolded, You little brat. Do you not see that I am the one most grievously injured? Chapter 49. What exactly is Su Yi's purpose? 4th update. Please vote and support with monthly tickets. You little brat. Do you not see that I am the one most grievously injured? Zhao Wujie cast a discontented glance at Oscar, who was prancing merrily towards Su Yi. Hey, Teacher Zhao, you must remember that you are a soul sage, while old Su is merely a soul king. Shouldn't we first ascertain whether old Su has sustained any injuries? Oscar replied, producing 2 restorative sausages and offering them directly to Zhao Wujie. After consuming the restorative sausage from Oscar, Zhao Wujie urged, Hurry and slay that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to absorb its soul ring, lest we linger in a long night full of dreams. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Oscar nodded in agreement. Brandishing a dagger, he lunged towards the red crest of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, piercing it directly. In the aftermath, a purple soul ring emerged from the snake's body, descending upon Oscar. As Oscar began to absorb the soul ring, Zhao Wuji took a seat to recuperate from his injuries. Meanwhile, Sui approached the three corpses of the Dragon Prince, the Snake Lady, and the young girl. Sui, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously as she watched him advance towards the three bodies. Nothing much. Merely finding these three nuisances here bothersome. I intend to dispose of them. As Sui spoke, he cradled the lifeless bodies of Long Gong and Shi Pe, making his way deep into the starry forest, where he unceremoniously discarded their remains. Subsequently, he returned to the group, grasping the delicate ankle of the young girl, dragging her inert form as he departed once more. Enough of the charade, he declared. No one is following. Sui released the ankle he had been gripping, and the previously lifeless girl opened her eyes. Gazing into Suyi's eyes, a hint of playful reproach emerged as she remarked, Do you not know that one should be a bit gentler with a girl? Speaking to me in such a manner, be cautious, for I might truly render you unable to rise. Sui smiled as he looked at the girl standing before him. Grandfather, the girl said, running into the embrace of Long Gong, who had originally been killed by Suyi's spear. Following closely behind Long Gong was Shi Pe. Upon seeing Sui, the two immediately knelt down. We pay our respects to your highness, the Holy Sun. Rise, Sui commanded, and they stood up. The teacher has sent you here to investigate that little dance. Long Gong, as a sole Douluo, did you discover anything unusual about that little dance? Upon hearing Suyi's question, Long Gong glanced around, releasing his spiritual power to sense the area was devoid of any presence. With a grave expression, he replied, Your Highness, based on my observations, that little dance is likely not human. Not human? Then what is it? Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Sui was momentarily taken aback. Does Your Highness, the Holy Sun, truly comprehend the essence of 100,000-year soul beast? Indeed, he did. Long Gong responded to Suyi's inquiry, stating, Once a soul beast reaches the venerable age of 100,000 years, it undergoes a profound transformation. While a tidal Douluo may vanquish a 90,000-year soul beast, the moment a soul beast ascends to the 100,000-year mark, it experiences a qualitative shift. Even among tidal Douluos, only 4 or 5 may possess the strength to slay a 100,000-year soul beast. This is precisely why, despite the ability to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, it is exceedingly rare for a tidal Douluo to possess one. However, some soul beasts, upon breaking through the 100,000-year barrier, may choose to assume a human form, relinquishing their entire cultivation, thus undergoing a rebirth of sorts. Relinquishing their entire cultivation and undergoing a rebirth? Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Sui furrowed his brows slightly. Given that he had already existed as a soul beast for 100,000 years, why then would he choose to disperse his cultivation and take on human form? Long Gong, upon hearing Suyi's inquiry, also exhibited a hint of confusion in his eyes and replied, I am unaware of the reasons behind this, but surely, His Holiness the Pope will possess the answer. Very well, I shall inquire with my master about this matter in due course. After Sui finished speaking, he turned and departed. The young girl gazed at Suyi's receding figure, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Grandfather, why did the saint kill you and Grandma before everyone? What could possibly be his motive? Hearing her words, Long Gong affectionately patted the girl's small head and replied with a smile, Iran, this matter is beyond our conjecture. We have done all we could. The performance we put on for the saint has come to an end. Soon, I will help you find a suitable soul beast, and we shall leave this Stardo forest immediately. Understood, grandfather. Sulauda, why have you been away for so long? Oscar, who had just completed absorbing his soul ring, inquired curiously upon Suyi's return. It's nothing, just disposed of those 3 fellows at a distance to avoid bad luck. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Tang San furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Sui, why did you choose to kill them directly? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui smiled faintly and replied, Why? Do you know how the so-called son of the legendary dragon and serpent once slaughtered my parents and sister before my very eyes? Had it not been for my teacher vanquishing their son, I would have sought vengeance with my own hands. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback by Suyi's revelation. He had never heard of the son of the legendary dragon and serpent. Indeed, had it not been for my teacher informing me that the one who murdered my parents was the offspring of the dragon and serpent, I would remain oblivious to this truth. Before the gathered crowd of Shrek and Zhao Wujin, Sui once again wove a fabric of deceit. Upon hearing his words, the audience fell into a profound silence. Tang San and Xiao Wu regarded Sui with a glimmer of apprehension and a hint of luck in their eyes. Fortunately, when they first encountered this individual, they refrained from engaging in conflict. In retrospect, Tang San pondered that had he chosen to confront Sui back then, both he and Xiao Wu would undoubtedly have met their demise at his hands. Yet, he also held a conviction that, had they perished, Sui would have succumbed to the poison as well. This individual was truly not one who reveled in bloodshed. It seems he had indeed misjudged him. Contemplating this, Tang San turned to Sui and spoke. Sui, I apologize. I misunderstood you in the past. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui smiled slightly and inquired, what misunderstanding? Is there any misunderstanding between us? Tang San was momentarily taken aback by Sui's response, then chuckled. All right, Oscar, what is your third soul skill? Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon Oscar as he spoke. Oscar, feeling the collective attention of the group, displayed a hint of embarrassment and replied, never mind. I'll discuss it when we return. Just speak up, will you? You're a grown man, stop dawdling like a woman, and hurry up, Zhao Wujia chided, revealing a fist the size of a sandbag. Observing this, Oscar said, all right, I'll demonstrate for you, but you must promise not to laugh. Rest assured. No one will mock you, the others assured him. Oscar looked at them and declared, very well, I shall give you a demonstration. Chapter 50. Do you hear the words of others? Fifth update. Additional update. For the sake of being battered and bruised, but still living beautifully. A generous reward for an additional update. All right, I shall demonstrate. Oscar stated as he positioned himself in an open area, exclaiming, I possess a mushroom sausage. As soon as he uttered this incantation, a small, pale yellow sausage appeared in his hand. The moment the group heard Oscar's spell and beheld the sausage, they erupted into laughter. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun laughed the hardest, nearly shedding tears from their amusement. Hey, did we not agree not to laugh? Oscar remarked indignantly at the uproarious crowd. Little Oscar, why is your incantation still so peculiar? Dai Mubai chuckled as he looked at Oscar. Mind your own business. Let me show you this third soul skill. You better not be frightened, Oscar retorted, a proud expression adorning his face. Without further ado, Oscar consumed the mushroom sausage in his hand. Subsequently, a pair of translucent wings manifested behind him. With the emergence of the wings, Oscar soared into the air. As the group watched Oscar flying about, astonishment filled their eyes. Even Sui, standing nearby, gazed at Oscar's aerial display with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. It is known that aside from soul masters possessing flying-type martial souls, only those who attain the rank of title Douluo can soar. Otherwise, without reaching that level, flight is unattainable. Oscar, is this flying? The group exclaimed in shock, observing Oscar as he flitted through the sky. Once Oscar descended, Dai Mubai stroked his chin, assessing him and remarked, Little Oscar, this skill of yours is impressive. How long can it last? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's inquiry, Oscar replied, approximately 1 minute. What? 1 minute? Just as brief as your sausage? Ma Hongjun was utterly astonished by Oscar's words, resting his head despondently on Oscar's shoulder. It made no sense. The soul skill bestowed by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake seemed utterly trivial. Dai Mubai gazed at the lifeless body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, frowning in contemplation. I have yet to finish my thoughts. What is there to say? If one encounters a wider river, one cannot possibly fly across in a minute. Before Oscar could finish, Dai Mubai interrupted him directly. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's remark, Oscar chuckled. What if we consider flying for a minute at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? The speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was something the group had witnessed firsthand. Hearing Oscar's statement, everyone looked at him in astonishment once more. Little Oscar, are you certain? I am certain. Perhaps the speed could be even greater, Oscar replied, his face brimming with pride. Well, how impressive. Zhao Wujia approached Oscar, patting him on the shoulder in praise. All right, let us return to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia announced to the group. Yes. The group successfully assisted Oscar in acquiring his soul ring and began making their way out of the Stardew Forest. Teacher Zhao, Before they could venture far, Xiao Wu's expression turned peculiar as she hesitated to address Zhao Wujia, who was leading the way. Zhao Wujia, hearing her voice, turned with a puzzled look and asked, What is it? Teacher Zhao, could you all go ahead? I will catch up shortly. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's request, He recalled the words spoken to him earlier by Long Gong. His eyes flickered, for at the moment Xiao Wu spoke, a terrifying beast was lurking around them. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing Xiao Wu, replied sternly, No, the Stardew Forest is fraught with danger. Soul beasts are everywhere, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. We cannot leave you behind. Teacher Zhao, I need to take care of something. Xiao Wu exclaimed, darting off towards the west. Zhao Wujia and Tang San, along with the others, stood in stunned silence as they watched Xiao Wu run away. Zhao Wujie, glancing at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who were looking at him with strange expressions, awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "What are you staring at? I didn't know this little rabbit had so many issues." With that, Zhao Wujie sat down, instructing everyone to wait for Xiao Wu before they would return together. "Yes, Teacher Zhao." While everyone waited for Xiao Wu, only Su Yi gazed in the direction she had gone, his eyes shimmering with intensity. 100,000-year soul beast, his sixth soul ring was within reach. However, he had yet to reach level 60, so there was no need to rush. "Su Yi, what are you thinking about?" Seated beside Su Yi, Ning Rongrong observed him lost in thought and curiously inquired, "What occupies your mind?" Su Yi replied, "I am contemplating when I might surpass level 60. After all, Xiao Ao has already broken through level 30. Perhaps it is time for me to make a similar advancement. It seems I have been rather lax in my training of late. Upon returning to the academy, I shall intensify my efforts." The others, upon hearing Su Yi's words, were rendered speechless. "Su Lauda, are you even speaking coherently?" Ma Hongjun remarked with a resigned expression. "Do you heed the words of others?" Oscar chimed in. "Old Su, you have truly gone too far," Daimo Bai said, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Su Yi. "Su Yi, take heed of your words." At that moment, even Tang San joined in the light-hearted ridicule of Su Yi. "Everyone, I'm back." Just as the group was teasing Su Yi, Xiao Wu returned from a distance. "Huh? What's with all the peculiar expressions?" she asked, bewildered. Ma Hongjun explained, "It's just this guy, Su Lauda, bringing us down." He proceeded to recount Su Yi's remarks during Xiao Wu's absence. After listening, Xiao Wu raised her brows in intrigue as she looked at Su Yi. "All right, little monsters. Let us make our way home," Zhao Wujie announced, leading the group out of the Stardow Forest. After several days, they finally returned to Shrek Academy. "Wujie, allow me to introduce someone," Zhao Wujie stated as he entered Flander's office to report on their recent expedition. Inside, he encountered a middle-aged man. Flander introduced him, saying, "Wujie, this is my dear friend, Yu Xiaojiang, known as the Master. He stayed with us at Shrek for a few days before leaving for other matters, and has just returned. Coincidentally, you were away during that time, so now is the perfect opportunity for you to meet." Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhao Wujie's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "So you were the Master." Chapter 51. A long-awaited encounter with the worthless Yu Xiaojiang. One update. Votes and monthly tickets appreciated. The following day, Sui and the Shrek team awaited Flander's arrival on the training grounds. This time, Flander was accompanied by the middle-aged man. As Tang San conversed with the group, he noticed the man beside Flander, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Teacher," he exclaimed, rushing towards the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had been joking with Ning Rongrong, also expressed joy upon seeing the man and dashed toward Tang San. Upon hearing Tang San refer to him as teacher, Su Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized the man standing beside Flander. To be frank, he could not discern what qualities made this man so remarkable that Bibi Dong would long for him. Lacking in both appearance and prowess, the only impression Su Yi retained was that he had produced such an exceptional disciple as Tang San. However, considering that this individual was merely a great soul master, he appeared utterly ineffectual. How could he possibly have nurtured a disciple like Tang San? To cultivate an outstanding pupil requires both strength and substance. Yet Su Yi felt none of that emanating from this man. Reflecting on the time they vanquished the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake in the Stardow Forest, as well as the 3 poison needles Tang San had skillfully injected into Meng Yiran and his adept use of hidden weapons, it was clear that Tang San far surpassed his peers. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's hands, devoid of any calluses, raised questions about how such a person could master the art of concealed weaponry. This indirectly suggested that Tang San had honed his skills through personal effort, rather than instruction from this man. It left Su Yi pondering what hidden qualities might have captivated the teacher's admiration, qualities that perhaps he had yet to uncover. It seemed he would need time to closely observe this seemingly ineffectual man to discern his true capabilities. Yu Xiaojiang, upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu, felt a sense of joy and satisfaction. "Teacher, you have arrived," he greeted. "Yes, let us regroup," he gently urged Tang San. "Understood." With that affirmation, Tang San returned to the ranks alongside Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze shifted to Su Yi, who stood between Tang San and Ning Rongrong, a flicker of brightness illuminating his eyes. "So you are Su Yi?" Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Su Yi nodded in agreement. "Remarkable. Indeed, truly remarkable. I never could have imagined that someone would actually be able to defy the established laws of the Spirit Master realm and bring my conjecture to fruition." Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Su Yi, his face alight with excitement as he declared, "However, I have yet to disclose this conjecture, and now, astonishingly, it has manifested within you." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Sui was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he listened as Yu Xiaojiang continued. "I have heard from Master Zhao Wujia and others that your second soul ring is a millennium, and your fourth soul ring is 10,000 years. Indeed." As Sui confirmed this, Yu Xiaojiang spoke again, "Excellent, excellent. Since you have the capacity to absorb a millennium soul ring for your second, it is undoubtedly linked to your innate constitution. The stronger the physique of a soul master, the higher the threshold for absorbing soul rings. Therefore, over the years, I have been training Xiao San and Xiao Wu's willpower and physical conditioning. However, Xiao San's limit for soul ring absorption can only surpass that of others by 200 or 300 years, which is far from your transformative potential. So, what do you think? Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I can certainly guide you to become the most formidable soul master in this realm." At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze was imbued with fervor as he looked into Su Yi's eyes. As Su Yi gazed at the verbose Yu Xiaojiang standing before him, he increasingly perceived this individual as utterly ineffectual. To aspire to become the strongest soul master in this realm? Even if a mere dog were to instruct me, I would still attain that pinnacle. He was acutely aware of his own extraordinary talent and strength. Even if he were to become the world's strongest soul master in the future, it bore no relevance to him. If you could transform someone with a soul power of 3 or 4 into the greatest in the world, then perhaps I might concede. As for the unannounced theories, I had already conceived of those methods long ago. The more he scrutinized the so-called master before him, the more he felt that this man was hypocritical and utterly devoid of merit. I have already found a mentor and shall not seek another. Sui gazed at the figure of Yu Xiaojiang standing before him and spoke with a calm demeanor. The smile that had previously graced his face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes mirrored a profound sense of disappointment. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall not insist," he remarked, turning to address the others. Originally, he had seen immense potential in Sui, one that surpassed even Tang San. It was merely unfortunate that he had not encountered him first. Had he done so, he would have undoubtedly proven that his beliefs were entirely justified. As Tang San listened to Yu Xiaojiang's intention to accept Sui as a disciple, a tumult of emotion swirled within him. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. If Sui were to become the teacher's disciple, it would mean they were of the same sect, a delightful prospect indeed. Yet, the thought of his teacher accepting Sui also stirred a disquieting sensation within him, an inexplicable feeling. "Commencing tomorrow, I shall officially begin instructing you all. I expect punctuality. Tardiness will bear consequences," Yu Xiaojiang stated, fixing his gaze upon the youths before him. "Yes. All right, little monsters, prepare for tonight's bonfire celebration. From tomorrow onward, we shall embark on our training in earnest," Vlad declared, casting a cheerful glance at Sui and Tang San. "Hooray!" Upon hearing Vlad's words, Ma Hongjun and Oscar erupted in excitement. "Everyone, let us venture into the city to gather supplies," Dai Mubai announced with a smile. Agreed. With a collective agreement, Sui and the others set forth towards Soto City. "Sui, where are you headed?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously as they entered Soto City. Noticing Sui making his way toward the blacksmith shop, "Just crafting a little trinket," he replied. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Sui smiled faintly. "A small trinket? What is that?" "It is a gift for my teacher. As we are soon to embark on our holiday, I plan to visit her and present it afterwards." Ning Rongrong, assuming that Sui referred to a male teacher, paid little heed. "Please craft 3 according to the dimensions and specifications outlined in the blueprints." Sui brought Ning Rongrong to a blacksmith shop, handing over the blueprints in his possession while settling the payment. Subsequently, amidst Ning Rongrong's puzzled expression, Sui visited several other blacksmiths, presenting the same blueprints to each, requesting their craftsmanship. Why so many different shops? A secret. Upon reaching the final blacksmith, where he intended to have the last component crafted, Sui encountered Tang San. Chapter 52. In the face of absolute power, everything else is but illusion. "Little San, are you here to forge something as well?" Ning Rongrong, who had been following Sui, gazed at the suddenly appearing Tang San with great curiosity. She truly could not comprehend why Sui and Tang San were so fond of frequenting the blacksmith's forge. "Sui, are you also here to create something?" Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances at Sui and Ning Rongrong, with Tang San smiling gently at Sui. "Indeed, I am preparing a gift for my teacher. After all, Shrek Academy will soon be on break, and I want to ensure everything is ready in advance. Otherwise, It would be too late to craft it during the holidays. Su-yi gazed at Tang San with a subtle smile. His eyes fixed upon the blueprint held in Tang San's hands. It appeared to be a component of some weapon, which only deepened his amusement. Indeed, the secrets surrounding Tang San were becoming increasingly numerous. Remarkably, one would not expect such thoughtfulness from him. Observing the exchange, Xiao Wu, who was watching Tang San's arm, couldn't help but chuckle in response to Su-yi's words. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Su-yi's face illuminated with a radiant smile. When my soul power reaches level 60, I shall present an even greater surprise to my master. As he spoke, his eyes, filled with mirth, locked onto Xiao Wu's. Standing beside Su-yi, Ning Rongrong gazed at the delightful smile gracing his face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Xiao Wu, observing Su-yi's expression, felt an inexplicable flutter within her heart. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiao Wu entwining her arms with Tang San's, discreetly cast a glance at Su-yi, then at herself. Originally intending to subtly link arms with Su-yi, she felt a pang of disappointment as she watched him stride into the blacksmith shop. Gazing at Tang San, Xiao Wu noticed the despondency in Ning Rongrong's eyes and released her hold on Tang San, moving to stand beside her. Grasping Ning Rongrong's hand, Xiao Wu whispered, "Rongrong, some opportunities are meant to be seized by oneself. Su-yi is exceptionally talented. If we do not grasp our chances, we may find ourselves outpaced by others." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, silently encouraged herself, her gaze shifting to Su-yi, who was negotiating with the blacksmith inside the workshop, determination flickering in her eyes. After the group emerged from Soto City and returned to Shrek Academy, they held a grand bonfire feast that evening. Everyone feasted heartily. And as Su-yi watched Xiao Wu dance with Ning Rongrong, he earnestly yearned to elevate himself to level 60. The following day, the group assembled early in the dining hall. Observing Yu Xiaojiang, who was personally preparing a sumptuous meal for everyone, they were filled with excitement. Ma Hongjun and Oscar eagerly rushed forward. "You are all in your developmental stage. You must nourish yourselves well to enhance your physical prowess. After the meal, we shall commence our training," Yu Xiaojiang said with a gentle smile. "Long live the master," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, joyously shouting while munching on a chicken leg. Meanwhile, Su-yi sat quietly beside Ning Rongrong, calmly enjoying his meal. Once everyone had finished, they gathered at the center of the Shrek playground. Su-yi stepped forward. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Su-yi stepped forward from the crowd. "Today, your task is to defeat all 7 of them." Observing this, Yu Xiaojiang addressed Su-yi. "It is not about defeating them one by one, but rather vanquishing them all at once." "Very well." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Su-yi nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Xiaojiang then turned to Tang San, Daimubai, and the others, stating, "Your task today is to unite and defeat Su-yi. You have 1 incense stick's time to devise your strategy." "Understood." The 7 members of Shrek responded in unison. Meanwhile, Su-yi stood beside Yu Xiaojiang, calmly reflecting on the soul skills and roles of his opponents, his mind continuously analyzing the formations and tactics they might employ. "Su-yi, do you understand the purpose of today's training?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, glancing at Su-yi. "It is to convey that the strength of an individual pales in comparison to the power of teamwork." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang gazed into Su-yi's eyes, filled with both satisfaction and regret. Such a brilliant and gifted individual. Why was he not his disciple? While Tang San was indeed exceptional, he still fell slightly short when compared to Su-yi. The more Yu Xiaojiang observed Su-yi, who remained composed and unruffled, the more he felt envious. Regrettably, Su-yi had made his stance quite clear. When Su-yi articulated his thoughts, he felt a sense of disdain for the master beside him. This was a basic understanding that anyone could grasp. However, the potency of teamwork is undeniably significant. Yet, when confronted with absolute power, sheer numbers do not equate to strength. Today, it would be interesting to see how he communicated this to his opponents. With a smile, Su-yi regarded the assembled group. "Teacher, Su-yi, we are ready," Tang San announced, rising to address Yu Xiaojiang and Su-yi. "Su-yi, are you prepared?" Yu Xiaojiang asked, turning his gaze to Su-yi. "No problem," Su-yi replied confidently. Nodding, Yu Xiaojiang then addressed Tang San and the others, stating, "If that is the case, we may begin." "Boss Su, remember to go easy on us," Ma Hongjun remarked, recalling the 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, on Su-yi's body, even with their 7 members. The memory of how Su-yi and teacher Zhao had once jointly felled a soul Douluo, and how Su-yi single-handedly dispatched a soul emperor of a considerably higher rank, remained vivid in his mind. Ma Hongjun felt a lingering apprehension regarding this contest. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Sui offered a faint smile and assured, "Rest assured, I shall be gentle." Upon finishing his words, Sui provided no time for the crowd to react and charged directly towards his opponent. In his hand materialized his martial spirit, the Chaotic Supreme Spear. As the Chaotic Supreme Spear manifested in Sui's grasp, Yu Xiaojiang, who had been intently observing him, felt a renewed spark of brilliance in his eyes. In Sui's hand appeared a martial soul, one he had never encountered before. Yet, the aura of soul power it emitted suggested that his weapon martial soul might surpass even the formidable Haotian hammer. Otherwise, his extraordinary talent would not be so evident. As Sui surged forward, Tang San and Dai Mubai's expressions shifted dramatically. "Not good, be cautious." In an instant, Tang San unleashed his martial soul. Blue Silvergrass, first soul skill, bind. With this invocation, countless strands of blue silvergrass erupted from the ground, racing towards Sui, aiming to ensnare him. Tang San understood that this soul skill would not restrain Sui. However, he merely sought to buy time for his companions to unleash their martial souls. Chapter 53. In the face of absolute power, everything is but a mirage. Third update. Requesting votes and monthly tickets. With Tang San's command of bind, an overwhelming mass of blue silvergrass surged forth, swiftly ensnaring Sui. First soul skill, unstoppable. As Sui proclaimed this, soul rings manifested around him, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 5 rings swirling gently beneath his feet. Upon invoking his first soul skill, he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling directly towards Dai Mubai. This was dire. His binding had barely delayed Sui for a heartbeat before being effortlessly shattered as Sui surged forward. Witnessing Sui's approach towards Dai Mubai, Tang San summoned blue silvergrass to ensnare Dai Mubai's waist, attempting to pull him back. Simultaneously, Tang San unleashed his second soul skill, parasitism. As he called out parasitism, innumerable strands of blue silvergrass erupted from Sui's form, seeking to bind him once more. Unfortunately, due to Sui's first soul skill, unstoppable, which granted immunity to all control abilities and his astonishing speed, the newly sprouted blue silvergrass was rendered ineffective as Sui, now a dark streak of light, reached Dai Mubai in an instant. With a sweeping strike directed at Dai Mubai, who had just summoned his martial soul, Sui unleashed a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. The blue silvergrass that had been wrapped around Dai Mubai's waist shattered as a result. Ma Hongjun, witnessing Dai Mubai's flight from Sui's strike, felt his heart race uncontrollably. Was this what they meant by showing mercy? A single blow had caused the formidable Dai Mubai, a soul master of level 37, to spew blood. How could he, a mere soul master of over 20 levels, withstand such power? These thoughts flickered through his mind as he faced the approaching Sui. In a flash, Ma Hongjun began to unleash his soul skill, second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. As Ma Hongjun unleashed his enhanced spirit ability, Ning Rongrong's supportive spirit skills enveloped the group. Meanwhile, Xiaowei charged towards Sui, activating her first spirit ability, Bowstring. With a whoosh, she had already reached Sui's side, her ponytail entwining around his shoulder. However, just as she was about to unleash her spirit skill, Sui vanished before her eyes. When he reappeared, he had already bypassed Xiao Wu and stood before Ma Hongjun. Observing Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line directed towards him, Sui once again disappeared from sight. Even Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eyes activated, was unable to catch a glimpse of Sui's figure. How swift! This is dire. As Sui vanished before Ma Hongjun, the Phoenix Fire line was inadvertently aimed at Xiao Wu. At that critical moment, Tang San sensed impending danger and swiftly released his blue silvergrass to ensnare Xiao Wu's waist, pulling her towards him in an instant. Just as Tang San yanked Xiao Wu to safety, the Phoenix Fire line unleashed by Ma Hongjun struck the very spot where she had stood. Xiao Wu, witnessing Ma Hongjun's attack, felt a bead of cold sweat form on her forehead. Fortunately, she had been pulled back by Tang San, otherwise, she would have had to withstand the brunt of the hefty attack. As Ma Hongjun searched for the suddenly vanished Sui, he was abruptly struck by a powerful impact at his waist, sending him flying towards Oscar's position with a kick from Sui. The Phoenix Fire line, which Ma Hongjun had been releasing, veered off course due to this unexpected strike. What was once a straight trajectory transformed into an arc, sweeping towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. What kind of combat instinct is this, so fearsome? Observing Su Yi's three-bird strike, Tang San swiftly led Xiao Wu to evade the incoming Phoenix fire line. Additionally, he released 2 strands of blue silver grass, drawing Oscar and Ning Rongrong to safety. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she had already activated her first spirit ability, Phantom Stab. As the ethereal thrust of Zhu Zhuqing pierced the air, she transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards Su Yi. With a resounding thud, Zhu Zhuqing was swept aside by Su Yi's gun, struck in the abdomen, and sent sprawling into unconsciousness. In a swift motion, Su Yi dashed to the front of Xiao Wu and Tang San. Upon witnessing Su Yi's assault on Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury. Before he could react, a powerful impact resonated through his chest, propelling him away from Xiao Wu. "Brother!" Xiao Wu cried out in alarm as she saw Tang San being flung by the butt of Su Yi's gun, sustaining injuries that ignited her worry and rage. Before she could unleash her fury, she too fell victim to Su Yi's onslaught, sent flying in a similar manner. As for Dai Mubai, who had been struck earlier, he lay unconscious against a tree, completely devoid of awareness. "Stop!" Just as Su Yi charged towards Oscar, he halted upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's urgent shout. The reason was clear: the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. When Su Yi's blow rendered Dai Mubai incapable of further combat, Yu Xiaojiang realized that the outcome of this trial was already determined. He was astounded by the soul rings emanating from Su Yi, a sight that left him momentarily stunned despite his prior knowledge of their existence. However, in those fleeting seconds of distraction, Su Yi had already dispatched the others with ease, leaving Tang San and his companions utterly defenseless. Observing Su Yi's approach towards Oscar, Yu Xiaojiang snapped back to reality and called for the match to be halted. After all, the results were unmistakably clear. Although the members of Shrek Academy possessed extraordinary talents compared to their peers, they appeared as mere pretenders in the presence of a true prodigy like Su Yi. Throughout the competition, Su Yi had unleashed only one soul skill, subsequently overpowering the Shrek 7 without resorting to further abilities. This individual's combat prowess was simply overwhelming. Even a Soul King might struggle to secure victory against the combination of Tang San and his allies. Yet, Su Yi had obliterated their formation with effortless ease. This young man was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. As Oscar stood before Su Yi, a mere meter away, he clearly perceived the ferocity within Su Yi. Not only had Dai Mubai succumbed to unconsciousness, but even the still recovering Ma Hongjun had fallen victim. The sight of the stunning Zhu Zhuqing being felled by a single strike only heightened his trepidation. Grateful for Master S' intervention, Oscar felt his legs weaken and sank down onto the ground. Chapter 54. In the face of absolute power, all is but a mirage. "Are you all right, Xiao San?" As the competition concluded, Xiao Wu swiftly approached Tang San, her heart aching at the sight of blood trickling from his lips. "I'm fine, don't worry," Tang San replied, offering a faint smile despite the worry etched on Xiao Wu's face. He then turned to Su Yi, his expression turning bitter. "Su Yi, was it really necessary to strike so hard?" Upon witnessing Su Yi's true combat prowess, Tang San felt the stark disparity between them. He grappled with the bewildering realization of why their differences were so pronounced. Each of them possessed talent akin to that of formidable monsters. Yet, in the presence of Su Yi, a genuine titan, all their strengths seemed utterly insufficient. Su Yi could eliminate them in mere moments, leaving Tang San momentarily questioning the very fabric of his existence. "Indeed, Su Yi, you are rather ruthless," Tang San remarked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Hearing this, Xiao Wu chimed in with her own concern. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who had been lying on the ground, decided it was time to abandon his pretense of being incapacitated. He sat up, casting a woeful glance at Su Yi. "Boss Su, didn't you say to go easy on us?" He had only mustered the courage to rise after the master called for a halt. Although he was robust and resilient, he was not foolish. He was, after all, a shrewd little chubby fellow. Why would he choose to stand up knowing he was about to face a beating, especially one that would pierce deeply? Su Yi gazed at the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "In the heat of battle, one can easily lose oneself. This is something I find difficult to control. If you can still see the sun, consider yourselves fortunate." He struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate them. He wished never to endure such a confrontation again. To speak candidly, he harbored a profound disinterest in such contests. After all, restraining himself from striking at their fatal vulnerabilities was an uncomfortable endeavor. Had he not ventured to Moon Pavilion to refine his character? The ground would now be strewn with corpses. He was accustomed to giving his all, delivering a single, decisive blow. Now, for the sake of Xiaowu, his cherished one. The thought of inadvertently taking a life weighed heavily upon him, especially when he needed to acquire his sixth spirit ring. Yu Xiaojing approached Su Yi and the others, his expression a tapestry of complexity, before addressing Oscar. Oscar, please activate your spirit ability and use your sausages to restore everyone, while also rousing Dai Mubai from his slumber. Xiaowu, kindly wake Zhu Zhiqing. Understood, responded Xiaowu and Oscar in unison, moving swiftly to awaken Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. Subsequently, Oscar unleashed his first spirit ability, regenerating the sausages and distributing 2 to each individual for their recovery. Once everyone had regained their strength, they formed a line, their gazes towards Su Yi and Yu Xiaojing filled with nuance. In truth, the purpose of this training was to impart the lesson that while individual strength might be formidable, it could not withstand the power of teamwork. Except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged silent eye rolls at the master's words. Was individual prowess truly superior to the might of collaboration? Such a claim held validity only under comparable circumstances. Now, faced with Su Yi, who boasted levels far exceeding their own, they were utterly powerless, subjected to his relentless dominance. To Dai Mubai, this test felt like Yu Xiaojing had orchestrated an opportunity for Su Yi to torment them. Teamwork? Indeed, it possessed great strength. Yet, Su Yi had demonstrated that in the face of absolute power, all else was but ephemeral. Today, Su Yi had unveiled his true strength to me. Henceforth, his training would be self-directed. Yu Xiaojing surveyed the line of students before him and spoke with a neutral tone. From this day forward, not only will I instruct you, but Su Yi will also serve as your guiding mentor. After you complete the daily training tasks I assign, Su Yi will oversee your combat techniques. Understood. The group responded in unison. Commencing now, each of you shall bear an additional weight of 50 pounds, and you are forbidden from utilizing your spirit power. I expect you to run 20 laps around the field. Should anyone fail to complete this task, you will forfeit your meals. Is that clear? Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang San and the others responded in unison, affirming their agreement. However, Su Yi, upon listening to Yu Xiaojing, could not help but ponder how such a seemingly inept individual had managed to captivate their teacher. It was perplexing that Yu Xiaojing remained so fixated on someone of such limited capability. The knowledge he imparted was merely foundational, common knowledge for any academy instructor. Was there something about him that Su Yi had yet to uncover? Nevertheless, he thought to himself, there was ample time to observe this peculiar individual more closely. Your Holiness. Yu Egwan appeared within the Pope's chamber, offering a slight bow to Bibi Dong. Had the two of them crossed paths? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's query, Yu Egwan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the young one has encountered the master. Has there been any issue? Bibi Dong inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart. She worried that Su Yi might lose control and harm Yu Xiaojing. Should that occur, she was uncertain how she would face Su Yi in the future. In response to Your Holiness, there have been no anomalies at Shrek. The young one is currently training alongside the other students. Excellent, you may withdraw, commanded the Pope. Yes, Your Holiness, Yu Egwan replied, departing. As Bibi Dong processed Yu Egwan's words, a sense of relief washed over her, allowing her to exhale. She gazed out the door, her expression distant, lost in thought. Today, we gather at the Grand Soul Arena. The sole purpose of our training now is to cultivate your synergy, the instructor announced. As for the competition, Su Yi would not participate. Following his last entry into the arena, the rules had been amended. Only individuals with matching badges and equal ranks could compete, for otherwise, a Soul King would stand no chance against a Soul Sovereign. Furthermore, Su Yi's own prowess did not necessitate further honing within the Grand Soul Arena. The focus now lay solely on the rest of them. It was only through real combat that their battle techniques and comprehension of soul skills would advance more swiftly. Yu Xiaojing and Flander led the group once again to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Upon entering, Yu Xiaojing addressed Tang San and the others about the training objectives. What you must achieve here in the Grand Soul Arena is a streak of 10 consecutive victories. Can you accomplish this? He queried, observing the group intently. Yes, the others exclaimed, their spirits soaring. As long as they did not have to face the monstrous Su Yi, they felt they could conquer any opponent. The earlier match had left them profoundly shaken. This creature was indeed the true anomaly of Shrek. Chapter 55. Uncovering Tang San's secret. One update. Seeking votes. Seeking monthly votes. Since that night, after Yu Xiaojing and Flander, along with the Shrek team and Su Yi, commenced their training in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena of Soto City, the group has been engaging in battles there every evening. Although Tang San and Dai Mubai were unable to defeat Su Yi, their reputation within the arena, particularly for Tang San and Xiao Wu, has been steadily rising. On the 10th day, the Shrek team achieved a remarkable 10 consecutive victories, bringing them considerable fame. Fortunately, when Yu Xiaojiang enrolled them in the matches, he insisted that everyone wear masks, obscuring their true ages from the spectators. Had they discovered that Tang San and others were merely around 12 years old yet already possessed the ranks of Great Soul Master and Soul Respect, it would have caused a tremendous uproar, potentially attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall. While others remain oblivious to the connection between Tang San and the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaojiang, as Tang San's mentor, is acutely aware of the implications. The Pope of the Spirit Hall met his demise due to Tang Hao. Hence it is imperative to keep Tang San's lineage a secret, otherwise his safety would be jeopardized. After the Shrek team secured 3 consecutive victories, numerous merchants approached Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, offering financial support in exchange for endorsements of their products. Consequently, Flander outfitted the Shrek team in ghastly green battle attire, which the reluctant Tang San and his companions were compelled to wear. As for Su Yi, Flander did not provide him with a uniform, not because he did not regard him as one of Shrek's students, but because the attire was specifically designed for the Shrek members. Moreover, Su Yi was not required to participate in the matches, and in the eyes of Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, he had transcended the role of a student and had become a mentor. The 5 combatants, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing continued to evolve under Su Yi's rigorous training. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar diligently honed their physical abilities following the master's guidance. Since that day when they collectively completed 20 laps, their bonds and camaraderie have deepened. Coupled with the relentless battles in the arena, their synergy has reached new heights. As for their relationship with Su Yi, Tang San and Dai Mubai, who once regarded him merely as a brother, now hold him in increasing admiration. Realizing the extent of his formidable strength as they endure his relentless training. During one of their matches, Ma Hongjun was assaulted, prompting him to seek revenge with the help of Xiao Wu and Tang San. The assailant, known as Bu Lu, was swiftly incapacitated by Xiao Wu, instilling a newfound fear in Ma Hongjun towards her. As their winning streak continued day by day, Yu Xiaojiang resolved to lead them into more genuine combat, a life-and-death struggle. According to Yu Xiaojiang, only those who have endured the baptism of blood can truly grow stronger and comprehend the harsh realities of the Soul Master world. Dai Mubai and the others, eager for this challenge, were already aware of this sentiment, as Su Yi had previously imparted it to them. On the day the Shrek group prepared for the life and death matches, Tang San gifted them a crossbow known as the Zhuge crossbow, capable of firing 8 bolts with immense penetrating power. Even a Soul Respect, without full defensive measures, would likely be slain by this weapon. Tang San also presented a similar crossbow to Su Yi, along with various concealed weaponry and instructions on their usage. At the mention of the Zhuge crossbow, Su Yi's eyes gleamed with a profound understanding. In this world of Soul Masters, such a weapon should not exist. If he could be reborn in this realm, perhaps others could as well. Observing the 12-year-old Tang San, who exhibited unparalleled prowess and concealed weaponry, Su Yi discerned a significant secret about him. This Tang San was undoubtedly not of this world. Otherwise, how could a mere child possess such extensive knowledge, particularly about concealed weapons and the Zhuge crossbow? From their first encounter, it was evident that Tang San was an expert in concealed weaponry and poisons. Yet Su Yi had not pursued this line of thought until he heard the name of the crossbow. The existence of concealed weapons and poisons clearly points to the Tang sect's influence, especially since individuals from the Tang sect are not absent from this destiny. One of the elders of the destiny is, in fact, an elder of the Tang sect. However, within his recollections, the elder from destiny possesses none of the shadowy skills exhibited by Tang San. Although that elder's expertise in hidden weapons is deemed the finest in destiny, it pales in comparison to Tang San's prowess, which transcends multiple levels. After all, during the relentless torment of Tang San, any hidden weapon he cast, regardless of its trajectory, would inevitably return to him, even if deflected. Consequently, Tang San's arsenal has consistently posed challenges for Su Yi. Moreover, the poisons utilized by destiny are concocted by that very elder. Thus, when Tang San mentioned the Zhuge crossbow, Su Yi felt an overwhelming certainty, 80% sure, that this Tang San is indeed a reincarnated disciple of the Tang sect in this world. Nonetheless, Su Yi is aware that here, he must refrain from alarming the serpent in the grass. At this moment, he finds this world increasingly intriguing. Accompanied by Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human form, who serves as his sixth soul ring and soul bone, the emergence of Tang San. Who piqued Suyi's interest even more than Xiaowu is quite remarkable. Suyi arrived in this world, experiencing an excitement he had never felt before. Tang San. Mu Bai, once you ascend, be sure to utilize the Zhuge crossbow at the earliest opportunity. After all, this is not an ordinary soul battle. It is one that could determine life and death. Even if you must slay your opponents, do not be troubled by such thoughts. For the adversaries I have sought for you are the most ruthless and brutal individuals in this grand soul arena. Therefore, cast aside any psychological burdens. Do you understand? Yu Xiaojiang stood before the entrance of the grand soul arena in Soto City, earnestly advising the group. Understood, master. They replied in unison. Their expressions grave as they made their way towards the arena. The only one who appeared at ease was Suyi. Chapter 56. Return to the Moon Pavilion. Farewell, Moonlight. As the group returned to Shrek Academy, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun were continually retching. Even Dai Mubai, Zhu Xing, Tang San, and Xiaowu wore pallid expressions. Clearly unwell. After all, this was their first experience in taking lives, and the feeling was quite unsettling. You will gradually acclimate to it, otherwise. If you continue in this state, how do you expect to claim victory on the battlefield? Su-yi walked ahead of the group, casting a glance back at the Shrek 7 monsters, and spoke in a calm tone. Brother Su, do you think everyone is like you? This is my first time as well. Do I not deserve a moment to gather myself? Just after Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he hurried to the side to vomit. Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder exchanged amused glances at the side of their companions, for they too had once traversed this very experience. Oh, esteemed Dean. Suyi entered the office of Dean Flandra, observing the latter as he meticulously counted his gold soul coins. With a gentle tone, he spoke. Upon hearing Suyi's voice, Flandra looked up and said, Suyi, what brings you here? Curiously, he regarded the young man who had just entered. Dean Flandra. I would like to request a leave of absence to visit my teacher. After all, it has been over 5 years since I last saw her. With her birthday approaching, I wish to personally deliver the gift I have prepared for her. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Flandra chuckled warmly and replied, Well, young lad, that is quite thoughtful of you. Very well, I grant you permission. However, how long do you anticipate being away? Hearing Flandra's words, Su-yi smiled slightly and replied, Perhaps in about a month's time. Very well, prepare yourself. You may depart at any moment. When you encounter your esteemed teacher, kindly convey my regards. I am grateful to him for having nurtured such an extraordinary talent, allowing me to truly embody the essence of Shrek. I am indeed eager to meet the remarkable man capable of producing such a prodigy as yourself. Upon hearing Flandra's words, Suyi realized that the latter had misunderstood his reference to her. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further. With a gentle smile, he responded, What you say, Dean, is quite unfounded. I merely consider myself fortunate to have encountered a mentor. Moreover, even without my presence, this Shrek Academy, with the likes of Mu Bai and his remarkable companions, is truly deserving of the title Monster Academy. Flander felt a sense of relief upon hearing Suyi's remark, though these extraordinary individuals were indeed remarkable. Could they truly compare to someone of Suyi's caliber? Very well, you should rest early. Tomorrow, you must set off at dawn, correct? Hearing Flander's words, Suyi smiled gently and replied, No, Dean, I shall set off right away. The sooner I depart, the sooner I shall return. Very well, take care on your journey. I will, Dean. Upon hearing Flandra's words, Suyi exited the Dean's office and made his way directly to the entrance of Shrek. This time, Suyi had ventured alone to Soto City, retrieving every crafted component meticulously. Subsequently, he rented a room in Soto City. Within the confines of the room, as he gazed upon the neatly arranged black parts on the table and the gleaming golden bullets nestled within the large box on the floor, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Suyi's eyes. Suyi's hands danced like butterflies, deftly handling the components laid out upon the table. In less than 10 seconds, a sleek black desert eagle materialized in his grasp. Loading bullets into the magazine, he slid it into place. With a couple of satisfying clicks, Suyi aimed the desert eagle before him. In an instant, he vanished from the confines of the room, reappearing in the forest of Soto City. A thunderous crack echoed as he pierced a massive tree standing 10 meters ahead. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Suyi's eyes as he assessed the power of the desert eagle in his hands. This weapon, crafted here, surpassed the potency he had wielded during his time in Destiny by more than a mere increment. The noise was too loud for him to experiment within the hotel room. Yet he found the desert eagle's performance remarkably flawless. After a journey spanning over 10 days, Sui arrived at the imperial city of Tiando. As he gazed upon the moon pavilion, bustling with the elite offspring of noble families, he stepped inside. Wow, who is this young master? Do you know which family he belongs to? Upon Sui's entrance into the moon pavilion, numerous noble young ladies clustered together, whispering and speculating about him. Some bolder souls even approached Sui, cheeks flushed, inquiring about his name. Sui offered a faint smile before revealing his name and ascending to the second floor of the moon pavilion. Young master? The guard stationed on the second floor gazed at Sui's presence in astonishment. Uncle Li, Sui gazed at the guard before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, the young master still remembered the old man. Ah, if the lord of the manor were to learn of your arrival, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. The guard, observing Sui, erupted into hearty laughter. Young master, the lord resides on the 5th floor, in the very chamber you once called home. Ever since your departure, the lord has taken residence there. He often expresses his grievances, lamenting that you, the young master, are rather ungrateful, having left for over 5 years without a word to return. Upon hearing the guard's words, Sui was momentarily taken aback. And the image of Tang Yuehua flashed through his mind. Then I shall take my leave first, he said. Go ahead, the guard replied, granting him passage without hesitation. Sui effortlessly ascended to the 5th floor of the moon pavilion. Upon reaching his room, he pushed open the door and found himself momentarily entranced by a familiar silhouette. There, seated by the window, was a graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress, her alluring curves accentuated as she gazed dreamily at the distant white clouds. Sui pushed open the door, yet the enchanting figure gazing vacantly at the horizon did not turn. Xiaohe, is there something you need? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sui remained silent. The graceful figure, after finishing her words and waiting several breaths without receiving a response, suddenly turned her head. Gazing at the young man standing at the door, the woman appeared as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at him, unable to regain her senses for quite some time. Meanwhile, Sui, looking at Tang Yuehua, did not move his feet. He simply gazed quietly at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. You little rascal. When Tang Yuehua finally came to her senses, a mix of urgency and stumbling overtook her as she rushed to Sui, enveloping him in a tight embrace. You little rascal, you left without a word and never returned. Have you completely forgotten your teacher? Tang Yuehua clutched Sui tightly, fearing that if she were to loosen her grip, the young man before her might vanish from sight. Sui felt the dampness at his neck, and his hands, resting on his thighs, were uncertain of their placement. Should he embrace the teacher or remain still in this moment? Teacher, I have returned to see you. With those gentle words, Sui wrapped his arms around Tang Yuehua's waist. Chapter 57. If only. No desire for hostility. Teacher, I am back. Sui's seemingly casual remark. Teacher, I am back, instantly brought tears to Tang Yuehua's eyes. Her arms, which were once wrapped around Sui, began to pound against his chest repeatedly as she exclaimed. You little rascal, only now do you think of coming back to see me. Sui gazed upon Tang Yuehua before him, as if he were encountering a stranger. This version of Tang Yuehua was one he had never witnessed before. For a moment, Sui found himself at a loss for words, standing before her as she poured out the anguish that weighed heavily on her heart. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Tang Yuehua ceased her tears and, looking at Sui, softly inquired, How long will you be staying this time? A week, he replied. Just a few days, then? Upon hearing Sui mention a week, Tang Yuehua's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes flashing with discontent. After all, this visit was a leave of absence meant to see her teacher. Sui spoke as he produced a black desert eagle, placing it before Tang Yuehua. Teacher, this is a gift for you. A gift? Tang Yuehua gazed at the dark object in Sui's hands, utterly unable to discern what it was. Had anyone else presented her with such an item, she would not have spared it a glance. Yet, since this was a token from Sui, she felt compelled to cherish it dearly, ensuring that this little rascal would leave behind something to keep her company in his absence. Additionally, there was a box filled with essential items required for this weapon. As Sui spoke, his left hand adorned with a black ring gestured before Tang Yuehua, summoning a wooden chest that stood 1/2 meter tall and 1 meter long. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Yuehua gazed in astonishment at the black ring on Sui's hand and exclaimed, Is this a soul guide that can store items? And it's in the form of a ring? Noticing the wonder in her eyes, Sui smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, acquiring this item was a stroke of luck. Tang Yuehua, acknowledging the rarity of such storage soul guides in the Douluo continent, remarked, Your fortune is truly remarkable. These are the most elusive treasures to obtain here. With that, She glanced at the black desert eagle in her hand and gently inquired, "You rascal, do you mean this item is a weapon?" Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Sui paid no heed to her playful insult and instead smiled gently, saying, "Indeed, esteemed teacher, due to the mutation of your martial soul, you are unable to transcend the 10th level. Therefore, I have crafted a defensive weapon for you. Although you are unlikely to encounter danger within the confines of Yueshin Pavilion, it is always prudent to prepare for the unexpected. This weapon in your hands, even against a Soul Emperor caught off guard, can deliver a lethal blow from within a 30-meter radius." Tang Yuehua, astonished by Su Yi's declaration, gazed at the dark desert eagle in her grasp, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that this little contraption can eliminate a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse?" "Precisely, esteemed teacher. Allow me to demonstrate." Su Yi spoke as he took the desert eagle from Tang Yuehua's hands. He opened the wooden box on the ground, revealing a treasure trove of glimmering golden bullets. In front of Tang Yuehua, he meticulously extracted the magazine and began to load the bullets one by one. Subsequently, he inserted the fully loaded magazine into the desert eagle. With his right hand gripping the firearm, he pulled the slide back with his left hand, producing 2 distinctive clicks as the chamber was readied. "Teacher, the sounds that follow may be rather loud, so please brace yourself." Su Yi held the desert eagle in his hand and gazed at Tang Yuehua with a faint smile. "Rest assured, my dear student, I have weathered countless storms. You may proceed with your endeavors." Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Su Yi aimed his desert eagle at the table beside him. A deafening bang resonated in Tang Yuehua's ears, startling her into momentary shock. When she regained her composure and glanced at the table, it lay utterly obliterated by some force. "This." Tang Yuehua stared at the wreckage of the table, then turned her gaze to the black desert eagle in Su Yi's hand, rendered speechless for an extended moment. When she finally found her voice again, she looked at Su Yi with wide-eyed astonishment and exclaimed, Is this thing truly that powerful?" Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Su Yi smiled faintly and remained silent. "My dear child, there is no danger for me here at Yueshin Pavilion. Keep this item for your own protection." Tang Yuehua gazed at the desert eagle in Su Yi's hand and hastily pushed it back towards him. "Teacher, rest assured, I still have one of these." Su Yi spoke as he directly placed the desert eagle in Tang Yuehua's hands. Subsequently, another identical desert eagle materialized in his grasp. Observing the weapon now in her possession, Tang Yuehua secured the desert eagle tightly within her delicate hands. "You little rascal, have you come here merely to dine?" she inquired softly, gazing at Sui, who had grown taller than her. "I've already eaten, teacher," Sui replied. Upon hearing this, the warmth and glimmer of anticipation in Tang Yuehua's eyes gradually dimmed. "You haven't eaten? Perfect. You shall sample your teacher's culinary skills. During your lengthy absence, I have mastered numerous dishes." Without waiting for Su Yi's response, Tang Yuehua took his hand and led him towards the kitchen on the 5th floor, which had been specially added. As they exited the room, they encountered a multitude of guards stationed at the Moonlight Pavilion. The flustered guards, witnessing Tang Yuehua leading Su Yi, immediately knelt before them. "Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, young master." Tang Yuehua, observing the panicked expressions of the guards, waved her hand dismissively. "All right, you may all leave. The earlier commotion was orchestrated by me. There is no need for such alarm." "Yes, Pavilion Master, we take our leave." Upon hearing her words, the guards retreated. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua led Su Yi into the spacious kitchen, which featured a separate room adorned with a white jade table and 2 matching chairs. Su Yi immediately recognized that this kitchen had been meticulously prepared for him by his teacher. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the room to contain only these 2 chairs. "All right, little one, make yourself comfortable here. This time, you shall savor the dishes prepared by your teacher," Tang Yuehua said, guiding Su Yi to the jade-white table and gently seating him in a chair. Subsequently, in high spirits, Tang Yuehua busied herself in the kitchen. Observing her diligent figure and listening to the rhythmic sounds of chopping vegetables, a subtle smile graced Su Yi's lips. In his heart, his teacher held a uniquely significant place. In the absence of hostility between them, she was simply his mentor. Should the day of confrontation ever arrive, he would spare her life. For without her guidance over the years, he would not have comprehended the profound importance of Bibi Dong to him. If possible, he wished to avoid animosity. Chapter 58. The Rampaging Bibi Dong. 4th update. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. Your Holiness, we have received news regarding the little one. Yu Guan appeared within the Pope's chamber. Gazing at Bibi Dong seated in the hall, as he processed the information in his hands, he found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of the Pope's deep disdain for the little one's second teacher. Whether it stemmed from Tang Hao's influence, her affiliation with the Haotian clan, or her role as the little one's mentor, Bibi Dong harbored an intense desire to eliminate her. However, to take such action could jeopardize the long-cherished plans of Qian Renxue and the Spirit Hall, potentially unraveling years of intricate scheming. Furthermore, it could also provoke the reclusive Haotian clan to emerge from their seclusion. The woman herself wielded considerable influence within the Heaven Do Empire. Thus, the risk was immense. It was better to be cautious than to regret. Even though they knew she belonged to the Haotian clan and was Tang Hao's sister, the Spirit Hall could not act against her. What further news has arrived regarding the little one? Seated upon the papal throne, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of illumination in her previously narrowed eyes upon hearing Yu Guan's words. A sense of urgency and anticipation welled up within her. For when that young lad departed, he had departed in a huff, leaving her with a peculiar sentiment. This marked the first instance where she recognized such emotions emanating from him. Although her understanding of romantic feelings was rather limited, the sentiments he exhibited clearly indicated her significance in his life. Perhaps it could be said that the one he cherished was indeed her. Deep down, she was acutely aware of this truth, yet despite her subtle hints at the impossibility of their connection, he remained oblivious to her denials. This realization left Bibi Dong in a state of helplessness, yet simultaneously, her heart brimmed with a sweetness akin to honey. Should that young man heed her rejection and forsake her, the ensuing heartbreak would be profound. For he was the sole confidant who had listened to her secrets over the years. That declaration, even if you desire to bring about the world's end, I shall stand by your side, had ruthlessly torn apart the shadowy abyss within her heart, allowing a beam of light to penetrate through. She felt like a woman devoid of shame, for this young man was the beloved of Nana, and here she was, a teacher with thoughts of another man. Yet unable to release her hold on him, Bibi Dong harbored a deep disdain for her current self, which rendered her incapable of facing Su, Yi, or Nana. After uttering her words, she was met with an unsettling silence from Yu Guan, who failed to respond for what felt like an eternity, causing her to frown slightly. In the past, a simple inquiry or statement from her would elicit an immediate response from him. Yet today, several breaths had passed, and Yu Guan remained silent. When she raised her gaze to observe Yu Guan's hesitant demeanor below, his once gentle eyes began to narrow. "What is amiss with that young man?" she inquired. Upon hearing her question, Yu Guan involuntarily shivered, swallowing hard as he gazed at the narrowing eyes of Bibi Dong. With the information clutched in his hands, he stammered, I report to your holiness." At this juncture, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he continued to falter. The young man departed from Shrek and has journeyed to the Heaven Do Imperial City. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, now seemed on the verge of closing entirely. Stealing a glance at Bibi Dong, Yu Guan sensed an ominous aura emanating from her. Strangely, despite the midday heat, the temperature within the papal hall appeared to drop suddenly. "Proceed," Bibi Dong commanded, biting her silver teeth, her voice hushed yet resolute. "Yes, your holiness," Yu Guan replied. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yue Guan gazed at the report in his hand and continued. The little one arrived in the Heaven Do Imperial City and directly went to the Yueshan Pavilion. It has been 3 days, yet he has not made an appearance. Good. Upon hearing Yue Guan's remarks, Bibi Dong abruptly rose from her chair, instantly unleashing her domain of killing. The moment the domain manifested, Yue Guan found himself rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. Moreover, with the release of the killing domain, Yue Guan felt as if his very blood was being congealed. The Yueshan Pavilion is no longer of use. Dispatch someone immediately to the Heaven Do Empire and annihilate the Yueshan Pavilion. Bring that Tang Yuehua before me. As she spoke, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Yue Guan, upon hearing her decree, fell to his knees and implored, Your Holiness, this cannot be. Should we proceed in such a manner, the Heaven Do Empire will mobilize against us, and it may even draw out the Haotian sect. Would all our plans over the years not be in vain? Everything would be for naught. Bibi Dong, upon hearing Yue Guan's protest, fixed him with a gaze brimming with danger. For naught? I care not for the Heaven Do Empire, the Yueshan Pavilion, or the Haotian sect. Since they dare to snatch away my disciple, I shall bring about their utter destruction. The mere thought of Su Yi potentially distancing himself from her to remain at the Yueshan Pavilion ignited an uncontrollable murderous intent within Bibi Dong. The desire to obliterate everything surged forth, breaching the defenses of her heart and relentlessly bombarding her mind. A voice echoed within her, urging her to spare no effort in destroying the Yuexian Pavilion, the Heaven Do Empire, the Haotian sect, and all that sought to thwart her, so that she might reclaim Su Yi and have him return to her side. Bibi Dong, what are you planning? Just as Bibi Dong unleashed her full power, Qian Daolu suddenly appeared within the spirit hall. Seeing Bibi Dong release her martial soul and summon her soul rings, Qian Daolu admonished, "You old fool, dare you obstruct me? Today, anyone who stands in my way shall perish." With that declaration, Bibi Dong transformed into a streak of light, appearing directly before Qian Daolu. Second soul skill, Eternal Creation. As she invoked her skill, a spider spear materialized in Bibi Dong's hand, thrusting towards Qian Daolu. Fool! Qian Daolu, witnessing her assault, erupted in a brilliant golden radiance, sending Bibi Dong careening away. As he observed Bibi Dong being flung back, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Qian Daolu's eyes. Were it not for Xuere's presence, he would have long since eradicated her. There was no reason to allow her to linger. Others may be unaware of his son Qian Xuanji's demise, but as a father, he was all too aware. Everything had been done for Xuere's sake. Chapter 59. I live, yet you do not. Fifth update. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. Bibi Dong, what are you doing in such a frenzy? Qian Daolu glared ferociously at Bibi Dong after repelling her. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, standing in the Pope's chamber, was utterly bewildered. How could this be? The grand offering has arrived. And now these two have engaged in combat over a mere disagreement. It is crucial to note that he is merely a titled Douluo, incapable of even besting Bibi Dong. While others may underestimate Qian Daolu's prowess as an elder of the Spirit Hall, he is well aware of it. To be considered an offering in the Spirit Hall, one must possess a soul power level of at least 95 and make significant contributions to gain entry into the offering hall. Although he is aligned with the Pope's faction, he is fundamentally at odds with the grand offering. Yet, it is undeniable that Qian Daolu represents the pinnacle of combat strength within the Spirit Hall, an enigmatic figure beyond measure. Even the lowest-ranking offering within the offering hall would be no match for him. Now, with the Pope engaged in battle against grand offering Qian Daolu, should he choose to assist, it would undoubtedly be in favor of Bibi Dong. However, the reality is that even if he joined forces with Bibi Dong and the hidden old ghost, there would still be no match for Qian Daolu. It is essential to recognize that once one becomes a title Douluo, particularly a super title Douluo at level 95, each incremental advancement results in an exponential increase in strength, incomparable to previous levels. While Qian Daolu may not strike too harshly against Bibi Dong, given their mutual disdain for one another, it is worth noting that Bibi Dong is, after all, the mother of Qian Rinxue. Conversely, Qian Daolu's most cherished is his granddaughter, Qian Rinxue. Thus, while he may temper his approach towards Bibi Dong, he would show no such restraint when confronting the old ghost or Yu Guan. Should the old ghost become embroiled in this conflict, the dynamics would shift dramatically. While Qian Daolu may exercise caution with Bibi Dong, he would have no qualms about delivering a harsh blow to Yu Guan and the old ghost, inevitably relegating them to mere punching bags. Contemplating this, Yu Guan's expression grew grim. What an unfortunate series of events. Why must he encounter such misfortunes? Sigh that young one, even after leaving Spirit City, cannot seem to settle down. What compels you to return to Yuxian? What business do you have with Tang Yuehua? Before Yu Guan could lament further, Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu clashed once more. Bibi Dong relentlessly unleashed her soul skills in an assault against Qian Daolu. However, he countered without employing a single soul skill of his own. This starkly illustrates the vast disparity between them. As Qian Daolu once again repelled Bibi Dong, he gazed at her, charging recklessly forward, and his eyes hardened. Bibi Dong, do you truly believe that, even with Xuere's presence, I would hesitate to end your life? Qian Daolu spoke as he struck towards Bibi Dong with a single palm. Although this move was executed without the use of any soul techniques, Bibi Dong, consumed by madness, refrained from unleashing any further abilities and relied solely on instinct to retaliate against Qian Daolu. As Bibi Dong charged at him, she was forcefully slammed into the ground by Qian Daolu's palm, creating a deep crater in the floor of the sacred hall. Yu Guan, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Was this truly the level of combat prowess attainable by a human? Not a single soul technique was employed. Was this the might of a high priest in the hall of worship? As Bibi Dong was driven into the ground, a milky white jade pendant fell from her bosom. Gazing at the pendant lying on the floor, the once pitch blackness of her eyes gradually revealed the whites, returning to clarity. Master, this is a gift I have specially prepared for you. No matter what you do, I shall stand by your side. From now on, my life belongs to you. The one I wish to protect most is you. If you wish to slay anyone, just tell me, and I shall assist you in their demise. Even if you desire to obliterate the world, I will remain by your side." The words of Su-yi resonated incessantly within Bibi Dong's mind. Gazing at the ivory-white jade pendant that had fallen to the ground, she stood utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Douluo hovered in the air, observing Bibi Dong's gaze, his eyes flickering with a mix of ruthlessness and resignation before he turned to depart. "Take care of yourself." Douluo had vanished from the papal hall, yet his voice continued to echo within its confines. Standing nearby, still in a daze, Yueguan was approached by the ghost Douluo, who appeared beside him. "He has left." "Left? Where to?" Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's words, confusion clouded Yueguan's eyes. Observing Yueguan's bewilderment, Ghost Douluo gave him a sharp slap on the back of the head. "You'll inevitably perish from your foolishness, always preoccupied with tending to flowers." As Douluo spoke, he directly led Yueguan into the Pope's hall, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong gazed at the jade pendant lying on the ground, inscribed with the character Dong. In an instant, she grasped the pendant, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. The man she had long cherished, Yu Xiaojiang, now seemed to pale in significance within her heart. Ever since Su-yi had appeared, and she had listened to his words, she began to understand what it meant to feel secure and valued by someone. Despite being a titled Douluo, while he was merely a soul king, Su-yi endowed Bibi Dong with a sense of safety and reliance. The moment he departed from her presence, she sensed it vaguely, though she had always been reluctant to acknowledge or confront it. Now, upon hearing from Yueguan that the young man had gone to Yuxian Pavilion, she could no longer maintain her composure. She felt as though she had once again lost something of utmost importance, and the fear of losing him consumed her. Yet, despite her trepidation and her awareness of his affections toward her, she could not allow herself to love him, nor could she let him know of her feelings. After all, she regarded herself as a tainted woman. Though he appeared indifferent, decisive, and unconcerned with the world, he was, in essence, a blank slate, untouched by the corruptions of life. In her heart, she realized that Su-yi's significance had begun to overshadow that of Yu Xiaojiang. Nevertheless, she could not forget Yu Xiaojiang, his name ever echoing in her mind. Even with Su-yi's presence, her thoughts remained tethered to Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, she comprehended her own heart completely. Yu Xiaojiang had transformed into her inner demon, an obsession that plagued her thoughts. She understood that her infatuation had evolved beyond mere admiration or love. Yet she yearned to see that man once more, to uncover his innermost thoughts. Regarding Su-yi, she felt unworthy of him. As this realization struck her, a heart-wrenching pain surged within her. What is love, that it compels one to pledge life and death? I existed before you were born, and I grew old. Chapter 60. If only it were just if. One update. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. Little rascal, are you really leaving tomorrow? Tang Yuehua sat across from Su-yi, observing the child who had blossomed into a young man before her eyes. She had witnessed every step of his growth and progress, which had reached an astonishing level in terms of his academic prowess. Furthermore, regarding Su-yi's identity, she had ventured multiple times to the residence of Marquis Charles after his departure, seeking him out. Yet each time, the Marquis offered various excuses, claiming that Su-yi was not at home. From that moment, she realized that Su-yi was not the scion of Marquis Charles. Although she remained unaware of the specifics of his background, Tang Yuehua was certain of one thing. This young lad was her disciple, and that was sufficient. Whatever his identity may be, it was of no consequence to her. Indeed, master, after all, I have taken a month's leave, and by the time I return to the academy, the time will have come, Su-yi remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow and asked, Shrek Academy? I have not heard of such an institution. It does not appear to be a prominent Soul Master Academy. Why not attend the Royal Tiendo Academy? It is the largest academy in our Tiendo Empire, boasting the finest instructors. By coming here, you could also reside in the Moon Pavilion. As she spoke, a glimmer of expectation shone in Tang Yuehua's eyes as she looked at Su-yi. No, master. Su-yi also noticed the anticipation in Tang Yuehua's gaze. Yet he could not acquiesce. After all, within Shrek, there were still Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, both of whom were his aspirations. Not to mention the seemingly reborn Tang San, who was not a local. Regardless of which among the three it was, he could not abandon Shrek. Most crucially, he had yet to ascertain the character of Yu Xiaojiang. No, you must transfer to the Royal Tiendo Academy. That insignificant Shrek, a little-known academy that appeared from nowhere, could hardly be a place for your studies. Upon hearing Su-yi's refusal, Tang Yuehua became visibly agitated. Then, as if a thought struck her, she suddenly approached Su Yi, grasped his shoulders with both hands, and, gazing into his eyes, asked, "Is it that the person you hold dear is at that academy?" Su Yi gazed into Tang Yuehua's anxious eyes and offered a gentle smile. "No, my dear teacher. My experience at Shrek Academy has been truly remarkable. Although our cohort consists of merely 8 individuals, the other 7 members of Shrek, each merely 12 or 13 years of age, are already formidable soul respecters, with some on the brink of transcending to that status. Each student possesses exceptional talent, and none are to be underestimated. Furthermore, the founder of Shrek Academy, whom you may have heard of, is none other than the renowned Flander, one of the esteemed members of the Golden Iron Triangle, known as the Winged Horn and the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. The limited number of students is a result of the extraordinarily high standards for admission. Only those extraordinary enough can qualify. Moreover, our current instructor is none other than the Wisdom Corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, Master Yu Xiaojing. Additionally, within the academy, we have teacher Zhao Wujia, who is famed for his remarkable escape from the encirclement of 16 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall, earning him the title of the Unyielding King. Thus, while this academy may not yet be widely recognized, it is destined to make its mark, and the name Shrek will undoubtedly echo throughout the continent in the future. Sui gazed at Tang Yuehua before him, attempting to articulate his thoughts. The words that could echo across the continent were contingent upon the survival of them all. However, this sentiment remained concealed within the depths of his heart. Tang Yuehua, seated across from Su Yi, found herself momentarily stunned by his declaration. A seemingly insignificant individual from Shrek, unknown to her, possessed such remarkable abilities? Yet, these considerations were not her primary concern. What mattered most was that the person this little rascal cherished was not present. Although she was uncertain of her true feelings for him, the mere thought of him harboring affections for someone else filled her heart with bitterness and sorrow. The image of the man who had once silently occupied her thoughts had gradually faded, supplanted by this young boy. After all, a future with that man was utterly impossible. They were, after all, siblings. Furthermore, her age was such that she could very well be this boy's mother. She should not entertain feelings of possession towards him. Yet despite her awareness, she found herself unable to let go. It was as if fate had conspired against her. She lamented, "I was born before you, yet here you are, in the prime of your life. Had this boy been born 20 years earlier, had fate introduced them sooner, she would have spared no effort to keep him by her side. Had he been her first encounter, she might never have developed misguided feelings for that other man. Had their paths crossed earlier, she would have no regrets lingering in her heart. Alas, all these what-ifs remained mere fantasies. She couldn't comprehend why the heavens had dealt her such a hand. Little one, are you with the person you hold dear? Tang Yuehua inquired of Sui, her heart brimming with anxiety. Uncertain of the answer, she remained fixated on the thought of him. As Sui pondered over Tang Yuehua's words, he gently remarked, "Do you still harbor feelings for someone who is attached to another?" Upon hearing Sui's statement, Tang Yuehua's eyes flared with indignation. "You little rascal. If that is the case, why do you still have feelings for her? If her heart belongs to someone else, why cling to her? Would it not be better to remain by my side at Yuexian?" Consumed by anger, she grasped Sui's shoulders tightly, demanding answers. "Respond to me. Why are you silent?" Gazing at the taciturn Sui, she pressed on. "Is she truly that remarkable? Have I not treated you well?" Tang Yuehua's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. "My life was given to me by her," Sui softly replied, observing the tear-streaked visage of Tang Yuehua. "Thus, I cannot abandon her. I have been too impassioned." Wiping her tears away, Tang Yuehua regarded Sui with a pained expression. "Indeed, knowing full well the futility of this, why should I make it difficult for him? The gap in our ages is insurmountable. She is in the bloom of youth. Yet, what of 10 or 20 years hence? By then, Sui will be a vigorous young man, while I shall have faded. Even if she were to regain 10 years of youth, she would not so easily concede. There exists a fateful connection between them, yet their paths are not meant to intertwine. What would you like to eat today?" Tang Yuehua asked softly. Her tears now wiped away, attempting to feign a smile, though it appeared painfully forced, tinged with bitterness. "As long as it is made by you, that suffices." "Very well. I shall prepare it." Chapter 61. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. A 14-year-old Soul King. Second update. Votes and monthly tickets needed. After departing from Yuexian, Sui returned to Shrek after more than 10 days. "Boss Su, you have returned," Oscar exclaimed, his eyes sparkling upon seeing Sui back at Shrek. Before Oscar could reach him, a graceful figure leaped directly into Suyi's embrace. As Sui beheld Ning Rongrong, who had leapt into his embrace, he momentarily hesitated, refraining from enveloping her in his arms. "You have finally returned, Sui," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clinging to him, her heart heavy with the fear that he might depart once more, or perhaps never return at all. Previously, she had been too timid to even grasp Suyi's hand. Yet, as his absence stretched on for nearly a month, her anxiety intensified, amplifying her longing for him. With Sui's return, Ning Rongrong could no longer suppress the emotions she harbored for him. Meanwhile, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others observed the affectionate scene, their eyes glimmering with amusement. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, stood by and whistled playfully. "All right, with so many eyes upon us, perhaps it is time to let go." Sui gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was holding him tightly, and spoke softly, "I don't mind. Sui, I cherish you. I wish to embrace you like this." Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong boldly confessed her feelings to him. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's confession, Sui felt no stirrings in his heart. His purpose here had already been fulfilled, and soon he would complete it. Tang San and the others, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's declaration, were astonished, and soon began to tease the two. "Welcome back, Sui," Tang San said, approaching with Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, all smiles. "Sui, you may not be aware, but during your absence, both Tang San and Xiao Wu have ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Moreover, in the Soul Arena of Soto City, we triumphed over the disciples of the Royal Academy of the Do Empire that day. And, Sui, do you know? The leading teacher of those disciples from the Tiando Royal Academy is a formidable Soul Emperor. That teacher is our senior and a graduate of Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun eagerly recounted the events that transpired during Suyi's absence. "All right, Fatty, is it really necessary to go on like this? Sui has just returned. Let's converse while we walk instead of standing here," Dai Mubai interjected, giving Ma Hongjun a playful kick. "By the way, Sui, our Shrek Academy is relocating." As they made their way towards the cafeteria, Tang San glanced at Sui and softly remarked, "Relocating?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui exhibited a look of perplexity. "The location is inconsequential, as long as you and that you Xiaojiang remain present. Indeed, the teacher's intention is for us to attend the Royal Tiando Academy as visiting students, subsequently to participate in the Soul Master competition." "Visiting students?" "Precisely, we shall remain as we are, Shrek. The reason for our journey to the Royal Tiando Academy is that its training environment is exceedingly beneficial for us. The teacher indicated that our cultivation speed would significantly accelerate in that setting. In due course, we shall strive for 3 competition slots at the Royal Tiando Academy, ensuring that Shrek will shine gloriously." As Tang San spoke, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Hearing this, Sui, filled with curiosity, inquired of Tang San, "Is this what the master conveyed?" "Indeed, these are the very words of our teacher." Tang San, initially expecting Sui to praise his mentor, was instead met with a question. "I wish to understand why the Royal Tiando Academy would accept us from Shrek. While your talents are indeed exceptional, why would the esteemed academy allow you to utilize their resources for training without formally recognizing you as their students? It seems illogical to overlook such promising candidates while offering them a place for cultivation and competition slots." Tang San, taken aback by Suyi's inquiry, paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "This pertains to the senior that Fatty mentioned earlier, due to his influence. He has already established favorable connections for us at the Royal Tiando Academy." "Very well." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Sui refrained from retorting. "At last, you've returned. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Otherwise, we would have set forth to the heavenly capital royal city a week ago." Dai Mubai approached Sui and playfully delivered a light punch to his shoulder. Sui gazed at Dai Mubai before him, a cheerful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Have you not returned?" Standing beside Sui, Dai Mubai observed the latter's beaming expression, an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. "Sui, your demeanor always instills a rather peculiar feeling of apprehension within me," he confessed. "It is merely an illusion." Sui reassured him. "Now, let us proceed to dine." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Sui smiled faintly and remarked as they made their way to the cafeteria, "I just returned and have yet to partake in any sustenance. Come, let us dine." Upon hearing Suyi's statement, Ma Hongjun eagerly hurried towards the cafeteria. As the group arrived, they beheld the master busily engaged in culinary preparations. The moment Ma Hongjun entered, he exclaimed, "Master, Look who has returned. With that, he stepped aside, revealing Su-yi who stood behind him. The master, upon seeing Su-yi, was visibly delighted, his eyes sparkling with recognition. You have returned? Indeed. Su-yi gazed disdainfully at Yu Xiaojing before him. However, in front of everyone, he had to greet him with a smile. Once the teacher completely forgets you, I will ensure that you, a fraud seeking fame, experience the most excruciating punishments this world has to offer. Has everyone already informed you of our journey to the heavenly? Yu Xiaojing said gently to Su-yi as he observed the crowd taking their seats. Indeed, the rewards for this upcoming Continental Soul Master competition are extraordinary. All Soul Masters under the age of 25 from the Academy are eligible to participate in this event. Moreover, the champion of this competition will receive 6 soul bones. 6 soul bones. The members of Shrek were astounded upon hearing this news. They were aware of the competition but had no inkling of the rewards. Has the Spirit Hall gone mad this time, offering 6 soul bones as the prize for winning the competition? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he looked at Yu Xiaojing. In response to Dai Mubai's words, Yu Xiaojing explained, the reason the Spirit Hall has presented 6 soul bones as rewards is due to the emergence of an unparalleled holy son within the Spirit Hall. It is rumored that this holy son, merely 14 years of age, has already ascended to the rank of Soul King. Even Su-yi, at 16, only recently attained the same rank. Thus, this mysterious holy son of the Spirit Hall is the youngest in the history of Douluo continent. A Soul King at the age of 14. As the crowd absorbed Yu Xiaojing's words, their eyes reflected astonishment. Even Su-yi, seated among them, exhibited a similar look of shock. Chapter 61. Zhu Zhuqing. I just want to survive. Third update. A Soul King at 14. Upon hearing the gasps of the crowd and the astonishment in their eyes, Yu Xiaojing continued, it is likely that half of these 6 soul bones are designated for this holy son. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that the Spirit Hall has not only produced this holy son, but has also unveiled a golden generation. Among them is a holy maiden from the Spirit Hall, alongside 2 others who have broken through to the Soul King realm in their 20s. This implies that the Spirit Hall will field at least 4 Soul Kings. Hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Tang Xin exclaimed in disbelief. With such a lineup, the reward is undoubtedly the Spirit Hall's. Dai Mubai countered Tang Xin's assertion. That may not necessarily be the case. After all, we still have Su-yi among us. Exactly. Su-yi is so formidable that he alone could annihilate all 4 Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun instantly supported Dai Mubai's statement. Yu Xiaojing, upon hearing their words, smiled slightly. Indeed, Xiaosan, we have the ace in the hole, Su-yi. You have all witnessed his combat prowess. Not to mention Soul Kings. Even an ordinary Soul Emperor would not stand a chance against Su-yi. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojing slowly addressed the assembly, stating, upon our arrival at the Royal Tiandu Academy, I intend for the 3 of you, alongside Xiaosan and Rongrong, to take the stage. With your presence, even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, despite being entirely composed of Soul Kings, shall not prove to be your adversaries. In that eventuality, we may secure at least 2 of the 6 soul bones as a reward. Moreover, with Rongrong's support, Su-yi's prowess will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Victory in the championship is within our grasp. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, the crowd erupted in unison. However, it is noteworthy that Su-yi's response lagged by a mere 0.1 seconds, a delay imperceptible to all. Very well, Su-yi, having just returned. Finish your meal and rest well. We shall embark tomorrow towards the heavenly capital. As the gathering dispersed, Xiao Wu linked arms with Tang San, retreating to converse in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong trailed closely behind Su-yi, clutching his arm with an unwavering grip. Dai Mubai pursued Zhu Xing with the fervor of a devoted hound. Ultimately, only the solitary figures of Ma Hongjun and Oscar remained among the Shrek contingent. Alas, it is always like this, leaving just the 2 of us, Ma Hongjun lamented, observing the couples depart with a visage of despondency. Oscar, hearing Ma Hongjun's sentiment, embraced him, both shedding tears of shared sorrow. Su-yi, I heard from the dean and the master that you went to see your teacher, Ning Rongrong softly remarked. Her gaze fixed intently on Su-yi, her ears perked with curiosity. What did you discuss with your teacher? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su-yi gently replied, I merely discussed some trivial matters with my teacher. Oh, is that so? Ning Rongrong responded, her spirit suddenly deflating, her voice lacking vitality. Yes, I just had a brief conversation with my teacher. I have made a group of friends at Shrek Academy, and I have also encountered a rather extraordinary girl. At this, Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly sparkled with brightness. Gazing into Su Yi's eyes, she was filled with surprise and anticipation, asking, "And what happened next?" Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Su Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Then, I shall return to rest." As Su Yi finished speaking, he vanished right before Ning Rongrong's eyes. Staring at the spot where he had just stood, Ning Rongrong gaped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Subsequently, she scrunched her adorable little nose and stamped her foot at the empty space, exclaiming, "You big bully! You wicked scoundrel! You foul creature!" Yet, looking at the vacant area before her, a joyful smile spread across her face. With a heart full of delight, she merrily skipped back to the dormitory, her spirits soaring with happiness. "Now speak up. What are you stealthily following us for?" Suddenly, as Su Yi disappeared from Ning Rongrong's view, he appeared atop a nearby tree. With a playful smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing, who concealed herself among the branches, Su Yi's hand gradually moved toward his calf. "I wish to know how to become as formidable as you," Zhu Zhuqing stated plainly, gazing at the close proximity of Su Yi. "What is it that you seek to accomplish?" Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Su Yi gazed into her calm eyes and replied with a faint smile, "I wish to learn from you. I desire to survive." Zhu Zhuqing met Su Yi's gaze and continued to speak with her usual indifference. "Speak." Su Yi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing before him, his hand drifting away from his calf as he casually perched himself upon a tree trunk. "Dai Mubai and I hail from the same origins." After observing him for such an extended period, it has become evident that he lacks ambition. If this continues, both of us shall meet our demise. Upon my arrival, I had already resolved that should Dai Mubai remain stagnant, I would seize the opportunity to end his life, followed by my own. However, after this prolonged observation, it seems he has made an effort, yet he still lacks the drive to advance. As for you, you have ignited within me a glimmer of hope for survival. My instincts tell me that by aligning myself with you, I shall undoubtedly grow stronger and escape this fate. Though I have never been one to trust my instincts, my singular desire is to live. Zhu Zhuqing shared much with Su Yi, including her own past intertwined with Dai Mubai. Once she concluded her narrative, Su Yi turned his gaze toward the moon above, then looked back at Zhu Zhuqing. "Firstly, you must practice for no less than 14 hours each day. After 3 months of unwavering commitment, we shall speak again." After Su Yi finished speaking, he vanished before Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily lost in thought. As the group departed from Shrek and made their way to the grand city of Heavendo, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with astonishment at the sight of the immense city before them. "Goodness, Big Brother Dai, Big Brother Su. This Heavendo city is simply colossal." As the Shrek members entered the bustling city, Ma Hongjun observed the throngs of people, realizing that it was far beyond the small Soto city. "You'll get used to it," Dai Mubai remarked, watching Ma Hongjun's unrefined demeanor with a hint of indifference. "By the way, third brother, my father mentioned that the Zhuge crossbow you sold to our 7-treasure glazed tile school is excellent. He is quite pleased and wishes to place an order for 500 sets of all the hidden weapons." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San smiled gently. "It's wonderful that Uncle Ning appreciates this gift, but if you wish to order 500 sets of the other hidden weapons, it will take some time." "A little time is no issue. My father said he can wait." Ning Rongrong, who was linking arms with Su Yi, beamed with joy upon hearing Tang San's response. Chapter 62. I will remember you. 4 updates. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. Su Yi, who was listening to the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Tang San, felt a flicker of realization. It seemed that much had transpired during his month-long absence. Had Ning Rongrong not mentioned that Tang San sold his crafted hidden weapons to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he would have remained oblivious to it. He was also aware of the teacher's plans. The teacher had always sought to subdue the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Should that prove impossible, the teacher would undoubtedly seek to annihilate them. After all, once the plan of the Heavendo Empire succeeded, all who refused to submit would be eliminated. It was a true embodiment of the principle, "Those who align with me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." Had he remained unaware of this matter, he would face significant challenges when the teacher advanced against the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. He was well aware of the Zhuge crossbow's might, as well as the power of the hidden weapons Tang San had gifted him. Contemplating this, he resolved to send the blueprints for the Desert Eagle back to the Spirit Hall during this period. He would have the teacher secretly dispatch someone to craft it, ensuring that when the time came to obliterate the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, Each spirit master from the spirit hall wielding a desert eagle would undoubtedly overwhelm the opposition. What are you pondering, Sui? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, noticing Sui's distraction as she linked arms with him. I was reflecting on how I just returned from Heaven Do City and now find myself back here. Sui said with a bitter smile, you came to see the teacher on this day in the Dohuang City? Upon hearing Sui's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sui, could you take me to meet your teacher? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Sui smiled slightly, saying, I shall wait to consult my teacher. After all, it is essential to obtain my teacher's approval. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, quickly nodded and inquired, by the way, Sui, what gifts does your teacher particularly enjoy? The others observed Ning Rongrong's demeanor, unable to suppress their amusement. Xiao leaped to Ning Rongrong's side, linking arms with her as she teased, Rongrong, you haven't even met him yet, and you're already planning how to win over Suyi's teacher. Ning Rongrong, flustered by Xiao Wu's words, struggled to articulate a response. The group erupted in laughter at her expense. Noticing the mirth in Xiao Wu's eyes, Ning Rongrong reached for her side and exclaimed, you think you can tease me? Stop right there. With that, she chased after the fleeing Xiao Wu. As the two girls dashed past Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, Zhao Wujin, and several other Soul Emperors, the onlookers couldn't help but smile at the sight of these exuberant young women, reflecting that youth truly is a splendid phase of life. Amidst their playful banter, the group arrived at an inn in the Heaven Do Imperial City. Weary from their continuous journey, as night fell, and given that the Heaven Do Royal Academy was not situated within the city, they resolved to rest for the night before proceeding there the following day. On the morrow, when they reached the Heaven Do Royal Academy, they were abruptly halted by two students from the institution. This encounter led to a minor conflict, during which the most arrogant of the students brazenly pointed a finger at Su Yi, hurling insults. Yet, Su Yi remained unfazed, merely gazing at him with a smile, silently committing the encounter to memory. Ultimately, it was the intervention of Qin Ming that facilitated their entry into the academy. Upon arriving at the administrative office, three elderly gentlemen emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority that pressed heavily upon Flinder and the others. Shrek Academy, Flinder, Martial Spirit Cat Eagle, Level 78 Battle Spirit Saint. I pay my respects to the esteemed seniors. Flinder addressed the three with a bow. There's no need for formalities, Flinder. I am the chief of the Academic Affairs Committee. Mengshenji, Martial Spirit Black Demon, Control System, Level 86 8-Ring Battle Spirit Douluo. One of them replied. The second, I am Bai Bashan, the deputy chair of the committee. Martial Spirit Heavenly Star Furnace, Defense System, Level 85 8-Ring Battle Spirit Douluo. Finally, the third introduced himself. I am Ji Lin, the third seat of the committee. Martial Spirit Celestial Vine, Control System, Level 83 8-Ring Spirit Douluo. As the three individuals were introduced, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the Shrek crowd. Subsequently, under the guidance of Qin Ming and Flandra, they collectively entered the committee hall. Once inside, after completing their discussions, the three esteemed members of the committee, known as the Wise Forest, materialized directly before Su Yi, exerting their soul power and imposing pressure, which bore down heavily upon him. Sui Yi's face bore no trace of emotion, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. Bai Bashan, Mengshenji, and the probing Jilin gazed at this scene, their eyes flashing with astonishment. This young man truly embodied the prodigious talent they had spoken of. At merely 16 years of age, he had already attained the rank of Soul King. It was no wonder he could achieve such a status at such a tender age. The pressure emanating from a Soul Douluo was met with an unyielding calmness from him. Jilin, observing Sui Yi's apparent nonchalance, was skeptical. He intensified the output of his soul power and the release of pressure, escalating from an initial 30% to a full 100%. Yet Sui Yi's expression remained unchanged. Excellent. Dean Flander, your academy indeed attracts only extraordinary students. Today, we have truly witnessed what a monster is, Jilin remarked, turning his attention to Tang San standing beside Sui Yi with a slight smile. Indeed, Xiao San is my disciple, Yu Xiaojiang replied with a smile upon hearing Jilin's words. Then allow me to test the abilities of this disciple of the master, Jilin declared, directing his efforts towards Tang San. Similar to his earlier trial with Sui Yi, he unleashed his soul power and pressure. As Jilin tested Tang San, the latter felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. Jilin continued to amplify the pressure and soul power, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Tang San's forehead. As the soul power surged, Tang San activated his martial soul, the blue silver grass, and summoned his soul rings. Ultimately, he was compelled to unleash his soul skills to counter the immense pressure. The disparity in strength was evident. However, given that Sui was a soul king and Tang San merely a soul ancestor, the comparison was hardly fair. Jilin, eager to discover Tang San's limits, persisted in releasing soul power. Suddenly, 8 spider spears emerged from Tang San's back, instinctively defending against the pressure. The sight of the 8 spider spears astounded Jilin, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Sui, who regarded Tang San with wide eyes. Is that a soul bone? Meng Xinji gasped, staring in shock at Master Yu. Is that truly a soul bone? Even Meng Xinji, who had been seated moments before, was left in utter disbelief at the sight of the 8 spider spears materializing from Tang San's back. Sui, too, registered a flicker of surprise at the emergence of the soul bone. Was Tang San's soul bone of the torso variety? Yet, it did not seem to fit that description. Upon witnessing the soul bone's manifestation, Jilin abandoned any intention of further probing, utterly astonished. As the pressure dissipated, the 8 spider spear soul bones swiftly retracted into Tang San's body. Thank you, Jilin Douluo, for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes gleamed slightly as he expressed his gratitude towards the Douluo Jilin. Completion? Douluo Jilin was perplexed by Yu Xiaojiang's words. Ever since this child acquired the external spirit bone, his strength had indeed increased, yet he had struggled to truly integrate it. Under the pressure you applied, he finally achieved a seamless fusion with his external spirit bone. The external spirit bone. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's statement, Meng Xinji and the others were taken aback. Yes, I must request the 3 esteemed committee members to keep this matter confidential. The external spirit bone holds immense value, should this information be disclosed. I fear it may bring harm to Tang San. Standing nearby, Sui cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang's overt manner of sharing such information. With such eagerness to disclose, how could one maintain discretion? If he had not misjudged, Tang San possessed a small hammerhead on his left hand. Tang San. With a martial spirit of a hammer, though not overly common, it was not excessively rare either. However, the most formidable martial spirit on Douluo continent was indeed the Haotian hammer. And Haotian sect was associated with the Tang surname. With this thought, Suyi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Tang San, you carry many secrets, do you not? While Sui pondered Tang San's mysteries, the others had nearly concluded their discussions. Meng Xinji and the others warmly welcomed the Shrek Academy's presence, their faces beaming with joy at the sight of these peculiar students, alongside the true anomaly, Sui. They were confident that when these young individuals participated in the Soul Master competition, their Tianqiu Academy would undoubtedly claim victory. Yet, the competition in Soul City posed a different challenge, as the strength of this year's teams was exceptionally formidable. With 4 Soul Kings among them, how could they compete? It was evident that the rewards offered by the Spirit Hall were intended for their own members. However, just as the atmosphere grew lively, the doors of the committee hall were abruptly flung open, and numerous soldiers surged inside. Entering was a middle-aged man accompanied by the very youth who had caused a commotion outside the gates of the Tiando Royal Academy. The youth, upon entering, cast a disdainful sneer at the Shrek crowd. Following them was an elderly man clad in a green robe, whose passage caused the surrounding flora to wither. Such potent poison. Sui and Tang San squinted at the elderly figure, their eyes narrowing. This man was a titled Douluo. Observing the elder, Sui's narrowed gaze returned to normal. Is Chairman Meng Xinji present? The middle-aged man inquired, directing his attention towards Meng Xinji and the others. It was clear that he was unfamiliar with Meng Xinji. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin exchanged glances before bowing respectfully. Your Highness, what brings you here? In the presence of esteemed guests, the middle-aged man, referred to as the Prince by Meng Xinji and others, spoke in a nonchalant tone. Might you not introduce me to these individuals? Your Highness. This is Dean Flanders of Shrek Academy. Meng Xinji began to introduce the members of Shrek to the prince, extolling their virtues. Dean Flanders. This is His Highness Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire. The Royal Academy falls under his purview. Once Meng Xinji concluded his introduction, Prince Xuexing disdainfully remarked, Humph, Shrek Academy? I have never heard of it. It is clearly an institution of little repute. The members of Shrek were visibly incensed by Xuexing's words. Following Meng Xinji's attempt to defend Shrek, Xuexing launched into a tirade of derogatory remarks about the academy, addressing the assembly, Chief Meng Xinji. I have heard that Shrek has recently arrived at our academy and has already insulted my nephew, His Highness Prince Xuexing, the 4th Prince of the Empire. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual was indeed the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. Upon hearing Xuexing's statement, Flanders interjected. What resolution does your highness propose for this matter? Have you inquired of Prince Xuebing why he was subjected to such an insult? Xuebing's face contorted with anger at Flanders' words, but Xuexing restrained him and replied coolly, I have always been benevolent toward those of talent. Since you seek collaboration with our Tiandu Royal Academy, let us set aside the matter of Xuebing's humiliation for now. However, you must demonstrate your worthiness. The members of Dai Mubai's group were incensed by Xuexing's declaration, but Flanders intervened, stating, Very well, your highness, how would you have us prove ourselves? Xuexing, anticipating this response, smirked slightly. It is quite simple. Should you endure 5 minutes under the tutelage of this Mr. Douluo, I shall acknowledge you as individuals of talent. As Xuexing finished speaking, an elderly man clad in a green robe stepped forward. The atmosphere grew tense as the group realized the gravity of the challenge. Otherwise, you shall immediately vacate my academy. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai sprang forth, charging at Xuexing. However, the man known as Mr. Douluo made no move. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai, causing him to plummet to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Such power conveyed through a mere gaze. Afterward, Jilin summoned Dai Mubai back using his martial spirit to commence treatment. Mr. Douluo, I implore you, he said, stepping forward. Leave this to me. Mr. Douluo then took a few steps forward and calmly stated, All of you, come at me together. Upon finishing his words, a green toxic mist emanated from his body, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. As the plants decayed into ashes, a series of soul rings emerged from him, 9 in total, yellow, purple, and black. Witnessing the soul rings that radiated from him, Xiaowu was so frightened that she instinctively concealed herself behind the chair. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he appeared directly in front of Xiaowu, shielding her behind him. After all, this was a title Douluo. Should he discover that Xiaowu was a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, it would spell disaster. Such a precious soul ring could not be allowed to fall into the hands of another. The prey he desired could only belong to him. Chapter 64, The Nonsensical Monster Theory. Part 2. As Sui positioned himself in front of Xiaowu, the latter, hidden behind a chair, stared at his back in a moment of surprise. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy present at the committee meeting felt the oppressive aura emanating from the solitary figure, leaving them paralyzed with trepidation, none daring to make a move. Just as Flanders prepared to step forward, Yu Xiaojiang emerged from behind him. Your Excellency, bearing the surname Douluo and reeking of a foul stench, if I am not mistaken, you must be the title Douluo known as Poison, Douluo. Upon hearing this, Douluo responded coolly, Since you are aware of my name, why not leave at once? Very well, we shall depart, Yu Xiaojiang replied, grabbing Flanders by the hand, intent on leaving. However, Flanders broke free from Yu Xiaojiang's grasp, glaring at Douluo as he gritted his teeth. I cannot allow Shrek to endure such humiliation. Yu Xiaojiang, frowning at Flanders' words, cautioned, Title Douluo, you are a formidable opponent. Even if we old ones are unafraid of death. Do you wish for the children to accompany us down the path to destruction? After speaking, he turned to Dream Machine and the others, courteously stating, Let today's matter conclude here. We shall forever remember the warm hospitality extended by the 3 esteemed seniors, until we meet again. As everyone prepared to depart, they were halted by Dream Machine. The trio then released their martial souls and soul rings, declaring, Today, we shall experience the might of a title Douluo. What are you 3 doing? Xuexing interjected, blocking their path. This academy is under my jurisdiction. Dream Machine, incensed by Xuexing's words, retorted, Your Highness, we will certainly report today's events to the Emperor. Seeing the 3 about to confront Douluo, Flanders sighed deeply. Enough. Shrek Academy does not wish to burden the esteemed seniors. Since the Royal Tiando Academy is unwilling to stay, how could I dare to insist? Farewell, esteemed seniors, Flanders said, leading the group toward the exit. Just as they were leaving, a graceful young girl bypassed Tang, San, and joyfully leaped into Douluo's embrace. Grandfather. Douluo smiled as he held the girl, replying, Indeed, you have made notable progress in your strength. The young girl gazed at Tang San's silhouette, her eyes narrowing slightly, before she began to whisper to Douluo. Upon hearing her words, Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. After the crowd departed from the Royal Tiando Academy, the members of Shrek were each filled with a burning rage in their eyes. Sui lingered at the rear of the crowd, observing the throng before him with a sense of disdain. Was it not said that a soul master who dares not provoke trouble is not a worthy soul master? Yet, where had the arrogance and haughty demeanor vanished to when they encountered the Zhanghui Academy? Today, confronted with the title Douluo, they stood in fearful silence, paralyzed with trepidation. The notion that a soul master must avoid conflict to be deemed commendable is utterly nonsensical. To put it plainly, it is merely a case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong, all couched in flattering rhetoric. After the crowd had deliberated on the future developments of Shrek, Flinder addressed them, saying, "Today, we shall reside in the Heaven Do Imperial City for the night, and thereafter, we will contemplate a specific plan." Yes, upon hearing Flinder's words, the crowd made their way toward the Heaven Do Imperial City. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu approached Su Yi. "Brother Su, thank you for earlier," Xiao Wu said gently, linking her arm with Tang San's as she gazed at Su Yi. "What do you thank me for?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Su Yi offered a faint smile. The pressure exerted by that title de law had indeed been terrifying. "I am grateful for your protection." "Indeed, Brother Su. I appreciate your assistance during that ordeal," Xiao Wu remarked. After she finished speaking, Tang San gazed sincerely at Su Yi and stated, "Are we not friends? After all, you were the first to forge a friendship with me." Upon hearing the words of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Su Yi offered them a gentle smile. "Between friends, is there any need for thanks?" His smile resembled the soft breeze of March, alleviating the tension and fear within Xiao Wu's heart. "Indeed, we are friends. We are brothers." Tang San, upon hearing Su Yi's words, gazed into his eyes, filled with sincerity. "Brother Su, should there be anything we can assist you with in the future, do not hesitate to let us know. We will certainly help you." After Tang San spoke, Xiao Wu, who was linking her arm with his, looked at Su Yi with a cheerful grin and added, "Exactly, Brother Su, as my brother said." Upon hearing the words of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Su Yi smiled with genuine sincerity for the first time. Looking at Xiao Wu with a bright smile, he said, "I am certain that in the days to come, you will be of great assistance to me." Tang San and Xiao Wu, upon hearing Su Yi's statement, harbored no doubts. The group exchanged knowing smiles as they entered the imperial city of Tiando. As they stepped into the city, they were greeted by a recruitment notice board. Flinder scrutinized the contents, noting the mention of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Qin Ming, standing among them, spoke up, "I am somewhat familiar with this Blue Tyrant Academy. It is known within the Tiando Imperial City for its rigorous teaching methods. Moreover, it has a distinctive characteristic. It only accepts commoners and rejects all nobility." The expressions of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others turned to shock upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Flinder chuckled at this revelation, stating, "Before long, they will possess the capital to rival the Royal Tiando Academy." With that, he led the group directly to the Blue Tyrant Academy for their applications. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy. The members of Shrek Academy observed the evaluators within the hall, and Qin Ming stepped forward first. He unleashed his martial soul, revealing 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. "I am Qin Ming, a 62nd level assault-type battle soul emperor, with the martial soul of the fiery Tsang Wolf. I am here to apply as a teacher. I welcome your guidance." The evaluator of the Blue Tyrant Academy, already awestruck by Qin Ming's presence, stammered, "There is no need for further assessment. According to Academy regulations, soul masters above level 60 are exempt from additional testing." Hearing this, Flinder interjected, "Since those above 60 do not require assessments, let us not waste any more time. Forward." With that, he, along with Zhao Wujie and the other 3 instructors, unleashed their martial souls and soul rings. Li Yusong, a 63rd level dragon pattern staff soul emperor, representing the assault type; Xiao Xian, a 71st level candy bean soul saint, representing the food type; and Lu Qi Bean, a 66th level star Luo chess soul emperor, representing the control type. The evaluator gazed in astonishment at the array of soul rings before him, left speechless, and with his mouth agape at the members of Shrek Academy. Tang San, witnessing this, mused to himself, "In this world, it is indeed strength that speaks volumes." Chapter 65. Not just useless, also a scoundrel. Third update. Seeking votes and collections. The levels of your abilities are too high for me to assess. Perhaps I should take you to meet our Dean, who will make the final decision. The evaluator of the Blue Tyrant Academy addressed Flinder and the others with utmost respect. Flinder, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, let us proceed." Subsequently, the esteemed instructor from Blue Tyrant Academy led Flandra, Yu Xiaojiang, and the members of Shrek into a quaint little forest. As they beheld a courtyard adorned with blooming peach blossoms, a familiar sound echoed within. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow slightly. The sound was undeniably reminiscent. Upon catching sight of a woman clad in fiery attire, draped in black, his eyes widened, and he instinctively sought to turn away. However, before he could escape, Flandre grasped his shoulder firmly, exclaiming, "Xiaojiang, you have evaded this for 20 years. How much longer do you intend to run? Can you truly bear not to see her?" The members of Shrek exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their bewilderment at Flandre's words. Meanwhile, Su Yi's eyes glimmered upon hearing Flandre's proclamation. It appeared that this woman was none other than Yu Xiaojiang's sister, the lethal aspect of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong, who had once been on the verge of matrimony. "Dean, these individuals are the new soul masters applying at our academy. 6 of them possess a spirit power exceeding level 60. We are unable to make a decision, hence we sought your judgment," remarked a voice amidst the flowers. Lu Erlong, while tending to the blossoms, noticed Yu Xiaojiang being held by Flandre. Gazing at his profile, she dropped her watering can, momentarily frozen in place. Staring at the visage she had longed for, Lu Erlong trembled with excitement. In an instant, she appeared beside Yu Xiaojiang, grasping his hands, which quivered uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face as her voice trembled. "Xiaojiang, Xiaojiang, is it truly you? Am I not dreaming?" Lu Erlong yearned to caress Yu Xiaojiang's face. But as her hand reached halfway, she hesitated, ultimately refraining from touching the beloved visage. Flandre, witnessing this poignant moment, chuckled. "Erlong, I never anticipated finding you here. After all these years, how have you fared?" "Old Flandre, it has been ages. You remain unchanged," Lu Erlong replied softly, turning to face him. "Allow me to introduce you. These are the esteemed faculty and students of Shrek Academy. We happened upon your academy's recruitment and came to seek our fortunes here," Flandre explained to Lu Erlong. Then turning to the Shrek members, he added, "This is Lu Erlong, the final piece of our Golden Iron Triangle, the Angel of Slaughter." With Flandre's introduction, a flicker of trepidation danced in the eyes of the Shrek members as they regarded Lu Erlong. Only Su Yi's gaze sparkled with intrigue before vanishing like a fleeting shadow. He had promised his teacher not to harm Yu Xiaojiang, yet he pondered the implications of slaying Lu Erlong before him. What transformation would it evoke in Yu Xiaojiang? Contemplating this, a subtle smile crept upon Su Yi's lips. Later, after the gathering at Blue Tyrant Academy concluded their evening meal, Lu Erlong boldly declared the renaming of Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy, presenting it as a gift to Flandre, directly appointing Flandre as the dean. She herself became the vice dean. After the meal, Yu Xiaojiang called Tang Sen outside. Flandre observed Yu Xiaojiang's departure and remarked to Lu Erlong with a smile, "Sister Erlong, are you not afraid that Xiaojiang will run away?" Upon hearing Flandre's words, Lu Erlong's lips curled into a smile. "Since he has reappeared before me, I shall not allow him to leave my side again. Even if it means binding him, I will keep him close." At this point, Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with fervor. The others chuckled at her words, while Su Yi, observing Lu Erlong, could sense her deep affection for Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang continued to evade Lu Erlong's gaze. Despite clearly caring for her and harboring love, he persistently shunned her, embodying a classic case of unrequited affection. Seeing his conflicted demeanor, Su Yi mused that destroying this facade in front of him might bring him some joy. This fellow had seemingly forgotten about the teacher, who still held him in her thoughts, completely oblivious to the woman who loved him dearly and silently bore all burdens. Contemplating this, Su Yi smiled gently at Lu Erlong. "Teacher Erlong, shall we not go visit the master?" Lu Erlong nodded in agreement and quietly stepped outside. Subsequently, Su Yi found an excuse to follow suit. Hidden in the shadows, Su Yi listened as Yu Xiaojiang recounted tales of his youth alongside Lu Erlong and Flandre to Tang San. By the time Yu Xiaojiang had finished his narrative, Su Yi realized he had been mistaken. This man was not merely a waste. In truth, he was a thoroughly despicable character, even beneath the level of scum. In recounting his youthful exploits, he had entirely neglected to mention his teacher. From his narrative, it was evident that he was a hypocritical, cowardly, small-minded individual. As Lu Erlong approached Yu Xiaojiang from a short distance behind, Yu Xiaojiang had just finished sharing his stories with Tang San. He looked at Tang San with a sense of helplessness and sorrow, saying, "In this life, I am truly sorry to Erlong. My only wish is for her to live happily." Tang San, standing before Yu Xiaojiang, noticed Lu Erlong's arrival but remained silent in response to Yu Xiaojiang's words. "Yet," he thought, "but I only wish to be with you." Hearing Lu Erlong's voice from behind, Yu Xiaojing turned abruptly. Their eyes met from afar, tears glistening in both pairs of eyes. Observing this scene, Tang Xin quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Su Yi clenched his fists tightly together, contemplating Yu Xiaojing's disregard for their teacher. The thought of her solitary existence in the Pope's palace weighed heavily on him. Alone, he silently bore an immense amount of suffering, leading him to contemplate the demise of the hypocritical and cowardly scoundrel before him. Never had he experienced such an overwhelming impulse to take a life. As he beheld the embrace shared by Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, Su Yi resolved to personally slay Lu Erlong before Yu Xiaojing's very eyes, to make him witness the agony of losing his most beloved. Meanwhile, Tang San retreated to the shadows, observing the intimate scene of Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, a smile creeping across his face before he quietly departed. Yet, as he moved further away, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The air around him grew chillingly cold, prompting Tang San to draw 2 daggers. His eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. His physical prowess was now comparable to that of a soul sect. Yet the intensity of the cold suggested that his adversary must be several times stronger. Chapter 66, A Tireless Search with No Finding. 4th update. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. When Tang San turned around, he was met by the sudden appearance of Douluo. Without hesitation, Tang San launched an attack. With a resounding thud, he was swiftly incapacitated by Douluo. Yu Xiaojing, who had been embracing Lu Erlong, felt the distant ripple of soul power and his expression shifted dramatically. Something had happened to Little San, he declared, hastily taking Lu Erlong towards the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Su Yi observed the urgency in Yu Xiaojing's eyes and followed discreetly. Upon their arrival at the scene of Tang San's predicament, Yu Xiaojing's gaze fell upon the withered plants surrounding them, his countenance darkening. Douluo had taken Little San. Lu Erlong, startled by Yu Xiaojing's words, questioned, why would a titled Douluo abduct Tang San? It must be that he has taken an interest in Little San's talent for poison, prompting the abduction. We should summon Master Flander, and the 3 of us will set out to rescue Little San from Douluo. Yu Xiaojing spoke with urgency to Lu Erlong. Xiaogang, do not fret. I shall seek out Master Flander at once, Lu Erlong replied, swiftly departing. Observing Lu Erlong's departure and glancing at the troubled Yu Xiaojing, Su Yi felt a flicker of cold light in his eyes but chose not to act. After all, though unaware of her exact soul power level, Lu Erlong was renowned as a formidable force within the Golden Iron Triangle, likely surpassing Flander in combat prowess. While he felt confident in his ability to eliminate Flander, Lu Erlong emanated an aura of malevolence that would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. To act recklessly would jeopardize all he had worked for. With this thought, Su Yi resolved to remain hidden, eager to discern the true strength of this seemingly worthless individual. With a soul sage, a mere 30-level soul master, and Lu Erlong, they managed to withstand a title Douluo. Contemplating this, Su Yi continued to conceal himself. Before long, Lu Erlong arrived with Flanders at Yu Xiaojing's side. Without unnecessary preamble, Yu Xiaojing directly unleashed his seemingly worthless martial soul. As Luo Sanpao materialized, Yu Xiaojing allowed it to sniff the scent of Tang San. Subsequently, Luo Sanpao dashed towards a certain direction, prompting Yu Xiaojing and the others to follow suit. Little did they know, Su Yi had been trailing them from over 300 meters behind. After a day of pursuit, Luo Sanpao led Yu Xiaojing, Flanders, and Lu Erlong into a dense forest. The once pursuing Su Yi squinted slightly, abruptly halting his chase and camouflaging himself with utmost effort. Are you here to find me? The trio, originally following the trail, was abruptly enveloped by a green toxic mist. With the emergence of a voice, Douluo appeared behind Yu Xiaojing and the others. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing turned, their expressions tinged with wariness. Douluo, where have you taken Tang San? As Su Yi drew closer, he couldn't help but smirk inwardly at Yu Xiaojing's furious shout. It seemed that Tang San was of greater importance to Yu Xiaojing than Lu Erlong. If that were the case, Yu Xiaojing, I shall methodically eliminate those you hold dear right before your eyes. What are you? Do you think you have the right to question me? Douluo retorted, casting a mere glance that sent Yu Xiaojing and his companions reeling. Just as Yu Xiaojing prepared to charge forward, he was halted by Flanders, who inquired about Tang San. Listening to Flanders, Douluo chuckled. That fellow Tang San is no more. Do you wish to avenge him? Ha. The 3 of you, while not particularly impressive, could serve as a warm-up for me. Yu Xiaojing's eyes turned bloodshot upon hearing Douluo's words. Flanders glared fiercely at Douluo, declaring, Douluo, you will surely regret killing Tang San. Come now, Let me see what capabilities you possess to dare provoke me. I warn you, I have 1,000 ways to make you wish for death yet find no escape. As Douluo spoke, he slowly approached Yu Xiaojing and the others. The sun and moon radiate, the golden turn. Flanders waved his hand grandly, unleashing his martial soul and soul rings, golden soul power emanating from him. Hearing Flanders' proclamation, both Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong also released their martial souls and soul power. The three formed a triangle, golden soul energy continuously surging and merging among them. Douluo, advancing towards them, was taken aback by the sight. What kind of soul skill is this? Not only was Douluo astonished by the soul skills unleashed by the three individuals, but even Sui, who was concealed in the shadows, felt a sense of awe upon witnessing the Trinity Spirit fusion technique performed by Yu Xiaojing and his companions. The three spirits they released merged into one. Remarkably, Yu Xiaojing's seemingly useless spirit, Luo Sanpao, transformed from a creature resembling neither dog nor pig into a magnificent golden dragon. At this moment, Sui comprehended the origin of the name Golden Iron Triangle. Could this be the legendary progenitor of dragons, the sacred dragon? Douluo gazed at the colossal golden dragon before him, his eyes narrowing. He mused, what of the sacred dragon? With this thought, he unleashed his true spirit form, manifesting a massive emerald green serpent, comparable in size to the fused sacred dragon of Yu Xiaojing and his companions. Consequently, the dragon and the serpent engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Hidden in the shadows, Sui was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Erlong was also a soul sage. The fusion technique employed by Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, and Flander, consisting of 2 soul sages and 1 great soul master, was astonishingly capable of contending with the title Douluo. However, within less than a tea's time, Yu Xiaojing and his companions were effortlessly defeated by Douluo. These three not only displayed their profound emotions before Douluo but also showcased their camaraderie in front of Sui. Douluo, I am not afraid to reveal to you that the father of the third party is someone you cannot provoke. If we cannot return, my people will immediately seek him out. His existence is even more terrifying than that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Douluo was slightly taken aback and curiously inquired, "Oh, what background does that lad possess? In this world, there are very few whom I cannot provoke." With this, Douluo approached Flander, directly grasping his neck. "Now, tell me, who is his father?" Though Flander found himself in Douluo's grip, he retorted with disdain, "His surname is Tang. He is indeed someone you cannot provoke. Who else could it be on this continent? Tang Hao." The moment this name escaped Douluo's lips, not only was he stunned, but even Sui, lurking in the shadows, was utterly astonished. "Tang Hao? Tang-san? Ha! It seems that what one seeks so earnestly can sometimes be obtained without effort." Chapter 67. The Film Emperor Sui Returns. One update. Seeking support and monthly votes. Tang Hao. Concealed in the shadows, Su Yi's eyes glimmered with intrigue upon hearing that name, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself further. If he failed to completely mask his presence and form, the formidable poison Douluo would undoubtedly detect him. Should he be discovered, all would be in vain. Ever since Bibi Dong revealed her past to him, he had committed one name to memory, Tang Hao. After all, the one responsible for inflicting the greatest harm upon Bibi Dong was the notorious Qianxuanji, a name he found utterly unworthy of remembrance. After all, what significance does the name of a deceased individual hold? Had Tang Hao not gravely injured Qianxuanji, Bibi Dong would surely have defeated him in his prime and savored the slow torment of his demise. Regrettably, Qianxuanji was left barely alive, hanging by a thread. His inability to withstand a single blow from her resulted in a death that was, for him, a mere liberation. Had it not been for Tang Hao, she would have meticulously flayed him alive, subjecting him to the most excruciating tortures this world could offer. Hence, Bibi Dong harbored such profound hatred for Tang Hao. As for those she despised, he would undoubtedly ensure their demise, delivering them to her doorstep. However, this Tang Hao he would bring before Bibi Dong alive, allowing her to exact her vengeance. He had been searching tirelessly for this elusive individual, only to unexpectedly find him here today. Tang Hao? Tang-san. How delightful it was to discover such a prize without any effort. He had initially presumed Tang-san to be a disciple of the Haotian sect, never anticipating that this fellow was, in fact, the son of Tang Hao. All his machinations and efforts spent in this charade were not in vain. He had originally intended to observe Yu Xiaojing during his visit to Shrek Academy, yet he could never have fathomed that this little academy would yield such astonishing revelations. First, he encountered the princess of the 7 treasure glaze tile sect, who unearthed the secret of Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Finally, there was Tang San, who piqued his interest from the outset, revealing secrets that were foreign to this world. Now, learning from these individuals that Tang San's father was the very Tang Hao he had relentlessly sought, he found himself at a loss as to whether to express gratitude to Yu Xiaojiang or to curse him. Had it not been for this worthless fool, he would never have set foot in Shrek and encountered these remarkable individuals. To duly express his appreciation for this man, he resolved to personally slay his most beloved woman, then his cherished disciple, and finally his brother, allowing him to descend into despair, step by step, until his demise. With these thoughts, Su Yi continued to remain hidden. As he pondered these matters, Tang San had already positioned himself among Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others. For Douluo had already harbored murderous intent upon contemplating Tang Hao, determined to eliminate them all. Now, he gazed upon the reappeared Tang San, hidden in the shadows. Su Yi had already perceived the soul force circulating in Douluo's hands. However, as he observed the 8 spider lances behind Tang San, his eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that Tang San had encountered some fortuitous event here, allowing his 8 spider lances to undergo a transformation once more. From their current appearance, it was evident that the lances had become mightier than before. Tang San, who had originally been facing away from Douluo, sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. Turning around to face Douluo, he stated, "Senior Douluo, did you not promise me 3 things? The first is that you shall never harm anyone related to our Shrek Academy, no matter the circumstances." Upon hearing this, Douluo's hand, which had been gathering soul power, immediately dispersed it. In truth, he would only resort to killing them if he were pushed to an extreme. It is always prudent to prepare for the unexpected. If the Shrek members truly sought out Tang Hao, their fate would be sealed. Thus, upon hearing Tang San's words offering him a way out, Douluo snorted coldly. Noticing the dissipating murderous aura surrounding Douluo, Tang San smiled with ease and turned to Yu Xiaojiang, saying, "Teacher, I apologize for causing you concern. In fact, Senior Douluo had no ill intentions in bringing me here. He merely wished to impart knowledge regarding poison martial souls, so how did you come to conflict with him? However, he had just threatened to kill you." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's remark, Tang San glanced at Douluo and replied with a slight smile. "That must have just been a jest from Senior Douluo. Given his status and identity, how could he possibly harm someone as junior as myself? By the way, Senior Douluo, you mentioned yesterday that you would share insights on your granddaughter's poison with me. I believe there must be a way to counter it. Perhaps we can discuss it further later. What do you think?" Douluo, upon hearing Tang San's words, lowered his head in contemplation. This scene, witnessed by Su Yi, deepened his understanding of Tang San. This individual was not only vigilant but also possessed a remarkable intellect. Previously, Douluo had been filled with murderous intent towards them, wanting to keep them here. Yet, with each of Tang San's utterances, Douluo's hostility gradually dissipated. Now, due to Tang San's words, he had begun to ponder. Although Su Yi was unaware of the exact exchange between the two, he recognized that the key to sparing Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San lay with Douluo's granddaughter. This Tang San must be dealt with decisively when he acquired the 10,000-year soul ring from Xiao Wu. He could not be allowed to remain. Alternatively, this soul master competition might ultimately unfold within their spirit city. Tang San, without a doubt, must not be allowed to survive. The peril and dread he embodies surpass even the sense of danger instilled by the title Douluo. Should this individual be allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable adversary of both himself and Bibi Dong. After he pondered over this, Yu Xiaojiang and the others had already departed. Initially, he intended to wait until everyone had left before making his exit, especially considering the presence of the title Douluo. However, upon overhearing the conversation between Douluo and Tang San, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Once Douluo escorted Tang San away, Su Yi withdrew from the forest and swiftly made his way back to the new location of Shrek Academy. Shortly after Su Yi's return, Yu Xiaojiang, Flender, and Lu Erlong also arrived. Upon their return, they informed everyone that Tang San was now training under Douluo and would require a year and a half before he could return. The group was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's revelation, their expressions filled with profound astonishment. "Master, will Xiao San truly be safe?" Xiao inquired anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern as she gazed at Yu Xiaojiang. "Indeed, Master, is there truly no danger for Tang San in the company of that individual?" Concern was equally mirrored in Su Yi's eyes. Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Su Yi and Xiao Wu, offering a gentle smile. "Rest assured, Xiao San is my disciple. If there were any real danger, would I not be worried? He then added, all right, it's time for everyone to return to their slumber. Yes, master. Chapter 68, 6 Delicious Flavors. How about spicy rabbit heads? Second update. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. Since that day, whenever Ning Rongrong sought out Sui, Xiao Wu would invariably accompany her. Ning Rongrong experienced no trepidation regarding this, as Xiao Wu's feelings for Sui were rooted in pure friendship. Within the confines of Shrek. Apart from her brother Tang San, her closest bond was with Sui. In private, Xiao Wu would playfully refer to Ning Rongrong as sister-in-law. Given that Sui was the eldest among them, Xiao Wu regarded Sui as an older brother, and since Ning Rongrong harbored affections for Sui, it became natural for Xiao Wu to jestingly call her sister-in-law. Each time she heard Xiao Wu address her in such a manner, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming shyness. Yet her heart brimmed with joy beyond measure. As for Zhu Xing, she too was affected. Ever since Sui's return, her training hours exceeded 16 each day. Aside from sleeping and eating, she devoted every moment to relentless cultivation. Initially, upon entering Shrek, her soul power was only at level 27, placing her at the lower end of the spectrum compared to Ning Rongrong's 26. However, after spending over half a year training at Shrek, her soul power had risen by 2 levels. Upon Sui's return, Zhu Xing's soul power reached level 31. After 2 months of intense training, her soul power now stood at 33, surpassing both Xiao Wu and Oscar. Meanwhile, Tang San had been training with Douluo Bo for 2 months. During Tang San's absence, Xiao Wu seemed to have lost her spirit, appearing utterly distracted. Were it not for Ning Rongrong's companionship and Sui's occasional words of comfort, Xiao Wu would have longed to seek out Tang San. By the way, Xiao Wu, what do you think Sui will prepare for us to eat today? Ning Rongrong inquired, her face alight with anticipation as she linked her arm with Xiao Wu's. I am not certain, but it seems to be Sui's first time in the kitchen, Xiao Wu replied with a cheerful smile. I just wonder how long this fellow will be away from the academy this time. Ning Rongrong's demeanor dimmed at this, prompting Xiao Wu to gently pat her head. Do not worry, Sui did say he would return in no more than 2 months. She then added, besides, my brother has been away for over 2 months. Yet I have not been as melancholic as you. Even if Su Dego leaves, you still have me to keep you company, right? Hearing the words of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong teased, someone certainly does not resemble me in this regard. I wonder who it is that, while sleeping, clings to me each night, exclaiming, Brother Rongrong, I am your sworn enemy. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's playful jab, Xiao Wu lunged at her with feigned ferocity. The 2 girls frolicked and bantered their way to the designated meeting place with Sui. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, you have arrived. Sui gazed at the 2. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were entwined in each other's arms, and offered them a gentle smile. By the way, Xiao Wu, today I have prepared a dish for you that you have never tasted before. Sui spoke as he led Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong directly into the grove. As soon as they entered, the 2 girls were greeted by an enticing aroma of meat. They adorably sniffed the air, gazing at the wooden table adorned with an array of 6 delectable meat dishes. Why not have a taste and see how it delights your palate? Sui smiled gently at the 2 women, extending his hand to point at the plate. The meat within the dish was all chopped into small pieces, rendering it indistinguishable in origin. As the 2 women caught the enticing aroma of the meat, they eagerly began to indulge. So fragrant, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her eyes sparkling with delight after taking a bite. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Sui smiled gently and began his introduction. The dish you are enjoying is steamed. Over there is braised, charcoal grilled, sautéed in sauce, dry fried, and spicy, totaling 6 distinct flavors. It is absolutely delectable, truly delightful. It is indeed delicious. Sui, I never imagined you were such a skilled cook, exclaimed Xiao Wu, as she and Ning Rongrong continued to indulge in the feast, unable to restrain themselves from praising the food. By the way, this meat is exquisite. May I inquire what type it is? Xiao Wu asked, glancing at Sui while savoring her meal. You may take a guess. It was delivered to me by the chubby fellow, Sui replied. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Sui smiled and pondered aloud. What kind of meat is this? It is remarkably delicious. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, while savoring her meal, furrowed her brow in contemplation. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was not overly concerned. For her, the taste was all that mattered. At that moment, Ma Hongjin approached, carrying a platter of spicy rabbit heads. Su Laoda, Xiao Wu, let me tell you, this spicy rabbit head is truly exquisite, he exclaimed, placing a plate of 6 meticulously arranged rabbit heads on the table before Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Staring at the neatly arranged rabbit heads, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Ning Rongrong, undeterred, reached out and grabbed one of the rabbit heads, eager to indulge. This spicy rabbit head is delicious, absolutely delightful, she declared, while gently nudging Xiao Wu, who sat beside her in a daze. Xiao Wu, why aren't you eating? It's so good. Don't touch me. In response to Ning Rongrong's nudge, Xiao Wu sprang up in fright, swiftly fleeing from the trio, retching as she went, her distress palpable. Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun exchanged bewildered glances at Xiao Wu's reaction. Su Laodao, what is wrong with Xiao Wu? Ma Hongjun inquired, his face reflecting confusion as he continued to munch on the rabbit heads. Perhaps Xiao Wu does not eat rabbit meat, considering her spirit is a rabbit. Sui replied innocently. Ning Rongrong, hearing Suyi's words, glanced at the spicy rabbit head in her hand and then at the fleeing Xiao Wu. She found herself at a crossroads, torn between the exquisite delicacy and her dear friend. After a prolonged internal struggle, she stole one last longing look at the rabbit head before making a firm decision to pursue Xiao Wu. Sui, I will go check on Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong announced, departing with purpose. This left Ma Hongjun, still bemused, continuing to enjoy the spicy rabbit heads, seemingly unfazed. I thought it was no big deal. It's just rabbit meat, right? What's the issue? Just because her spirit is a rabbit, she can't eat rabbit meat? How dramatic. My spirit is a phoenix. And Dai Mubai often jokingly calls it a grass chicken. I feast on chicken legs daily. If I ever encountered a phoenix, I would certainly want to taste phoenix meat. With that, Ma Hongjun resumed savoring the spicy rabbit heads, relishing each bite. Sui, upon reading this, smiled gently and rose to his feet. I shall take my leave now. My friend. Sui spoke as he reached out to pat Ma Hongjun's shoulder before departing. Boss Su, return soon. Understood. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Sui made his way outside the Shrek Academy. Chapter 69. Return to Soul City. Jealousy. After departing from the Heavenly, Sui made his way back to the Spirit Hall. Over the course of more than half a year of cultivation, he had advanced to the 55th level of soul power. After more than half a month, Sui returned to the long-missed Spirit City. As the carriage entered the city, the Douluo Zhu Guanyue appeared atop Suyi's carriage. Little one, it has been quite a while. Sui, who was steering the carriage, looked up at Zhu Guanyue standing on the roof and smiled gently. It has indeed been some time, Uncle Yu. What has prompted your sudden return? Have you heard about the upcoming Continental Soul Master competition? Zhu Guanyue replied, leaping down from the carriage roof to stand quietly beside Sui. I have gathered many intriguing tidings that I wish to share with my teacher. Upon hearing Sui's words and observing the smile on his face, Zhu Guanyue couldn't help but shiver slightly, pondering the implications of such interesting news. During your absence, that little girl Nana has been constantly mentioning you. If it weren't for the intervention of His Holiness the Pope, she would likely have come searching for you. As Zhu Guanyue spoke, a playful glint appeared in his eyes as he regarded Sui. Sui discerned the teasing tone in Yu Guan's words and, with a smile, remarked, Uncle Yu, it would be wise to avoid sleeping so deeply in the future. Upon hearing Suyi's comment, Yu Guan instantly sprang back onto the roof of the carriage, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he retorted, You little rascal, why are you so suspicious? Is there truly a reason? Sui raised his head and smiled warmly at Yu Guan, who stood atop the carriage shed, and said softly, We have arrived. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan glanced at the Pope's palace before vanishing from the carriage shed, eager to distance himself from the young lad. Once inside the Pope's palace, Yu Guan looked at Bibi Dong, seated upon the Pope's throne, and joyfully proclaimed, Your Holiness, the young one has returned. Bibi Dong, upon hearing Yu Guan's words, stood up from the throne, her eyes brimming with excitement. However, as if recalling something, she sat back down and coldly remarked, Understood, let him enter. As her words fell, Sui had already secured the carriage and stepped into the Pope's chamber. Observing the woman seated on the Pope's throne, he smiled gently and greeted, Teacher, Yu Guan. You and the old ghost may leave, Bibi Dong instructed. Yu Guan acknowledged her command with a respectful reply before turning to face Sui. As he approached Sui, he lightly patted his shoulder and whispered, Be cautious, young one. Yu Guan. Bibi Dong's sharp voice pierced through the air, causing Yu Guan to vanish from the Pope's palace in an instant. With Yu Guan and the ghost Douluo gone, only Bibi Dong and her pupil, Sui, remained. Bibi Dong gazed at Sui for a prolonged moment in silence before rising from her throne and slowly walking towards him. With each step, the chill emanating from her intensified. Do you not have anything to explain? She inquired, her icy gaze fixed upon Sui. "Explain what?" Sui responded with a sudden smile. Observing the frost-laden expression on Bibi Dong's face, he stepped forward and embraced her. "In the past, you held me like this. Now, it is my turn." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected embrace. "To me, you are also my teacher. Without you, I may never have understood my feelings for you. You must know that, no matter what, I will stand by your side. This world owes you gentleness, and I shall provide it." As Suyi's soft voice echoed in her ears, Bibi Dong felt her long-frozen heart rekindle with warmth. In that moment, she wished for it to last forever. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. After all, they were not children anymore. Bibi Dong spoke, pushing Sui out. And she departed from that warm, enchanting embrace that had captivated her. Gazing at Sui before her, Bibi Dong feigned a solemn expression and said, "After nearly a year away, you have certainly mastered the art of sweet talk. Did you truly believe I was just a naive child or an ignorant girl?" Sui gazed at Bibi Dong, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I may have a few pleasant tidings to share with you. Should they not prove to be genuine good news, you are in for a grim fate." Upon hearing Suyi's words, Bibi Dong regarded him intently and replied, "In this world, there are few things that I would consider truly good news. Tang Hao, do you know where that fellow might be?" As Sui uttered the name Tang Hao, Bibi Dong swiftly approached him. "I do not know, but his son, Tang San, is presently a disciple of Yu Shaojiang." At the mention of Yu Shaojiang, Bibi Dong momentarily paused, her expression shifting. "How is he? Is he well?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words and observing her demeanor, Sui felt as if his heart was being gripped by an unseen force, rendering him breathless with discomfort. "He is well. I have not harmed him in the slightest." Unbeknownst to Sui, the mask he had perpetually worn was now lifted, stirred by a mere utterance and a glance from Bibi Dong. Upon hearing Suyi's frigid tone and witnessing the icy demeanor etched upon his visage, Bibi Dong found herself momentarily taken aback. "Little one, heed my words," she implored, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Suyi's arm. Sui turned his back and strode towards the exit of the Pope's hall. Speaking without a glance, the two pieces of news that have occupied your thoughts. Firstly, regarding Tang Hao. As long as his son can traverse from the Heaven Do Empire to the Spirit City for the Grand Spirit Master Tournament, there is ample opportunity to ambush him with the assistance of two titled Douluos and others along the way. Even if that fails, they could ensnare him upon his arrival in Spirit City. Since you harbor such animosity towards Tang Hao, it would only be fitting for him to experience the loss of his son and endure the ensuing agony. Secondly, concerning the 10,000-year soul beast you have been tirelessly seeking. Aside from the Titan giant ape found in the heart of the Star Do Great Forest, the girl named Xiao Wu, who has been closely accompanying Tang San at Shrek Academy, is indeed the reincarnation of a 10,000-year soul beast. Capturing such a formidable soul beast is no small feat. Yet eliminating her would prove rather simple. The soul ring is ill-suited for me. Thus, consider it a gift from a disciple to his master." Sui exited the papal hall, having expressed all that needed to be said, and departed without a backward glance. This left Bibi Dong standing alone in the papal hall, dazed and bewildered, at a loss for what to do next. Chapter 70. Bibi Dong in a state of dismay. After departing from the papal palace, Sui promptly sought out Yu Guan, presenting him with a large black box. "Uncle Yu, could you kindly deliver this to my teacher? Inside, it contains a gift I have prepared for her." As Sui journeyed to seek Yu Guan, he concealed all his expressions once more. Upon arriving before Yu Guan, he donned that mask again, veiling even his emotions. Yu Guan gazed at the large iron box before him. Curiosity piqued despite his ignorance of its contents. "Little one, if this is a gift, why not present it personally to His Holiness the Pope?" Previously, the two gifts bestowed upon the teacher had already left her astounded. "I fear that this third offering may elicit an even greater astonishment. Thus I entrust it to you, Uncle Yu, to deliver to her. By the way, within this box are also the instructions and blueprints for the items contained within. After I leave the Spirit City, tomorrow, please assist me in delivering it to the teacher." After all, if all the surprises are revealed at once, the delight would diminish. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Yu Guan was momentarily taken aback. He then looked at Sui and remarked, "You have just returned, and yet you intend to leave? Will you not visit Xiaonana? Will you not spend a few more days with His Holiness the Pope? Little one, you are unaware that since the day you departed, His Holiness has been in low spirits. Just moments ago, before your arrival, he had risen from his chair, a stark contrast to his usual composure." Sui gazed at the moon's gate before him and spoke with a gentle smile. My departure signifies that I have pressing matters to attend to. At the latest, I shall return to the Spirit City before the Grand Spirit Master Tournament. He continued, as for my absence, my teacher is undoubtedly troubled. She must be concerned about the potential fate of the Master. After all, he is an elder of our Spirit Hall, is he not? Moreover, he has proposed such grand yet nonsensical theories. Standing before Sui, the Moonsgate was momentarily taken aback by his words. The Master, nonsensical theories. Moonsgate found himself at a loss for how to respond to Suyi's statement. Sui observed the hesitation in Yu Guan's eyes and remarked with a smile, did he not once declare that there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters? Then, how should one interpret his status as a grand soul master who will never ascend beyond the 30th level? He claimed that his martial soul was flawed. A defective martial soul, thus hindering his advancement. How then should we reconcile his assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters? Is he implying that he himself is the worthless one? Sui gazed at the astonished Yu Guan before him, smiled softly after speaking, and then turned to depart. Uncle Yu, do remember to hand the items to the teacher. She will be delighted to see them. As Suyi's voice faded, he vanished from Yu Guan's sight. With his departure, the ghost Douluo Gue Mei appeared beside the dazed Yu Guan. What are you pondering? Upon hearing Gue Mei's inquiry, Yu Guan nodded towards the direction in which Sui had left, expressing his agreement. I believe that young fellow speaks the truth. There are no worthless martial souls. Only inept soul masters. This notion is utterly nonsensical. Unless that fellow Yu Xiaojiang deems himself a failure, such a statement is nothing but folly. Do you truly comprehend? That man has always sought fame unjustly. Were it not for the support of His Holiness the Pope in promoting him, how many would even be aware of this so-called master? He is merely a charlatan. His absurd theories, are they not understood by others? Within our Spirit Hall, many are well versed in them. It is merely a lack of deliberate promotion that keeps them unknown to the world. This vast continent, were it not for our Spirit Hall's branches scattered throughout, and the Pope's insistence on his promotion, who would know of Yu Xiaojiang? The public perceives him as a failure. Who would regard him as a master? Without the Pope's backing, he is but a worthless individual. Do you truly consider him a master? Ah, Yu Guan observed the disdain on Gue Mei's face and, upon hearing his words, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Old ghost, I never expected you to speak so much today, and with such clarity. I commend you. Gue Mei, upon hearing Yu Guan's remark, playfully punched him on the shoulder, exclaiming, get lost. Hurry and take that young fellow's gift to His Holiness the Pope. Did the young fellow not say it would be delivered tomorrow? Yu Guan inquired, a look of confusion adorning his face. Gue Mei retorted,